Times of yore, when druids roamed the northern forests of England and held their sabbaths in the dark of the moon, a young man grew enamoured with battle and violence, and studied the arts of war until none could best him. The young man called himself the Wolf, and preyed upon the people for his wants. In time, his feats came to the ears of the gods on the high mountain between Earth and Valhalla. Woden, king of the gods, sent a messenger to destroy the upstart, who took tribute from the people and challenged the fates. The two met and drew blades, and their battle raged for a fortnight of new moons, from the white cliffs of the south to the bleak rocky shores of the north. The warrior was truly great, for even the messenger of Woden could not destroy him, and returned to the mountain to admit his failure. Woden pondered long and deep, for it was written that who could best a messenger of the gods would gain eternal life on earth. Woden laughed, and the heavens above the wolf trembled. Then the air was rent with bolts of lightning and peals of thunder, and the youth stood bold with blade drawn. "So you've won eternal life," Woden roared in mirth. "And you stand before me with your sword ready for battle. But foolishness was never part of valor, and I cannot let you ravage here unchecked. You will have your immortality, but you shall wait on Woden's will to ply your trade." And with a mighty gust of laughter, he rose, and lightning struck the insolent blade. A cloud of smoke rose slowly upward. Where the youth had stood, now glowing red and slowly cooling, crouched a great iron wolf, a snarl frozen on his lips. It is rumoured that in a deep valley near the border with Scotland there is a dark glade wherein stands the statue of an iron wolf, brown with rust and twined with creeping vines, moss greening its legs. It is said that only when war rages in the land does the mighty wolf stir and become a warrior, bold, strong, invincible, and savage. And now William's hordes crossed the Channel, and Harold rode from the north, and war drew near. 1. October 28th, 1066. The clash of battle rang no more. The screams and the moans of the wounded were silenced one by one. The night lay quiet, and time seemed suspended. The autumn moon, bloody-hued and weary, shone upon the indistinct horizon, and the distant howl of a hunting wolf shivered down the night, locking the eerie silence tighter upon the land. Shreds of fog drifted through the marsh, over the split and hewn bodies of the dead. The low wall of earth, weakly buttressed by stones, was covered with the heroic shroud of the town's butchered manhood. A young boy of no more than 12 summers lay beside his father. The great black bulk of Darkenwald's hall rose beyond this, the shaft of its single watchtower piercing the sky. Within the hall, Aislinn sat upon the rush-covered floor before the chair from which her father, the late Lord of Darkenwald, had ruled his fief. A rough rope was knotted about her slender neck. It bound her, by its length, to the left wrist of a tall, dark Norman, who rested his mail-clad frame upon the rough-hewn symbol of Lord Erland's status. Ragnar de Mart watched as his men tore the hall apart in a rampaging search for the smallest item of value, climbing the stairs to the bedchambers, slamming heavy doors open in their search, rummaging through coffers, then casting, on a cloth spread before him, the more worthy trophies. Aislinn recognized her jewelled dagger and gold filigree girdle, torn from her hips only a short time ago, thrown into the pile among the other treasures that had graced her home. Arguments broke out among the men over some coveted piece, but were quickly silenced when her captor issued a sharp command. Usually, the object of the squabble was grudgingly added to the growing heap before him. Ale flowed freely, liberally swilled by the invaders, and meats, breads, and whatever else was at hand were devoured upon discovery. This iron-thewed knight of William's horde who held her tipped his own hollowed bull's horn and freely sampled the wine that filled it, unconcerned that her father's blood still darkened the mail on his chest and arms. When nothing else occupied him, the Norman worked the rope, causing the rough strands to brutally test the soft white skin of Aislinn's throat. Each time the harsh chafing brought a grimace of pain to her features. He chuckled cruelly at having wrung some reaction from her, and his victory seemed to ease his morose mood. Still, to see her cringe and beg for mercy would have far better suited him. Her manner remained alert and watchful, and when she faced him, it was with a calm defiance that rankled him. Others would have grovelled at his feet and pleaded for his pity. But this maid, there was something about her which seemed to take a slight advantage from him each time he jerked the tether. He could not fathom the depths of her reserve, but determined he would test it well before the night was out. He had found her with her mother, the Lady Maida, poised in the hall, when he and his men crashed through the heavy door, as if the two of them would stand against the whole invading Norman army. His bloody sword ready in his hand, he had paused just inside the door, while his men hurried past him to search for others willing to fight for their own. But finding nothing more than these two, and the barking, snarling hounds to greet them, they lowered their weapons. With a few well-placed kicks and blows, they subdued the dogs, and chained them in a corner, then turned to the women who fared no better. His cousin, Vachel de Comte, stepped toward the girl, intent upon seizing her for his own. But instead he encountered Maida, who threw herself into his path, seeking to stay him from her daughter. He tried to push the older woman aside, but her clawing fingers found his short knife, and she would have snatched it from its sheath. But he felt the grasp, and swinging his heavy gauntleted fist, laid her flat. With a cry, Aislinn had fallen to her mother's side, and before Vachel could claim her, Ragnar moved between and yanked away her snood, spilling free a shining mass of coppery hair. The Norman knight twisted his hand in it and drew her struggling to her feet. He dragged her behind him to a chair and threw her into it, tying her wrists and ankles to the heavy wooden structure so that she could interfere no more. Maida was dragged, still stunned, and lashed securely at her daughter's feet. Then the two knights joined their men in the sacking of the town. Now the girl sat at his feet, defeated and near the grey hinterlands of death. Still, she mouthed no pleas or words for clemency. Ragnar knew a moment of uncertainty, as he recognized that she possessed a strength of will few men had. But Ragnar had no inkling of the battle that raged within Aislinn in her effort to quell her trembling and present a proud mien as she watched her mother. Maida served the invaders, with feet hobbled together to prevent her from taking a full step. A length of rope trailed from the bindings, and the men seemed wont to step upon the tail. Their guffaws rose loudly when Maida fell upon the floor, and with each fall Aislinn blanched, better able to take the punishment herself than watch her mother suffer. If Maida bore a tray of food and drink and fell crashing with her burden, the merriment was doubled, and before she could scramble up, she fetched a kick or two for her clumsiness. Then Aislinn's fears pricked her anew, and she was held breathless as Maida stumbled against a thick-faced soldier, wetting him with a pitcher of ale. The man seized Maida by the arm, his large, ham-like hand easily encircling its thinness, and forced the woman to her knees, where, with a thrust of his foot, he booted her away. A small bag tumbled from her sash as she fell, but Maida quickly rose beneath the Norman's curses and snatched it up again. She would have returned it to its place, but with a shout, the drunken soldier caught her hand and tore the bag from her grasp. When Maida reached out to grab it back, her insolence aroused the man's ire. He clubbed his fist against her head, sending her spinning, and Aislinn started forward, a snarl upon her fair lips and feral gleam in her eye. But the blow only seemed to amuse the man. The treasure forgotten for the moment, he followed and swung again at the staggering woman, then, catching her shoulder, began to beat her in earnest. With a wrathful shriek, Aislinn came to her feet, but Ragnar pulled hard on the rope, sending her sprawling into the reeds and dust. When she could draw a breath again from her bruised throat, her mother lay senseless and unmoving, while her assailant stood above her, waving the small sack in triumph and howling his glee. Impatiently, the man tore it open to see what prize it might hold. Then, finding it contained nothing more than a few dried leaves, scattered the contents with a vicious curse. He flung away the empty pouch and delivered a hearty kick to the limp form at his feet. With a dry, agonizing sob, Aislinn threw her hands over her ears and closed her eyes tightly, unable to bear the sight of her mother so abused.
"Enough!"
Ragnar roared, relenting at last as he saw Aislinn cringe.
"If the hag lives, she will yet serve us."
Aislinn braced her hands on the floor and glared at her captor through dark, violet eyes smouldering with hatred. Her long, coppery hair fell in wild disarray about her shoulders and heaving bosom, and the sight of her was like an untamed she-wolf meeting her foe. Yet she remembered the dripping red sword that Ragnar had held as he came into the hall, and saw in her mind the fresh blood of her father spattered on his shining mail hauberk. She fought the panic that threatened to rob her of her last strength, as well as the grief and self-pity that would have brought her to submission. She swallowed back a rush of tears at the emotions experienced for the first time in her life, and for the deep, tormenting knowledge that her father lay dead upon the cold earth, unblessed and unshriven, and that she was helpless to remedy it. Was mercy so lacking in these men of Normandy that even now, when their battle was won, they could not fetch a priest and see to the proper burial of the defeated? Ragnar gazed down at the girl where she sat, her eyes closed and her lips parted and trembling. He could not see the battle that shredded her resistance. Had he stood then, he might have won his desire to see her crushed in fear before him. But his mind wandered to the base-born knight who would claim all of this surrounding him. Before dusk they had come, galloping boldly up to the hall in the manner befitting conquerors, to demand the surrender of the town. Darkenwald found itself unprepared for this foe. After William's bloody victory over King Harold at Senlac a fortnight before, word spread that the Norman Duke marched toward Canterbury with his army, having lost patience with the English, as they, although defeated, refused him the crown. Relief had swelled the spirits of Darkenwald, for his direction was away from them. But they had not accounted for the small forces that had been thrown out to seize or harass the settlements along William's flanks. Thus it was that the lookout's shout of Normans approaching had deadened the hearts of many. Airland, even though greatly loyal to the late king, had known the vulnerability of his holdings, and had meant to yield the day, had not his wrath been provoked beyond endurance. Among the Normans, it was only Ragnar de Mart who felt unease with his surroundings as they rode across the field, past the peasants' huts, toward the grey stone manor where the lord dwelled. As they drew up before the hall, he gazed about him. There were no stirrings in or about the outbuildings, and to all appearances the place seemed forsaken. The main entrance, an iron-bound door of hard oak, was drawn closed against them. No light from within illuminated the oiled and thinly scraped skins that were stretched tight over the lower windows of the hall, and the torches mounted in iron sheaths on either side of the door had not been lit to ward off the darkness of the approaching night. All was still within. Yet, as the young herald called out, the heavy door was slowly drawn open. An old man, white of hair and beard, tall and robust of frame, emerged, holding an unsheathed battle sword in his hand. He closed the door behind him, and Ragnar caught the sound of a bolt dropping into place behind it. Then the Saxon turned to consider the intruders. He stood quietly, guardedly, as the herald approached, unrolling a parchment. Confident in his mission, the young man halted before the elder and began to read.
Hear ye, Erland, Lord of Darkenwald. William, Duke of Normandy, claims England his by sovereign right.
The herald read in English the words Ragnar had prepared in French. The Dark Knight had thrown aside the parchment given him by Sir Wulfgar, a bastard of Norman blood, for to Ragnar's mind it was more a demeaning plea than a rightful demand for surrender. What were these Saxons but ignominious heathens, whose arrogant resistance warranted crushing without mercy? Yet Wulfgar would deal with them as honourable men. They had been beaten, Ragnar thought. Now let them be shown their masters. But Ragnar grew uneasy as he watched the reddening face of the old man, while the words continued to descend, calling for every man, woman, and child to be brought out into the square and be branded with the mark of slave upon their brow, and for the Lord to give himself and his family over as hostages against the good behaviour of the people. Ragnar shifted in his saddle, glancing nervously around. There was the cackle of a hen, which should have been roosting, and the cooing of a dove in the cote. A slight movement drew his attention toward an upper wing of the manor, where the outer shutter of a window had been pushed open the barest degree. He could not see into the darkness behind those rough wooden planks, yet he sensed someone there watching him. Growing cautious, he flung his red wool mantle back over his shoulder, freeing his sword arm and the hilt of his weapon. He gazed again at the proud old man, and somehow glimpsed his own father in his manner, tough, arrogant, not willing to give a rod unless a furlong had been won. A sense of hatred swelled anew within Ragnar's breast, and his dark eyes narrowed as he viewed the man with a loathing stirred by the comparison. The old Saxon's face darkened even more as the herald read on with the outrageous demands. Suddenly, a chill breeze stirred against Ragnar's cheek and set the gonfalon above their heads flapping as if it was sounding a death warning. His cousin Vashel muttered low behind him, now beginning to feel the tenseness that made Ragnar's sweat start beneath the leather tunic he wore under his glistening mail. His palms were moist in his gauntlets as he moved his hand to rest upon the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, the old lord let out an enraged bellow and swung his sword with demonic fury. The herald's head toppled to the ground before his body slowly crumpled across it. Confusion delayed reprisal for a split moment of time as serfs, armed with haying forks, scythes, and crude weapons, swarmed from hiding. Sir Ragnar shouted an order to his men and cursed himself for allowing them to be taken by surprise. He spurred his destrey forward as the peasants leapt at him, their hands reaching upward to claw him from his saddle. He hacked right and left with his sword, splitting skulls, severing hands from outstretched arms. He saw Lord Aislinn fighting before him, taking 3 Norman soldiers at once, and the impression passed him that Harold might still be king if he had had this old man by his side. Ragnar urged his mount through the mass of men, his target the Lord of Darkenwald, for he saw him now in a reddish haze that would only ebb when he felt that ancient body sinking beneath his sword. The peasants tried to drag him down, sensing his intent, and only bloodied the turf with their efforts. They fought gallantly to save their lord, only to lose life themselves. They were no match for men trained to war. The mighty destrey plodded over fallen bodies, until at last he was urged on no more. Lord Aislinn looked at the uplifted sword, and his death came swiftly, as Demart buried it deep within his skull. Seeing that their lord had fallen, the serfs broke and ran, and the din of battle yielded to the wails of women, the cries of children, and the heavy thudding of a tree trunk ramming against the door of Darkenwald in an effort to break the barrier behind. From where she sat at Ragnar's feet, Aislinn watched her mother's form anxiously for any sign of stirring, and felt some relief when Maida finally moved. A soft groan was heard, and the woman managed to raise herself to an elbow. She stared dumbly around her, still befuddled by her beating. The one who had levied the blows came to her again.
"Fetch me ale, slave!"
he roared, and raised her by the scruff of her garments and hurled her toward the keg of brew. But her hobbled feet could not catch her, and she sprawled again.
"Ale!"
the man shouted, and threw his horn at her. Maida stared blankly at him, not understanding, until he cuffed her and pushed her towards the barrel once more. She struggled to her feet, but the soldier stepped on the rope, tripping her and sending her down hard upon her hands and knees. This seemed to better meet his pleasure.
"Crawl, bitch! Crawl like a dog!"
he laughed, and she was forced to serve him on her knees. As she gave him the full horn, other men called for her service, and soon she was again hobbling about, bringing ale and wine to them with the aid of the two serfs, Lynn and Ham, who had been caught fleeing the hall. Maida served the Normans, but her bruised lips began to move, and she crooned in a sing-song voice. The Saxon words penetrated Aislinn's consciousness, and with a horror she laboured to hide, she realized her mother heaped vile threats upon the uncomprehending men and pledged the curse of every slimy demon of the swamp upon the enemy's ears. If but one had seized upon Maida's meaning, she would, without much hesitation, have been spitted like a roasting pig. Aislinn knew that their survival hinged on their captor's slightest whim. Even her betrothed was in unsafe hands. She had heard these Normans speaking of yet another bastard, who, under William's rule, had gone to Cregan to obtain that town's surrender. Was Kerwick dead too, after fighting so gallantly beside King Harold at Hastings? Ragnar gazed at Maida, and thought of the regal poise and vintage beauty she had shown, until his man struck her and marred her face. He could find no hint of the former woman in the painfully shuffling, dirty creature who stumbled about her labours with a twisted face and grey-streaked auburn hair matted with blood and dirt. Perhaps the maid at his feet saw herself as she stared so intently at her mother. A scream tore Aislinn's attention from her mother, and she glanced around to see the serving girl, Lynn, being pulled back and forth between two of the soldiers who were arguing loudly over her. The timid maid, just entering her 15th year, had never known a man, and now faced the nightmare of rape at the hands of these ruffians. Feeling the girl's terror, Aislinn bit into her own knuckles to keep from echoing Lynn's frightened cries. She knew only too well that soon she would be prey to a man's passion. There was a rending of cloth as Lynn's gunner was torn from her breasts, and a restraining hand clamped down roughly on Aislinn's shoulder. Cruel, calloused hands snatched and pawed at the young girl's body, bruising the tender flesh. Aislinn shuddered in revulsion, unable to drag her eyes away. Finally, one of the men stunned his rival with a blow to the head and rose, lifting the thrashing, screaming Lynn in his arms, and strode out the door with her. In despair, Aislinn wondered if the girl would survive the night, and she felt the odds seemed high against it. The dreadful weight upon Aislinn's shoulder became suddenly unbearable. Her violet eyes flashed their loathing as she turned once more to glare at her captor. The Norman's eyes returned the challenge, and a slow, sneering smile crept across full and generous lips, mocking her defiance. Yet, as her stare grew more contemptuous and unwavering, his grin faded. Aislinn felt his fingers tighten upon her, bruising her shoulder. Unable to further contain herself, Aislinn shrieked in rage and lifted her hand to strike a blow to his cheek, only to have him catch her arm and force it behind her back until she was crushed against his hauberk. Her face was nearly pressed to his, and his hot breath touched her cheek as he chuckled at her helplessness. She struggled to wrench herself from him as his free hand moved with deliberate slowness over her body, sampling with crude lust the soft, ripe curves beneath her garments. Aislinn trembled at his touch, loathing him with every ounce of her being. "Filthy swine!" she hissed in his face, deriving small pleasure from the startled expression on his face that her French words had brought. "Eh?" Vachel de Comte sat up sharply, his ears pricked by a feminine voice speaking words he could understand. He had not heard such since they had sailed from Saint-Valery. "By damned, cousin, the wench is not only beautiful but learned as well." He kicked in feigned disgust at the late lord's saddle. "Bah! 'Tis your luck to get the only wench in this heathen country capable of understanding you when you give her directions in bed." He grinned as he relaxed back into his seat. "Of course, I must take in account that rape does have its drawbacks, but since the maid can understand you, mayhaps you can coax her into a more congenial mood. What does it matter that you killed her father?" Ragnar threw Vachel an ugly scowl and let Aislinn fall to his feet again. His superiority over her once more had slipped a notch, for the wench knew French when he had no inkling of her language. "Be silent, cub," he snapped at the younger man. "Your prattling annoys me." Vachel pondered Ragnar's mood and smiled. "Dear cousin, you do worry over much, I perceive, or else you would see the jest with me. What can Wulfgar say when you tell him that we were attacked by these wretched heathens? The old man was a wily fox. Duke William will not blame you. But which bastard do you fear most, the Duke or Wulfgar?" Aislinn sat more alert now, as Ragnar's features darkened with ill-concealed anger. His brows drew together like a gathering storm cloud. "I fear no man," he growled. "Ho, ho!" Vachel hooted. "You say that bravely enough, but do you mean it? What man here tonight does not hold some uneasiness within him for the deed done here? Wulfgar gave his command not to draw the villagers into battle, yet we have killed many of those who were to be his serfs." Aislinn listened carefully to the words the men spoke. Some were strange to her ears, but she managed to understand most. Was this man, Wulfgar, whom they spoke of with such apprehension, to be feared above these terrible invaders? And was he to be Darkenwald's new lord? "The Duke has promised Wulfgar these towns," Vachel mused, "but they are of little value, without peasants to work the fields and herd the swine. Yes, Wulfgar will have words to speak, and in his usual manner, not one will be uttered in trivial tones." "Nameless cur," Ragnar spat. "What right does he have to possess these lands?" "Yea, cousin, you are justified to feel resentment. It does test even me. The Duke has promised to make Wulfgar lord here, while we of noble house have been given nothing. Your father will be greatly disappointed." Ragnar's upper lip drew back in a sneer. "A bastard's loyalty to another of his kind is not always just to those more deserving." He lifted a glossy tress of red-gold hair from Aislinn's shoulder to idly rub it between his fingers, enjoying the silky texture. "I'd swear William would make Wulfgar pope if he could." Vachel stroked his chin thoughtfully and frowned. "We cannot, with truth, say Wulfgar is altogether undeserving, cousin. What man has ever beaten him in a joust, or bested him in a fight? At Hastings he fought with a fury of 10, with that Viking ever near to guard his back. He stood his ground when we all thought William dead. Yet to make Wulfgar a lord, ugh!" He threw up his hands in genuine disgust.
"That will no doubt give him the thought that he is our equal. And when has he ever thought otherwise?"
Ragnar quipped. Vashal's gaze shifted to Aislinn as she gave his cousin a contemptuous look. Youthful she was. Vashal surmised her less than a full score years, mayhap 8 and 10. Already he had seen her fiery temper. It would not bend easily to obedience. But a man with an eye for beauty might find cause to overlook this flaw, for he was confident it was the only one she possessed. Her new lord, Wulfgar, would no doubt be pleased. Her copper hair seemed a flame around her, and caught the light of the flickering firelight within each thick curl, an uncommon shade for a Saxon. Yet her eyes were what took him completely off guard. Now, in her rancour, they burned dark and purple, glowering as she felt his perusal. But when her manner was calm, her eyes were a soft violet, clear and bright as the heather that grew on the hillsides. The long, sooty black lashes that rimmed them now lowered and fluttered against ivory skin. Her cheekbones were fine and high, and the same gentle pink that shone upon them graced the softly curving mouth. The thought of her laughing or smiling titillated his imagination, for she possessed good white teeth, unmarred by the blackish rot that many other fine beauties were plagued with. The small, slightly tilted nose was lifted proudly, defiantly so, and the stubborn set of her jaw could not disguise the daintiness of its line. Yea, she would be a hard one to tame, but the prospect appeared thoroughly enjoyable, for though she was taller than most, and slender, she was not lacking the full curves of a woman.
"Ah, cousin," Vashal concluded, "you'd best make merry with this damsel tonight, for the morrow may see Wulfgar with her."
"That lout," Ragnar scoffed.
"When does he ever bother himself with a woman? He hates them, I swear. Mayhap if we find a fair squire for him."
Vashal smiled wryly.
"If that were but true, cousin, we could have him beneath our thumbs. Yet I fear he is not so inclined. Yea, he shuns women like the plague in public, yet I believe he has as much of them in private as we. I have seen him giving 1 or 2 damsels his perusal, as if pondering what merits they possessed. No man looks at a woman in that fashion when some lackey tempts him more. That he manages to keep his affairs private is only one more thing about him that seems to fascinate his women. But 'tis baffling to me why the fair damsels at William's court dangle their kerchiefs and posture so inanely before him. They must be tempted sorely by his cursed aloofness." "I have not seen so many wenches fawning over him," Ragnar retorted.
Vashal chortled in glee.
"Nay, cousin, and you wouldn't, for you are usually more than properly entertained yourself. You are far too busy leading fair damsels astray to be troubled with those who fancy Wulfgar. You are indeed more observant than I, Vashal, for I still find it hard to believe that any maid should covet him, cursed and scarred as he is."
Vashal shrugged.
"What is a little mark here and there? It but proves a man is daring and brave. Thank goodness Wulfgar does not boast of those small attributes of battle, like so many of our noble friends. I can almost bear his wretched dryness more than those boring tales of doing and dare that are told and retold."
Vashal beckoned for his drinking horn to be refilled, and Maida came trembling to accommodate him. She exchanged a hurried glance with her daughter before slipping away to return to her mutterings and ravings.
"Never fear, cousin," Vashal grinned. "We have not lost this game yet. What care we that William favours Wulfgar for a time? Our families are of some importance. They will not long tolerate this usurpery when we make this outrage known."
Ragnar grunted.
"My father will not be overjoyed when he learns I have gained no lands for the family here."
"Do not be bitter, Ragnar.
Guy is an old man, and has old thoughts. Since he won his fortune, he naturally assumes it is easy for you to do the same."
Ragnar's hand gripped his drinking horn until his fist whitened about it.
"There are times, Vershel, when I think I loathe him."
His cousin shrugged.
"I am impatient with my father also. Can you imagine him threatening me that with the next bastard I make on some wench, he will throw me out and cut off my inheritance?"
For the first time since breaking open the doors of Darkenwald, Ragnar de Mart threw back his head and laughed.
"You must admit, Vershel, you do your share."
Vashel chuckled with him.
"And you, cousin, are not one to call the kettle black." "True, but a man must have his pleasure."
Ragnar smiled, and his dark eyes fell to the red-haired wench who sat at his feet. He caressed her cheek, and his mind became intoxicated with the vision of her slender body pressed tightly to his. Beginning to feel impatient for her, Ragnar caught his fingers in the fabric of her gunner, tearing it from her shoulders as she tried to wrench free. The hot, greedy eyes of the invaders turned quickly to feast on the half-revealed bosom swelling above the torn garment. As earlier with Lynn, they shouted encouragements and obscene jests, but Aislinn did not relent to hysteria. She held the separated garment together, and only her eyes spoke of her hatred and contempt to each. One by one, the men were silenced by her gaze, and they drew away to swallow their discomfort with large gulps of ale, mumbling among themselves that this wench was surely a sorceress. Lady Maida clutched a wineskin frantically to her bosom, her fingers white with the pressure of her grip. In pain, she watched Ragnar fondle her daughter. His hands moved slowly over the silken flesh and beneath her garments, trespassing where no other man had dared before. Aislinn trembled in revulsion, and Maida choked on the fear and hatred that seemed to congeal in her chest, making it impossible for her to draw an easy breath. Maida's eyes raised to the darkened stairway leading to the bedchambers. In her imagination, she saw her daughter already struggling with Ragnar upon the Lord's bed, the one she had shared with her husband and where she had given birth to Aislinn. Now, Maida could almost hear the cries of pain drawn from her daughter by that fearsome knight. The Norman would have no mercy, nor would Aislinn plead for it. Her daughter had the stubbornness and pride of Lord Aislinn. She would never beg for herself. For another, perhaps, but not herself. Maida moved into the deep shadows of the hall. Justice would not be served until her husband's murderer had felt her revenge. Rising to his feet, Ragnar drew Aislinn with him and wrapped his arms close about her supple body. He chuckled as she squirmed against him, trying to get free, taking brutish delight in the painful grimace that crossed her face as his fingers tightened on her arms.
"How be it that you speak the tongue of France?"
he demanded. Aislinn tossed her head up to meet his gaze, yet remained silent, her eyes cold with loathing. Ragnar considered her haughty demeanour and released her from his savage grip. He thought no amount of torture could wring the answer from her lips if she refused to tell him. She had kept mute before, when he had commanded her name. It was only her mother who had rushed to tell him when he threatened the girl with violence. Yet he had ways to humble the most arrogant of damsels.
"I pray you speak, Aislinn, or I shall strip your garments from you, and let each man here take his turn on you. You would not be so royal then, I vow."
Reluctantly, Aislinn replied, standing soberly against him. "A travelling troubadour spent much time in this hall during my years of childhood. Before he came upon us, he wandered from country to country. He had knowledge of 4 tongues. He taught your own to me because it amused him."
"A travelling troubadour who amuses himself? Where was the jest? I see none," he returned.
'Tis said your duke from his childhood fancied England upon his platter. My merry troubadour knew of this tale, for oft would he play for the high-born of your country. Twice or thrice in his youth he even pleasured your duke, until he cut off his small finger for singing the tale of a base-born knight in his presence. It pleasured my troubadour to have me learned in your language, that if one day the duke's ambitions were realized, I could call you the scum that you are, and have you understand me."
Ragnar's features darkened, but Vashel chuckled in his cup. "Where be your gallant troubadour now, damoiselle?" the young Norman inquired. "The Duke is no more fond of being called a bastard today than when he was a youth. Mayhaps your man will find his head missing instead of a finger."
Sarcasm dripped from Aislinn's words. "He is where no mortal man can reach him, quite safe from your Duke."
Ragnar's brows lowered. "You remind me of unpleasantries."
Vashel smiled.
"Your pardon, cousin."
The sight of Aislinn's meagerly clad shoulders gleaming smoothly above her tattered gown turned Ragnar's thoughts in another direction. He bent and swept her into his arms amid a shower of angry protests and a surprising variety of titles. He chuckled at her efforts to escape until she nearly lunged out of his grasp. Then he crushed her against him, smothering her efforts in an iron grip. He grinned as he lowered his head to hers, and his mouth was upon her lips, wet and searing. Suddenly, he drew back in pain. A small trickle of blood ran from his bottom lip.
"You vicious little viper!"
he choked. With a low growl, Ragnar tossed Aislinn over his shoulder, jolting the breath from her as his hard mail slammed into her belly, and stunned, she hung half senseless. Snatching up a candle to light his way up the darkened stairs, he crossed the hall and mounted them, leaving the noise of the rowdy invaders behind as he entered the Lord's chamber. He kicked the door closed, and setting the candle aside, strode to the bed, and he spilled Aislinn unceremoniously onto it. There was a glimpse of long, slender legs before she scrambled up and tried to leap from the bed. The rough rope around her throat frustrated her effort and brought her up short. With a cruel smile, Ragnar began to wrap the thong about his wrist again and again until she knelt close before him, facing him as a wary dog faces its tormentor. He laughed at her undaunted stare and loosened the rope from his wrist, tying it to one of the massive posts at the foot of the bed. With a casual slowness, he began to undress, dropping his sword, hauberk, and leather tunic carelessly upon the floor. He crossed to the hearth, donned now only in a linen chaince and the chausses, a garment combining tight-fitting hose and underpants. Her apprehension mounting, Aislinn tore frantically at the rope around her throat, but her fingers could make no dent in the hard knot. He stirred the fire up and added more kindling, and by its warmth he drew off the linen shirt and the woolen chausses. Aislinn swallowed convulsively as his body emerged lean and muscular, giving her little encouragement that she could hold him off by strength. He smiled, almost pleasantly, as he came to her and reached up to rub his knuckles gently against her cheek.
"The bloom from the thorn bush,"
he murmured.
"Yea, 'tis true, and you are mine. Wulfgar gave me leave to take a suitable reward upon completion of his orders."
Ragnar chuckled as if amused.
"I cannot think of a more appropriate recompense than to have the most valuable possession in these towns. What is left is hardly worth my notice."
"Do you expect reward for slaughter?" Aislinn hissed. He shrugged.
"The fool should have known better than to attack armed knights, and slaying the messenger of the Duke drew the old man's lot to a certainty. We've done a good day's work for William. I deserve reward."
Aislinn shuddered at his callous disregard for the lives he had spilled. She lunged away from him off the bed to the limits of the tether. Ragnar threw back his head in a roar of laughter.
"Would my little pigeon fly from me?"
He twisted his hand in the rope and began to draw her to him.
"Come, dove,"
he cooed softly.
"Come, dove, and share my nest. Ragnar will be gentle with you."
Sobs struggled from between her clenched teeth as Aislinn wildly fought the pull of the rope. Finally, she was held on her knees before him. His hand held the knot tight beneath her chin, forcing her head back, so she stared up at him with rolling eyes and gasped for breath. He reached behind him and snatched up a wineskin lying atop a chest.
"Have a taste of wine, my dove,"
he coaxed, his face close above hers as he forced the brew between her lips. Aislinn choked and gasped, then swallowed the burning fluid. He held the skin to her mouth till she fought again for breath. Releasing her, he sat back on the bed, tipping the skin above his own mouth, half drinking, half bathing in the dark red brew. He lowered the skin, and his eyes gleamed as he wiped the stain from his face and rubbed his chest where it had spilled. Laying the skin aside, he reached out to draw on the rope. Aislinn had less strength to fight this time, and he pulled her close until their faces were but a hand's breadth apart. His breath, sour with ale and wine, almost made her retch. But suddenly his hand was in the neck of her gown, and with a swift downward thrust he tore her garments from her and threw them aside. He released his hold abruptly, and she stumbled back in surprise. With a smile, he lay back on the bed and took a long pull of wine without taking his eyes from her, as she tried in sudden fear and shame to cover herself.
"Now come to me, little dove. Do not fight so," he cajoled. "After all, I'm not without influence in William's court, and you could do far worse."
He leered at her in drunken grace, his eyes sweeping every tempting curve of her body.
"You could be thrust beneath the churning butts of those cloddish oafs below."
Aislinn's eyes grew wide, and she strained again at the stubborn knot.
"Nay, nay, my dove."
He grinned and reached out, giving the rope a tug, pulling her sprawling to her hands and knees. She stayed there, gasping with pain and frustration, but raised her head to glare her hatred. With a half-snarl upon her face, and her long hair tumbled, glowing with reddish-gold lights, she seemed again as some feral beast crouched wild to do him battle. There was a quickening in his loins, and a yearning for her grew with every moment. His eyes darkened.
"Ah, no dove at all,"
he murmured huskily.
"But a vixen, all in truth. If you will not come to me, then I must come to you."
He rose from the bed, and Aislinn gasped, for he stood there before her bold as a man can be. He strode forward, desire burning in his eyes, and a half-smile playing on his lips. Aislinn straightened and backed away cautiously. An icy rivulet of fear ran along her spine, and cold trickles spread through her body until her breath came fast and ragged, almost in a sob. She wanted to scream, to cry out her terror much as Lynn had done. She felt the burgeoning wail congeal in her throat, and she fought the suffocating dread of utter hopelessness. Still he stalked her, the same evil leer twisting his lips, the same bold, unblinking, hawk-like stare eating of her every move, until the tight rope brought her in a circle against the foot of the bed, and she could retreat no further. Her limbs hung like leaden weights, and refused to obey her will. The shadows blurred behind him, and the handsome, cruel face filled her vision. In the flickering firelight, his long, lean body seemed lightly furred. The panic rose and choked her, until she could barely breathe. He reached out a hand and laid it against her breast, and with a cry Aislinn twisted away, but he held her and pressed forward, until they tumbled onto the furs spread upon the bed. She was caught, pinned beneath him. The room swam before her, and his voice was oddly muffled in her ear.
"You are mine, mademoiselle."
His words sounded slurred and indistinct. He brushed his face against the slim column of her throat, and his breath, hot and heavy against her flesh, seemed to sear her to the bone. His mouth caressed her breast as he muttered again,
"You are mine. I am your master."
Aislinn could not move. She was in his power, and she ceased to care. His face swam close before hers, her vision blurred. The weight of his naked body pressed her down deeper into the furs. It would soon be over. Maida gazed down at the entwined couple, now silent and still. She threw her head back and let her laughter override the waves of merriment from the hall. The peal of a hungry wolf rent the night, and the two sounds were mingled. Below, in the great hall, the rowdy invaders were silenced as a chill spread its cold fingers up their sturdy backs. Some crossed themselves, never hearing the like before, and others, thinking of Wulfgar's rage, thought he had already come. 2. Aislinn woke slowly, hearing her name called from what seemed a long distance away. She struggled to awareness and pushed at the heavy weight across her bosom. The Norman stirred beside her and rolled away, freeing her from the dreadful burden of his arm. In slumber, Ragnar's face seemed innocent, the violence and hatred hidden behind the mask of sleep. But as she gazed down at him, Aislinn sneered her contempt, loathing him for what he had done to her, remembering too well his hands upon her body, his hardened frame pressing her down into the furs. She shook her head in distraction, knowing now she must worry that she would bear him a child. Oh, God forbid! "Aislinn!" came the voice again, and she turned to see her mother standing beside the bed, wringing her thin hands in a fearful worry. "We must hurry. We've not much time." Maida pushed a woolen gunner at her daughter. "We must leave now, while the sentry still sleeps. Make haste, daughter, I pray." Aislinn heard the whimper of terror in her mother's voice, yet no emotion stirred within her own bosom. She was numb to all feeling. "If we are to escape, we must hasten," Maida urged pleadingly. "Come, before they all wake. For once, think of our safety." Aislinn struggled from the bed, tired and bruised, and pulled the gunner over her head, unmindful of the prickly texture of the woolen material without the familiar kirtle beneath. Afraid she would rouse the Norman, she cast an uneasy glance over her shoulder, but he slept on undisturbed. Oh, she thought, how pleasant his dreams must be for him to rest so serenely. No doubt his victory on her had sweetened them considerably. Aislinn whirled and went to stand at the window, flinging the shutters open with an impatient movement. In the sharp white light of the dawning sun, she appeared pale and wan, seeming as fragile and delicate as the morning mist rising from the swamps beyond. She began gathering her hair, raking knots from it with her fingers. But the memory of Ragnar's long brown fingers thrust through it, hurting her, forcing her to bend to his will, made her stop abruptly. She whipped the heavy swirling mass forward over her shoulder, letting it tumble loosely down over her bosom to her thighs, and strode across the room. "Nay, mother," she said in firm decision. "We will not flee today. Not while the honoured dead lay prey to the ravens and wolves." With purposeful strides, Aislinn left the room, leaving the old woman to trail behind in helpless frustration. Scrambling in her wake to the hall below, Maida stepped gingerly over the snoring Normans, sprawled carelessly in drunken slumber upon the floor. Like a silent, flowing wraith, Aislinn moved before her. With a heave of her slender form, she swung wide the scarred door of Darkenwald, then staggered to a halt, half choking at the reeking stench of death. Her gorge rose in her throat, and with an effort of sheer will she fought the retching down. She stumbled past the grotesque forms until she came to that of her father. He lay rigid now, his shoulders pressed to the faithful sod, his arms flung wide, with his sword grasped in his knotted fist, and a snarl of defiance still curling his lips. A single tear slid over Aislinn's cheek as she stood silently mourning him. He had died as he lived, with honour, and with his own life's blood quenching the thirst of the soil he loved. She would miss even his rages. What misery, despair, what loneliness, death. The dame drew up beside her and leaned hard against her, panting heavily in the thickened air. Maida stared down at her slain husband and drew a long, rasping breath. Her voice started in a low moan and ended in a raking screech. "Oh, Aislinn, 'tis not fair you should leave us thus with thieves ranging the hall, and our own daughter a good night's toss for yon shaven ass!" The woman fell to her knees and grasped her dead lord's hauberk as if to draw him up. Her strength failed, and she knelt pleading in despair. "What will I do? What will I do?" Aislinn stepped across his frame and pried the sword from his hand. Grasping the once loving arm, she sought to drag the corpse away to a softer place of rest. Her mother seized the other hand, but only to work the great signet ring from the gnarled finger. At Aislinn's gaze, she looked up and whined, "'Tis mine, part of my dowry. See, my father's crest." She waggled the ring in Aislinn's face. "It goes with me," her mother pleaded. A voice rang out, startling them. The old woman jumped, fear twisting her face. She dropped the hand and sped with amazing agility across the littered battlefield to disappear in the brush at the edge of the swamp. Aislinn let her father's arm sag back to the ground and turned with calm deliberation that surprised even herself to face this unknown threat. Her eyes widened at the sight of the tall warrior astride a great stallion, the likes of which she had never seen before, and which bore the man as easily as if he were but a lad. The mighty stallion seemed to pick his way almost daintily among the fallen toward her. Aislinn stood her ground, yet felt the strings of terror tug at her as this giant apparition approached, making her markedly aware of her own woman's frame and her vulnerability. The man's brow was shadowed by his helm, yet from behind the nose-guard, steel-grey eyes seemed to pierce her through. Aislinn's courage melted before his glare, and she swallowed convulsively as the cold hand of fear gripped her. His shield, portraying a black wolf rampant on red and gold with a bend sinister, hung from his saddle. Aislinn knew by it that he was a bastard. Had it not been for awe and fear, inspired by his height and the sheer size of his huge mount, she would have hurled the taunt in his face. As it was, she raised her chin in a gesture of helpless defiance and met his eyes, her violet eyes speaking her hatred. His lips curled in contempt. The French words rang clear, and a rankling sneer could be heard in the tone. "Saxon swine! Is nothing safe from your thievery?" The notes of Aislinn's voice rang higher, but with the same sneer, as she replied in kind. "What sayest thou, Sir Knight? Cannot our brave Norman invader see us bury our dead in peace?" She gestured in mockery to the field of slain. He snorted disdainfully. "By the stench, you have dallied too long." "I dare say. Not long enough, one of your companions will say, when he wakes and finds me gone," she spat in return. Despite her will to still them, tears brightened her eyes as she returned his glare. Without moving, the man seemed to relax back into his saddle as he studied her more closely. She felt his gaze glide leisurely over her. A sudden breeze moulded her woolen gunner to the curves of her body, and presented great detail to the observing eye. As his glance travelled upward, it paused brazenly upon the full rounded bosom, heaving with her anger. Aislinn's cheeks grew hot and flushed under his slow, careful appraisal. It maddened her that he could make her feel like some nervous milkmaid being considered by her lord.
"Be thankful you had more to offer, Sir Ragnar, than these,"
he growled, as he too gestured at the dead. Aislinn stuttered in rage, but he swung down from his steed and came to stand before her. She fell silent as his hard gaze penetrated her. He removed his helm and held it casually in the crook of his arm, while he released the upper catches of his coif and pushed it back from his head until it lay across his shoulders. He smiled leisurely, measuring her again, and his hand went out to lift a soft curl from her breast.
"Yea, be glad you had more to offer, Damoiselle."
"They gave the best they had. Would that I could have taken a blade and given as much." He snorted and half turned away, surveying the carnage in apparent disgust. In spite of her words, Aislinn studied him with detached interest. He stood tall, at least 2 hands higher than herself, though she was not of short stature. His tawny hair was tousled and streaked by the sun, and though the long coat of mail was heavy, he moved with an easy strength and confidence. She surmised that in courtly garb he would draw many a sigh from a maiden's breast. His eyes were wide set, and the brows well arched above them, though, when as now he was angered, they drew down and blunted his long, thin nose and lent to his face the intense look of a hunting beast. His mouth was wide, the lips thin yet finely curved. A long scar that ran from his cheekbone to the line of his jaw grew pale, and the muscles beneath it worked as he ground his teeth in anger. In a quick movement he turned to face her, and Aislinn's breath fled from shock as she found herself staring into cold grey eyes. His lips drew back from strong white teeth, and a low growl rumbled in his throat. Aislinn was stunned by the wild look of him. It was as if he were a hound on a scent. Nay, more than that. A wolf set to wreak vengeance on an ageless enemy. He whirled from her, and with long strides almost ran to the main portal of Darkenwald and disappeared within. Once he stepped inside, it was as if thunder shook the hall. Aislinn heard him bellow loudly, and the heavy walls echoed with the noise of the scrambling invaders. Her anger forgotten, she listened and waited. Her mother crept to the corner of the building and gestured imperiously for her to come. Reluctantly, Aislinn turned her attention to the task that lay before her and reached to take her father's arm to drag him away. But she started when a great yelp rent the air and glanced up in alarm to see Ragnar being thrown naked from the door. His clothes and sword followed and came to rest beside him in the dust.
"Imbecile!"
His evictor raged, coming to stand on the steps above him.
"Dead men are useless to me."
Her eyes gleaming with obvious satisfaction, Aislinn watched and relished the sight of Ragnar scrambling awkwardly to his feet, suffering greatly from this indignation. His lips drew back in a snarl as he grabbed for his battle sword, and the grey eyes above him flashed a warning.
"Take heed, Ragnar. Your stench can rise with your victims." "Wulfgar, you son of Satan!"
Ragnar choked in rage. Recklessly, he beckoned the other near.
"Come hither, that I may skewer you properly. I do not care to joust with a naked braying jackal at the moment."
Noticing Aislinn's interest, he lifted a hand toward her.
"Though the lady wishes you dead, sorrowfully I have use for you."
Ragnar jerked about in surprise to see Aislinn watching him with amusement. His face darkened with his wrath and humiliation, and the angry twitch of his lips was stilled as he bit them. With a muttered curse, he snatched up his chausses and donned them before crossing to her.
"What business finds you here?"
he demanded.
Why have you left the hall?"
Aislinn laughed low, and her eyes were full of loathing. "Because it suited me to do so." Ragnar stared at her, considering how to effectively quell her rebellious nature without marring her beauty, or the soft, lovely body he could remember all too well against him. It would be difficult to put aside that delicious memory. He had never before seen a wench with the courage to match a man's. Reaching out, he took hold of her slender wrist.
"Get into the hall and wait me. You will soon learn that you are mine and must obey me."
Aislinn snatched her arm away. "Do you think that because you have bedded me once you own me?" she hissed. "Oh, Sir Knight, you have much to learn, for never will I be yours. My hatred of you will set me against you all the years of my life. The blood of my father cries out from the earth, reminding me of your deed. Now his body begs burying, and whether you will it or not, I am bound to do it. You can only stop me by spilling my blood also." Ragnar caught her again roughly by the arms, his grip biting painfully into her tender flesh. He was aware that Wulfgar watched them with great interest, and Ragnar's frustration grew that he could not frighten this stubborn wench into doing his bidding.
"There are others more capable of burying him,"
Ragnar growled low through clenched teeth.
"Do as I command."
The lines of Aislinn's jaw grew rigid as she looked up into his flashing black eyes. "Nay," she breathed. "I prefer it be done by loving hands." A silent battle raged between them. Ragnar's hand tightened as if he would strike her. Then, without warning, he flung her from him, making her reel and stumble to the dirt. He came to stand above her, his eyes raking her slender form. Aislinn hurriedly pushed down the gunner over her thighs and returned his stare coldly.
"I yield this once, mademoiselle, but do not test me again," he warned.
"Truly a kind knight," she taunted, rising to her feet. She rubbed her bruised wrist. Her look of contempt held him for a moment, and then moved past him to the tall warrior standing at ease near the steps of the hall. That Norman met her look and smiled, a touch of mockery twisting his handsome lips. Aislinn turned abruptly, missing the thoroughly appreciative gaze he swept over her. She bent, taking up her father's arm once more, and began to tug at him. Both men stood watching, and finally Ragnar moved to help her, but she thrust his hand away. "Begone with you!" she cried. "Can you not leave us in peace for this brief moment of time? He was my father. Let me bury him." Ragnar dropped his hands to his sides and did not try again to help, but went to put on his clothes, feeling the bite of a chill wind against his scantily clad body. With great determination, Aislinn dragged her father away from the courtyard to a spot beneath a tree a small distance from the hall. A bird darted between the branches above her head, and she observed his flight, envying his freedom. She continued to gaze after the bird, unaware of the approach of Wulfgar behind her. But as a heavy object was thrown down at her feet, she started and whirled to face him. He indicated the shovel.
"Even loving hands need some tool, mademoiselle."
"You are as kind as your brother Norman, Sir Knight," she flung shortly. Then she lifted a lovely brow. "Or is it my lord now?" He made a stiff bow.
"Whatever you wish, mademoiselle."
Aislinn's chin raised. "My father was lord here. It does not sit well with me to call you lord of Darkenwald," she answered boldly. The Norman knight shrugged his shoulders, unperturbed.
"I am known as Wulfgar."
Having hoped to vex him, Aislinn now felt only discontent. The name, however, was not unknown to her, for she remembered clearly Sir Ragnar and his cousin speaking of him the previous evening with hatred. Perhaps she was taking her life into her hands by seeking to stir this man's anger. "Perhaps your duke will give these lands to some other after you've won them for him," she returned flippantly. "You are not lord of them yet, and may never be."
Wulfgar smiled slowly. "You will learn William is a man of his word. The lands are as good as mine now, for England will soon be his. Do not place your hopes upon false desires, Mademoiselle, for they will lead you nowhere."
"What have you left me to hope for?" Aislinn asked bitterly. "What have you left England to hope for?" His brow lifted mockingly.
"Do you give up so easily, chérie? I thought I had detected a small bit of hell, fire, and determination in the swing of your skirts. Was I wrong?"
Aislinn's temper flared at this taunt. "You laugh at me heedlessly, Norman." He chuckled at her anger.
"I can see no daring swain has ever ruffled your pretty feathers before. No doubt they were all too besotted with you to put you in your place."
"Do you think you are more capable of doing so?" she jeered. She tossed her head toward Ragnar, who watched them from afar. "How will you go about it? He has used pain and violated my body. Will you do the same?" She glared at him through rising tears, but Wulfgar shook his head. Reaching out, he lifted her chin.
"Nay, I have more thorough methods to tame a wench such as yourself. When pain brings nothing, pleasure can be the weapon."
Aislinn thrust his hand away. "You are overconfident, Sir Wulfgar. If you think to master me by kindness—"
"I have never been kind to women," he returned casually, making a shiver of fright pass through her body.
Aislinn searched his eyes for a moment, but found nothing to indicate his meaning. Without a further word, she picked up the shovel and began to dig.
Wulfgar watched her awkward movements and smiled. "You should have obeyed Ragnar. I doubt that being in his bed should cause you this bother."
Aislinn's eyes were cold with hatred as they turned on him. "Do you think we are all whores to find the easiest way out?" she demanded. "Would it surprise you to know that I find this infinitely more pleasurable than having to submit to vermin?" She looked meaningfully into his grey eyes. "Normans? Vermin? There is no difference, I think." Wulfgar spoke slowly, as if to let his words fall with effect.
"Until I have bedded you, Mademoiselle, reserve your judgment of Normans. You may prefer to be ridden by a man instead of a braying braggart."
Aislinn stared at him aghast, unable to make a reply. He seemed to state a fact rather than issue a threat, and she knew with certainty it would be just a matter of time before she would share a bed with this Norman. She considered his tall, broad-shouldered frame and wondered frantically if she would be crushed beneath his weight when he decided to take her. Despite his words, he would probably bruise her like Ragnar and take delight in the pain he caused. She thought of the many men whose offers of marriage she had rejected and scorned, until her father, losing patience, had chosen Kerwick for her. No regal wench now, she mused, but a lowly maid to be used and then thrown to the next one down the line who favoured her. She shuddered inwardly at the thought. "You may have conquered England, Norman, but I warn you, you will not master me so easily," she hissed.
"I warrant it will be a contest more enjoyable to me, wench. I will take great enjoyment in the fruits of my victory."
Aislinn sneered at him. "You conceited lout! You think me one of your weak-willed Norman whores to spread myself at your beck and call. You will soon learn better."
He laughed. "A lesson will be taught, but to which of us remains to be seen. I am inclined, however, to favour myself the winner."
With that, he turned and strode away, leaving her staring after him with her temper sorely raging. But for the first time, Aislinn noticed that he limped. Was it some wound gotten in battle, or an affliction of birth? Vehemently, She hoped that whatever it was, it caused him much pain. Becoming aware of Ragnar's eyes upon her, Aislinn spun about and struck at the earth with the shovel, damning both men. Furiously, she stabbed at the ground as if it were one of them she beat at. As she continued, she noticed the two men had begun to speak heatedly. Wulfgar's tone was low, but anger rumbled in his words. Trying to salvage some of his pride, Ragnar spoke with constrained ire.
I was told to secure this place for you. The Duke's English advisers said that naught but ancient and unskilled hands could raise sword against us here. How were we to know that the old lord would attack us, and that his serfs would seek to slay us? What would you have had us do, Wulfgar? Stand and die, and not lift up our weapons in defence? Did you not read the offers of peace I sent with you? Wulfgar demanded. The old man was proud, and had to be approached tactfully if blood was not to be let. Why didn't you take more care, instead of riding in here like conquerors to demand his home? My God, are you so inept that I must be with you every step of the way, showing you how to deal with men of such stature? What did you say to him?
Ragnar sneered.
Why are you so sure 'twas not your words that angered him? The old man attacked us despite the cleverness of your plea. I did naught save let the herald read the parchment you gave me. You lie, Wulfgar growled. I offered him and his household terms of treaty and safety for the laying down of his arms. He was not a complete fool. He would have accepted surrender to save his family. Obviously you were wrong, Wulfgar. Ragnar smirked. But who is there to prove otherwise? My men know nothing of this heathen tongue, and the herald was most prolific in it. Only I and the herald saw the document. How are you to prove your charges against me? There is no need for proof, Wulfgar snarled. I know that you murdered those men.
Ragnar laughed contemptuously.
What is the price for putting a few Saxons out of their misery? You killed more at Hastings than these few churlish clods here.
Wulfgar's face was stony.
'Twas because Cregan's strength was rumoured as greater that I went to take it, thinking you had the good sense to persuade an old man to give up a futile fight. In that I see I erred, and I regret my decision in sending you here. The old man's death means nothing, but the peasants will be difficult to replace.
These words cut Aislinn deeply, and she missed the ground she hacked at and fell over the shovel. She hit the turf hard, almost knocking the breath from her. Gasping in pain, she lay quietly in her misery, wanting to cry out her anger and torment. To these men, a single life was unimportant, but to a girl who had loved and respected her father, his had been a most dear life. The heated conversation ceased, and the men's attention turned to her once more. Wulfgar bellowed for one of the serfs from the hall. It was Ham, a sturdy youth of 3 and 10, who stumbled out with the help of a Norman boot.
"Bury your lord,"
Wulfgar commanded, but found little understanding in the lad's eyes. The Norman gestured for Aislinn to tell him his meaning, and in resignation she handed the shovel to the boy. She watched solemnly as he dug the grave, aware of the Norman bastard rousing the invaders from the hall to drag away the dead. Together, Aislinn and Ham tied her father in a wolf pelt and dragged him into the grave, placing his mighty sword upon his breast. When the last shovelful fell atop him, Maida came forward timorously to lay across the mound of dirt and sob out her sorrows.
"A priest!"
she wept.
"The grave must be blessed."
"Yea, mother," Aislinn murmured. "One will be fetched." This small bit of reassurance Aislinn would dare offer Maida, though she had no clue as to how she might send for a priest. Darkenvold's chapel, deserted after the death of its priest several months back, had been reduced to rubble by a fire shortly after. The friar at Cregan had served the people of Darkenwald in the absence of another clergyman, but to go for him would be taking her life in her hands, even if she could manage to leave without being seen, which was highly unlikely. Her horse was tied in the barn, where some of the Normans made their pallets. She knew the full weight of her helplessness, and was strongly aware of her inability to give Maida much comfort. Yet her mother was treading dangerously close to madness, and Aislinn feared that disappointment would push her over the brink. Aislinn lifted her gaze to where Wulfgar stood. He was taking the armour from his horse, and by this action she knew he intended staying at Darkenwald rather than at Cregan. Darkenwald was the likely choice, for though the town had fewer people, the hall was larger and more suitable to the needs of an army. Erland had planned it so, with forethought for the future. Built mostly of stone, it was less susceptible to fires and attacks than the hall at Cregan, which was built entirely of wood. Yea, Wulfgar would be staying, and by his word, Aislinn knew she would be serving his pleasures. With her own fear of being claimed anew by this fearsome invader, she found it difficult to offer encouragement to anyone. "Lady," Ham began. She turned to see that the lad was looking at her. He too had become aware of her mother's state, and now looked to Aislinn for authority. His eyes questioned. Guidance was what he sought in dealing with these men whose very language confused him. Wearily, Aislinn shrugged, unable to give him an answer, and turning from him, she slowly walked toward Wulfgar. The Norman glanced around as she approached and ceased his labours. With great hesitancy, Aislinn moved closer to man and beast, surveying the huge horse in some awe. She felt more than a little apprehensive coming near him. Wulfgar stroked the silky mane, holding the bit in his hand as he looked at her. Aislinn took a deep breath. "My lord," she said stiffly. The title came hard, but for the sake of her mother's sanity, and that these men of Darkenwald might have a Christian burial, she would swallow her pride for a time. Her voice grew stronger with her determination. "A small request I might ask." He nodded, saying nothing, but she was aware of his eyes, keen, yet dispassionate upon her. She sensed his distrust, and she wanted to curse him for a foreigner, an intruder in their lives. She had never found it easy to appear docile. Even the times her father raged at her over some disputed point, such as her reluctance to choose a suitor, she would stand stubborn and wilful, unafraid of his thundering anger, while other people would cower before him in what seemed mortal fear for their lives. Yet Aislinn knew, when she wanted her way, that gentleness and pliancy would soften his aging heart and turn it toward her will. Now she would turn that same guile upon this Norman, and she spoke in measured tone. "My lord, a priest, I pray. A small thing to ask, but for these men who died—" Wulfgar nodded his consent. "It shall be attended to." Aislinn sank to her knees before him, humbling herself for this brief moment. It was the least she could do to ensure a proper burial. With a growl, Wulfgar reached down and yanked her to her feet. Aislinn stared up at him in surprise, her eyes wide and searching his. "Stand upright, wench. I respect your hatred more," he said, and, turning, strode into the hall without another word. Serfs from Cregan, well guarded by a handful of Wulfgar's men, came to bury the men of Darkenwald. To her amazement, Aislinn recognized Kerwick among them as they trudged closer, following behind a huge mounted Viking. Overcome with her relief at seeing him alive, Aislinn would have run to him, but Maida caught her gunner and clung to it. "They will slay him, those two who fight over you." Aislinn saw the wisdom of this, and was thankful to her mother for this small bit of sense. She relaxed and watched him furtively as he neared. There was some difficulty with language, as the guards tried to show the serfs what they were to do. Equally confused, Aislinn wondered at Kerwick's game, for she had taught him the French tongue herself, and he had been an apt student. Finally the peasants understood, and began to sort and prepare the bodies for burial, all except Kerwick, who stood as if dazed, gaping with horror at the terrible sight of the slaughtered men. Suddenly, he turned away and was sick. There was laughter from Wulfgar's men, and Aislinn silently cursed them. Her heart went out to Kerwick. He had seen so much war of late, yet she wanted him to rise and show these Normans dignity and strength. Instead, he was letting himself be the object of their ridicule. The mirth gnawed at her, and she whirled away and fled into the hall. She felt shame for him, and for those who abased themselves so before the enemy. With her head lowered, oblivious to the men who leered at her, she walked straight into the arms of Wulfgar. He had removed his hauberk, leaving the leather tunic in place, and now stood with Ragnar, Vashel, and the Norseman who had arrived with Kerwick. Wulfgar's hands swept her back as he lightly held her.
"Fair damsel, do I dare hope that you are impatient for my bed?"
he mocked, lifting a tawny brow. It was only the Viking who guffawed his delight, for Ragnar's face darkened, and he glared at Wulfgar with jealousy and loathing. But it was enough to spur Aislinn's temper, already seething beyond caution. Her humiliation was past bearing. Her pride burned like a flame, engulfing her, goading her to unreasonable action. With a flare of white rage burning within her, she drew back her arm and struck a stinging blow across Wulfgar's scarred cheek. The men in the room held their breaths in stunned surprise. They full expected Wulfgar to lay this saucy wench on her back with his fist. They all knew his manner with women. Generally, he had little use for them, and at times showed his complete contempt by turning and striding away when one had attempted to draw him into conversation. No woman had ever dared strike him before. Damsels feared his dark moods. When he bent his cold, ruthless gaze upon them, they fled out of his way to safety. Yet this damsel, with so much to lose, had braved far more than any other. In the brief moment Wulfgar stared at her, Aislinn regained her senses and knew a sudden prickling of fear. Violet eyes met grey. She was as horrified by her action as he was astonished. Ragnar appeared pleased, not knowing his man. Without word or warning, Wulfgar's hands were upon her like slaves' armlets, jerking her to him and crushing her against him in a powerful embrace. Ragnar had been lean and hard, well muscled, but this was like being thrust against an iron statue. Aislinn's lips half parted in surprise, and her startled gasp was abruptly silenced when his mouth swooped down upon hers. The men hooted and howled encouragement, and Ragnar was the only one who found cause for dissatisfaction. With reddened face contorted by violent rage, he watched, and his hands clenched at his sides to keep from tearing them apart. The Viking crowed.
"Ho! The wench has met her match!"
Wulfgar's hand moved behind Aislinn's head, forcing her face to slant against his, and his lips twisted across her mouth, hurting, searching, demanding. Aislinn felt the heavy, hammer-like thud of his heart against her breast, and she was aware of his body, hard and threatening, pressed tightly to her slender form. His arm was clasped around her waist in a merciless grip, and behind her head she felt his hand, large and capable of crushing her skull without effort. But somewhere in the deepest, darkest, unknown recesses of her being, a small spark was ignited and flared upward, awaking mind and body from their coldly held reserve, and singeing, scalding, fusing them in one whirling mass of sensation. Her whole consciousness was stimulated by the feel, the taste, the smell of him, all pleasurable and acutely arousing. Her nerves flooded with a warm excitement, and she stopped struggling. As if, with a will of their own, her arms crept upward around his back, and the ice melted to a fiery heat that matched his own. It mattered little that he was enemy, nor that his men watched and crowed their approval. It seemed there were only the two of them. Kerwick had never possessed the power to draw her from herself. His kisses had aroused no passion within her breast, no desire, no impatience to be his. Now, clasped in the arms of this Norman, she was yielding helplessly to a greater will than her own, returning his kiss with a passion she had never known she possessed. Wulfgar released her abruptly, and to Aislinn's utter bewilderment, he did not seem at all disturbed by what, to her, had been a shattering experience. No amount of force could have brought her down so low. She felt shame, and realized her own weakness to this Norman's rule, weakness based not on fear, but on desire. Aghast at her own response to his kiss, she struck out at him with the only weapon left her, her tongue. "Nameless cur of Normandy, in what gutter did your sire seek your mother?" There were sharp intakes of breath in the hall, but reaction to her insults flickered only momentarily across Wulfgar's brow. Was it anger she saw? Perhaps even pain? Oh, that was doubtful. She could not hope to wound him, this iron-hearted knight. Wulfgar raised an eyebrow at her. "Strange is your display of gratitude, demoiselle," he said. "Do you forget your request for a priest?" Violence drained from her, and Aislinn was appalled at her own stupidity. She had sworn the graves would be blessed, yet by her own idiocy the dead men of Darkenwald would lay dishonoured. She gaped at him, unable to utter a plea or apology. Wulfgar laughed shortly. "Fear not, demoiselle. My word is my oath. You shall have your valued priest as surely as you will share my bed." Laughter swept the hall at his words, but Aislinn's heart gave a sickening lurch. "Nay, Wulfgar!" Ragnar cried in a burst of rage. "By all that's holy, you shall not trespass here. Have you forgotten your oath to me, that I should choose as my reward anything that pleasures me? Give heed, for I choose this maid as payment for capture of this hall." Wulfgar turned slowly and deliberately to face the furious knight. He spoke with wrath rumbling low in his voice. "Seek your reward in the fields yonder, where it is being buried, for that is what your payment shall be. Had I known what price I was to pay, I would have sent a knight less foolhardy." Ragnar made to lunge at Wulfgar's throat, but Vashel leapt forward to grab him by the arms and held him back. Ragnar struggled to free himself, yet his cousin would not loosen his grip. "Nay, 'tis folly, cousin," he hissed in Ragnar's ear. "To fight the wolf when we are in his den, and his kind wait to taste our blood. Think, man, have you not already left your mark upon the wench? Now the bastard will wonder whose bastard she will whelp." Ragnar relaxed, considering this. Wulfgar's expression did not change, yet the scar across his cheek whitened against the bronze of his skin. The Norseman sneered his contempt at the well-born cousins, and his voice rumbled low. "I perceive no contest. The seed of a weakling falls shallow of its mark, yet the strong always knows fertile ground." Aislinn smiled with a secret contentment, gloating over their argument. They fought among themselves, these conquering foes. It would be simple to aggravate their anger and watch them kill each other. She lifted her head proudly again, her spirits thriving on their heated words, and found Wulfgar's gaze upon her. His grey eyes seemed to look within her inner soul and search out the secrets hidden there. A corner of his mouth lifted into a smile, as if what he saw amused him.
"The maid has not had her say," he remarked, turning to Ragnar. "Let the girl choose between us. If it be you, de Mart, then I will give no dispute. You have my leave to take her."
Aislinn's hopes were crushed, leaving her in confusion. No battle here, for Wulfgar would give her over without quarrel. Her intended ploy had failed. She saw that Ragnar looked at her with open desire, and his dark eyes held a promise of tender reward. Wulfgar, on the other hand, seemed to mock her. He would not fight for her. Her bruised pride screamed to take Ragnar, demanded she scorn the bastard. She would delight in wounding his ego, but she knew she could not yield anything to Ragnar. She loathed him as any crawling, vile thing from the swamps, and if this was vengeance on him, small though it be, she would not cast it aside. Her answer came doubly hard when the Norman guards led Cerwick into the hall. Standing in the midst of these towering men who commanded attention just by their mere presence, Aislinn could not hope to go unnoticed. Her betrothed saw her immediately. Feeling his tortured gaze upon her, she raised her eyes slowly to his troubled face and found misery and despair. He seemed to make a silent appeal, but for what she was unsure, and even more doubtful of her ability to grant it. He bore no visible wounds, yet his tunic and bracos were dirt-stained, and his golden curls were snarled and unkempt. He had always been a scholar, favouring books and learning to war. He seemed out of place now, a gentleman among fierce invaders. Aislinn could only pity him. Yet there was nothing she could do, not when the enemy waited for her answer.
"Demoiselle," Wulfgar pressed, "we await your pleasure."
The last word was stressed as he smiled tauntingly.
"Which of us will you choose as your lover?"
She saw Cerwick's eyes widen, and in the pit of her stomach there was a coldness that would not ease. She felt sick, suffocated by the lustful stares of the men who stood about the room watching with great attention. But she cared naught of them. Let the idiots pant. And the pain in Cerwick's face he must bear himself. If she but spoke any word, she would only lay his pride open to the Norman's scorn. She gave a sigh of resignation. She would have the matter behind her. So, I must choose the wolf or the hawk, and I know the hawk and his cries are more of the raven caught in a snare. She placed a small hand upon Wulfgar's chest. Thus, I choose you. So, lover, 'tis your lot to tame the vixen. She laughed ruefully. Now what have you gained by this play of straws?
"A fair damsel to warm my bed," Wulfgar replied, and added with a hint of mockery, "Have I gained more?"
"Never," Aislinn hissed and glared at him. Ragnar silently raged, his tightened fists the only evidence of his irritation. Over Aislinn's bright head, Wulfgar stared into his face and spoke slowly.
"It was made clear in my orders that each man should get his fair share of the booty. Before you go about your duties, Ragnar, you and your men leave what you have gathered for yourselves there."
He gestured to the pile of loot taken the previous evening.
"Duke William will want his share first, then and only then will come payment for your work."
Ragnar appeared on the verge of violence. His jaw tightened, while his hand opened and closed about the hilt of his sword. Finally, he withdrew a small pouch from his jerkin, and going over to the gathered loot, tossed the contents onto it. Aislinn recognized her mother's great ring and several gold pieces belonging to her father. One by one, as Ragnar looked on, his men passed him, dropping their treasures onto the heap until it had grown half again its size. When all had done, Ragnar turned on his heels and strode angrily from them, shoving Cerwick out of his path as he left the hall, with Vashel following close at his heels. With the huge door closed behind them, Ragnar struck his fist into his hand.
"I'll kill him," he swore. "With my bare hands I'll tear him limb from limb. What does the maid see in him? Am I not a handsomer man?"
"Ease your anger," Vashel soothed. "Time will see his end. The wench seeks only to spread strife among us. I saw it in her eyes as we quarrelled. She does bloodthirst after all Normandy. Beware of her as you would a viper, but know that she can be of asset, for she has no more love for Wulfgar than we." Ragnar straightened and sneered.
"Yea, and how could she? Bastard and scarred that he is, no woman could cherish him."
Vashel's eyes gleamed. "We will give her time to infect the wolf with her winsome beauty, and then, when he is weakened, we'll set the trap."
"Yea,"
Ragnar nodded slowly.
"and the wench is the one to do it. I vow she has cast her spell upon me, Vashel. Still do I have a yearning in my loins for the vixen, with every inch of my being. I remember her against me as nature bore her, and I would throw her down and have her again if afforded some privacy."
"Soon, cousin. Soon you'll bed her again, and the wolf will be no more."
"'Tis a promise I'll hold you to, Vashel,"
Ragnar flung.
"for I am bound to have her, one way or the other."
3. The few men of Darkenwald who had been taken captive were freed after spending the night tied in the cold October air. They stood about, still numb and stunned by the defeat of the day before. The women came to the square with food and water, and those who found their men fed them and led them home. Other wives named the slain, and then stood dumbly while their husbands and sons were laid in the holes. Still others, who searched the faces of the living and dead, but to no avail, went away wondering if they would ever see their kinsmen again. Aislinn mournfully watched it all from the door of the hall. The slain were buried by the serfs from Kthlen, who laboured under the direction of 2 of Wulfgar's trusted knights. Aislinn had overheard them speaking of yet another, who had stayed at Kthlen with a few men-at-arms to see the peace was kept there. Her mother, with split and swollen face, went to the grave beneath the oak and lay a small spray of late flowers upon it. She crouched and, as if speaking to Aislinn, gestured and wept in her hands. Aislinn's father had been some 65 years when he was slain, and his wife was only 2 and 10. Though he was grey, when she was still in the full bloom of womanhood, there had been a love between them that made the days seem bright and gay. Aislinn had known an older brother in her youth, but a plague had come to the villages, and he succumbed. Thus she had known the full dotage of her parents since, and the hall had been a place of love and kindness, away from the run of conquerors who flooded England like the tides. Ireland had been wise, and brought them through a multitude of kings. Now, though, it seemed the destruction of war had descended here to rest with a vengeance for its long absence. Maida rose wearily, seeming lost and forlorn as she wrung her hands and gazed about her in misery and despair. She began to make her way back to the hall, her feet lagging with each step, as if she were reluctant to meet the strange faces that now seemed to fill every corner of the place. Several of the women approached her with their woes, as they had for years, and pleaded her assistance, unmindful of the trauma that held her mind. She listened for a while, gaping at them from behind swollen lids as if in a stupor. Aislinn shivered, and a sob rose in her chest as she watched her mother, her once beautiful mother, who now seemed more of a mindless idiot than a stately dame. Maida threw up her hands, as if she could stand no more of the women's complaints, and gave a shriek. "Begone from me!" she railed. "I have troubles of my own. My Erland died for you, and now you welcome his slayers with little more than a frown or two. Yea, you let them enter my hall, rape my daughter, steal my treasures from me. Ah!" She tore at her hair, and the townswomen drew back at her ranting, wide-eyed and fearful. With a slow, painful gait, she walked toward the door, then paused on seeing Aislinn.
Let them find their own herbs and bind their own hurts, she mumbled through her swollen lips. I have had enough of their aches, lumps, and sores. Aislinn watched her go, knowing a deep grief and anguish. This was not the mother she had known, so full of love and compassion for the townfolk. Maida had spent a life going into the swamp and forests to seek out roots and leaves, then drying them, mixing potions, salves, and tisanes to heal the hurts and ills of all who came to her door. She had carefully tutored Aislinn in the art of healing, and saw that she, too, knew the herbs and where to find them. Now Maida cast the people from her, and would not bend to their pleas, so Aislinn must take up the responsibility. She accepted it as a blessing, thankful for the labours to ease her mind. Thoughtfully, Aislinn rubbed her hands down the woolen gunner she wore. First, she must clothe herself against the Norman's prying eyes, then to work. She mounted the stairs and entered her own chamber, where she scrubbed herself and combed her hair, then donned a soft kirtle, slipping a fresh gunner of light mauve wool over it. She smiled ruefully as she smoothed the latter. No girdle, or even a necklace to grace the garment. The Normans could not be outdone in their greed. Aislinn gave the skirt a last pat, determined not to think of it again, and left her chamber to fetch the potions from her mother's room, the same one she had shared with Ragnar only the night before. She pushed the heavy door open and stopped short in surprise. Wulfgar, apparently naked, was seated before the hearth in her father's chair. At his feet knelt the Viking, who was bending at some task over his thigh. They both started at her entrance. Wulfgar, half rising from his chair, reached for his sword, and Aislinn saw that he was not naked after all, but wore the brief loincloth common to his profession. She noted also that a dirty, blackened rag clung to his thigh, and Sven's huge, blunt fingers were still resting on it. He relaxed back into the chair and set his sword to rest, seeing no great threat from this slim maid. "I beg your pardon, Lord," Aislinn said coolly. "I came for my mother's tray of herbs, and had no thought that you were here." "Then fetch what you came for," Wulfgar directed, his eyes skimming her, noting her change of attire. Aislinn went to the small table where the herbs were kept, then turned with the tray in her hands. The men were again preoccupied with the bandage, and drawing closer, Aislinn could see the dried blood that stained the cloth, and the angry red swelling that had begun to creep from beneath the bandage. "Take your clumsy hands away, Viking," she commanded. "Unless 'tis your wont to play wet nurse to a one-legged beggar. Move aside." The Norseman lifted questioning eyes to her, but he rose and stepped away just the same. Setting her tray aside, Aislinn knelt between Wulfgar's spread knees and carefully lifted the edges of the cloth, peering under and testing it gently. It was stuck to a long gash on his leg, and the hole oozed with a yellow fluid. "It festers," she mused aloud. "You would have torn it anew." Aislinn rose and went to the fireplace, where she dipped a linen cloth into the steaming kettle of water that hung over the glowing coals, then drew it out with a stick. With a crooked smile, she dropped the hot wet cloth over the bandage, causing Wulfgar to rise halfway out of his chair. He tightened his jaw and forced himself to relax. He'd be damned if he'd let this Saxon wench see his pain. He stared up at her as she stood with arms akimbo, and some doubt of her skill showed in his eyes, but she gestured to his leg. "'Twill loosen the crust and draw the wound." She gave a short, satirical laugh. "You treat your horses better than yourself." Whirling, Aislinn went to where his belt and sword lay, and drew the short knife from its sheath. At her movement, Svein eyed her closely and moved nearer his huge war-axe, but she only went to lay the blade in the coals of the fireplace. On rising from the task, she found both men watching her with something less than complete trust.
Do the gallant Norman knight and the fierce Viking fear a simple Saxon maid? She inquired.
'Tis not fear I feel, Wulfgar replied, but your tender arts are ill laid on Normans. Why do you minister to me?
Aislinn turned away from him, and bringing her mother's tray of potions, began to crumble a dried leaf into goose grease. As she stirred the mixture into a yellow salve, she answered, My mother and I have long been the healers of this borough, so do not fear that I will maim you with lack of skill. If I would betray you, Ragnar would place himself in your stead, and there are those who would suffer beneath his rule, not least of all myself. Thus, for a time, I will wait on my vengeance.
A good thing. Wulfgar nodded slowly as he met her gaze. If your vengeance was out, I fear Svein would not take kindly to it. He has wasted much of his life trying to teach me the ways of women.
That great hulk, she scoffed. What can he do that has not been done to me, other than end my slavery?
Wulfgar leaned forward and spoke evenly. His people have long studied ways of slaying, and what they do not know, they are very wise at guessing.
Do you threaten me, my lord? Aislinn asked, raising her eyes to him and pausing in her stirring.
Nay, I would never threaten you. Betimes I promise, but never threaten.
He gave her a long look, then leaned back in his chair.
If you lay me low, I would have a name to place to you.
Aislinn, my lord. Aislinn. Late of Darkenwald.
Well, do your worst, Aislinn, while you have me at your mercy.
He smiled.
My time will come soon enough.
Aislinn straightened, sorely nettled that he should remind her of what was to come. Sitting the bowl of salve on the hearth beside his chair, she knelt and braced her side against his knee to hold it steady, feeling the iron-thewed hardness of his leg against her breast. Lifting the dampened cloth, she neatly peeled away the bandage, bearing a long, red, oozing gash that ran from just above his knee almost to his groin. An English blade? She inquired.
A token of Senlac, he shrugged.
The man's aim was poor, she retorted harshly as she examined the wound. He could have spared me much a hand's breadth over.
Wulfgar gave a snort. Get on with it. I have much that needs my attention.
Nodding, she fetched a bowl of hot water, and seating herself again as she was, began to wash the open flesh. When all the blackened tissue and gouts of blood were removed, she brought the knife from the fire, then noted that Svein picked up his axe and came to stand nearer. She met the Norseman's calm, deliberate stare.
Wulfgar grinned sardonically. So that you will not be tempted to remedy the Saxon's aim and spare yourself my company in bed.
He shrugged.
Svein's own manhood is so often and mightily tested, he would see mine preserved as well.
Aislinn turned cold, violet eyes to him. And you, my lord, she sneered. Do you not wish for sons? Wulfgar waved her question away wearily.
'Twould goad me less if there were no chance of that. Too many bastards are about these nights.
She smiled wryly. 'Twould do me no ill either, my lord. She laid the glowing blade against the wound and drew it quickly down the length of it, sealing the flesh and burning away much of the poisoned part. Wulfgar made no sound as the sickening stench of scorched flesh choked the air, though his body jerked taut and his jaw tightened with his effort. This done, Aislinn rubbed the salve in and about the slash. She took, from a plate on the hearth, handfuls of mouldy bread, and, wetting it until it made a thick paste, packed it upon the wound, then bound the whole tightly with clean strips of linen. Aislinn stood back and surveyed her work. This should stay for 3 days untouched, then I will remove it. I would suggest a good night's rest till then.
It eases already, Wulfgar murmured, a bit pale. But I must be about, or it will set and leave me lame.
Shrugging, Aislinn gathered her potions on the tray and would have left him. But as she moved behind him to fetch other linens, she noticed a chafed spot behind his shoulder that showed signs of the reddish colour that bespoke of poisoning. She reached out to touch the place, and Wulfgar twitched and turned to stare at her with just enough of a start showing on his face to make her laugh. "'Twill not need the searing, my lord. Just a small knife prick and a balm to soothe it," she said, and began to tend it.
"My ears betray me."
He frowned.
"I swear you vowed your vengeance would wait."
A knock on the door interrupted, and Svein opened it to admit Kerwick with a load of Wulfgar's belongings. Aislinn glanced up as her betrothed entered, but quickly bent her eyes to her labours and carefully kept them there, lest she give a hint to Wulfgar, who watched the young man place the clothes and chest near the bed. Kerwick paused, and seeing Aislinn's averted gaze, left without a word.
"My bridle,"
Wulfgar snorted.
"Svein, take it back and see they do not bring the Hun to my chambers."
When the Norseman had closed the door behind him, Aislinn again took up her tray to leave.
"One moment, demoiselle,"
Wulfgar bade her. Aislinn turned to wait his leisure, and watched with detached interest as he pulled himself from the seat and gingerly tested the leg. When he was assured of its strength, he pulled a shirt over his head and went to throw open the shutters. He turned then and gazed about the room in the new light.
"This will be my chamber."
His tone of voice was distant.
"See your mother's things are moved, and the room well cleaned."
"Pray tell, my lord," Aislinn sneered at him. "Where shall I put them? In the sty with the other English swine?"
"Where do you sleep?"
he asked, giving no heed to her temper. "In my own chamber, unless I find it taken."
"Then place them there, Aislinn."
He looked directly into her flaring eyes.
"You will have little need of it henceforth."
Aislinn blushed hotly and swung away, loathing him for his bold reminder. She waited for him to dismiss her, and the room grew silent. She could hear him moving about, poking at the fire and slamming the lid of a chest. Suddenly his voice rang loud and harsh.
"What is that man to you?"
Aislinn whirled and stared at him, confused for a moment.
"Kerwick, what is he to you?"
he repeated. "Nothing," she managed to gasp.
"But you know him, and he knows you."
Aislinn regained some of her poise. "Of course. He is the Lord of Cregan, and we bartered much with his family."
"He has nothing left to barter. He is lord no more."
Wulfgar watched her closely.
"He came late, after the village surrendered. When I bade him yield, he cast down his sword and made himself my slave."
He almost sneered the words, as if demeaning Kerwick. Aislinn replied in a softer tone, more sure of herself now. "Kerwick is more of a scholar than a warrior. His father trained him as a knight, and he fought bravely with Harold."
"He left his spleen on the sod over a few slain. No Norman respects him."
Aislinn lowered her eyes and hid her own pity for Kerwick. "He is a gentle person, and those out yonder were his friends. He talked with them, and set down verses of their toils. He has seen too much of death since the Normans came to our land." Wulfgar clasped his hands behind his back and stood huge and imposing before her. His face was shadowed by the light from the window, and Aislinn could see only those grey eyes calmly gazing at her.
"And what of those who did not die?"
he questioned.
"How many have fled and hid in the forest?"
"I know of none," she replied, and it was only half a lie. She had seen some reach the edge of the swamp when her father fell, but could not name them or say whether they were still free. Wulfgar reached out and lifted a tress of her hair and felt its rich, silken texture. Those eyes would not free her from their intensity. Aislinn could feel her will weaken, and the slow smile that spread across his face told her she had played no deep game with him. He nodded.
You know of none? His voice was heavy with satire. No matter. They will soon come to serve their master, as will you.
Wulfgar's hand fell to her shoulder, and he pulled her near him. The tray rattled in her hands. Please, Aislinn whispered hoarsely, afraid of the lips that stirred her so. Please. The word came in a half-sob. His hand slid down her arm in a gentle caress, then dropped from her.
See to the rooms,
he commanded softly, still holding her with his gaze.
And if the people come to you, treat them as well as you have me. They are mine too, and precious few.
Outside the chamber, Aislinn nearly collided with Cerwick in her haste to leave. He bore in his arms more baggage for the lord, but she hurried by him, knowing her flushed face would betray her. She flew to her own room, and as she gathered her belongings, fought to control the trembling that beset her fingers. She was in a rage that the Norman could so upset her. What strange power burned in those cold grey eyes that sneered at her? Aislinn came from the hall to watch with dismay as some dozen serfs were led into the yard. With their ankles tethered, they could only hobble along together beside the mounted horseman. On his great warhorse, Wulfgar looked all the more fearsome to these simple folk, who trembled for their lives. Aislinn bit her lip as one lad, seeking to escape, broke from the rest and hopped away as fast as his bonds would allow, but he was no great test for Wulfgar's stallion. Riding up behind the boy, Wulfgar caught him by the scruff of his shirt and hauled him across the front of the saddle. The youth, yelping for all he was worth, received a silencing blow across his buttocks and rode back grimacing in pain but silent. Wulfgar discarded his load in the midst of the peasants who scrambled frantically to get out of the way of his mount. They were herded into the square like trussed swine, and Aislinn released a sigh of relief when she saw that none were wounded. She stepped back as Wulfgar rode up before her and dismounted. "You did not kill any in the forest?" she questioned anxiously.
"Nay, they fled like any good-blooded Saxon would," he threw at her.
Aislinn glared at him as he raised a mocking gaze to her, and turning on her heels, stalked into the hall. A semblance of order fell on Darkenwald, and compared to the previous night, they supped in what was almost a tranquil atmosphere. The Normans were established, and there was no bickering, for each man knew Wulfgar was lord here. Those that envied him dared not challenge him. Those that respected him thought him worthy. Aislinn found herself occupying her mother's rightful place as Lady of the Hall, and was conscious of Wulfgar's dominating presence beside her. He conversed with Svein, who sat on the opposite side of him, and generally seemed to ignore her, which she found most bewildering, since he had insisted that she feast with him, indicating that particular place beside him. She had been reluctant to do so. Her mother had been reduced to scrambling for scraps with the other serfs, and Aislinn thought it only proper that she share the same fate of Maida. "A serf's place to dine is not beside the lord," she reminded him caustically when he bade her take the chair. Wulfgar's cold, penetrating gaze bore into her.
"It is, when the lord commands."
During the feast, Cerwick remained close by Wulfgar's table, offering them food and wine as a common servant. Aislinn found herself wishing him someplace else. She hated the miserable guise of defeated resignation he wore. Ragnar, too, did not relent in his careful perusal of them, but with his dark eyes watched their every move. Aislinn felt his hatred of Wulfgar as if it were a solid substance, and grew somewhat amused that he should be so annoyed by the bastard's possession of her. The possessor of a blackened eye and a swollen jaw, Lynn timorously brought ale to the Normans, flinching when they barked at her or reached to fondle a breast or buttock. Her clothing had been repaired by a piece of twine, and the men's regalement became enlivened by a wager among them over which would be the first to break it. The fearful girl, not understanding their language or wager, walked into many a trap set by the conniving Normans. Maida appeared unconcerned by the girl's distress, but seemed more interested in the scraps of food flung to the hounds laying underfoot. At times, Aislinn would see her cramming a stolen morsel into her mouth, and her own waning appetite was little improved by the knowledge her mother was going hungry. Lynn's repairs held until the meal was nearly complete, but in his frustration, Ragnar vented his anger upon the unfortunate girl. Catching her into his brutal grasp, he cut the cords with his dagger, pricking the tender breasts, and pressed his cruel mouth to the youthful flesh, ignoring her tearful and terrified struggles. Aislinn's stomach heaved, and she looked away, remembering those same burning lips against her own breasts. She did not glance up when he strode out the door carrying the girl, but shuddered uncontrollably. After some moments, she lifted her head, having regained some small bit of her composure, and found Wulfgar's eyes upon her. Weakly she reached for her wine and drank it down numbly. "I'm her swift wings, Aislinn," he commented, watching her. "It is your foe?" She would not meet his gaze. She knew his meaning. Like Ragnar, he had become bored with the feasting and was thinking of other entertainment. "I repeat, demoiselle, is time your foe?" She turned to him and was surprised to find that he was leaning toward her, so close that his warm breath touched her cheek. His eyes, almost blue now as he gazed at her, delved deeply into her own. "Nay," she breathed. "I think not." "You are not afraid of me?" Wulfgar inquired. Aislinn shook her head bravely, setting the brilliant tresses astir. "I fear no man, only God." "Is he your foe?" the Norman pressed. She swallowed and glanced away. What manner of god would let these men of Normandy invade their homes? But it was not for her to question a reasoning so great as his. "I pray not," Aislinn replied, "for he is my only hope. All others fail me." She raised her chin haughtily. "'Tis said your duke is a devout man, having the same god as we. Why has he killed so many of us to achieve the throne?"
"Edward and Harold both gave their vows 'twould belong to him. 'Twas only when Harold closeted himself with the dying king that he saw a chance for his own, and proclaimed Edward's last word was that he should have the crown. There was no proof he lied, but—" Wulfgar shrugged. "By right of birth, 'tis William's crown." Aislinn turned sharply to stare at him. "The grandson of a common tanner, She stopped aghast, realizing what she had almost said. "Bastard, demoiselle?" Wulfgar finished for her, peering at her questioningly. He smiled wryly. "A misfortune that befalls many of us, I am sorry to say." Her cheeks flushed with colour. Aislinn wisely lowered her gaze from his all-too-perceiving eyes. He straightened back in his chair. "Even bastards are human, Aislinn. Their needs and desires are like those of other men. A throne is as appealing to an illegitimate son as one that's proper born, perhaps more so." He rose from his seat and, taking her arm, drew her up to him. He raised a taunting brow, and there was an odd gleam of amusement in his eyes as his hands slipped about her narrow waist, pulling her supple body against his much harder, much larger one. "We even yearn for our comforts to be eased some small whit. Come, lover, I've a need to tame a shrew. I am weary of men and fighting. I seek gentler sport this night." Her glaring eyes gave venomous retort to his jibe, and before her lips could follow up the assault, an enraged, bellowing cry rent the hall. Aislinn started around to see Kerwick charging toward them with a dagger in his hand. Her heart leaped,
and she could only stand frozen, waiting for his attack. Whether it was herself Kerwick sought to slay, or Wulfgar, she could not say. She cried out as Wulfgar thrust her behind him, and prepared to meet Kerwick's attack bare-handed. But Svein, never trusting anyone too fully, had been watching the young Saxon closely, and thought his regard of the maid more than a bit harrowed, and now acted swiftly. With a backward motion, he flung a mighty arm against Kerwick that sent him sprawling to the floor. With a heavy foot, the Viking ground the younger man's face into the rushes as he easily wrested the dagger from him and threw it clattering against the wall. The Norseman raised his battle-axe to sever his head, and Aislinn screamed in horror. "No! God's mercy, no!" Svein looked at her, and every eye in the hall was turned to them. Aislinn struggled up, sobbing in hysteria as she clung to Wulfgar. She clutched his leather jerkin. "No, no, you must not do him harm! Spare him, I beg you!" Maida crept forward and stroked her daughter's back, whining her fear. "'Tis sire first slain, then betrothed. They leave you no one." Wulfgar whirled on the woman, and Maida screeched, falling back under his fierce gaze. "What say you, hag? Is he her betrothed?" he demanded. Maida nodded, terrified. "Yea, soon they were to wed." Wulfgar glanced from Aislinn to the young Saxon, and settled an accusing glare upon the girl. Finally he turned to Svein, who waited. "Take him to the dogs and chain him there," he barked. "I will deal with him on the morrow." The Viking nodded and jerked Kerwick to his feet by the back of his tunic, lifting him for a moment completely off the floor. "Ye assured, little Saxon," the Norseman chuckled. "This night you have been saved by a wench. You have a good star protecting you." Aislinn still shook uncontrollably from terrible fright, but she watched solemnly as Kerwick was dragged to the end of the hall where the hounds lay. There he was thrown among them, sending the pack yelping and snapping at each other. In the confusion, no one saw Maida hurriedly conceal Kerwick's dagger within her garments. Aislinn turned to Wulfgar. "I am indebted to you," she murmured softly, her voice quavering but growing stronger with her relief. He grunted. "Are you? Well, we shall see in a moment how grateful you really are. You turned on me in rage when I granted your request for a priest. You lie to me and declare that milksop of a boy is of no importance to you." He laughed with scorn. "Better you had told me yourself he was your betrothed than let the old hag spill the news." Aislinn's anger flared anew. "I lied lest you should kill him," she replied heatedly. "'Tis your way, is it not?" Wulfgar's grey eyes appeared dark and stormy. "Think me the fool, damoiselle, to slaughter valuable slaves so easily. But he would surely have met his death just now, had not the crone told me he was your betrothed. At least, knowing that, I can see the reason for his foolish act." "You spared him now. But what of the morrow?" she asked intently. He shrugged. "What of the morrow? I fancy then we'll see my will out. A dance from a gibbet, mayhap, or some other entertainment." Aislinn's heart sank. Had she saved Kerwick from a quick death now, to see him hung or tortured to amuse the Normans? "What are you willing to trade for his life? Yourself? But this is not fair. I do not know what I bargain for." Wulfgar took her wrist. "Come, we shall see." Aislinn tried to pull away from him, but his fingers tightened upon her arm, and though she felt no pain under his touch, she could not get free. "Do you fear you're not worth enough to save a life?" He mocked. Aislinn resisted only lightly as he drew her with him up the stone stairs. He dismissed the guard, who stood at the chamber door, and flinging it wide, pushed her inside. He closed and barred the door behind him, then turned, folding his arms across his broad chest as he leaned against the wall. A smile crept across his lips.
I await, Mademoiselle.
His gaze measured each rounded curve of her body.
Anxiously so.
Aislinn held herself with dignity. You have a long wait, monsieur, she said disdainfully. I do not play the harlot.
Wulfgar smiled slowly. Not even for poor Kerwick. Pity. On the morrow he will surely wish you had.
Aislinn glared at him, hating him with all her being. What do you want of me? He shrugged his great shoulders leisurely.
'Twould be a fit beginning to see the worth of what I bargained for.
He smiled.
We are quite alone. Do not be timid.
Aislinn's eyes flashed. You are loathsome. His grin deepened.
Few women have said as much, but you are not the first.
Aislinn glanced around in desperation for some object to hurl at him.
Come now, Aislinn, he cajoled. I grow impatient. Let us see your worth.
She stamped a slender foot. No, no, no! I will not play the whore.
Poor Kerwick,
he sighed.
I hate you, she screamed.
He did not appear concerned.
I have no great love for you either. I detest lying women.
Then if you detest me, why this? She demanded.
Wulfgar chuckled. I don't have to love you to bed you. I desire you. That is enough.
Not for me, she cried, shaking her head furiously. Wulfgar's shoulders shook with his laughter.
You are no virgin. What difference is one more man?
Aislinn stuttered in rage. I have been taken once against my will, she stormed. That does not mean I'm a slut. He looked at her from under his brows.
Not even for Kerwick,
he taunted. Aislinn choked back a sob and whirled in helpless frustration. She stood quivering in anger and loathing fear, unable to bear his mockery. Slowly, she unfastened her gunner and let it fall to the floor. A tear slid down her cheek. The kirtle followed the gun and lay in a heap around her slender ankles. She heard Wulfgar approach, and he came to stand before her. His eyes burned and seemed to brand her where they touched, as his gaze travelled slowly down her body and then slowly upward again, measuring every soft, splendid curve with a thoroughness that seemed to draw her very breath from her. Aislinn stood proud and tall, hating him, yet knowing a strange excitement stirring in her youthful body as this man stared at her.
Yea, you are lovely,
Wulfgar breathed, reaching out to fondle a well-rounded breast. Aislinn steeled her body, yet, to her shamed surprise, felt a sweeping pleasure beneath the warmth and gentleness of his hand. He traced a finger between her breasts downward to her narrow waist. Indeed, she was beautiful, long of limb, slender-bodied, yet with swelling breasts, ripe and delicately hued. They loomed eager for a man's caress. "Do you find me worth a man's life?" she bit out icily.
"Most certainly," he replied. "But that was never the case."
Aislinn stared at him in bewilderment, and he smiled slowly into her eyes.
"Kerwick's debt is not yours. His life is his own. I give him that. Yea, there will be punishment for him because he had dared much and must be properly rewarded. But nothing you can do will change what I have set aside for him."
Aislinn went livid with rage, and she struck out at him in her fury. But Wulfgar caught her wrist and pulled her hard against him. He chuckled unmercifully at her as she struggled to free herself. Aislinn felt his hands in contact with her body, momentarily touching here and there in his attempt to subdue her, and he seemed to enjoy her efforts thoroughly. He smiled into her flashing eyes.
"My fiery vixen, you are well worth any man's life, even if all the kingdoms in the world were at stake."
"You knave!" she cried. "You beggarly oaf! You bastard!
His grip tightened to iron intensity, and his smile faded. He held her so closely, their bodies seemed to merge into one. Aislinn gasped in pain and bit her lips against crying out. Her thighs were caught tightly to his, and she knew his raging desires. Her head swam, and she could only whimper in agony in his cruel embrace. "Remember one thing, demoiselle," Wulfgar said coldly. "I have little use for women, and a lying one even less. The next time you lie to me, you will suffer greater shame than you just have." With that, he thrust her from him, and she fell in a heap upon the floor at the foot of the bed and lay quivering, her body aching, her shame intense. Aislinn heard him move, and glanced up to see him lift a length of chain her father had used to leash the dogs. As he approached her with it, she cringed in terror. Had her words provoked him, so that now he must beat her to have revenge? What hell had she sought, trying to flee from Ragnar's grasp? He would kill her, she was certain. Her heart drummed in her ears, and as he bent to her, she gave a gasp and leapt away, kicking at him as she tried to flee his outstretched hands. He dropped the chain and bounded after her.
"Nay!"
she shrieked, and eluded him by running under his arm. She darted past him in a spurt of strength and flew to the door. Her fingers tried to lift the bar, but even lame, Wulfgar was fast, and he was close, a menacing step behind her. Aislinn could almost feel his breath upon her neck. With a cry, she flung herself from the door toward the hearth, her mind churning, trying to outwit him. But to her horror, her foot caught in the edge of the wolf pelt spread before the fire, and she stumbled. Before she could regain her balance, he dove at her, throwing his arms about her middle. As they went crashing down, he twisted his body, so that he bore much of her weight against him and took the full impact of the fall upon himself, though it caused him no slight discomfort as his leg was jolted. Aislinn had no time to wonder if he meant it thus, for she was too busy trying to escape him. Her limbs flailed about as she sought to free herself. Then she turned in his restraining arms to press a frontal attack. She saw the error of her ways when he laughed and pinned her to the floor beneath him.
"Let me go!"
she gasped, thrashing her head from side to side. She was shaking uncontrollably until her teeth chattered. Yet she was not cold, for the heat of the fire near scorched her skin. Though she felt his stare upon her face, she would not look at him, but kept her eyes closed.
"Let me go, please."
To her amazement, he rose and drew her to her feet. He peered down into her tearful face with a twisted smile, reaching up to brush some of her wildly cascading hair from her cheek. Aislinn wrapped her arms before her to hide her nakedness from him, and returned his gaze sullenly, feeling bruised and battered. Wulfgar laughed, and taking her slim hand into his, led her back to the end of the bed. He picked up the chain again, and with a dry sob, Aislinn strained away, but he pushed her down to the floor. There, to her utter amazement, he fastened one end of the shackle to the bed and the other around her ankle. Now she gazed at him in complete bafflement. Glancing into her face, he read her confoundment and apprehension. He smiled. "I have no wish to lose you as Ragnar did," he mocked. "There are no longer any brave and foolish Saxons for you to bury. Therefore, I doubt that you would tarry so close to Darkenwald's door if you were left free to roam, while I seek my rest. The chain is long and gives you some freedom."
"You are overkind, my lord,"
she retorted, anger riding again over her fears.
"I had no inkling your strength was so lacking that you must chain me while you do your worst to me."
"It saves energy," he laughed, "and I can see I'll need all the assist I can get to tame the shrew." He rose and strode from her back to the hearth, where he began to disrobe, setting his garments neatly aside. Aislinn contemplated him broodingly as she huddled naked upon the cold floor.
Garbed only in chausses, he stared pensively into the flames, absent-mindedly rubbing his thigh as if to ease the ache. She noticed that once inside the chamber, he gave almost imperceptible favour to the wounded limb. Aislinn sighed as she tucked her knees beneath her chin and idly wondered at the battles he must have fought. A long scar marred the bronze chest, as if someone had laid a broadsword across it. Several smaller scars marked his body, and the muscles beneath the sun-darkened skin gave evidence of a hard, rigorous life, and of much time spent wielding a sword and riding a horse. It was easy to see he was not a man of leisure, and even less difficult to guess the reason why she had not evaded him. His waist was trim, and his belly hard and flat, the hips narrow, and his legs long and well-shaped beneath the stockinged garment. Now, in the flickering light, he suddenly seemed drawn and haggard, and Aislinn could almost feel the exhaustion that sapped his strength and drooped his frame. She experienced a quick pang of pity for this Norman foe, realizing that he must be driving himself by willpower alone. Wulfgar sighed and stretched his weary muscles. Then, sitting down, he removed the chausses and laid them aside with his other clothes. As he turned toward Aislinn, her breath caught in her throat, for the sight of his male nudity brought her fear to the fore once more. She shrank away, trying to cover her own nakedness. At her movement, Wulfgar stopped, as if remembering her presence, and read the fear written in the violet eyes she raised to him. A tawny brow lifted, and mockery curved his lips as he reached to the bed, where he seized several wolf pelts. He threw them to her.
"Good night, lover,"
he said simply. There was stunned bewilderment, as well as relief in her expression, as she stared at him for a moment. Then she hurriedly wrapped herself against the chill and settled herself gratefully upon the hard stone floor. Blowing out the candles, Wulfgar pulled himself to the middle of her parents' bed, and soon his heavy breathing filled the room. Aislinn snuggled deeper into the furs and smiled, content. 4. Aislinn was rudely awakened the next morning by a lusty whack upon her buttocks that brought a screech of pain from her. She started up in agony and came face to face with an amused Wulfgar, who sat on the edge of the bed grinning at her. Handing her garments to her, he watched appreciatively as she quickly donned them, feasting his eyes on the impudent breasts and the soft ivory thighs before she snatched her kirtle over her head.
"You're a lazy wench," he chided. "Come, get me water to wash by and help me dress. My life is not so leisurely as yours."
Aislinn glared at him, rubbing her abused posterior.
"You also sleep soundly,"
he said. "I trust you slept well, my lord," she said, tossing her head to look at him. "You seem rested, at least." Wulfgar gave her a slow appraisal that seemed to penetrate her simple garments, and smiled, his eyes warm and glowing.
"Well enough, damoiselle."
Aislinn's colour deepened, and she hurried to the door. "I'll fetch water," she said, and fled from the chamber. Maida sidled up to her as she filled a pail with hot water from the kettle hanging above the fire in the hall. "He bars the doors, or sets a guard to it," the old woman whined. "What must be done to save you from him? He's not an easy man for you, the beastie. I heard your screams last night." "He didn't touch me," Aislinn said in some wonder. "All night I slept at the foot of the bed, and he didn't touch me." "What manner of man would do that?" Maida demanded. "'Tis naught from mercy, I vow. Wait till eventide, and he'll take you. This time do not linger. Flee, flee!" "I cannot," Aislinn answered. "He chains me to the bed." Maida screeched in dismay. "He treats you like an animal." Aislinn shrugged. At least he does not beat me."
Remembering otherwise, she rubbed her buttocks.
"Only a bit."
"He would kill you if you crossed him." Aislinn shook her head, recalling the moment he held her tightly pressed against him. Even in his anger he did not abuse her.
"Nay, his manner is different."
"How do you know? His own men fear him."
"I am not afraid of him,"
Aislinn returned proudly.
"You are foolhardy,"
Maida whined.
"'Twill gain you naught to be stubborn and proud like your sire." "I must go now,"
Aislinn murmured.
"He is waiting to wash." "I'll find a way to help you." "Mother, leave be. I'm afraid for you. That one called Svein guards his master's back like a hawk. He'll kill you if you dare anything, and I find Wulfgar more acceptable than these other jackals."
"But what of Kerwick?" Maida hissed, glancing toward where he lay, huddled asleep among the dogs. Aislinn shrugged.
"Ragnar ended that. Kerwick does not think so. He still wants you. Then he must realize it is a different world than a week ago. We are not free. I belong to Wulfgar now as he does. We're no better than slaves. We have no rights other than what we're given."
Maida sneered.
"Strange daughter, I should hear you say that. You were always the haughty one." "What have we to be arrogant about now, Mother?"
Aislinn questioned wearily.
"We have nothing. We must think of staying alive and helping each other. Your blood is among the best of Saxony. Your sire, a great lord. I will not have you whelp a bastard's brat."
Aislinn looked hard at Maida, and her eyes flashed their anger.
"Would you rather have me produce a bantling for Ragnar, my father's murderer?"
Maida wrung her hands in consternation.
"Do not scold at me, Aislinn. I think only of you." "I know, Mother,"
Aislinn sighed, softening.
"Please, at least wait a time, and let us see what kind of man Wulfgar proves to be. He was angry over the killings. Mayhaps he will be a fair man." "A Norman?"
Maida shrieked.
"Yea, Mother, a Norman. Now I must go."
When Aislinn opened the chamber door, Wulfgar scowled at her. He was half-dressed. "It took you long enough, wench," he growled.
"Forgive me, my lord,"
she murmured. She put her burden down and raised her eyes to his.
"My mother feared for my safety last night, and I only paused to reassure her that I suffered no harm."
"Your mother? Which one is she? I saw no lady of the hall. Yet Ragnar said she still is about."
"The one you refer to as Hag,"
Aislinn said softly.
"She is my mother."
"That one," he grunted. "She was ill-used by some heavy fist, I vow." Aislinn nodded.
"I am the only one she has left. She worries about me."
She swallowed hard.
"She speaks of vengeance."
Wulfgar peered at her, now fully alert. "Do you seek to warn me? Will she try to kill me?" Aislinn's gaze fell nervously.
"Mayhap. I am not certain, my lord."
"You tell me this because you do not wish to see her slain?"
"Oh, God forbid!"
Aislinn gasped, beginning to tremble.
"I would never forgive myself if I let that happen. She has taken enough from the Normans. Besides, your duke would slay us all if you were killed."
Wulfgar smiled. "Your warning is taken, and I will look after her, and will tell Svein to take care." Releasing a grateful sigh, Aislinn lifted her gaze to meet his.
"I thank you, monsieur."
"Now, girl," he sighed heavily. "Help me finish dressing. You've tarried too long for me to put that water to good use. However, I shall want a bath tonight, and my anger will be sorely aroused if you delay too long then." The hall was empty but for Kerwick when Aislinn followed Wulfgar down. Her betrothed was still chained with the dogs, but now he was awake.
He watched her as she crossed the room behind Wulfgar, never wavering a moment in that intense regard of her. Maida came to serve them herself, and scurried to place warm bread, meat, and softened honeycombs before them, as Wulfgar seated himself before the table and gestured Aislinn to a place by his side. Kerwick's gaze had remained steadfastly on his former betrothed until Maida brought the food. Now his hunger for that stuff was even more important. Maida waited until Wulfgar served himself and Aislinn, then took the rejected heel of bread and gave most of it to Kerwick, keeping only a small piece for herself to gnaw on. As she squatted near him and exchanged whispered comments with him, it was apparent the two had found some common ground, and now shared confidences in their grief. Wulfgar studied them over his meal, and then suddenly his belt knife rang on the table, drawing the attention of all. Aislinn saw a quick flash of anger pass his features, leaving them taut but thoughtful. She puzzled at what had disturbed him, but his voice broke her train of thought as he spoke tersely.
"Old hag, come here."
Maida seemed to crouch even lower as she sidled in front of the table, as if she expected more blows to descend upon her.
"Stand up, woman,"
Wulfgar commanded.
"Straighten your back, for I know you can."
Slowly, Maida drew herself to her full height, slight though it was. When she stood straight-backed before him, Wulfgar leaned forward in his chair.
"Is it you who was known as Lady Maida before your master was slain?"
"Yea, lord." Maida bobbed her head in a bird-like manner. She glanced nervously at her daughter, who sat tense and waiting.
"And is it you,"
Wulfgar questioned further,
"who was lady of this hall?"
Maida swallowed convulsively and nodded once more. "Yea, lord."
"Then, dame, you do me ill service when you play the fool. You dress in rags, and fight the dogs for food, and bemoan your lowly station, when if you displayed the courage of your husband and had decried your status, you might now reside as is thy wont. You play me false before your people. So I bid you now, seek your garments and clothe your frame, and in the course of such, wash the filth from your body and do not carry this game beyond my endurance. Your daughter's chambers will be thine. Now get thee hence."
As she withdrew, Wulfgar returned again to his meal. When he glanced up, he found Aislinn watching him with an almost tender expression upon her face.
"Do I perceive a softening in your heart for me, damoiselle?"
He laughed at her scowl.
"Beware, maid. I will tell you true. After you will come another, and then another. There are no strings that can tether me to any woman. So guard your heart."
"My lord, you greatly exaggerate your appeal," she replied indignantly. "If I feel anything for you, 'tis hatred. You are the enemy, and you are to be despised as such."
"Indeed."
He smiled slowly into her eyes.
"Then tell me, damoiselle, do you always kiss the enemy so warmly?"
Aislinn's cheek flushed scarlet. "You are mistaken, lord. It was not warmth, merely passive resistance."
Wulfgar's grin deepened. "Shall I kiss you again, damoiselle, to prove that I am right?"
Aislinn returned his gaze with disdain. "Far be it for a serf to argue with a lord. If you imagined response, then who am I to say you nay?"
"You disappoint me, Aislinn,"
he chided.
"You give up the game too easily."
"'Tis that, my lord, or suffer through another kiss, or worse yet, another mauling such as I had last eventide. I fear my bones will not take another crushing as you seemed wont to give them. I would much rather concede."
"Another time, damoiselle."
Kerwick withdrew to the shadows as the great door was flung wide, and Ragnar swept into the hall, his breath curling around his head like streamers of fog. He paused before Aislinn and bowed shortly.
"Good morning tide, my dove." It seems that the knight has well agreed with you."
Aislinn's mouth curved upward into a winsome smile. If he could play this game of polite nonsense, so could she. "Yes, Sir Knight, it pleased me well." She sensed his surprise, and was aware of Wulfgar's amused gaze upon her. At the moment, she thought she hated both men equally.
"Was a chilled knight to be warmed by a wench?"
Ragnar remarked casually, and turned to eye Wulfgar.
"You might taste that maid, Lynn, if you tire of thorns and nettles in your bed."
He grinned, rubbing his thumb against his torn lip.
"She'll do whatever you command without a struggle, and her teeth, I'll wager, aren't nearly so sharp."
Wulfgar grunted.
"I prefer a livelier game."
Ragnar shrugged, and seizing a horn, poured himself a hearty draught of ale from the flagon, while Wulfgar sat quietly, waiting the man's good time.
"Ah!"
Ragnar cleared his throat and banged the empty horn down.
"The peasants are up and about their labours as you ordered, Wulfgar, and the men set to guard against thieves and roving bands of looters, and in the twain to watch the villains."
Wulfgar nodded his approval.
"Set patrols to ride the perimeters of the lands."
Thoughtfully counting with the point of his knife upon the rough-hewn planks of the table, he continued,
"Make each group consist of 5 men to return 3 days hence, and send a new group every morn, except for the Sabbath. Let each group take a different way, 1 east, 1 west, 1 north, 1 south. The warning should be a trumpet sounded at the mile mark, or a fire burned at the 5. Thus we know that each patrol completes its ride, and should they not, we are warned."
Ragnar grunted.
"You plan well, Wulfgar, as if you always deemed it your due to be made lord of lands."
Wulfgar arched a brow at him, but said nothing, and the conversation stiffly turned to other things. Aislinn noted the 2 men as they talked, wondering at the difference in them. For where Ragnar was arrogant and superior, and demanded the allegiance of his men, Wulfgar was calm and reserved. He led by example, rather than by orders, and simply assumed that his men would follow. He did not question their loyalty, but seemed to know that each would lay down his life rather than disappoint him. Aislinn was still considering these points when she raised her eyes, and with a gasp half rose in reflex, for there at the head of the stairs stood her mother as Aislinn had known her for many years, small of stature, yet proud beyond her size. Maida stood now poised in her own clothes, clean, and with a headrail covering her hair and draped to hide much of the swollen face. She strode down toward them with a grace and bearing that seemed natural to her, and Aislinn's heart swelled with gladness and relief. Here was her mother indeed. By his silence, Wulfgar gave his approval, but Ragnar came to his feet with a roar, and before any could stop him, leapt forward and snatched at Maida's hair. The veil came loose in his hands, and with a screech Maida fell to the floor, the idiot's grin again twisting her face. It was doubly cruel for Aislinn to watch her beloved mother fade and the hag return. For now, with her shoulders hunched and whimpering for mercy at Ragnar's feet, she seemed no more than some wretched crone in stolen finery. Aislinn caught her breath in a sob and fell back into her chair again as her mother whined louder. Ragnar raised his fist in rage at the old woman. "You dare dress yourself in rich clothes and strut before your lords like some regal wench at court? You Saxon sow! 'Twill bring you naught, for I will have wolves chewing at your stringy bones." He bent to seize her, but Wulfgar's fist came down hard on the table. "Hold!" he commanded. "Do the old one no harm, for she is here and thusly gowned at my request." Ragnar drew himself back and faced the other. "Wulfgar, now you reach beyond yourself. You set this hag above us.
'Tis William's way to set aside the lords who resisted and all their kin, and place instead our own, our heroes who took the field and won the day. You take from me my reward, yet you set this one before the Saxon oaths and— Do not let rage cloud your vision, Ragnar, Wulfgar retorted, for surely even you can see that these poor wretches could not long bear to see their former mistress abused and reduced to feed among the dogs. On her behalf, they'd seize up arms and come again to take us. There would be naught to do but slay them until there were but aged men and swaddled babes to serve us. Now, would you have it so that we, soldiers of the Duke, should tend the fields and milk the goats? Or leave these Saxons some small touch of pride to assuage their fears and have them meet our bidding until we own the land in truth, and 'tis too late for them to blow the horn and rise up against us? I yield them nothing, but they will say 'tis much more. In the end they will pay my taxes, and I will be the one who gains. No martyr ever suffered in comfort. No saint ever died in gold and silk. 'Tis no more than a gesture from me to them. She is their lady still. They will not know that she but serves my will."
Ragnar shook his head.
"Wulfgar, I have no doubt that should William ever fall, you might prove his long-lost brother, and might wheedle your way to the very crown. But mark me well."
He smiled with a touch of venom. "Should you ever err, in truth I pray that I should be the one to see it, and be the one to swing the axe that separates your bastard heart from those winsome lips that sing songs of righteousness and bait the worthy to a cruel end." With a bow of mockery, he left the hall, and as the door banged shut behind the dark night, Aislinn flew to her mother's side. She sought to calm her, for the old woman still grovelled on the floor and whimpered in confusion, not knowing her tormentor had left. Aislinn placed an arm about her shoulders, and holding Maida's head to her breast, rocked to and fro, and whispered softly against her hair. With a start, Aislinn realized that Wulfgar had come to stand beside them. She raised her eyes to his, and saw him regard Maida with something akin to pity.
"Take her to her chamber and tend her."
Aislinn bridled at this uncalled-for command, but his broad back had swung, and he was already striding to the door. She stared after him a moment, enraged that he could so easily use their pride for his own end. But she turned her attention to her mother again, and helping her to her feet, she guided Maida slowly up the stairs and into her own former room, with tenderness born of love. There she calmed her mother's fears as best she could, putting her to bed and smoothing the grey-streaked hair, as the woman's mewlings turned to sobs, and the sobs to the uneven breaths of troubled sleep. The room was silent, as Maida rested her weary mind, and Aislinn quietly put the place to some order, for the search after booty had left it in sore disarray. Aislinn went to the shutters and set them ajar to catch the warming morning breeze. As she did so, she heard a voice droning on, and recognized the words calling for 20 lashes. Leaning out the window, she gasped at the panorama before her. Kerwick, stripped to the waist, was lashed to the frame of timbers set in the town square, and Wulfgar stood beside him, helm, gauntlets and mail removed, and hanging from his sword, which was thrust into the ground to support them. So, weaponless, but as a lord, he stood ready to mete out punishment. He held an arm's length of heavy rope, which had been unbraided for 2/3 its length, and small knots tied in the end of each strand. As the words ended, the very breeze died, and the scene froze for a moment. Then Wulfgar's arm rose and fell with an eager swishing sound, and Kerwick jumped against his bonds. A low moan rose briefly from the gathered townspeople, and again Wulfgar's arm rose and fell. This time the moan came from Kerwick's lips. On the third stroke he was again silent, But on the fourth, a short scream was torn from his lips as his back turned to fire beneath the lash. By the 10th, the screams turned to gurgles, and the 15th he only jerked against the straps as the lash fell. As the 20th stroke was laid, the townspeople sighed in one breath, and Aislinn broke from the window, sobbing and breathless, flushed and dizzy, as if she had held her breath throughout his punishment. Her sobs turned to choked curses as she ran from the chamber with tears streaming down her face and struggled with the weight of the great door. Feeling herself a part of his torment, she came to Kerwick's side, but he hung senseless against the timbers, and she whirled to face Wulfgar with a fury born of frustration.
"So, you must seize this poor man from the hounds to vent your whimsy upon his helpless back," she raged. "Was it not enough that you stole his lands and made him a slave?"
Wulfgar had dropped the cat with the last stroke, and had turned and was wiping Kerwick's blood from his hand. Now he spoke from rigid self-control.
"Woman, this fool sought to slay me in the midst of my own men. I told you then his fate was sealed, and not yours to dally with." "Are you so high, my lord," she sneered, "that you take to your own hands vengeance upon this man, whose own betrothed he saw mauled before his very eyes?"
Wulfgar was not pleased, and his frown darkened. He stepped closer and spoke with a harder tone.
"'Twas my heart he sought to pierce. Thus my arm should strip his back bare, and lay thereon the strokes of justice."
Aislinn lifted her chin and opened her mouth to speak, but Wulfgar continued.
"See you them?"
He swung his arm to the townspeople.
"They now know that any foolery will be met by that same justice, and that the lash may well shred their hides as his. So taunt me not with your tongue of innocence, Aislinn of Darkenwald, for 'twas your game too, and you who hid the truth should endure some of his pain."
His grey eyes pierced her.
"Be grateful your tender back will bear no share. But you may learn from this, my hand is not forever stayed."
With this, Wulfgar turned to his men.
"Now shear this fool," he bade them. "Then let his fellows salt his wounds and give him ease. Yea, shear them all. Let them wear the Norman mode this season."
Aislinn stared at him with some confusion, and knew what his words meant only when Kerwick's hair was clipped and his beard shaved from his face with a well-honed blade. A new murmur rose from the townspeople, and men turned to flee, only to find their way blocked by the Normans, and they were seized one by one and dragged back to the square, where they met a part of Kerwick's fate. Some rose embarrassed, and fingering their nude and pinkish chins and shortened locks, fled the public eye in mortal shame, for now they bore the Norman brand and had lost their Saxon glory. Aislinn's fury regained its throne, and she left the courtyard to return with purposeful gait to the Lord's chamber, where she sought out her mother's scissors. She had unbound her hair, and with unreasoning anger raised the blades to her tresses, when the door flung wide. A blow stunned her wrist, and the tool fell from her numbed fingers. She gave a startled gasp as a great hand gripped her shoulder and spun her about. Steel-cold eyes quenched her anger.
"You test me sorely, maid," Wulfgar growled, "and I warn you now. For each bright lock you shear, the lash will fall once upon your back."
Aislinn's knees trembled, and she shook with fear, for she had not known the towering black heights his rage could reach. It dwarfed her own, and within his iron grasp she felt the idiocy of her notion, and could only whisper hoarsely,
"Yea, Lord, I yield. Please, you hurt me."
There was a softening in Wulfgar's gaze, and his arms slipped around her, crushing her to him. His voice was hoarse as he whispered,
"Then yield me all, damoiselle. Yield me all."
For a long moment her lips were smothered beneath his passionate kiss. But even in his rough embrace, she could feel herself softening, and a warm glow beginning deep inside as his mouth moved upon hers, brutally snatching her will from her. His lips withdrew, and he looked at her strangely, his eyes clouded and unreadable. Then she was flung backwards across the bed. In long strides he went to the door, then turned and stared at her, this time in disapproval. "Women!" he snorted, and slammed the door closed behind him. Aislinn stared at the door, and knew more confusion than she had seen in his face. She was aghast at her own reaction. Her mind tumbled over itself in bewilderment. What manner of man was he, that she could hate him so intensely, yet at the same time find pleasure in his embrace? Her lips responded to his against her will, and her body yielded almost gladly to his greater strength. Wulfgar strode out of the hall and barked an order to his men as Svein came to him, carrying his hauberk and helm. "The maid is spirited," the Viking remarked. "Yea, but she will learn," Wulfgar said curtly. "The men wager upon which will be tamed," Svein returned slowly. "Some say it will be the wolf who finds his fangs drawn." Wulfgar looked at him sharply. "Do they now?" Svein nodded, helping him fasten the hauberk. "They do not understand your hatred of women as I do." Wulfgar laughed as he stretched out a hand to place it upon his friend's sturdy shoulder. "Let them wager if it so amuses them. You and I know a mere maid is oft swallowed for a morsel before she can thrust her hand into the wolf's mouth." Lifting his head, Wulfgar surveyed the horizon beyond the town. "Let us be off. I have a desire to view this promised land of mine." The hall was quieter, with only a token of Wulfgar's men set to guard it. Aislinn felt almost at ease, with fewer stares directed her way. Quietly, she went about treating wounds. Wulfgar had directed his men to seek her out, that she might tend their injuries, and she had spent most of the day at this task. Toward evening, she had purged and cauterized the last of these, much to her relief, for the sickening smell of burnt flesh and the sight of gaping wounds had set her stomach a-quiver. Yet for all of this, she was thinking of another who needed her attention, and wondering where they had taken him. It was a short time later when that question was settled in her mind. 2 serfs carried Kerwick into the hall and gently laid him among the hounds. The dogs swarmed around him, yelping and straining at their leashes, and Aislinn frantically drove them away. "Why do you leave him here?" she demanded of the peasants, whirling to face them. With their shortened locks and naked faces, she hardly recognized the 2 men who had been born in the town and were of an age a full score older than herself. "'Twas the Lord Wulfgar's directions, my lady. As soon as his wounds were salted and he came around, we were to bring him here to the dogs." "Your eyes deceive you, mayhap," she said with a bit of ire as she swept her hand toward Kerwick, who still lay unconscious. "My lady, he fainted on the way here." Dismissing them with an impatient gesture, Aislinn knelt beside her betrothed, and tears sprang anew. "Oh, Kerwick, what must you suffer because of me?" Remembering with frightening clarity Wulfgar's warning of the whip's ability to tear her own flesh, Aislinn surveyed the Norman's handiwork, feeling a new dread rise up to shake her senses. Ham came, with herbs and water, tears still streaming down his face. With short-cropped hair, his youth was all the more apparent. He dropped to his knees beside her and handed her the stuff, gazing sadly upon Kerwick's raw back. As Aislinn stirred a mixture into a smelly unguent, she paused to brush aside a stray curl with the back of her hand, and caught Ham's doleful countenance. The lad felt her attention and hung his head. "Lord Kerwick was always kind to me, my lady," he murmured, "and they made me watch this. I could do nothing to help him." Leaning forward, Aislinn began to spread the thick salve over Kerwick's mutilated flesh. There was naught that any man of English blood could do. This was their warning to all of us. Their justice will come swift and hard. They will surely slay the next person who assaults them. The young man's face was twisted in a moment of hatred. Then two will pay with their lives. The one who murdered your father, and this Wulfgar who has dishonoured you, and done this deed upon Lord Kerwick. Do not yield to madness, Aislinn advised. Revenge will taste sweet, my lady. Nay, you must not seek to do such a thing, Aislinn cried, distraught. My father died a hero's death, in battle and with his sword in his hand. He took no few of them with him. Yea, his songs will be sung long after this invader leaves our land. And as for this lashing, 'twas the gentler thing, for Kerwick's head was surely forfeit with his foolish act. Wulfgar did not take my honour, but the other, Ragnar. Now there's a cause for vengeance if ever there was. But hear me well, Ham. 'Tis mine to seek, and by all that's holy, my honour shall prove worth that Norman's blood. Then she shrugged, and once more spoke with logic. But we were beaten fairly, and for a time must yield the day. You should not dwell upon yesterday's loss, but rather seek the morrow's gain. Now go, Ham, and do not bring upon your back this striped pelt of foolishness. The lad made as if to speak, then bowed to her wisdom and retreated from the room. Aislinn turned again to her labours, and found Kerwick's blue eyes upon her. Foolishness, stripes of foolishness. 'Twas your honour I sought to save. He made as if to move, but winced in pain and ceased the effort. Aislinn was shocked by his bitterness, and could venture no defence. You seek your vengeance in an odd manner. You enter almost gladly to his chamber, and no doubt pursue his death by spreading yourself beneath him. Damn, damn, he groaned. Does your oath mean nothing? You are mine, my own betrothed. He tried again to move, but cried aloud and sank back to the floor. Oh, Kerwick, Aislinn started gently. Hear me out. Be still, I say. She pressed him down against his efforts. The potion will soon draw the pain and soften the hurt. Yet I fear no like remedy will soothe the injury I feel from your tongue. I was taken much against my will. Listen to my words and do not rage so. These are knights well mailed, and you are naught but servant now, without a blade to do your will. Lest your head roll loose upon the village sod, I beseech you, do not seek what must now be done by a coward's tool. You know their judgment will be harsh, and I would not have you spread upon the block for the sake of what little honour I have left. Our people need a voice that will effect some justice, and I would not leave them without an intercessor, so they must find their judgment from the Norman lash. Heed me now. Do not make me hew another grave beside my father's. I cannot honour vows broken against my will, nor would I hold you now to take a soiled bride. I execute my duty where I see it. 'Tis owed to those poor fellows who held my father lord and did his bidding to the end. If I can but ease their hardship some small whit, I will do well. So do not judge me too harshly, Kerwick, I pray. Kerwick sobbed miserably. I loved you. How can you let another man hold you? You know I wanted you as any man desires to have the woman he loves, yet I was only permitted to dream of you in my arms. You begged me not to dishonour you before our marriage, and like a fool I complied. Now you have chosen that one as your lover as easily as if he was some long-known swain. How I wish I would have taken you as was my desire.
Perhaps then, having had you, I could drive you from my mind. But now I can only wonder at what pleasure you give my enemy."
"I pray forgiveness," Aislinn murmured softly. "I did not know how I would hurt you." He could not bear her kindness, and buried his face in the straw and sobbed hoarsely. Miserably, Aislinn rose and stepped away, realizing she could soften the pain no more, neither of his back nor of his mind. In God's will, time perhaps could do what she could not. A small sound came from the door, and Aislinn glanced up to see Wulfgar standing inside the portal with legs spread, hands holding his gauntlets and grey eyes regarding her. Her colouring deepened under his perusal, and in distress she wondered what he might have overheard, but she calmed as she remembered the Norman did not understand their language. She whirled and fled up the stairs, feeling his eyes following her, and only knew relief when she was safe behind the chamber door. With a sob, she threw herself upon the bed to weep out her torment there, feeling as if all the heartache in the world was her own. Kerwick could not understand her choice, why she had taken the Norman lord. He thought her a slut who grovelled at the bastard's feet and placed herself in his hands to escape a few hardships. She wailed the louder when she thought of that Norman and his scoffing, and pummelled her hands into the pelts in sore aggravation, hating him with all her being. "He thinks me here to serve his whimsy," she raged silently. "But the wolf has much to learn, for he has not had me yet, nor will he ever, not as long as I can outwit his simple Norman logic. Ere that, he will find himself tamed." So intent was she upon her thoughts that Aislinn did not hear the chamber door open and close, but started violently when Wulfgar spoke.
"You seem intent on flooding the channel with your tears."
She turned, and in one movement threw herself from the bed, glaring at him. She sniffed her woes to silence, then turned to him, smoothing her disarranged hair. Her eyes were still red with tears, but an angry blush at being so surprised partly concealed this. "My troubles are many, Lord Wulfgar, but in main they seem to descend from you," she sneered. "My father slain, my mother abused as a slave, my home looted and my honour brutally stolen. Have I then no cause for tears?" Wulfgar's eyes had followed her, and now a smile broke his manner. He turned a chair to face her and seated himself, casually slapping his gauntlets against his thighs for a moment while he watched her.
"I concede the tears and cause. So shed them if you must, and fear no ill from me. Indeed, I find your fortitude to this moment beyond most women's. You bear your burdens well."
He laughed lightly.
"In fact, misfortune seems to agree with you."
He rose and stepped toward her until she had to raise her chin to meet his gaze.
"For in truth, my vixen, you grow more beautiful with each moment."
Then his face hardened.
"But even a handsome wench must know her master."
He raised his gauntlets in his hand and dropped them to her feet.
"Pick them up, and know that as you do so, you are mine. Like these gloves, you are my possession and no other's."
Aislinn's violet eyes flashed with revolt. "I am not a slave," she stated haughtily, "nor a glove that I can be worn and then be cast aside without a mere thought." His tawny brow raised, and his lips curved into a slow, sardonic smile. Still, his eyes were like cold steel, smashing down the fortress of her will.
"Can't you be, damoiselle? I could do it. Yea, I could. I could mount you this moment and ride between your thighs, and hence be off about my duties with no thought of you in mind. You rank yourself too highly, for you are indeed a slave."
"Nay, Lord," Aislinn said quietly, but with a soft determination that shook his own resolve. A slave has passed the choice of death, and sees no other road but miserable obedience. If it comes to that, and my worth is done to all, I shall not hesitate to seek that haven. Wulfgar reached out a wide hand and cupped it beneath her chin, drawing her near and holding her motionless before him. His eyes softened to a stormy grey, and his brow knitted for a moment as he could feel her passive resistance.
"Yea,"
he murmured softly.
"You are no man's slave, I think."
Then he withdrew his hand and turned away in a manner suddenly brusque.
"But do not press the point, damoiselle."
He looked at her over his shoulder.
"Lest I reconsider and choose to prove the issue."
Her cheeks reddened under his stare. "And in that moment, Lord, what then?" she returned. "Will I be just another wench to pleasure you for a time, and then forgotten like your gloves? Has no damsel led you fair and dwelt upon your mind?"
Wulfgar laughed softly. "Oh, they've played and spread their skirts, but I've taken my ease of them, and none has yet stuck in my memory to dwell for any time."
Aislinn saw victory near, and raised her gently curving brows to ape his off-hand manner. "Not even your mother?" she mocked, and thought the argument won. The next moment she quailed in fear. His face darkened, his eyes flashed, and as he trembled in rage, she thought a blow would momentarily descend upon her.
"Nay,"
he snarled through gritted teeth.
"Least of all, that noble dame."
He spun about, and with angry strides left the room. Aislinn stood confused. His transformation had been so abrupt that she knew beyond a doubt that his mother would find no love in her bastard son. 5. Wulfgar stormed out of the hall and strode across the courtyard, setting his face toward the lowering sun and letting the anger drain from him. Suddenly, there was a shout from the yard, and an arm pointed. Wulfgar looked to the direction indicated and saw a cloud of black smoke billowing upward from beyond the brow of a hill. He roared a command, and several men jumped to their mounts, as Svein and Wulfgar swung up into their saddles. Great hooves tore up the brown autumn turf as they charged away from the hall. Several moments later, they had topped the crest of the hill and were thundering down toward the outlying cottage, where a great stack of straw and a small shed smouldered furiously, sending out the dense cloud they had seen. The scene spread before Wulfgar made his hackles raise in anger. 7 or 8 bodies lay strewn about the place, among them the 2 yeomen he had sent as guards. The rest were a ragged bunch, and bore the long Norman shafts from the yeomen's bows. As they neared the hut, a crumpled splotch of colour became a young girl, brutally abused, and now sprawled dead in the shreds of her dress. An old woman, bruised and blacked, crawled from a ditch and fell sobbing at the young girl's side. Perhaps a dozen men fled on foot across the fields, but what caught Wulfgar's eye were 6 mounted riders disappearing into a far copse. He shouted to his men to ride down the ones in the field. Then, with a nod to Svein, those 2 took up the chase of the mounted ones. The great destriers knew their work, and their muscles bunched and stretched as they settled into a mile-eating gallop that bore them down rapidly upon their tiring quarry. As they gained ground, Wulfgar drew his sword and raised his voice in a wrathful, wordless war-cry. Svein's rumbling bellow sounded in chorus beside him. 2 of the riders slowed and turned to face their pursuers. Wulfgar swung beyond their reach to pass them, but Svein took them full on his great charger, crashing one to the ground while his axe thudded deep in the chest of the other. A glance behind told Wulfgar that Sweyn was in no danger as he stood and battled the survivor. Wulfgar turned his attention to the four ahead of him. These raiders, thinking the odds with them, also slowed and set themselves to do battle. Again Wulfgar's spine-chilling cry rang in the woods, and his great steed never paused in stride, but flung itself full weight into the lesser horses. Wulfgar's sword and shield rang with their blows. Then the long blade whined and split one from crown to shoulders, leaving him dead in the saddle as his horse stumbled away. The fury of the charge took man and beast through the others. Under the guidance of Wulfgar's knee, the Hun skidded to a halt and spun to the left, so that as the great blade swung wide, it was given added impetus and crashed through the shield of another to bite deeply into his neck. The man gave a gurgling scream, and Wulfgar raised his foot and kicked the body clear of his blade. The third man lifted his arm to strike a blow, then stared in numb horror at his armless shoulder. The blade returned to end his pain in a short thrust, and he fell beneath the thrashing hooves. The last, seeing the fall of his comrades under the flashing steel, turned to flee, and caught the raging blade full across his back. The force of the blow sent him head first into the roiling dust. Sweyn came to join the fight, but found Wulfgar surveying the bloody scene and carefully wiping the blood from the long sword. The Norseman scratched his head at the ragged, unkempt men who littered the ground, but who bore the weapons and shields of knights. "Thieves?" he questioned. Wulfgar nodded and set his sword again to its sheath. "Aye, and by the looks of them they raked the bloody field at Hastings for their treasures." With his toe he turned a shield that lay at his feet, presenting its face, which bore an English coat of arms. "The scavengers did not even hold their own kind sacred." The two warriors gathered the horses and lashed the bodies to them. They led their meagre caravan back to the cottage as the sun's last edge sank below the western horizon. There, in the deepening darkness, they buried the dead, marking the graves of 3 with crosses. 11 of the men in the open field had surrendered without fight. 2 had raised their swords and won a very small piece of ground with them. Wulfgar gave the old woman a horse, small payment for the loss of her daughter, but with a sense of surprise at his generosity she accepted it, wondering at this new lord of Darkenwald. The thieves were lashed together in a single line with a rope about their necks, and their hands tied behind their backs. As the small party wound its way back to Darkenwald, the moon rose high above. Dismounting before the manor, Wulfgar gave commands for his men to secure the thieves and post a guard over them. Dismissing the rest, he made his way into the hall. He paused inside the door, gazing to where Kerwick lay asleep amid the hounds, and his brow puckered thoughtfully. With the afterthirst of battle, he crossed the room and poured himself a hearty draught of October ale. As he sampled it, he went to stand above the defeated Saxon. The strong brew warmed his belly and began to ease his tensed muscles, and as his eyes swept the young man, he smiled ruefully. "Methinks you cherish the virtues of the wench overmuch, my English friend," he murmured. "What has it gotten you but a frayed back?" His words fell unheeded, and he turned away, flexing his sword arm. He drew another large horn of ale to help him on the way to the bedchamber, and strode lightly on the stairs. He eased open the door to the room. The light was dim within the chamber, for there was only the low flicker of the fire, and one lone candle burning. Wulfgar smiled to himself as he noted the large wooden tub half full of warm water, and more steaming in a great cauldron on a hook in the fireplace. A trencher of meat, cheese, and bread lay warming on the hearth. At least this wench Aislinn would serve him a few comforts, and as his slave could be taught obedience. His eyes lingered upon her slender form, curled in the large chair in front of the hearth, and the sleeping face that seemed without flaw. Her hair in the firelight seemed like molten copper, and her fair complexion was no less than perfect. Wulfgar stood for some time partaking of the slumbering beauty before him. Her soft lips were parted as she breathed in repose, her cheeks slightly flushed with the warmth of the fire. Her breasts rose and fell against the cloth of her garments, and for a moment all thought of other women was clouded in Wulfgar's mind. He bent low, and with his finger carefully lifted a loose curl from her cheek, and brushing it against his lips, inhaled the fresh, clean scent of it. He straightened abruptly, for he had mistaken the rousing effect the fragrance would have on him. As he did so, his scabbard clanked against the chair. Aislinn woke with a start of fear, but as her eyes fell on him, she smiled dreamily and stretched and sighed. "My lord." At the sight of her lithe form unfolding, Wulfgar felt the blood begin to pound in his temples. He retreated to a safe distance, and raising the horn of ale, took a long pull in an effort to steady his hand. He began to remove the accoutrements of his profession and set them aside. Svein would send a young lad in the morn to clean the filth and grime of battle from them, and oil and polish the leather and metal until it shone. Wearing a light linen chains and chausses, Wulfgar searched out the horn of ale and turned to Aislinn. She had curled again in the chair, watching the movements of his long, rugged body with something akin to admiration. As his gaze fell to her again, she rose and went to place a new log upon the fire.
"What delays your rest, mademoiselle?"
he asked curtly.
"The hour is late. Was there something you wished of me?"
"My lord demanded a bath to wait him upon his return, and I kept the water and his supper warm. 'Twould not be of much matter which comes first. They both await you." He peered at her.
"You are not anxious about your own safety with me gone? Do you trust the Normans so much?"
Aislinn faced him, folding her hands behind her back. "I heard that you sent Ragnar on some errand from here, and since I am yours, your men stay their distance. They must have a great fear of you." Wulfgar grunted, ignoring her jibe.
"My hunger would make naught of a full roast boar. Give me food that my bath should be leisured."
As she turned to obey his words, his gaze was drawn to her slender back. He observed the graceful swing of her hips, remembering too well the sight of her without her garments. She passed close to him in placing his food on the table, and he again noticed her delicate scent, like lavender in May. The victory of the day had sent his spirits soaring. The strong ale warmed him. Now the nearness of her and that tantalizing scent sent his blood coursing through his body as never before. She turned and found his intense, though somewhat brooding, gaze upon her. Even by the flickering light of the fire and the candle, he could discern her heightened colour. She seemed to hesitate, and as he approached her, she retreated a step. He paused beside her, gazing down into her violet eyes. Reaching out a hand, he placed it upon her breast and felt her heart jump against his palm.
"I can be as gentle as Ragnar,"
he murmured huskily. "My lord, he was not gentle," she whispered, standing awkwardly beneath his touch, not knowing whether to flee or to fight. His hand did not caress, yet rather rested upon her, as if he were weary, and any slight movement might drain him of strength. His thumb brushed against the peak of her breast.
"What have you there, maid?"
he teased.
"It interests me."
Aislinn's chin lifted a notch. "You have sported with this game before, my lord, and wouldst play me for the fool. I could relate nothing which is not already known, for you have seen me at my barest, and know full well what lies beneath my gown."
"Ah, you speak coldly, wench. The fire needs warm your blood."
"I would prefer, my lord, that you cool yours." With that, Wulfgar threw back his head, and his laughter rang in the room.
"Oh, I think I will find pleasure here, in and out of bed."
Aislinn pushed his hand away. "Come sup, my lord. Your food grows cold if you do not."
You talk as a wife, and I've yet to make you my mistress, he chided.
I was tutored carefully upon wifely deeds, Aislinn retorted, not those of a paramour. It comes more naturally to me.
Wulfgar shrugged. Then think of yourself as my wife, if it pleases you, my little Aislinn.
I cannot without benefit of a priest, she returned coldly.
Wulfgar regarded her with amusement still. And could you then, after those few words were spoken?
I could, my lord, she said serenely. Maids are not oft allowed to select their husbands. You are as any other man, except that you are Norman.
But you have said you hated me, he pointed out with mockery.
Aislinn shrugged. I have known many girls who hated the men they married.
Wulfgar pressed closer to her side and cocked his head to better gaze down upon her fine profile. His warm breath touched her cheek, yet Aislinn stared straight ahead of her, seeming oblivious to him. Ancient men to be propped upon their brides with helping hands, he perceived. Tell me true, was it not old and decrepit men these maids hated?
I cannot remember, my lord, she replied flippantly.
Wulfgar chuckled low as he reached to lift a curling tress from her breast, his fingers brushing boldly against that soft place. I perceive that you do remember, damoiselle. A wench would not whine at having a strong and virile groom to keep her company in bed and pass the winter nights with, he murmured. Nor would you find such boredom in my bed.
Aislinn turned mocking eyes to him. My lord, do you beg for my hand?
Wulfgar straightened and peered down at her with raised brows. What? And have that chain about my neck? Never. He stepped away, but she faced him squarely.
And what of your bastard sons? She queried. How do you deal with them?
He grunted. So far, there have been none. He regarded her leisurely, as a taunting smile lifted a corner of his mouth. But with you, it might be different.
Aislinn's cheeks flushed with hot anger. My gratitude for your warning, she quipped with sarcasm, no longer cool and composed, but aggravated. She hated him because he seemed to enjoy her rage and could raise her wrath at will. He shrugged.
Mayhap you are barren.
Oh! Aislinn choked in unrestrained fury. 'Twould please you well, no doubt. No bastards then would you have to claim, but 'twould be no less wrong to take me without vows spoken between us.
He laughed and sat at the table. And you, wifely maid, have the determination of an ox. If I made you my wife, you probably have thought that you could soften my hand and save your people. To sacrifice yourself for peasants and family, a great gesture. His brows drew together sharply. But I do not value your noble-mindedness.
The priest did not come today, she said, abruptly changing the subject as he turned his attention to his meal. Did you forget your promise to have him bless the graves?
Nay, Wulfgar replied, chewing his food. He has journeyed elsewhere, but upon his return to Cregan, my men will hasten him here. In a few days, perhaps. Have patience.
Some of the townfolk spotted Hilda's farm burning. Thieves, probably. Did you catch them?
Yea.
He peered at her.
Did you doubt it? She returned his stare without wavering.
Nay, lord, I have already found that you are a man who gets what he sets out for. She turned aside. What will you do with them?
They slew the woman's daughter, and I killed 4 of them, he said. My men a like number. The remaining thieves swear they had no part in the murder, though most of them had their turn upon the girl, no doubt. On the morrow they will feel the lash for being there, and work out the wergeld to repay the old crone for her daughter. After that, they will belong to me as my slaves.
Aislinn's heart trembled, not for the men, but at the memory of the whip in this Norman's hand. Your work will turn tiresome, she murmured.
I will not do it. The men from your town will deal out the punishments in the old woman's stead."
"You have strange ways," she said, puzzled at him. He chewed a mouthful of meat and only held his grey eyes on her. Finding his stare unnerving, Aislinn sought some simple chore for her fingers. "Did the thieves turn and fight?" she inquired softly. "Usually they're a cowardly bunch. They've been here before to plague my father."
"Nay, but for those Svein and I followed."
She gave his long frame a quick glance. "And you were not wounded?" Wulfgar leaned back and met her gaze.
"Nay, except for these."
He turned his palms upward to show her his hands, and Aislinn gasped, seeing the large blisters across them.
"The gauntlets are of use, damoiselle. I was foolish to leave them behind."
"You must have used the sword fiercely."
"I did. My life depended upon it."
When he stood up and began to disrobe for his bath, Aislinn turned delicately away to some other task. Though it had always been the custom for the women of the hall to help visitors wash, her father had refused to let her give assistance, and she knew his distrust of men and their appetites to have been the reason.
"A pretty lass you are,"
Erland once told her.
"And you'd whet the passions of a saint. There is no reason to brew trouble when it can be avoided."
So she had remained ignorant of a man's body until Ragnar. Wulfgar stripped to the brief loincloth and then called her. Aislinn glanced over her shoulder and saw that he gestured toward his leg and the bandage there. Fetching the scissors he had earlier struck from her hands, she came to him and, kneeling, snipped the binding and peeled the poultice away. The wound was beginning to heal remarkably well, and she bade him to be careful not to break it open. She picked up the rags and kept her eyes averted until she heard him splash in the tub.
"Will you join me, damoiselle?"
Aislinn whirled with a start, eyes wide, and stared at him incredulously. "My lord?" Then he laughed, and she knew he was only teasing her again, but his eyes swept her from toe to top and glowed with a warm and determined light.
"Another time, Aislinn. Perhaps when we know each other better," he smiled.
Aislinn blushed hotly and withdrew to the shadows. From there, she could watch him without being observed in return, though several times he glanced in her direction, trying to see into the darkness that shrouded her. Finally he rose, finished with his bath, and stepped from the tub. In her corner she sat quite still, not daring to go near, lest his passions should rise again, and without his clothes between them, her fate would be quick and sure. It was wiser to stay out of his grasp. When he spoke to her, she started.
"Come here, Aislinn."
Apprehension traced its icy fingers along her spine. She hesitated, wondering what he would do if she fled from him as she had done the night before. She saw that he had forgotten to bolt the door. Perhaps she could reach it in time. But the idea quickly ebbed. She rose on trembling limbs and walked to him, delaying each step as if she were going to meet her executioner. Standing before him, she felt small and helpless. Her head barely reached to his chin, yet for all of her fear, she met his gaze with bravado. She found he was grinning at her in his mocking way.
"Did you think I had forgotten the chain, my lady? I dare not trust you that much."
Relief flooded her features, and she stood quite docile as he bent down before her and secured the piece around her ankle. Then, without another word, he bolted the door, blew out the candle, and climbed into bed, leaving her standing in thankful confusion. Finally, she turned and moved to the end of the bed, where the wolf pelts still lay on the floor. Feeling his eyes upon her, she slid out of her gunner, leaving on the kirtle for modesty, and began to loosen her hair. It was free, and she was combing the bright tresses with thoughtful strokes in the glow of the warm fire, wondering at this man who had her within his reach and yet did nothing, when she glanced his way and found that he had raised up on an elbow and was staring at her intensely. She stood rooted, unable to move.
"Unless you are prepared to be my companion in this bed tonight, wench,"
he said hoarsely,
"I suggest you delay your grooming until the morrow. My mind is not so weary that it cannot remember what charms lay beneath that linen, and it would be of little concern to me that you are not willing."
Aislinn nodded mutely and quickly sought her furry bed, pulling the pelt high under her chin. Several days passed with no more disastrous events. Still, Aislinn did not forget Wulfgar's warning, though she found herself being treated more as a serf than any mistress. She mended his clothes and brought his meals and helped him dress. During the days, he seemed oblivious to her. He was occupied with his men and with setting up defences in the event they were attacked by raiding thieves or loyal Saxons. Word came from William that the army was detained because of illness, and that Wulfgar was to hold there until they were able to march again. Wulfgar accepted the message without verbal utterance, yet eyeing him, Aislinn thought he seemed almost to welcome the respite. Sometimes she watched him from afar. He seemed completely in command of every situation that arose. A brave but foolish serf, barring the doorway of his simple dwelling against their search for weapons, received a choice of whether he wanted his home burned down around him or if he'd rather let them enter. The poor fellow was quick to understand the ultimatum when Wulfgar ordered a torch lighted. He was even more prompt to submit his cottage to the search, which turned up a few various and crude weapons. At their insistent questioning, he finally got across the fact that the weapons were there before the Normans came, and he knew of no conspiracy among the serfs to overthrow the new lord. When the chamber door was bolted against intruders and they were alone together, Wulfgar's gaze would settle upon her, and Aislinn again would realize that she treaded upon thin ice. His grey, brooding eyes followed her about, watching her with an intensity that set her fingers to trembling. In her separate bed, she was conscious of the fact that he lay awake for long periods of time. One night she woke cold and shivering upon the floor, and rising, tried to reach the hearth to stoke up the fire, but the chain around her ankle was forbidding, and would not allow her to move the distance toward it. She stood in indecision, trembling with the cold, her arms clutched around her, wondering how she would get warm. A movement behind her made her turn, as Wulfgar swung his long legs over the edge of the bed and sat up. Just a shadow of his naked body was visible in the darkness.
"You are cold?"
he questioned. A chattering of teeth answered him as she nodded. Drawing another pelt from the bed, he came to her and pulled it around her slender shoulders, wrapping it closely about her. Then he went to the hearth to throw splinters and logs upon the glowing embers. He squatted before it until flames curled around the wood, then came to her. He bent and freed her ankle, flinging the chain away, then rose to stare down into her eyes. The firelight etched his profile.
"I will take your word that you will not leave. Will you give it?"
Aislinn nodded.
"Where else would I go?"
"Then you are free."
She smiled her gratitude.
"I did not like being chained."
"Neither would I,"
he replied brusquely, and returned to his bed. After that, Aislinn was allowed more freedom to roam where she would. She could walk through the town without having someone following close behind. It seemed, in the past, no one was guarded as well as she. However, the day Ragnar returned and approached her in the courtyard, Aislinn found she did not go unobserved even now. 2 of Wulfgar's men made themselves plainly seen.
"He guards you well, and gives me duties elsewhere,"
Ragnar muttered, glancing around.
"He must fear losing you."
Her mouth curved upward.
"Or else, Sir Ragnar, your ways are well known to him."
He scowled at her.
"You seem pleased with yourself. Is your master such a grand lover, then?"
"I would not think it."
It seems he would prefer pretty fellows to beautiful women."
Aislinn's eyes widened innocently as a sparkle of devilment brightened them.
"But, sir, you do jest, of course. Such a great and strong man I've never before met."
She saw his mouth tighten and grew fond of her game. Her voice softened.
"Dare I admit he makes me swoon?"
Ragnar's face was stony.
"He is not handsome."
"Oh?"
She seemed to question.
"Methinks him so. But then that has little to do with it, don't you agree?"
"You are toying with me,"
Ragnar surmised. She affected a mien of sympathy.
"Oh, sir, I pledge thee true this is not so. Do you say I falsify my yearnings? Do you speak that I cannot love one who is naught but kind and gentle to my heart, and sets my every limb afire with his most tender words?"
"Then what is it that you see in him?" Ragnar demanded. "I would know."
Aislinn shrugged her shoulders.
"Good sir, I know your time is precious, and I would not bend your ear for the many hours it would take to explain why a woman finds one man her own true lord, and the many deep and most private matters shared by both that would seal the bonds between them. Why, I cannot begin to explain."
A thunder of hooves rent the peace of the town, and they turned to see Wulfgar and his men approaching on horseback. Wulfgar scowled, drawing his mount to a halt beside them. He dismounted and handed the reins to his knight, Gawain, and turned as his men rode on to the stables.
"You return early?"
"Yea," Ragnar replied sourly.
"I scouted north as you bade me, but 'twas no use. The English have taken to their homes and closed their doors against spying. 'Tis beyond me what they do beyond their walls. Mayhaps they sport and ease themselves upon their wenches, as freely as you seem to do on this maid."
Wulfgar glanced at Aislinn to see her heightened colouring, and watched as she squirmed uncomfortably.
"The maid says you play the game well,"
Ragnar said, raising a brow as he regarded the bastard. A slow smile spread across Wulfgar's lips.
"Does she now?"
He dropped his hand casually upon Aislinn's shoulder and caressed the nape of her neck, though he felt her stiffen under his touch. His grin deepened.
"She pleasures me well also." "I say she lies,"
Ragnar flung. Wulfgar chuckled.
"Because she fought you. As any demoiselle, she responds more readily to a gentler touch."
Ragnar sneered his contempt.
"She doesn't look much like a lad, Wulfgar. I'm wondering how you have mistaken her for one."
Aislinn sensed Wulfgar's rising anger in the tightening of his fingers upon her shoulder, but he spoke easily, his temper carefully masked.
"You speak heedlessly, my friend. I did not know you desired the damsel at the cost of your life. But I forgive you. Seeing that the maid is one to make any man reckless, I might be also if placed in your position."
His hand slid to Aislinn's waist, and he squeezed it lightly, as he pulled her against his side.
"You would do well to seek Lynn out. On the morrow, you will leave to join the Duke by his command. You will have precious little time for wenching then."
He turned from Ragnar, sweeping Aislinn along with him, and mounted the steps to the hall. As they entered, Kerwick glared at them from where he sat, chained with the dogs, and his face darkened with rage and jealousy as he watched the Norman pass a light caress across Aislinn's buttocks before releasing her. So intent was he upon following Wulfgar's hand that Kerwick missed the angry glare Aislinn threw at the Norman, and in return his taunting smile. Aislinn whirled and fled up the stairs, calling for Lynn to fetch her water. Wulfgar leisurely watched her flight until she banged the chamber door behind her, then slowly turned to Kerwick.
"Little Saxon, if you could speak my tongue, I would congratulate you on your fine taste. But you and Demart are unwise, wanting the maid as you do. She has sliced your hearts upon her platter and tossed them carelessly away. You will soon learn, as I have, not to trust women."
He drew a horn of ale and lifted it as if in toast to the chained man.
"Women. Use them. Caress them. Leave them. But never love them, my friend. I have been taught this lesson well from childhood."
Wulfgar went to stand by the hearth and stared pensively into the fire as he finished his ale. Finally, he turned and mounted the stairs. He entered the bedchamber, but to his surprise found the room empty. With anger pressing down upon his mood, he whirled, wondering what game the vixen was now playing upon him. He could allow that she might have need to seek revenge on Ragnar, but he'd be damned if he would let himself be the object of her vindictiveness. Irately, he strode to the door of the chamber he had given her mother, and without pausing, threw open the door. Aislinn started as the portal banged open, clasping her arms across her naked breasts, and Lynn jumped, almost dropping the pail of water she was pouring into her lady's bath. The girl backed away fearfully as Wulfgar approached and came to stand beside the tub to gaze down on Aislinn, who glared at him and choked red with her anger. "Do you mind, my lord?" she gritted indignantly. He smiled, and her skin burned as her cheeks grew darker under his slow, deliberate stare.
"Nay, demoiselle, I do not mind."
Aislinn sat back in a huff, splashing water over the side of the tub and onto him. She eyed him distastefully, loathing his casual manner that, she was sure, marked them in the girl's eyes as lovers. Wulfgar gestured toward Lynn.
"I believe Ragnar is looking for her."
"I have need of her," Aislinn answered shortly. She swept her hand, indicating her bath. "As you can plainly see."
"Strange,"
Wulfgar mocked as he feasted his eyes upon her swelling breasts.
"I thought you bathed at morning tide when I am gone."
"Usually I do," Aislinn retorted, "but with so much mauling, I felt in need of extra cleansing." Wulfgar chuckled and rubbed the nape of his neck.
"Tell me, demoiselle, is it because you cannot stand the thought of Demart riding another wench that you keep the girl with you?"
Aislinn threw him a murderous glare. "Demart may enjoy any Norman slut of his choosing, but Lynn is unused to the crude ways in which you foreigners take a wench. He hurts the girl, and if you had any compassion in your soul, you would not give her so freely to him."
"I have no part in the arguments of women,"
Wulfgar shrugged, reaching out to tease a stray lock of coppery hair which tumbled from the heavy mass of curls tied upon her head. "I know," Aislinn snapped. "You seek to discredit me in the sight of my betrothed with your fondling of me. If he were free, you would not handle me so casually." He laughed lightly as he perched upon the rim of the wooden tub.
"Shall I free him, demoiselle? But I think the little Saxon is far more fond of you than you of him."
He glanced toward Lynn, who all but cowered in a corner away from him. His tone was impatient as he questioned Aislinn.
"Does she have to look so frightened? Tell her it's her mistress I fancy in my bed, not her."
Aislinn considered the trembling girl. "My lord wouldst do you no harm, Lynn," she said in English. "Mayhap, if he can be persuaded, he'll even give you his protection. Calm your fears." The pale-haired girl settled herself to sit upon the floor, still wary of the tall Norman, yet filled now with a certain confidence that her lady could save her if anyone could.
"What did you tell her?"
Wulfgar questioned. Aislinn rose from the tub, reaching for a linen to wrap about her, and felt Wulfgar's devouring gaze upon her. She quickly covered herself and stepped out to stand beside him. "I said you wouldn't hurt her," Aislinn answered. "'Tis what you told me to say."
"If I knew your tongue, I could be sure you do not play me for a fool."
"A man makes himself a fool. 'Tis hard for another to do so, unless the first allows it."
You are wise as well as beautiful, Wulfgar murmured.
He ran a finger down her arm in a slow, unhurried caress, and Aislinn turned to look pleadingly at him. She stood so close that the side of her leg brushed against the inside of the thigh he had perched upon the tub. It was as if a charge of a storm's bright fire arched between them, with the contact jolting each with an abrupt shock of passion. Aislinn felt weak and unsure with his nearness. Wulfgar's reaction was more physical, and his breath drew harshly between his teeth, as if he had been struck a blow. He clenched his fists in the effort to endure her nearness without snatching her into his embrace and stilling the throbbing in his loins then and there. He knew Lynn watched them, and he was amazed that he could respond so quickly to a wench when others looked on. He was grateful for his male hauberk, but his self-control was sorely shaken by the dampened cloth Aislinn had wrapped around her. Though it had proven a most strenuous feat, he had steeled his body against his raging desires as he watched her bathe. But with the proximity of her supple form, with only the wet linen draping her, he found it more of a task to think logically than he had before. His passions rode him hard, and goaded him almost beyond the limits of his own iron will.
"My lord,"
Aislinn murmured softly,
"you have said we are no more than slaves. It is surely your right to give Lynn to anyone of your choosing. But I pray you will be merciful with her. She has always served well, and is willing to do so again, but not in the manner of harlot for your men. Her feelings are tender. Do not tread upon them and make her loathe you, as well as the men who take her. Please be compassionate. She has done nothing to warrant such cruelty."
Wulfgar's brow lowered. "Are you bargaining for another life, Aislinn? Are you set to share my bed, that this girl may not have to yield to Ragnar?"
Aislinn took a deep breath. "Nay, Wulfgar, I am pleading. Only that."
Wulfgar stared at her. "You ask much, but are willing to give nothing in return. You have come to me for yon Kerwick. Now this girl. When will you come for yourself?"
"Is my life at stake, my lord?" she questioned, her eyes searching his.
"And if it were?" he pressed.
"I think I could not find the way to play the whore for even that," she answered slowly.
"Would you come freely if you loved me?" he asked.
His gaze penetrated into the depths of her soft eyes. "If I loved you," she repeated. "My love is all I have left that I can give of my own free will. The man I loved would not have to beg me to be a bride, or to give him all the rights that brings. Ragnar took what I held for my betrothed, yet my love is still my own to give to man, or withhold as my heart would bid me."
"Did you love Kerwick?"
She shook her head slowly and answered truthfully. "Nay, I have loved no man."
"And I no woman," he returned. "Yet I have desired them."
"I desire no man," she said quietly. His hand caressed her cheek and moved downward to the slim column of her throat. He felt her tremble beneath his touch and smiled with a hint of mockery.
"I think you lightly ply a maiden's dream, damoiselle."
Her eyes flew to his face, and she saw that he was laughing at her. She lifted her chin proudly and would have retorted angrily to his quip, but he shushed her by placing a finger upon her lips.
"The girl, Lynn, is bidden to attend you till Ragnar leaves on the morrow. He will not seek long for her ere he finds another. And unless you wish to act in her stead, I bid you stay close upon my hand for your own welfare. It is common truth 'tis you Ragnar wants, and he is no different in that respect than any man of his camp or mine. While my men will keep their distance, his may not. I think you would soon discover the safety of our nest in yonder chamber, if left to your own defences."
Aislinn smiled, and a dimple flirted at the corner of her mouth. I am quite aware of the benefits of sleeping near you, my lord, if not with you.
Wulfgar grinned like a devil, and he rose and walked to the door. You will soon learn those benefits also, my lady. Rest assured. At the evening's feast, Aislinn sat at her usual place beside Wulfgar, but found Ragnar had taken a chair next to hers. He feasted his eyes upon the brilliant hair coiled in a glorious mass upon her head. Her creamy skin glowed with a lustre of youth, and a healthy blush of pink flushed her cheeks, setting her eyes a-sparkle. As she turned to answer a question Wulfgar presented her, Ragnar's eyes raked her slender form, adorned in forest green velvet, and lingered a moment where her hair was lifted from her neck, bearing a soft, tempting nape. He knew a deep, fermenting hunger that he could not ease, and he felt cheated, robbed of this sumptuous prize by the bastard's own greed and lust. He bent to her. He sends me to William, he muttered, but he will not always be able to keep me from you. He brushed his knuckles gently along her sleeve. I can give you more than he. My family is important. They can be counted on when I want to further my position. Come with me, and you will not regret it. Aislinn pushed his hand away in distaste. My home is Darkenwald. I seek no greater treasure. Ragnar studied her. Then you will go with the man who possesses this hall. 'Tis Wulfgar's, and I am his, she replied coldly, thinking to settle the matter, and turned her attention to Wulfgar, while Ragnar leaned back thoughtfully in his chair and mused on her answer. After the meal, Wulfgar left the hall for a short time, and Aislinn sought the safety of his bedchamber as he directed her to. But she did not count upon the fact Ragnar waited for her in the shadows of the narrow hall outside the room. He stepped from the darkness, and she halted abruptly in her stride, taken by surprise. A confident smile twisted his handsome lips as he came to her and took her by the arms. Wulfgar is careless with you, Aislinn, he murmured huskily. He didn't consider you had lost your senses, she returned icily, trying to pull away. Ragnar's hand slowly moved over a rounded breast and came to rest upon her hip. I never thought the memory of a wench could haunt me as yours has these past days, he said hoarsely. You only seek me because Wulfgar has claimed me, she retorted disagreeably, pushing at his hard chest. Let me go. Find some other wench to fondle and leave me be. None pleases me as well as you, he murmured against her hair, the hot blood surging like a swift river of passion through his veins. He reached behind him and pushed open the chamber door. Wulfgar will tarry with his horses and his men, the fool, and Vashel has promised to sit at this door to watch upon his return. He'll warn us with a rap on the wood when the bastard approaches. So come, my dove, we've no time to lose. Aislinn struggled now in earnest, and sought to claw his face, but Ragnar caught her wrists before she could sink her nails in to do him damage, and drew her arms behind her, crushing her against his chest. He held her in a savage grip as he grinned down into her piercing glare. Upon my word, Vixen, you're a livelier tart than that simple girl Wulfgar would give me. He chuckled as he thought of the other man. He'll see I am not one to settle for meagre fare when a feast of delicacies tempts me more. Ragnar swept her into his arms and strode into the chamber with her, kicking the door closed behind them. You crawling vermin! You viper from Hades! Aislinn railed, straining against his overpowering strength. I'll die before submitting to you again. Doubtful, my dove, unless you can command yourself to die in the next few moments. Now relax, and I will be gentle with you. Never, Aislinn screeched. Then have it your own way, he replied. He threw her onto the bed and fell upon her before she could roll away. Aislinn fought him as any wild thing afraid of capture, and a fierce battle raged between them. She lunged beneath him in an effort to escape, and her hands quickly followed his to replace the clothing he pulled away from her limbs. If her strength would last until Wulfgar came back, but she had no way of knowing when he would return, and she was swiftly losing ground in her struggles to preserve what dignity she had left. Ragnar was tearing at her garments, ripping the gunner from her bosom. She felt his warm, wet mouth upon her breasts, and she shuddered in loathing.
"If you can bed that boar, Wulfgar, with ease," he murmured hoarsely against her throat, "then you might find real pleasure with a more experienced lover."
"You stumbling clod,"
she choked, straining away from his insistent ardour.
"You're a wheedling youth compared to him."
Suddenly, they both started as a loud crash resounded in the room. It seemed to vibrate the very walls of the chamber. With a jerk, Ragnar rolled from her and stared agape at the source of that noise. Aislinn struggled up to see the door flung wide and Wulfgar standing inside its frame. At his feet lay the now subdued, limp, and moaning Vashel. With a casualness that did not lend to Ragnar's comfort, Wulfgar leaned against the doorway and placed his foot upon Vashel's chest. His gaze first swept Aislinn, assessing the damage done to her as she hastily clutched her clothing over her bosom and covered the gleaming pale thighs from his regard, then settled upon her tormentor, whose pallor was well justified.
"'Tis not my wont to kill a man over a woman," Wulfgar said slowly. "But you, Sir de Mart, draw my patience perilously thin. What is mine I hold, and I can allow no one to doubt my position. It is good that Svein came to tell me of some mischief he perceived brewing here, with Vashel lurking in the shadows outside my chamber door. If you had proceeded further on the maid, you might have missed the dawning of the sun."
Wulfgar turned and gestured outside the chamber, and Svein came into view. Aislinn sat up, and a delicious grin spread across her features as she watched the huge Viking come and drag the well-born Norman from her side. Ragnar struggled and cursed the Norseman and his lord as Wulfgar leisurely smiled.
"Throw his carcass in the nearest sty,"
he bade Svein, and then gestured toward Vashel.
"Then come fetch this one here and do him the same. They should find sweet companionship there, and reminisce upon the hazards of trespassing upon my property."
When the room was emptied of their presence, Wulfgar closed the door and turned to Aislinn. She wore a bright, happy smile of gratitude, but as he came forward, she quickly vacated his bed.
"Sir Ragnar will surely have reason to want your hide after this injury to his pride,"
she grinned, her face beaming with her delight over his humiliation.
"Without running Ragnar through, you have served his pride a hearty blow. I could not have thought to settle my revenge upon his frame with such thoroughness."
Wulfgar continued to view her lithe form as she strode jauntily past him like some regal wench, carefully holding the shreds of her bodice together.
"And that must certainly please you well, Aislinn, to have us quarrelling over you. Which one of us, I pray, will you be most pleased to be rid of? I am more a threat to your peace of mind than he."
Aislinn faced him and smiled slowly into his grey eyes.
"My lord, you think me a fool. I do not dare walk the simplest path without being assured your claim upon me is my protection. That I have not yet paid for that defence I well know, and am grateful for, but I continue to hope you will be of a gallant nature, and not demand such unworthy payment from a lady unwed to you."
He snorted.
"My nature is never gallant, Aislinn, least of all towards women. You may rest assured that you will pay, and pay well."
Her lips remained curved in a beguiling smile, and her eyes were aglow with a sparkle that would have bedazzled a man less fierce.
"I think, my lord, that your growl is worse than your bite."
His tawny brow arched.
"Think you so, damoiselle? Then one day you will wish you had given me more credence."
With that, he blew out the candles and undressed by the glow of the fire, then flung himself upon the bed to take his rest. In the shadows of the room, his voice came stern and harsh. "On the morrow you will wear a dagger for your protection. Mayhap it will discourage other attacks upon your person." With a shrug and a smile, Aislinn nestled down upon her bed of furs and sought the benefit of slumber, thinking dreamily of how the firelight played upon his bronze skin and the way the muscles of his back rippled with every movement. 6. There were only a few descriptive words that floated to Aislinn's ears of Ragnar's departure the next morning. Rumours were that the manner of his going was hurried, angry, and darkly silent. Aislinn grinned to herself as she heard, gloating over her good fortune to have seen his put down, and went merrily about her duties with a light-hearted mood and step. The familiar and welcome weight of her girdle about her hips and the accustomed dagger in its sheath added to her confidence. She did not feel quite as naked wearing the belt. Wulfgar himself had brought it to her as she dressed that morning, and in his usual manner brushed away her thanks with a satirical quip that spurred her anger. It was late in the afternoon when Aislinn, sitting beside Erlend's grave with her mother, glanced up to see a man wearily trudging his way through the woods toward the hall. She watched him for some moments, sensing there was something odd about his appearance, when suddenly she realized his hair was shaggy and long, and his chin was wreathed by a beard. She gasped in surprise, but abruptly hid her astonishment from her mother, who looked up at the sound. She smiled reassuringly and shook her head, and Maida bent her head again to gaze sadly upon the mound of dirt, rocking back and forth as she continued with her low, whining song. Aislinn cast anxious glances about to see if some Norman had also sighted the man, but no one stirred. She rose with an air of calm that she struggled to attain, and strolled leisurely toward the back of the manor. When she was reassured no one watched or followed her, she turned and darted across the clearing into the thickest edge of the swamp, then made her way back toward higher ground and the place where she had seen the man, paying little heed to the sharp branches and small shrubs that tore at her mantle as she ran through the woods. She caught sight of the fellow still plodding along through the trees, and recognized Thomas, the knight and vassal of her father. With a cry she hailed him, overcome with joy and relief, having thought him dead. He stopped, and on seeing her began to hurry toward her, meeting her halfway.
"My lady, I despaired I would ever see Darkenwald again," he said, tears coming to his eyes. "How is your father? Well, I hope. I was wounded at Stamford Bridge and could not travel with the army when it moved south to meet William." His face saddened. "These are bad times for England. It is lost."
"They are here, Thomas," she murmured. "Erlend is dead."
His face twisted in his grief.
"Oh, my lady, 'tis sad news you bear."
"We must hide you."
He glanced up in alarm toward the hall, his hands upon his sword, only now realizing the import of her words. He saw the enemy about the courtyard, and where some had approached nearer to where Maida sat. Aislinn dropped a hand upon his arm in an urgent manner.
"Get to Hilda's and hide there. Her husband was killed with Erlend, and her daughter slain by thieves. She will welcome your company. Go now. I will follow when I am sure no one watches, and bring food."
He nodded and hastened to escape through the trees. Aislinn stood watching after him until he was well out of sight, then made her own way back to the hall. With Lynn's help, she quickly gathered bread, cheese, and meats and hid them beneath the folds of her mantle. In her haste, she passed Kerwick, forgetful of his presence, but he reached out and grabbed her skirts, almost making her drop the food.
"Where is it you go in such a flutter?" he demanded. "Is your lover waiting?"
"Oh, Kerwick!"
she cried impatiently.
Not now. Thomas is back. I go to see him.
Tell me when your lover will loose me.
He held up his chains.
These chains are burdensome, and my mind grows weary and dulled. I would have some task to occupy me, besides keeping the hounds from my neck. They loose them before me.
He indicated the dogs roaming the empty hall, and asked in desperation,
What must I do to get free?
I will speak with Wulfgar this eventide, she replied.
What sweet thing will you promise that you have not already given him?
He questioned bitterly. She sighed.
Your jealousy eats at you.
Angrily, Kerwick yanked her down to him, causing her to drop her bundle, and pulled her roughly across his lap. His mouth crushed upon hers, bruising her lips as he forced them apart. His hand ripped at the fabric over her bosom.
Oh, Kerwick, no!
Aislinn gasped, tearing her mouth free. She pushed against his chest.
Not you too.
Why the bastard and not me?
He demanded, moving his hand over her bare breasts. His face appeared pinched and hard, contorted by desire, and his caress was rough and brutal.
I have the right, not him.
Nay, nay,
she choked in rage, pushing at his hands.
No words were spoken by a priest to seal our bonds. I belong to no one. Not you, not Ragnar, not even Wulfgar. Only myself.
Then why do you crawl into the Norman's bed like some docile bitch?
He hissed.
You sit with him, and dine, and your eyes are only for him. He gives you the slightest glance, and your tongue stumbles over words.
'Tis not true,
she cried.
You think I don't notice, when there's naught else to entertain me?
He railed.
My lord, you crave him as any starving man craves food. Why? He is the enemy, and I your betrothed. Why do you not show me the same kindness? I have need for your body too. All these months I have remained chaste to honour you. My patience is at an end.
Do you take me here with the hounds, then?
She questioned furiously.
Do you care so little for me that you must satisfy yourself as your lowly bedmates do? Those hounds, with no regard for their bitches. At least Wulfgar does not treat me so.
He gave her a violent shake.
Then you admit you prefer his embraces to mine?
Yea,
she blurted out, tears of pain and anger springing forth.
His touch is gentle. Now loose me before he comes.
Abruptly he did so, flinging her away with an oath. In the past days, as he sat chained with no other distractions for his mind to rest upon, he had watched her with Wulfgar, and sensed her affections slipping from his grasp. Always proud and distant with other men, the winsome woman came to surface when she was in the presence of that devil Norman. She was like an unlit candle, slim, cool, remote, until that one called Wulfgar entered and set her aflame, and then she became a light that enchanted and beguiled. It was doubly hard for him, her betrothed, to watch, knowing he had never been capable of the feat which seemed so easy for the Norman. And that knight did not treasure his wealth, but vowed his contempt for women in a language he thought not understood. That man had stolen his love from him without the simplest effort. Yet if there was a chance of winning her back, Kerwick promised himself he would take it and snatch her from the wolf's power. Regretfully, he reached out for her hand, making her recoil and look at him with suspicion.
You are right, Aislinn. This jealousy gnaws at me. Forgive me, my dearest love.
I will see if Wulfgar will set you free, she said quietly, and left him.
Clutching her mantle closed over the shreds of clothing and her small bundle of food. She had not time to change her garments now, when she feared Wulfgar would return to the hall. Hilda was waiting at the door of the cottage and quickly let her in.
Is he well?
Aislinn asked softly, glancing toward Thomas, who sat before the hearth in a dismal mood, hanging his head.
"Yea, only his heart needs healing, lady, as mine does," Hilda returned. "I will care for him here."
Aislinn gave her the food, taking care the mantle did not slip away from her torn bodice.
"If anyone should see these meats, tell them 'twas I who stole. I would not have you chastened for my deeds."
"It does not matter if they should kill me," the old woman returned. "My life is nearly over, and yours is just beginning."
"Wulfgar will not kill me,"
Aislinn said, with a small measure of confidence.
"Now, is there place for Thomas to hide if they come searching? They must not find him here."
"Never fear, my lady. We will find a secret place."
"Then I must go."
Aislinn turned toward the door.
"I will bring more food when I can."
She had opened the door and was about to step through when she heard Hilda cry out in alarm.
"The Normans!"
Aislinn glanced up, fear chilling every nerve. Wulfgar stood before the door, flanked by 2 of his men. Aislinn froze as his steely grey eyes pierced her. He stepped forward to enter the cottage, but she blocked his path, seeking to make a barrier of her slender form. With a grunt of contempt for her effort, he stretched out a hand and moved her easily aside.
"Nay, he has done nothing,"
she cried, clinging to Wulfgar's arm in desperation.
"Leave him be."
Wulfgar glanced down at the slim hands clutching his sleeve, and his voice held a warning note when he spoke. "You go beyond yourself, Aislinn of Darkenwald. This matter does not concern you." Aislinn glanced fearfully toward Thomas, who stood braced for battle. Need yet another Saxon fall beneath a Norman sword? The thought brought a coldness to her belly, and she knew she must do what she could to forestall further violence. Her eyes held a plea for mercy as she lifted them to Wulfgar.
"My lord, Thomas is a valiant warrior. Must his blood be spilled now, after the battle is done, because he fought honestly for the king to whom he and my father owed their loyalty? Oh, Seigneur, show wisdom and mercy here. I will pick up the gauntlets and be your slave."
Wulfgar's face was stony. "You bargain with what is already mine. Do you try again to influence me? Loose me, and set your mind on other matters."
"Please, my lord,"
she whispered, tears welling forth. Without word, Wulfgar disengaged her fingers and set her from him, then turned and approached Thomas as his men brushed past Aislinn and took their places behind him. "You are called Thomas?" Wulfgar questioned. Thomas looked toward Aislinn in bewilderment.
"My lord, he does not speak your language,"
she explained. "Tell him to lay down his sword and come with us," Wulfgar directed. As she repeated the words for Thomas, the vassal eyed the 3 men warily. "My lady, are they bound to kill me?" She glanced uncertainly at Wulfgar's back, the broad shoulders covered with mail, the hand casually resting upon his sword. If he could kill 4 armed thieves who set upon him, one weary and hungry Saxon would offer him little difficulty if he chose to slay him. She could only rely upon Wulfgar's mercy.
"Nay,"
she replied, with some assurance mounting.
"I think not. The new lord of Darkenwald deals fairly with men."
Thomas, with some hesitation, reversed his sword and, laying it across his palms, presented it to Wulfgar. Accepting it, the Norman lord turned and walked toward the door, catching Aislinn's arm and steering her out ahead of him as his men fell in behind Thomas and followed them out. In the sunlight, Aislinn glanced up at Wulfgar in confusion as he continued to draw her with him. His face held no emotion, and he gave her no heed. She dared not question his intent. His strides were long and swift. She had to step quickly to keep pace, and many times stumbled over ruts. She felt his hand tighten upon her arm, lending her support. Then she tripped in front of him, letting go the mantle in an effort to check her fall. He drew her up by the arm he held, and his gaze dropped to the torn garments bearing her bosom. His eyes widened in surprise as her white breasts boldly thrust through the rent cloth. Then they narrowed as they dropped to her sheathed dagger and finally lifted to her face. There the cold steel held her gaze and seemed to burn into her brain and seize upon her very thoughts until she was certain he knew the full truth. She stood breathless until he gathered the mantle about her shoulders so she might hold it better, and took her elbow again. The silence continued between them until they reached the hall, and he freed her. Then, as he seemed to turn his attention to Thomas, she ascended the first stone steps to the sleeping chambers in hopes of changing her gunner. With a voice that boomed within the hall, he halted her.
"Nay!"
he bellowed, and thrust his finger toward her. Aislinn's heart quailed in her bosom, and she glanced toward Kerwick in dismay. His startled face etched her own apprehension of Wulfgar's penetrating gaze. Near her, Maida whined fearfully, wringing her hands. Slowly, and with a quiet dignity, Aislinn turned and descended the stairs and went to him.
"My lord,"
she questioned softly,
"what is thy will?"
His voice was gruff, cold.
"My will is that you honour me with your presence until I bid you go. Now find a perch to rest thyself."
She nodded and sat on a bench by the table. Swinging round, Wulfgar pointed to Kerwick.
"Loose him, and bring him here."
Kerwick's colour waned, and he struggled back against the Normans who sought to take hold of him. He was outnumbered, and soon faced Wulfgar. As he appeared to shrink beneath Wulfgar's hard gaze, Svein chuckled.
"The little Saxon quakes in fright. What has he done now to make him tremble thus?" "Nothing,"
Kerwick cried.
"Unhand me."
He bit his lips as Svein laughed.
"Ah, so you do speak our tongue. Wulfgar was right. What do you want of me?"
Kerwick demanded, glancing toward Aislinn. Wulfgar smiled slowly.
"Thomas here does not know our language. You will give me assist."
Aislinn almost breathed a sigh of relief. Yet with Wulfgar there was nothing done without purpose. Why was she not asked to translate, since they knew her learned in this way? Her brow grew troubled, and she puzzled as she studied Wulfgar closely. He spoke easily, watching Kerwick rather than Thomas, not even glancing toward the disconcerted vassal.
"Speak with this man and tell him thusly. He may be a slave and chained with the thieves, or he can retain much of his former place, but for 3 things. He must lay down his arms and not raise them again unless so bid by me. He must crop his hair and shave his face, as is our manner. And he must swear fealty to the Duke William on this very day."
While these things were repeated to Thomas, Wulfgar came to Aislinn's side and placed his thigh upon the table, leaning forward and half-sitting. Aislinn gave him little notice, for her attention was centred upon Kerwick and Thomas and their discussion. Thomas's main concern seemed to be the loss of the larger part of his glorious blonde hair. But he acquiesced and nodded his agreement vigorously when Kerwick bared his own back and showed him the stripes thereon. With a start, Aislinn became aware that her mantle had fallen open, and, glancing downward, confirmed that her breasts lay open to Wulfgar's chance gaze. Looking to him, she saw her fears realized, for his gaze was not chance, but rested hungrily upon the display. She blushed profusely, and clutched the front of the cloak to her as his hand moved to rest upon her bare shoulder. She felt warm and flushed as his long fingers slowly traced her collarbone, the line of her chin, and down the curve of her neck, returning to lay upon the first gentle swell of her breast. Shaken and addled, Aislinn became conscious of the fact that the conversation had ceased, and glanced up to find Kerwick glaring at them with reddened face and clenched fists, obviously fighting for what little self-control he could muster. Suddenly, she knew Wulfgar's game and started to speak, but the hand tightened upon her shoulder, and when she looked around, those grey eyes caught hers, and though his lips smiled and was silent, she was warned not to interfere.
"Methinks you dally, Kerwick,"
he spoke without raising his attention from her.
"Get the business done."
Kerwick choked and struggled with words. His voice started haltingly, then, as he continued, diminished in volume.
"Speak up, Saxon. Your speech grows slurred. I would hear the sound of my words in your English tongue." "I cannot,"
Kerwick suddenly cried, shaking his head.
"And why not?" Wulfgar demanded, almost pleasantly. "I am your lord. Is it not meet that you should obey me?"
Kerwick jerked his arm toward Aislinn.
"Then leave her be. You have no right to caress her thus. She is mine."
Abruptly, Wulfgar's manner changed. His great sword sang from its sheath, and with a long stride he reached the fireplace. There, with both hands on the hilt, he brought the blade whining downward to split in twain a large log lying there. Then, reversing his grip, he thrust the point through the heavy seat of a wooden bench nearby. He strode to Kerwick, who, though still angry, was pale and struggled to present a defiant mien. Wulfgar stood before the younger man, legs spraddled and arms akimbo. When he spoke, his voice fair trembled the heavy timbers that arched the hall.
"By God's own word, Saxon,"
he thundered,
"you try my temper sorely. You are no longer lord or landed, but a simple serf. Now you maul with outraged passion what is mine."
His voice lowered to a mere growl, and gesturing to where Aislinn sat in dire fear, he continued,
"You both speak the French tongue well, but she gives me pleasure too, and you most certainly do not. Though I would not pursue my business with a woman hanging to my tails, your life is by far the cheaper. Do not quest this issue again, if you would live another day."
Almost quietly, he added,
"Do you see the truth of my words?"
Kerwick lowered his gaze and bowed his head.
"Yea, lord."
Then he raised himself to full height and squarely faced Wulfgar, though a tear slowly traced its way down his face.
"But 'twill be difficult, for you see, I loved her."
Wulfgar felt a first inkling of respect rise up within him for this lean Saxon, and some stir of compassion for him. He could feel sorry for any man tormented and bedevilled by a woman, though he could not see their foolishness in letting themselves be drawn to such ends by a simple wench.
"Then I count the matter done," Wulfgar stated flatly. "You will not be chained again unless you bring it on yourself. Now take this man and see that he is sheared, then bring him to make his vow before a cross."
As his men followed Thomas and Kerwick from the hall, Wulfgar turned and crossed to the stairs. He had mounted the first few steps when he glanced toward Aislinn, who sat quietly in dumb confusion and paused to wait for her. She turned and raised her eyes to him.
"You seem at a loss, damoiselle,"
he mocked, and then grew serious.
"The men of this town are welcome to return to their homes. Winter draws hither, and will be the labour of every sound body to keep hunger from the door. So, if you find more, do not hide them, but bring them to me in no fear of their lives. Now, I bid you come and seek some replacement for those poorly used garments, that we may dine and ease our hunger. I do hope your gowns have not been reduced to the point you have no change for that rag. It is simple to see that if you are put upon again by some lusty male, that I will have to draw from my purse a sum to clothe you. You may, in a short time, damoiselle, come to cost me more than your worth." I hope I shall not have to share my coins with some lowly dressmaker, since my monies are hard-earned, and I have better use for them."
With a haughty air, Aislinn rose. With all the dignity she could muster, she mounted the stairs, passing him and leading the way to the chamber, all under his amused stare. He closed the door behind them and moved about the room, shedding the heavy mail and setting it to its place. Aislinn stood watching him, in indecision, well aware of her lack of privacy and of his off-hand manner with her. When he turned to the hearth to warm himself, she knew it was the most she could expect, and that she would have to make the best of it. Turning her back to the room, she hastily dropped the mantle to the floor and stripped the ruined garments from her. Perhaps it was some small sound from Wulfgar that made her clutch the kirtle to her breast. She looked his way, and her breath caught in her throat, for he stood now staring at her with eyes hot and burning with the passion he made no effort to disguise. His gaze slowly travelled the length of her flawless back, touching the long, slender legs and the rounded hips with eyes that seemed to scorch her with their searing heat. Aislinn felt no embarrassment. Indeed, a slow, pleasant warmth tingled through her. With an effort, she lifted her chin and questioned him coolly. "Does my lord pleasure himself, or does he wish me to pleasure him? Please allow me an answer before I clothe this simple frame, that you may not have to part with a precious coin for my garments." His eyes rose to her face, and she saw the passion die. His brow darkened, and without a word he stumbled from the room. Dark clouds of wintry grey smothered the dawn, as a first splattering of rain turned into a roaring downpour that soaked the earth and sent sheets of water cascading from the roof. Aislinn stretched contentedly upon her furry bed, and turning, snuggled deeper into the warmth of the pelts, half opening an eye and seeking the source of light that roused her, wondering if Wulfgar had risen in the early morning hours to open the shutters. She gazed out for a moment at the falling rain, enjoying the restful sound. Then a shadow moved across the window, and she came to her feet, realizing Wulfgar was already up and dressed. He wore a tunic and leather bracos, and did not seem to mind the chill, which prompted her to seize a fur and wrap it close about her. "My lord, forgive me. I did not know you wished to rise early. I'll get food."
"Nay."
He shook his head.
"I have no business pressing. The rain woke me."
She walked to the window to stand beside him, brushing a glossy tress from her face. Her hair fell about her in loose curls that many times defied a sober braid. He reached out and lifted a heavy lock from her breast as she peered up at him. "You came quite late to bed, my lord. Was there some trouble?" He looked into her eyes.
"I crawled between no wench's thighs, if that is what you mean."
With a flush of colour, she leaned forward out from the window to catch the rain within her cupped hands. She scooped it to her mouth, giggling gaily as some dribbled down her chin and plummeted to her bosom, wetting her light kirtle. She held the dampened cloth from her breast, shivering at the crisp chill of the water. As she reached out for more, she felt Wulfgar's eyes upon her as she played. For a moment, she stared out the window at the countryside, very much aware of his manly presence beside her. His nearness stirred some strange, pleasurable spark that flickered along the ends of her nerves. "My lord," she began slowly, without glancing his way, "you have said you do not wish my gratitude, yet I feel dearly thankful for your mercy to Kerwick. He is not so shallow-witted as he has seemed. I cannot think why he has acted so foolishly. In truth, my lord, he is clever with his mind."
"Until it is dulled by a wench's treachery,"
he murmured thoughtfully. Aislinn turned to him sharply, taken aback by his harsh words. An angry flush rose to her cheeks as she stared up into those grey eyes.
I had always been true to Kerwick, until that choice was taken from me by your man.
I wonder, Mademoiselle, if your loyalty would have stayed fast if Ragnar had not bedded you.
She drew herself up, looking at him squarely. Kerwick was the choice of my father, and I would have honoured that choice to my dying day. I am not a fickle maid who falls in any bed to be wooed thereon by every passing stag.
He considered her quietly, and she raised a questioning gaze.
But tell me, sir, why do you fear women and their infidelity so?
She saw his scowl blacken.
What makes you hate women and loathe the one who gave you birth? What did she do?
The scar across Wulfgar's cheek went livid, and he struggled with himself to keep from striking her. But in her eyes he saw no fear, only a calm, deliberate look that quietly questioned. He whirled, and in irate strides crossed to the bed, grinding his fist in his hand. He stood silent for a long time as violent rage gripped him in its power. Finally, he spoke over his shoulder with a voice sharp and brittle.
Yea, she gave me birth, but little else. First she loathed me, not I her. For a small boy who begged for love, she had none. And when that lad turned to a father who would be one, she destroyed that too. They cast me away like something begotten in the gutter.
Aislinn's heart wrenched at the thought of a small lad having to plead for affection. She did not know why she suddenly wanted to go to Wulfgar and hold his head close to her breast and smooth the troubled frown from his brow. Never in her life had she felt such tenderness for a man, and she was at a loss as to how to cope with her emotions now. This man was enemy, and she wanted to soothe his hurts. What madness was this? She went to Wulfgar and gently laid her hand upon his arm, gazing up into his eyes in humble apology. My tongue is sharp and quick to wound. 'Tis a fault I'm oft reminded of. I beg your pardon. Memories so sad should be left buried. Wulfgar reached up a hand and caressed her cheek.
I do not trust women, fair to say.
He smiled stiffly.
'Tis a fault I'm oft reminded of.
Aislinn's eyes held him softly.
There can always be a first time, my lord. We shall see.
7. The firelight danced along the blade of the sword as Wulfgar held it up and with his thumb tested its edge. Then he bent again to honing out the nicks. He had discarded his tunic with the warmth of the fire, and the long, sinewy muscles of his back and arms rippled and played in magnificent rhythm with his movements. At her place by the foot of the bed, Aislinn sat mending his chains. She had laid aside her gunner and wore only a white kirtle. Seated cross-legged on the pile of furs, and with her hair loose and flowing over her shoulders, she looked like some wild Viking bride of old. Perhaps some of the blood from those seafarers coursed in her veins, for the warmth of the fire and the sight of this man half naked and closeted with her for the night made her pulse beat faster. She bit through the last thread, and the thought crossed her mind that were she that savage Viking maid, she might rise now and go to him and caress that sleek and shining back, run her hands down those mighty arms. A chuckle burst from her as she considered what might be his reaction. At the sound of her laughter, Wulfgar's grey eyes rose and regarded her quizzically, and Aislinn turned her attention quickly away from him to folding the garment and putting aside her needle and shears. Wulfgar jerked and cursed lightly and raised his thumb to show her a tiny gash where a drop of blood welled brightly.
Your humour wounds me,
he quipped.
Does the sight of me amuse you so?
Nay, lord.
Then she blushed deeply for her own haste in denying his accusation, betrayed to a small degree her interest. She was amazed at herself, for it seemed now she almost enjoyed his company, and would even seek him out on any plausible excuse. What truth lay in Kerwick's words? Was she more the smitten maid than the vengeful vixen? Wulfgar returned to his labour as she took up another of his garments and began to mend it with careful attention. A light tapping at the door disturbed the domestic tranquillity of the scene, and upon Wulfgar's answer, Maida entered, and bobbing to the lord, seated herself close by Aislinn. "How fared your day, child?" the mother inquired in a chatty voice. "I saw you not, for ills and troubles kept me busy in the town." Wulfgar gave a derisive snort at this woman-talk and bent close to his blade as he whetted it carefully. Aislinn, however, arched her brows in question, for she knew her mother now cared little for the people, and even less of their sicknesses, but spent most of her day in seclusion wherever she could find it, plotting vengeance upon the Normans. As she saw Wulfgar's attention elsewhere, Maida lowered her voice and spoke in the Saxon tongue. "Does he not leave you unguarded a moment? Since the morning's fare, I've sought to speak with you, but I always find some Norman perched by your side." Aislinn made a motion for Maida to cease, glancing quickly toward Wulfgar in apprehension, but the old woman shook her head and almost spit out, "That bumbling ass does not know our gentle tongue, and probably could not follow our thoughts if he did." Aislinn gave her the point, shrugging her shoulders, and the old woman continued anxiously, "Aislinn, heed the Norman not, but listen carefully to my words. Kerwick and I have set away to escape, and I bid you join us in the hour when the moon sets." She ignored her daughter's startled stare and took her hand. "We would leave these southern skies and fly to the north country, where they are yet free, and we have some kin. We can wait there until a new force is raised, and then return and free our home from these vandals." "Mother, do not do this thing, I pray you," Aislinn pleaded, trying to keep her voice level and calm. "These Normans are too many, and they patrol the countryside. They would ride us down in the fields like thieves. And Kerwick, what will they do to him if they take him this time? They will surely choose harsher measures for him if he is caught." "I must," Maida hissed, and then again more calmly, "I cannot bear to see these lands, once mine, now trod by Norman heel, and to give this one," she jerked her head over her shoulder towards Wulfgar, "the pleasure of hearing my lord, from my lips." "Nay, mother, 'tis foolery," Aislinn argued. "If you are so bent, then go. But I cannot, for our people still bear the yoke of the Norman Duke, and at least this lord," she cast her eyes toward Wulfgar, "bears us some compassion, and yields us small concessions, however sorely won." Maida saw her daughter's gaze shift and soften, and she sneered. "Aye, that my own flesh, my own tender child, should set her heart upon a Norman bastard and desert her own kind for his lowly company. Aye, mother, bastard perhaps, and Norman true, but a man, and a kind of man I've never set my eyes upon before." Her mother snorted. "He rides you well, I see." Aislinn shook her head and raised her chin a notch. "Nay, mother, never that. This is my bed where we sit, and I've gone no further, though sometimes my mind betrays me, and I wonder what adventure there would be seeking that fate." She motioned to her mother, and they again spoke in French of woman's things and doings. As they continued, Wulfgar rose and returned his sword to its sheath, and left the room without so much as a glance toward them, though both watched quietly until they could hear his footsteps going down the stairs. Aislinn now pleaded in earnest with her mother to cease her useless planning and see more to the people of the town, that she might ease their plight somewhat, and not lead them to paths of revenge, where they would find only the lash or the headman's block. Some moments had passed before Wulfgar returned, hitching up his chausses as if he had but yielded nature's call. With a surly grunt in their direction, he seated himself and, taking up his shield, began to rub it with an oiled cloth. Maida came to her feet, giving Aislinn a gentle caress across her cheek, and bidding them both adieu, slipped out of the room. Aislinn sat deep in thought, her contentment gone, and worry beginning to take deep hold, until she raised her eyes and found that Wulfgar had paused and was looking at her with an almost gentle smile on his lips. She puzzled at his manner, for he nodded silently and returned to his work, but in some subtle way he seemed to be waiting for something. Long moments dragged past. Wulfgar laboured on, and Aislinn's nerves stretched taut with tension. The break came abruptly. Maida's shriek rang from the hall, and there was a loud crash and a scuffling, and then silence. Aislinn's eyes flew wide in horror, and garments and sewing were flung in every direction as she ran to the door, threw it open, and fled to the stairs overlooking the hall. There she halted in puzzled perplexity. Her eyes fell first on Kerwick, bound and gagged and chained with the dogs. His eyes blazed in fury, but he wasted no more effort in struggling. Maida choked out curses as she hung helpless in Svein's great arms, her feet high off the floor. She was dressed again in rags, and a large bundle lay on the rushes where it had fallen. A slow anger began to build in Aislinn, and her eyes darkened as it grew. She whirled in a high rage as Wulfgar's voice came from the stairway behind her. "What makes you seek to leave my room and board? Do you hate your home so much? Do you not find justice and reward here for labours well performed? Or is it perhaps that you find the northern moors more attractive?" 3 pairs of eyes turned to him, and 2 jaws fell open, as the 3 of them realized he had spoken in flawless English. Aislinn's face burned, as she knew then just how much she had heard from her very own lips. Her thoughts raced back to all the times she had spoken in his presence, when she had felt assured he could not understand her, and her shame mounted. Wulfgar ascended the stairs, passing her, and strode to where he could look Maida in the eye. He gestured to her frayed and tattered garments. "You old hag, I've seen you here before, and did I not say if I found you here again that I would treat you as you deserve? Svein, tie this crone with the dogs and free that fellow's arms before they eat him."
"Nay,"
Aislinn shrieked, flying down the stairs to stand before Wulfgar.
"You will not do her thus."
Wulfgar ignored her and gestured to Svein, and the Norseman did as bad. When it was done, Wulfgar stood before the leashed pair and spoke almost as a stern father to his errant children. "You will no doubt find warmth in each other tonight. I bid you think well and converse on this evening's game while you rest. Seek the wisdom of it all, and remember this: where I play the game, you are but innocents of the world, for I know the way of courts and kings and men of politics, and have played their games in earnest upon a battlefield. Have a good night, if you can." He bent to scratch one great hound behind its ears and thump its ribs in good camaraderie, then turned to Aislinn, and without a word took her arm and led her to the stairs, where he paused for a moment as if in thought. "Oh, Svein," he turned. "Loose the dogs for a run in the morning, and see if those 2 then can act like loyal slaves. They may even have their freedom, if they promise to give up this foolishness." For his thoughtfulness, Wulfgar received a murderous glare from Kerwick and a strangled curse from Maida. He shrugged and smiled almost pleasantly. "You will feel differently on the morrow." Without further ado, he proceeded to the chamber, his fingers firm and unrelenting upon Aislinn's arm. A dog yelped as Maida's foot found his ribs. Wulfgar had closed the door of the chamber behind them and was just turning when he caught the full force of her open hand across his cheek.
"You chain my mother with the dogs," she cried. "Then you will chain me beside her."
Aislinn pulled her other arm back to strike again, but found it seized in an iron grip. It did little to dampen her rage, and she swung her foot against his shin, winning her freedom, as he grimaced and grabbed his leg in pain.
"Cease your vixen!" he bellowed. "Take care!"
"You played us for fools!"
she screeched, stepping lightly away to seek something heavy to throw at him. A drinking horn shattered against the door behind him as he ducked out of its path.
"Aislinn!"
he warned, but she was already grabbing for another piece.
"Oh, I hate you!"
she shrieked, hurling it at his head. She did not wait to see that he dodged out of its way also, for her eyes were already searching for other weapons. With 2 long strides, Wulfgar was upon her, wrapping his arms about her, pinning her own to her sides. Aislinn gasped as they closed tightly about her and felt his rock-hard chest against her back.
"Your anger is not because of your mother,"
his voice thundered in her ear. "You know the merits of the whip had I laid that to her. You cannot but agree this is the gentler way." Paying no heed, Aislinn squirmed and struggled to get away.
"You've no right to degrade her."
"'Tis your pride you think has been damaged, and you seek revenge because of that."
"You played false with me."
She sought his foot with her heel. Wulfgar's arm slipped around her thighs to still the movements of her legs, and he lifted her clear from the floor.
"Had I played falsely with you, wench, you'd have shared my bed by now."
There was no answer for that, and she could only shriek and squirm. He sat her down roughly in a chair.
"Now sit, until your temper cools, my pretty vixen. I have no intention of letting those hounds nibble on your flesh."
"I will not stay here in this chamber with you,"
she cried, bouncing to her feet as he stepped away.
"You needn't worry,"
he mocked, smiling roguishly as his eyes swept down her body.
"I do not intend taking advantage of your willingness."
She flew at him and sought to lay another blow, but he grabbed her arms and pinned them behind her, crushing her against him. Her fury muffled against his chest, she lifted her foot to stamp upon his, and immediately gained her release as her knee struck between his loins. Wulfgar groaned and stumbled back upon the bed as Aislinn looked at him in surprise, wondering what she had done to cause his pain. But she was without mercy, and leapt upon him to press the attack. With an arm outflung, Wulfgar tried to hold her off, but her fingernails raked across his chest, clawing deep furrows.
"You bloodthirsty vixen!"
he choked.
"'Tis time I taught you a lesson."
He caught her wrist, dragging her face down across his knees, but before his hand could descend upon her, Aislinn wiggled from his lap and slid to the floor. Determined to mete out this punishment he deemed well deserved, Wulfgar reached down to draw her back, and Aislinn started violently as his hand met the bare flesh of her hip. The loose kirtle had slipped up and was twisted about her waist, leaving her lower body naked. Her eyes widened, and her purpose changed abruptly. Now she fought to escape him as her raging anger dissolved in rapid waves and was replaced by a flooding fear. She tried to pull away, but his hand held her wrist in an iron grip, and Aislinn felt herself relentlessly drawn to his lap. Her long hair twined about them, hampering her battle, but her sharp teeth found his hand. Wulfgar grunted in pain and released her arm. Then, as she snatched away, reached for her again, catching his fingers in the neck of her kirtle. There was a rending tear, and the garment split from top to bottom as she straightened. Aislinn stared down in mute horror at her own nakedness, while Wulfgar's eyes feasted greedily upon this glowing bounty. Her skin gleamed like pale gold in the warm light of the fire, and her breasts, full and ripe, rose tauntingly between the remnants of her garment. His outraged hunger, long-stemmed, flamed to its most fervent height. His arms closed about her, and in the next moment she found herself wrapped in her hair and torn kirtle and sprawled on her back upon the pelts of the bed. Wulfgar's eyes met hers, and Aislinn read in them that his time of waiting had come to an end.
"Nay!"
she cried, flinging up an arm to ward him off. But he caught her hands and dragged them beneath her as his knee thrust between her thighs. Her weight lay on their arms, and she gasped in pain at his brutal grasp. She began to curse him, but her words were smothered as his mouth crushed down upon hers. Her head was forced back, arching her spine until her breasts were pressed full against his chest. His lips burned, and beneath his deep, penetrating kiss she felt suffocated. He kissed her eyelids, her cheek, her ear passionately, murmuring soft, unintelligible words. And Aislinn dimly realized the raging ardor she awoke in him. Her panic rising, she lunged against him and met the hardness of his thigh between her loins. It only served to impassion him further. He pressed forward as she shrank away and released her wrists. Still, she could not move in the tangle woven by her hair, kirtle, and bedclothes. He cast his garments away, and Aislinn gasped as he pressed boldly against her. He lowered her shoulders to the bed, freeing her hands from beneath her, yet holding them against her sides. It seemed that every inch of their bodies touched. Aislinn writhed and fought beneath him, but the movement of her body only sharpened his desire. His mouth traced downward to her breasts, and the blistering heat of his lips seared her flesh until she felt as if she were on fire. A strange warmth began to grow in the depths of her body, and her pulse quickened. His mouth returned to take hers, and she found herself clasping him to her and yielding to his flaming kisses, allowing herself to be swept away by his consuming passion. She gasped, half in surprise, half in pain, as a burning ache spread between her thighs. She struggled furiously and sought to push him away, crying out. But he paid no heed to her protests as his lips moved against her throat. His hands easily caught hers as she tried to scratch him, and he held them secure in an iron grasp, leaving her no defense as he had his way with her. Finally, the towering passion was spent, and Aislinn could only sob in anguish until he withdrew from her and moved away. Angrily, she flung herself into a corner of the bed, tearing off the irreparable kirtle, and snatched covers over herself. Between her sobs of rage, she laid every curse she could think of upon his head. Wulfgar chuckled at her fury. "I would not have guessed it, but I must allow you're one of the liveliest bits I've had in a long time." Smothered shrieks bore testimony to the rankling of his words. Wulfgar laughed again, running his fingers along the 4 furrows across his chest. 4 strips of flesh for a romp with a vixen. Ha! But 'twas worth it, and I'll gladly pay the price again."
"You crawling vermin!" Aislinn choked. "Try it, and I'll take yon blade and extend your navel to your chin."
He threw his tawny head back, and his guffaws filled the room. Aislinn's eyes narrowed, and she fumed silently in rage. He crawled beneath the furs with her, and smiled as he looked her way.
"Mayhaps there is one consolation for you, Aislinn. This bed yields more comfort than the floor."
He chuckled, and turning from her, presently went to sleep. Aislinn lay awake by his side, listening to the sound of his deep breathing, until it seemed to vibrate within her own head, and his words wore heavily upon her mind. Forgotten already? Yea, he said he could do it, but could she him? Could she forget the only man who, even now in her anger, tortured her thoughts? She could hate him, loathe him, but forget him. There was great doubt in her mind that she would ever be able to. He was in her blood, and she would not stop until he too was plagued by thoughts of her night and day. Play the witch or play the angel, she would have her way. After all, was she not proud Aislenn's daughter? Aislinn slept then with the ease of a child, and woke drowsily in the middle of the night to feel Wulfgar's warm body moulded against her back and his hand lightly caressing her. Feigning sleep, she submitted to his questing hand, but where his fingers touched, her flesh seemed to burn, and waves of delight tingled through her every nerve. He brushed his lips against the nape of her neck, and his warm breath touched her skin. Aislinn quivered, closing her eyes with a sense of ecstasy. His hand slid down over her belly, and with a gasp, Aislinn rolled over on her stomach, but found her hair caught beneath him, forbidding escape. She rose on an elbow and looked at him. His eyes glittered in the low light of the fire. "I lay between you and the sword, chérie. You'll have to cross me to get it." Reaching out, he took her by the arms and drew her against his chest, forcing her head down until her mouth met his. Her lips trembled beneath his flaming kiss, and she sought to turn away, but he rolled over with her, pressing her down into the pillows. Aislinn's eyes came slowly open to view the bright ray from the waning autumn sun, which had found its way between the shutters to trace a long path upon the stone floor. Tiny motes of dust glittered as they drifted across the beam of light. Lazily, Aislinn remembered when, as a child, she had sought to trap those motes in her hand, while her parents laughed from the bed. Suddenly, she came full awake, remembering the hours past, and who now shared her parents' bed with her. Though they lay untouching, she felt Wulfgar's warmth beside her, and by his heavy breathing she knew him to be asleep. Carefully she sat up and tried to ease herself from the bed, only to find escape impeded by his hand resting in the curling tresses of her hair. Biting her lip, Aislinn gingerly pulled the coppery lengths from beneath him. Her heart gave a sudden lurch when he stirred, thrusting out a knee toward her, but relief flooded through her when she saw that he did not wake. Aislinn gazed down at him, letting her eyes measure him slowly. His face, in repose, possessed a boyish charm that disarmed her. She wondered at the mother who had turned him out without feeling remorse, and knew such a woman had no heart to soften. Aislinn smiled wryly to herself. How bravely she had once decided to use this Norman to turn enemy against enemy. Yet he had made her waver from her purpose. Instead, she was the one caught in a trap between her people and this man. This Wulfgar had played her game better than she. Had he not used her to rouse Kerwick's anger on more than one occasion, baiting the Saxon by fondling her in his presence? Oh, Lord, that she should fall victim to a man who at every turn of the hand could outwit her. She, Aislinn, who could ride a horse as well as a man and think as fast. Her father had claimed her better than any boy her age. She was bright-witted, stubborn to a fault, Erland had bragged, with a fond gleam in his eye, and more cunning than any young whelp who sought knighthood from any king. She was half boy, he had laughingly declared. She possessed the face and body of a beautiful temptress, while her thoughts were sound and logical. Aislinn almost laughed aloud, and the impulse was strong, for she did not think herself especially clever at the moment. She had wanted to hate Wulfgar and show him that he was just another lowly Norman to her, to be loathed and despised. But the days had passed, and his company had become more tolerable, and her manner more congenial. Now, to her further degradation, she had become his mistress. The word stung her with its irony. Proud, aloof Aislinn at the beck and call of a Norman. It took an effort to keep from flinging herself from Wulfgar's side, for an overwhelming desire to flee from him welled up within her. Instead, she eased her body from the bed, shivering as a draught caressed her with icy fingers, and she clenched her teeth tightly to keep them from chattering. The kirtle she had worn lay on the floor in shreds, and she dared not risk opening the coffer for a fresh one. The woolen gunner lay draped over the chair by the hearth, and going to stand close to the burnt-out fire, she yanked the garment on, shuddering slightly as the rough cloth rubbed against her skin. She donned a pair of soft hide boots and grabbed a wolfskin to wrap about her shoulders, then made her way silently from the room. As she crossed the hall, Aislinn saw that the dogs were astir, but Maida and Kerwick were still huddled on the straw in the corner. If they were awake, they gave no sign. With a low creak of hinges, Aislinn pulled open the door and slid outside. There was a chill in the air, but the low sun had begun to warm the land. The morning was clear, and seemed to have a brittle quality about it, as if a sharp sound might shatter the very air. As she crossed the yard, Aislinn saw Svein with a small group of men on a distant hill riding horses about, working the cold from the great destriers. She desired no companionship, and turned in the opposite direction toward the swamp, for she knew of a private place. In the warm bed, Wulfgar stirred, half awake, half feeling the thrusts of Aislinn's soft hips against his loins as she fought with him. In search of that warmth and softness, he reached out a hand, but found only the empty pillow. With a curse on his lips, he shot up from the bed and surveyed the room. "By damned, she's gone! That vixen has flown!" His thoughts flew. "Kerwick! Maida! Blast those two and their plans! I'll wring their skinny necks!" He leapt from the bed and ran to the stairs stark naked. Looking down toward the corner of the hall, he found them still chained. But where could the wench have gone? Maida stirred, and he retreated hastily to the bedchamber. He hugged himself against the chill of the place and hastened to toss small splinters on the glowing coals and blow up a flame. Upon these he threw sticks and a small log, then stamped around looking for his clothes. In his search, he tossed her torn kirtle on the bed without regard for the damage he had done. A sudden thought rushed across his brain. My lord, she's gone alone. That little wench has set out by herself. He hurried now to dress, pulling on woolen chausses, chains, boots, and a soft leather jerkin. Worry began to gnaw at his mind, for she was slight and helpless enough, and if she should come across the path of some marauding band— The memory of Hilda's daughter, lying dead in the shreds of her clothing, flashed to mind, and the thought would not finish itself. He now snatched up his sword and mantle and ran through the hall and out to the stables. He slipped a bridle over the head of that huge roan who had bore him through many battles, and throwing the reins over his neck, seized a handful of mane and vaulted to his broad back. He spun the animal out into the brisk air and encountered Svein and some of the men returning from working their steeds. A short question determined that none of them had seen the maid that morning. With a touch of his heels, Wulfgar sent the destrier on a wide sweep around the hall, seeking some trace of Aislinn's direction.
"Ah, there it is,"
he sighed with satisfaction. A faint path where her feet had swept the dew from the grass.
"But where does it lead?"
He glanced up.
"Mon Dieu, directly into the marshes."
The only way he could not follow swiftly on horseback. The steed daintily picked its way as he guided it along the trail on the ground. Other thoughts crossed his mind as apprehension and doubt began to nibble again around the edges of his consciousness. She might have mistaken her step, and even now might be struggling in some bubbling black bog. And then, in a distraught temper, she might not be above seeking some deep hole and throwing herself into it. A nagging sense of urgency made him touch his heels to his mount's flanks and press it into a faster pace. Aislinn had walked some distance along the winding path, which she and the local folk knew well, for she had often trod these ways in search of herbs and roots for her mother to make her potions. With sure memory, she found the clear stream with sloping banks and sparkling water. Light shades of mist still hung in the shadows where the sun could not reach. She felt a need to cleanse herself. Wulfgar's sweat still clung to her, and she could smell his scent upon her, which brought too many memories to bear of the night gone by. She threw her garments over a bush and waded shivering into the cold depths of the pool. She caught her breath and gasped, but splashed and swam about until the first hard chill had passed. The icy currents cleansed her and sent the blood rushing through her veins. Above her, the sky shimmered in the brilliance of after dawn, and the last trailings of fog began to lift from the forest. Water rippled over rocks near the shore, the sound soothing to her troubled spirit, and she revelled in these calming moments. The nightmare of her father's death, her mother's beating, and Darkenwald's fall into Norman hands seemed far away, belonging to another time, another place. Everything here seemed untouched, unspoiled by the wars of man. She could almost imagine herself an innocent again, but for Wulfgar. She could remember well the smallest details about him, his handsome profile, the long, lean fingers which had strength to kill, yet could be gentle and pleasure-giving. She quivered at the memory of his encircling arms, and her peace was gone. With a sigh, she waded out. The water swirled around her slender hips, before she glanced up to see Wulfgar astride his stallion, calmly watching her from the bank. But in his eyes some strange emotion dwelt. Was it relief? Or, more likely, passion at her nudity? A chill breeze swept her wet body, and she could not suppress a shudder, nor the urge to cross her arms over her breasts.
"Monseigneur,"
she implored,
"the air is cold, and I left my clothes there on the bank. If you would—"
He seemed not to hear her. His eyes lowered from her gaze, and she felt their bold caress against her body like a physical fondling. He urged his destrier forward into the water until he stood beside her. For a moment he stared at her, and then he reached an arm down to lift her, dripping wet, to a place in front of him. He doffed the heavy mantle and swung it about her shoulders, carefully covering her and tucking the edges beneath his knees. Shivering, Aislinn snuggled close against his warmth. She felt the heat of the beast beneath her, and the chill began to leave.
"Did you think I had left you?"
she ventured softly. His only reply was a non-committal grunt as he turned his mount and touched his heels to its sides.
"But you did come after me."
She leaned her head back against his shoulder that she might look into his face, and smiled.
"Perhaps I should feel honoured you even remembered me after so many others."
Her remark passed him for a moment, until the point of it stung him, and he gave her a quick, angry glance. "The others were little more than brief passing affairs, but you are my slave," he growled, "and you must know by now I always take good care of my property." He knew that his words had struck home, for her body stiffened against him, and when her voice came again, it carried the sharp edge of anger.
"And what price do you place upon me?"
she asked.
"I cannot break the sod, nor tend the swine. At chopping wood, alas, I could not heat the meanest hut, and until last eventide, the best you could find of me was mending clothes or tending some minor wound."
He chuckled lightly at her tone and sighed deeply. "Ah, but last night your softness bodes of much I've overlooked, and your warmth holds great promise of joyful nights to be. Rest assured, chérie, that I have in mind a task quite worthy of your meagre frame, one well suited for your talents."
"Has your paramour,"
she snapped, and raised her head again to stare at him.
"A bastard's whore? That is what they call me now."
She gave a short, bitter laugh.
"How better then that I should serve the part."
She choked off a sob, and he could find no comment worthy of speaking, and they rode in brooding silence to the hall. The huge hooves churned the turf and skidded to a halt before Darkenwald. Aislinn wasted no time in hurling herself from the back of the beast, or trying to, for she hung frustrated in the folds of the mantle as it was still tucked firmly beneath Wulfgar's knees. As her rage mounted, Wulfgar laughed and let go with one knee, sending her sprawling naked to the ground between the hooves of the destrier. The well-trained horse stood motionless, for even the slightest brush with those great hooves would have marred her irreparably. Aislinn scrambled awkwardly to safety and rose to stand with fists clenched in rage. Wulfgar threw back his head and laughed aloud. Finally, he gathered up the cloak and tossed it to her.
"Here, clothe yourself, Cherie, for surely you'll catch a chill in this fresh air."
There was nothing for Aislinn to do but snatch the mantle around her, but in the act she surreptitiously cast her gaze about to see what other eyes might have beheld her nakedness. Her fury ebbed somewhat as she saw that no one witnessed her shame. Now cloaked, she tossed her head with arrogance, and without waiting for Wulfgar to dismount, turned and strode to the postern, catching the garment to her, for within its enormous folds the slightest movement drew draughts of cold air over her already chilled body. She pushed the heavy door open far enough to gain entrance, stepped within, and there she stopped, for Wulfgar's men crowded the hall, and with them were some she knew as Ragnar's mercenaries. She could hear his voice across the room, giving the Normans news of Duke William.
"Soon he will be able to ride again, and he will not let this insult subside. They chose another over him, but these English will soon learn William is not to be denied. He will crush them without mercy, and he shall be king."
His words stirred the men. Their voices grew louder as they discussed the matter among themselves. Aislinn could no longer hear what Ragnar was saying, and wide shoulders and helmets blocked her view, preventing even a glimpse of the night. Suddenly the door swung wide, and Wulfgar stood behind her. He glanced around in surprise to see his men gathered here, and as the oaken panel came closed, men turned and stepped aside, making a path for them to the stairs. Wulfgar moved his hand almost comfortingly to the small of Aislinn's back and urged her forward. She saw many eyes take in her damp hair and bare feet, and knew that those who observed her must think that she and Wulfgar had only just returned from some cosy woodland tryst. Aislinn could now see Ragnar standing on the first step of the stairway. Svein stood farther up the stairs, watching calmly, while Maida crouched beside him, her arms clutched before her, holding a tattered garment clasped to her breast. As Wulfgar and Aislinn moved forward, Ragnar turned to meet them. His dark eyes travelled the length of Aislinn's slender frame, taking in the bare feet and the wet hair. As their gaze met and clashed, his lips parted as if he would have spoken. Instead, he turned abruptly away, ignoring her. For any slight he might have given her would only have been too well understood by these men who had witnessed her selection of Wulfgar over him. He continued his tirade, and though he spoke to the men, his eyes insolently engaged Wulfgar.
"And 'tis well met, I trow, that a strong hand rules best, and a conquered heathen works best when oft reminded that he is conquered."
He paused and waited for Wulfgar's reaction. He found nothing but a tolerant smile, as Wulfgar waited for him to finish.
"These simple churls must be taught that we are schooled beyond their pagan ken. The soft hand will drop the reins, while the iron hand will push the steed where it wills."
Ragnar folded his arms across his chest, almost as if challenging Wulfgar to reply. The men waited for the clash, but in the silent room, Wulfgar spoke softly.
"Sir de Mart, must I advise you again that my men are soldiers? Would you have me waste them tilling the fields, while peasants hang all around on gibbets?"
A commotion stirred in the hall, and a red-faced friar pushed his way free of the press of bodies and came forward.
"'Tis good,"
the wheezing man panted.
"Show mercy to your neighbours of Brittany. Blood enough has been spilt to Satan's hell. Good Lord, he cried, clasping his hands together as if in prayer. Preserve them all. Yea, 'tis good, my son, to set aside the devil's work.
Ragnar turned in sour temper upon the long-robed man of God.
Saxon monk, you shall shortly behold your own end if you prattle further.
The poor priest paled and withdrew a step, and Ragnar turned again to Wulfgar.
So, the brave bastard is now the English champion, he sneered. You protect these Saxon swine, and coddle this English bitch as if she were the Duke's own sister.
Wulfgar stood almost relaxed. He shrugged.
These are all my serfs, and in serving me they serve the Duke William. Would you slay even one, and serve in their stead to feed the dogs and swine, and set the geese about at night?
He raised a questioning brow.
Or would you mayhap serve in the place of any of those others you've already slain? Now I would not treat a Norman so, but I am set to wring a tithe for William from this weary land.
Ragnar's eyes rested upon Aislinn for a moment, and grew warm in ill-concealed desire. He turned to Wulfgar, smiling almost pleasantly, and spoke low, so that only those nearest heard.
My family serves me well, Wulfgar. What of yours?
Ragnar's smile faded as he heard Wulfgar's reply.
My blade, my mail, my horse, and yon Viking are my family, and they've done me more faithful service than you could dream.
For a moment, Ragnar was at a loss. Then he looked to Aislinn again.
And what of her, Wulfgar? Will you claim the bastard she spills, whether it be yours or mine? And how may you tell whose brat it is?
The darkening scowl on Wulfgar's face assured Ragnar that his words had struck home, and his lips curved with mockery.
What of your family, then? Your blade, your mail, and the wench's brat?
He laughed with amusement, and reached out to cup Aislinn's chin in his hand.
We should have a handsome son, my sweet, full of courage and fire. Too bad the bastard will not marry you. He hates women, you know.
Angrily, Aislinn slapped his caressing hand away, and stepped to face Wulfgar.
You are no better than he, she spat in low tone. Had I my wits about me, I would have fought you to the end of my very strength, and torn your flesh asunder rather than yield. You amuse yourself lightly at my expense.
Wulfgar rubbed his chest, and with unseemly humour bade her cease her ranting.
It seems, Aislinn, that your titled duties as to last of strength and my torn flesh have been most sternly dispensed. None but I could witness this, chérie, that it was only greater force of arms that made you yield to me.
Wulfgar caught her wrist before the hand could strike his face, then, twisting slowly, drew her close until their lips were all but met. His eyes smiled into hers.
Should I shout it loud for you? He whispered. That you have yielded in this moment, but still hope to carry the day.
My lord, my lord!
Aislinn sought frantically to turn his attention, for she was most aware that another, besides Ragnar, watched them closely.
The friar!
Amid shouts of encouragement from his men, there rose a troubled voice.
Ahem, my lord, Sir Wulfgar, we have not met before, but I am Friar Dunley, and you have asked me here.
As Wulfgar turned to him, he continued in a rush of words.
I have come to bless the graves, but 'tis obvious to me that other needs are sorely wanting. The affairs of God in this good town are not well met. 'Twould seem that many of the maids were sorely set upon, and even some were married. So 'tis wholly grievous, my lord. The Church cannot afford to view these matters lightly, or yield without atonement made to those unfairly taken. I deem it wise to offer coins in goodly sum to the husbands, and betrothed to those where wedlock vows were promised or accomplished.
Wulfgar cocked an eyebrow, and half smiled at the man as he pressed the issue further.
And then, my lord, to those yet unbetrothed, I bid those men who did the deed should carry the maid to wedlock."
"Hold, father," Wulfgar admonished, holding up his hand to stem the flow of words. "It seems to me that a tidy sum of money offered to the swains of those whose unwilling favours were roughly taken would reduce the fair and tender ones to the level of whore. And what man would sell the virtue of his lady fair? A tidy sum indeed, when all of England lies with aching thighs. 'Twould beggar the richest crown to pay the due, and I am none of those, but only a poor knight, and cannot meet the tally were I to deem it a worthy notion. As to the course of wedlock for the rest, I see them soldiers one and all." He gestured to his men. "They are a goodly sort to fight a war, but not the kind a maid would seek to share a hearth. All would go with the next call to arms, and some would stay upon the field of battle to leave the wench with brats a-plenty hanging to her skirts, with no way to feed them but to ply her wares upon the street, and thusly set aside a good intent to end no better than before. Nay, good priest, I say let them ply their plight as it falls today. What good will in time surely come. What evil most has been already done, and from my hand can hardly be undone." "But, my lord," the friar would not be gainsaid. "What of yourself? You are landed now and privy to the Duke. Surely you will not leave this poor wretched girl to suffer for unkindly acts which were no fault of hers. You are bound by your very oath of knighthood to protect the fairer gender. Do I stand assured that you will take her at the least to wife?" Wulfgar scowled as Ragnar threw back his head and guffawed his delight. "Nay, father, neither that," he said. "My knighthood binds me not to that extent, and then, of course, I am a bastard, and I cannot ask tender ears to share the brunt of slurs and oafish jests from those of brutish wit." He looked pointedly to Ragnar. "It has been my lot in life to see the cruelest stabs and deepest wounds are given by the shrewish tongues of that same sex that prides itself on tender hearts and gentle manners and mother's love. I bear no special spot for women's weepings, nor do I seek to yield them more than they deserve. Nay, chide me not, for I am hard in this concern." With that he turned his back, but the friar halted him with further speech. "Lord Wulfgar, if you will not wed her, then at least set her free. Her betrothed will yet accept her as she is." He turned to indicate Kerwick, who stood quietly nearby, and found the younger man's eyes resting dolefully upon the girl. "Nay, I will have none of that!" Wulfgar roared, and whirled again upon the friar. Openly struggling, he regained his composure. He spoke with a lower voice, but with a hardness that could not be denied. "I am lord and master here. Everything you see is mine. Do not trespass needlessly upon my good will. Go tend your graves as I have bid you come, but leave the other matters to me." The good friar knew when to stop. With a sigh, he mumbled a prayer, made a sign, and left, with the men following. Aislinn did not dare aggravate Wulfgar, and even Ragnar was strangely subdued. Svein stood as always, silent. 8. The graves were blessed, and Aislinn returned to the bedchamber to seek some privacy. Instead, she found Wulfgar staring moodily out the window upon the far horizons. In his hand, he held the contents of the packet Ragnar had given him as the priest spoke his prayers over the graves. Svein stood before the hearth with an arm braced above it, and with the toe of his shoe idly nudged loose embers back into the fire. They glanced around as she entered, and, mumbling an awkward apology, Aislinn made to withdraw again, but Wulfgar shook his head. "Nay, there is no need. Come in. We are finished." Hesitantly, Aislinn entered and closed the door behind her. feeling the weight of both men's eyes upon her. She blushed lightly as they continued to stare, and turned her back to them when Wulfgar spoke to Svein.
"I will leave it in your hands." "Yea, sire," came the reply. "I will watch and guard. Then I can rest assured, knowing so. It will seem strange, Wulfgar, after these many years. We have always fought well together." "Aye, but there is duty, and I must be certain the matter is in safe hands. Hopefully it will not be for long. They are stubborn people, these English." Wulfgar sighed. "Yea, but the Duke is more so." Svein nodded in agreement, and then took his leave. Aislinn continued picking up the pieces of the drinking horn she had shattered against the door the night before, and set them aside, avoiding Wulfgar's gaze. She glanced around for her torn kirtle, in hope she could, with some skill, mend it to a useful state, for she did not have many gowns left. But her efforts proved fruitless, for it could not be found. "My lord," she said, her lovely brow knitted in her confusion, "have you set eyes upon my kirtle this morn? I know it was here." "I laid it on the bed," he replied.
Aislinn turned, knowing it was futile to look again. She shrugged, throwing aside the pillows. "It is nowhere, seigneur."
"Perhaps Lynn removed it," he offered, without much interest in the matter.
"Nay, she would not enter here without your permission. She is frightened of you."
"The garment will turn up somewhere," he said, rather irritably. "Put it from your mind."
"I have not many," Aislinn complained, "and no money to buy more linen. The wool is rough against the skin without the softness of a kirtle, and you have already said you will spare no coins for my clothing."
"Cease your prattle, wench. You sound as the other nags who beg for a fat purse to tide them over."
For a brief moment, Aislinn's chin trembled, and she turned her back to him to hide this weakness that was utterly strange and foreign to her. Crying for a torn kirtle when all England was laid waste. But was it for her kirtle she wept, or for herself? She, strong, wilful, and determined, now weakened and brought low by a man who loathed women, and just this very moment compared her to the unsavoury trollops who trudged the camps of the armies. Aislinn swallowed back the tears and lifted her chin. "My lord, I beg naught from you. I only seek to keep what is mine as you are wont to do." She busied herself tidying the room without further speech, willing herself to shrug away the low humour she had fallen into. When finally she glanced at Wulfgar, she was halted by the brooding grey eyes that held her. She looked questioningly at him. "Monseigneur," she murmured, "am I to stand unjustly condemned of some monstrous deed that I have no recognition of doing? Truly, I did not ask you to purchase me clothing, yet you stare at me as if you wished to see me flogged. Do you hate me so much, my lord?"
"Hate you?" Wulfgar snorted. "And why should I hate you, mademoiselle, when you are the very measure of any man's desire?"
Her mind flew, skimming over the details of their conversation spoken a few moments before, and could find no cause for his dark and grim countenance. Then the memory of Ragnar's words hit her with an impact that nearly knocked the breath from her. "Do you fear that I may carry another man's child, my lord?" she asked boldly, and watched his eyes grow stormy grey. "You must find it difficult to bear the thought that I might be carrying your child already, and that you will never be certain it is yours." In annoyance he growled, "Be silent." "Nay, sire." She stubbornly shook her head, and the tousled, unkempt curls danced about her shoulders. "I would know the truth now. What if I am with child? Will you speak the vows with me to save an innocent from the fate you have suffered?"
"Nay, you heard my answer to the priest," Wulfgar replied.
She swallowed hard. "I would know one thing more, if you will be generous," she managed.
What assurance have you that you have not already gotten some wee bastard from your loins? Were your women barren as you perhaps hoped I would be?"
She saw his scowl deepen and knew her answer. She wanted to laugh and at the same time cry.
"You would enjoy me better if I were like your other women, wouldn't you?"
She came to stand close in front of him and gazed up into his stony face. The lines of her jaw were tense with the effort she made to appear calm.
"I desperately hope that I am barren, for I do not think your child would please me."
He winced at her words and stood obstinately silent until a thought stung him. He pulled her roughly before him, and his scowl grew ominous as he searched her face. "Whether it pleases you or no, Aislinn, do not think that honour is righted by sacrificing yourself. I've heard tales of women ending their lives because they could not bear their shame. But 'tis foolishness to me."
"Foolishness?"
Aislinn smiled softly and knew that she taunted him.
"I think it a worthy notion."
Wulfgar shook her hard until her teeth rattled and her head threatened to snap from the slim throat that supported it. "So help me, wench, I will have you chained to my side to be assured you do nothing foolish." Aislinn jerked from him, and her stare was piercing, though tears blurred her vision.
"Never fear, noble lord. I hold life very precious. If I am with child, then I will surely bear the babe some months hence, whether you claim it or no."
Relief flooded his features. "'Tis well. I would not have your death on my conscience."
"Pray, who would then be your whore?"
she retorted bitterly. "Aislinn," he said in warning tone, "soften your words. I grow tired of being pricked by them."
"Indeed, my lord, I would not think such a fearsome knight could be afraid of a mere girl's tongue."
"You let blood with yours," he flung.
"I pray forgiveness, sire."
She feigned a humble appearance.
"Does my lord suffer much from it?"
My lord," he mimicked, ignoring her jibe. "I have told you my name. Are you set against using it?" Aislinn lifted her chin proudly.
"I am your slave. Would you have a slave speak so familiarly with you?"
"I command it of you, Aislinn." He bowed gallantly, as if she were some regal queen. She nodded briefly.
"Then, as you command, Wulfgar."
He came to her, and taking her by the shoulders, held her still. His hard gaze bore into her. "You choose to be a slave at your convenience, but I will it otherwise. As long as I have spilled my seed, I will make the most of it." His mouth crushed down upon hers, smothering angry words, and forced her lips apart in a fierce, hungry kiss. Aislinn's mind tumbled in its own confusion as she struggled briefly to pull away, but his arms folded tightly about her in a merciless grip that would not permit her to move. His lips left hers and pressed hotly against her throat. Aislinn could feel the heavy pressure of his loins against her own, and saw herself surrendering to his masterful embrace. Desperately she fought for control.
"My lord, Wulfgar, you hurt me,"
she gasped breathlessly. His mouth covered her face and throat with raging kisses. As his lips met hers again, she moaned and tore her mouth free.
"Loose me,"
she demanded, now more furious with herself than with him, because she could not still the wakening desires in her own body.
"Loose me now, I say."
"Hey," he murmured thickly, bending her backwards over his arm. Her breath caught in her throat as his mouth touched her breast, and his searing breath seemed to burn through her garment. His hand slipped under her knees, and he lifted her up within his arms. Amid her heated protests, he carried her to the bed, and there, laying her down, began to undress her. He spread her hair upon the wolf pelts until it flowed like silk across them, and as he stood back and removed his own garments, his devouring gaze ranged the length of her splendid beauty.
"'Tis not decent,"
Aislinn gasped in outraged modesty. The colour of her cheeks deepened, for in the revealing light of day, their bodies seemed to brand their nakedness upon the very image of her mind. She saw him as she had never seen him before, a bronze-skinned warrior that could have stepped from a tale of pagan lore, a beautiful, marvellous being, to be captured and tamed if possible, that one might keep it by one's side. She exclaimed, "The sun is high up!" Wulfgar chuckled and fell on the bed beside her.
"That has little to do with it."
He met her gaze and smiled into her eyes.
"At least there shall be no more secrets between us."
Aislinn's colouring mounted high to ride her cheeks and set them aflame. There was admiration in Wulfgar's stare as he swept his hand over her body, making her tremble under his light caress, and he marvelled at the velvety texture of her soft skin. There was no stopping him, for Aislinn felt his determination in the pressure of his hands upon her, insistent, eager, but she was just as resolved to lay completely passive under him. In his own good time he took his pleasure, and it was only after he withdrew that he showed any sign of displeasure with her. He lay on his side for a moment, with a frown creasing his brow. Aislinn dared not smile her triumph, but returned his gaze with a coldness that mirrored her lack of response.
"It occurs to me, chérie,"
he murmured softly, tracing a finger between her breasts,
"that you resist not me but yourself, and I would wager the time will come when I will but touch you and you will beg my favours."
Aislinn gave no sign that she heard, but continued to stare at him. He sighed somewhat pensively, and rose and picked up his garments. As he turned to gaze at her, letting his eyes move admiringly along the path of her slender legs, Aislinn sat up, snatching a pelt over her nakedness. She threw him a sullen look, and he shrugged and laughed, and under her watchful eye began to dress. When he stood clothed, he bent and swept her garments from the floor and handed them to her. As she took them, she glanced toward the door, as if in invitation for him to leave. But he shook his head, and a corner of his mouth slowly lifted into a smile.
"Nay, I'm not going. Yet. You'll have to get used to me, my lovely Aislinn, for I will not be denied my pleasures by your modesty."
Aislinn glared at him, and rising defiantly, dropped the pelt to the floor. With natural grace, she moved past him to stand before the hearth, and was unaware of the glint of passion that returned rapidly to his grey eyes as she walked before him in the glory of her unadorned beauty. Before the fire she faced him, and met his stare, and for a second glimpsed some of the bewilderment at his own emotions in his face. Suddenly, from without, there came a shout that strangers approached Darkenwald, and Wulfgar turned, as if relieved by the interruption. Belting on his sword, he hurried from the room. Thinking that perhaps more of Erlend's men were returning from battle, Aislinn now hastened to dress. Slipping into her kirtle and gunner, she left the chamber, throwing her hair absently over her shoulder. She fled down the stairs, and met Ragnar as he was crossing the hall. He blocked her path, and as she tried to step around him, he moved again to halt her flight. She gave him a withering look. "Shall I call for aid, or will you let me pass?" she demanded in brittle tones. She could see Wulfgar standing just outside the hall waiting for the stranger's approach. "Did not Wulfgar warn you before to leave me be? And did you not suffer some embarrassment for your last handling of me?"
"Some day I will kill him for that,"
he murmured, but he shrugged and smiled, reaching out to pull a coppery tress from over her shoulder.
"I brave death and shame to be near you, my little Saxon wench, as you can see."
Aislinn tugged at her hair, but he would not release it. "And if you had your way, no doubt you'd string me up on a gibbet when you tired of me," she retorted sarcastically. He chuckled at her anger.
"Never you, dove. Never would I treat you so harshly.
I am a Saxon, she pointed out. Why not?
Because you happen to be a very beautiful one.
He laid the bright curl against her breast, his fingers lingering as they brushed against her.
I see he entertains himself well. Your cheeks are still flushed.
Her colouring deepening, Aislinn tried again to brush past him, but he caught her arm.
Do not hurry,
he murmured.
Let me go,
Aislinn demanded in low, raging tones.
Will you not send me away with a kind word?
Aislinn raised her brows in question.
Do you go again? How soon?
Do not appear so anxious, my little dove. You injure me sorely.
In your absence, the chance of ravishment is greatly reduced, she replied tartly. But tell me, why do you bother with me? Are there no women where you go?
He bent closer and whispered as if he told a secret.
Thorns, all. I wager for the rose.
He placed a quick, warm kiss upon her lips before she could draw away, then laughed at her flaring temper. Stepping out of her way, he swept his hand before his breast.
I shall treasure that kiss always, my sweet.
Haughtily, Aislinn swept past him and went to the door, turning her attention upon the covered cart and accompanying knight which approached the hall. The cart paused beside one of Wulfgar's men standing beyond the hall, and at a word from the occupant, the man's arm lifted toward Wulfgar. The odd train continued, and as it drew near, Aislinn could see that a rather thin young woman with flaxen hair drove the cart. The horse before her was old and limped, and though he bore the scars of many battles, he would have been a noble beast with better care. The knight's mail was well worn and of an outmoded cast. The man himself was robust of frame and long of limb, almost equalling Wulfgar. His destrier also had seen better days, and the dust of the road covered his dapple coat thickly. The woman drew the cart to a stop before Wulfgar and surveyed the hall.
You fared well enough, Wulfgar.
She rose, and not waiting for his assistance, climbed to the ground and came to him. She waved a hand encompassing the cart and knight.
At least much better than we have.
At the woman's familiarity, Aislinn felt an instant hostility and a sinking feeling of dread. The face lifted, and she saw the cool and frail beauty of its fine aristocratic features and the pale ivory skin that seemed without flaw. The woman was older than she, perhaps nearing 30, and bore herself proudly. Aislinn's own heart trembled within her bosom, for she could only wonder at what prior claim this woman had upon Wulfgar. The old knight drew up and gave Wulfgar a salute, as one lord to another. Wulfgar returned the gesture, and the two measured each other for a long moment. The mounted one grounded his lance and doffed his helm, and Aislinn noted the fall of white hair, long in the Saxon manner, yet the face showed pale on the cheeks where a beard had been recently shaved. Her brow knitted in puzzlement to see this armed Saxon knight at Darkenwald. Then there was something familiar about the man also, though his face was strange and he bore no crest on his shield. Wulfgar spoke, and an odd note rang in his voice. Aislinn thought it was as if he fought some inner battle.
The lodging is poor and lean, my liege, but you are welcome here.
The old man stayed in his seat, as if rejecting the welcome.
Nay, Wulfgar, 'tis no fortnight's lodging we seek.
The elder's eyes stared straight ahead over his steed's head, and when he continued, his voice was husky, as if the words came hard.
I am cast from my land by your Normans. The Saxons half believe me a traitor, for I could not go to battle at Harold's side. My household has grown small, yet I cannot support them fairly, for my possessions are few. Thus it is, I come to you to beg for shelter.
Wulfgar shifted a foot and gazed at the lowering afternoon sun, and then back to the other man, who still sat rigid and proud. Wulfgar spoke, and his voice was strong and sure again.
"It is as before, my lord. You are welcome here."
The old man nodded and relaxed, and closed his eyes for a moment, as if gathering his strength for some further ordeal. He braced his lance across the rear of his saddle to the ground on his left, and hung his shield upon its upper end. He placed his hand beneath his right knee, grimacing with pain as he raised that member, and sought to bring it across the wide pommel. Wulfgar stepped forward to assist him, but was waved back. With greater effort the old knight succeeded, but gasped as his legs swung against the flank of his horse. It was Svein now who came forward, brushed aside the wave of dismissal, lifted him clear of his mount, and set him erect, taking the weight of his body against his own. They stood thus, as the old man smiled at the Viking, and then laid a clenched fist against his chest, where it was seized in a huge hand and roughly shaken.
"Svein, good Svein,"
the man nodded.
"You have not changed. A little older, my lord,"
the Viking returned.
"Yea,"
the stranger sighed pensively.
"And so am I."
The woman turned to Wulfgar. "We thirst greatly. The dust was dry upon the road. May we have drink?" Wulfgar nodded.
"In the hall."
For a second time that day, Aislinn was made aware of her ruffled appearance, as she felt first the woman's and then the man's gazes fall upon her. The tousled red hair and the small, slender, bare feet showing beneath her hastily donned garments were all too obvious to both strangers. With a touch of colour rising to her cheeks, Aislinn self-consciously smoothed her gown under the woman's quizzical stare. Svein glanced away with indulgence toward his lord, for there was no mistaking the change in her appearance. The fair-haired woman came forward to the foot of the steps and stared upward at Aislinn with curiosity. Ragnar approached to stand at the door beside Aislinn, and the woman's brow lifted sharply at his lazy smile, for he seemed almost to flaunt the girl before them. She glanced back to Aislinn in contemplation of her proud bearing, then turned toward Wulfgar for some explanation of this scene, but found him striding toward the maid. She watched in considerable bewilderment as he mounted the steps and took the girl's hand, drawing her to his side. For a brief moment, Wulfgar met the woman's bemused stare, and a bit of mockery crept into his gaze.
"This is Demoiselle Aislinn, daughter of the old lord of this hall.
Aislinn, my half-sister Gwyneth," he said, lifting his hand toward the woman. He felt more than saw Aislinn's surprise, and turned his hand toward the old man.
"Lord Bolsgar of Callanham, her father."
"Lord," Bolsgar repeated.
"Nay, Wulfgar, the times have changed. You are now lord, but I only a knight without arms."
"These many years have I thought of you as Lord of Callanham, and 'tis hard to change," Wulfgar replied. "I fear you must humour me." Aislinn smiled at the old man, who glanced from Wulfgar to her with a troubled frown. "The old Darkenwald was always honoured when guests paused to pass the time in its hall. You would have been welcomed then, as Lord Wulfgar makes you welcome now." Ragnar stepped forward to press an introduction, and bent low over Gwyneth's hand. At the touch of his warm lips, the coldness she felt at first encounter with him melted into a bubbling spring of pleasure. She smiled into his eyes as he straightened, and Ragnar immediately sensed a new conquest near at hand. He turned to Wulfgar and grinned.
"You did not tell us you had kin here, my lord. William will be interested in knowing of this."
"No need to hasten your tale to him, Sir de Mart. The story is no news to him," Wulfgar assured the knight. Dismissing further questions, Wulfgar turned and pushed the door wider, then strode down the steps again to Wulfgar's side. He took the old man's arm and brought it across his own shoulders to help Svein get him into the hall. Aislinn ran to drag a large, heavy chair close before the hearth, and ordered food and wine brought to the weary travellers. She set a stool before the chair, and the two men eased the older one into the place she had provided. The Saxon grimaced in pain as Wulfgar gently lifted his leg upon the stool, but the old man sighed deeply in relief as he settled back in the chair. Kerwick drew near to watch as Aislinn knelt beside Wulfgar and began struggling with the leather trappings binding his leg. This she found difficult, for the leg was swollen. Using her small blade in a sawing motion, she sought to cut them off until she realized, as Wulfgar stirred in his chair, this only brought new pain. Wulfgar knelt beside her, unsheathing his own knife, and easily slipped his blade beneath the coverings, and with a single pass slit them open. The old man gestured Aislinn away as she reached to pull them apart.
"Wulfgar, take this girl from here. 'Tis no pretty sight for young eyes."
Aislinn shook her head.
"Nay, I will not be sent away, Sir Wulfgar. I have a strong stomach, and—"
She looked into Wulfgar's eyes as he regarded her.
"I have been called stubborn. You must allow—"
Amusement crept into the steel-grey eyes.
"Indeed she is."
Aislinn frowned at him. Gwyneth had drawn near and stared down at the two as Maida scurried to serve her and her father food and drink.
"How is it to be among the conquerors, Wulfgar?"
Gwyneth inquired. Wulfgar looked at her sharply.
"Curb thy tongue, daughter."
Lazily, Wulfgar shrugged his great shoulders and bent with Aislinn over the elder's leg.
"Better, I would say, than being among the defeated."
Any reply to this remark was completely silenced as the leggings were drawn away, revealing the bloated, red, festering wound. Gwyneth choked and abruptly turned her back and allowed Ragnar to assist her in moving her plate and goblet to the Lord's table, where he entertained her liberally with the courtly ways of a Norman knight. A stench rose from the dirty coverings about the old man's leg, and even Aislinn swallowed heavily. Wulfgar steadied her with a hand upon her shoulder, but she shook her head and peeled the legging back further.
"Tell me what must be done,"
Wulfgar urged, noticing her pallor.
"Nay,"
she replied softly.
"I will do it."
She took up a wooden pail and turned to Kerwick.
"The bog. Do you know the place?"
At his nod, she handed the bucket to him.
"Fetch me this full of the blackest of the mud."
Without further word, he hastened from the hall, and for a change, no one questioned his intent. Wulfgar frowned up at his stepfather.
"How came you by this, lord?"
he inquired.
"Was it by Norman hand?"
"Nay," the other sighed.
"Proud I would be if it was so, but 'twas no enemy who brought this thing upon me, only myself. My horse stumbled in a rut and fell upon my leg before I could jump free. A sharp stone cut my leggings and tore the flesh, and now the thing worsens despite what I do for it."
"Did you not ask to have it tended?"
Aislinn inquired in surprise. "It should have been cared for at once."
"There was no one to ask."
Aislinn glanced toward Gwyneth, but did not voice the question. Yet her thoughts strayed to the times she had tended her own father's wounds, and wondered at this sister of Wulfgar. Aislinn took quick command.
"Wulfgar, bring the kettle of water from the fireplace. Mother, fetch clean linens from the chests. And Svein, prepare pallets before the fire."
Wulfgar's brow lifted, and his lips broke into a smile, as he noted that even the night warrior did not question her, but made haste to do her bidding. The girl herself went about the hall, gathering handfuls of dusty cobwebs from the darkest corners with complete disregard for possible occupants. Now Wulfgar and Svein helped strip the mail from him and placed him upon the bed. Aislinn returned to his side, where he now lay on the pallets with his back comfortably settled upon a mound of pelts. She slipped her hand beneath his heel and lifted his leg, removing the remains of his legging, and in its place put a soft goatskin, tucking the edges underneath until it cradled the wounded member and held it steady. She turned the leg carefully until the wound was uppermost, and the stench that rose from the gaping wound almost made her retch. She took a piece of linen, and with a quick motion tore it in half, but then paused, raising her gaze to meet that of the older man, her concern showing in her troubled brow.
"'Twill hurt, my lord," she warned, "but it must be done."
He allayed her fears with a smile and gestured for her to continue.
"I have felt your gentle touch, Lady Aislinn," he admonished her, "and I doubt that you can pain me beyond my endurance."
She dipped water from the steaming kettle into a smaller wooden bowl, and wetting the cloth, began to wash the ichor from the torn flesh. Aislinn looked up again, as his foot trembled. He still smiled at her, but sweat beaded his brow, and his hands tightly clutched the mattress. Carefully she washed and cleansed, until Kerwick threw open the door, and, gasping for breath, placed a dripping bucket of black, slimy muck beside her. She seized a shallow dish and threw into it a handful of the odorous mud, there adding the cobwebs, and with her fingers mixed the two into a thick paste. This she pressed into the wound where the skin was torn, and spread it liberally over all the bruised and discoloured flesh. When this was done, she dipped more cloths in the hot water, and, folding them, gingerly packed them close about the leg on all sides, pulling the goatskin tightly over the hole and tucking it under until it held them firmly in place. She sat back, pausing for a moment, as she wiped her hands dry and looked at Wulfgar.
"You must not move this, lord," she told him firmly. "Not one small bit."
Then she smiled and rose.
"Unless 'tis your desire to wear a wooden peg and make a funny track."
She lifted her gaze to Wulfgar.
"Mayhaps Sir Bolsgar would find a draught of cold beer to his liking."
The old man smiled his thanks, and when the proffered horn was drained, slowly closed his eyes, and it was not long before sleep overcame him. Ragnar left the hall with Wulfgar and Svein, and after showing Gwyneth to a chamber where she could rest, Aislinn sought her own privacy. In the room she shared with Wulfgar, she stood beside the bed, gazing at its rumpled pelts, almost feeling again the warmth of Wulfgar's body pressing upon hers. With a small cry, she whirled and went to stare out the window, remembering Gwyneth's appraisal of her, and knowing well what the woman's thoughts must be. Gwyneth had watched them in the hall, hardly taking her eyes from them, except when they were drawn by Ragnar. What would Gwyneth think this eventide, when she must sit beside Wulfgar at the table, and then later come with him to this same bedchamber? Oh, surely he would not flaunt his mistress before them. And yet, at the door, he had claimed her by the casual taking of her hand, and seemed not to mind Gwyneth's stare. Other men would have felt discomfort in presenting a mistress to their kin, and in such obvious disarray. Aislinn's cheeks burned at the thought of how she must have looked to them. She shook her head in dismay and spread her hands over her ears, as if to blot out some accusing voice that screamed, "Harlot! Harlot!" She calmed herself, and, turning her attention to the window, saw the Normans on a distant hill rehearsing the manoeuvres of battle, but she whirled away from the sight, not content to watch them in that display of their trade, knowing many countrymen had found death at their hands. She bent her attention to arranging the chamber and improving her own appearance. She braided her hair with yellow ribbons and donned a kirtle of soft yellow and a gunner of tawny gold with embroidered trimmings around the long trailing sleeves. About her hips she placed her girdle of fine wrought metal links, and in its sheath her small jewelled dagger, the symbol that she was something more than a slave. A thin textured snood of silk she placed upon her head. She had never taken such minute care with her dress since Wulfgar's coming, and wondered at his reaction, if he would even notice. Kerwick might muse at her attire, and certainly Maida, for this was her best gown, the one she had been saving for her marriage to him. What good would it do her if she could not win that stubborn knight of Normandy? Darkness had descended when she went down to the hall. The trestle tables had been set up to feed the men, but as yet they had not returned. Gwyneth paced the hall, and Aislinn noted that she had freshened her hair, but still wore the travel-stained garment she had arrived in. It seemed an unwise choice to have donned her own finest gown, and she wished her mind had not been so set upon Wulfgar that she allowed herself to blunder so badly. But it was too late for afterthoughts. Gwyneth turned as Aislinn came down the stairs, and her eyes swept her from small slippers to the silk snood covering her bright head. "Well, I see the Normans at least left you a change of garments," she said with a touch of venom. "But then I gave naught of my favours to them." Aislinn halted in her step, her cheeks flushed with hot anger. She bit back a sharp question as to how Gwyneth had been fortunate to be among the few women of English blood to escape rape by the Normans. No doubt they had honoured her as Wulfgar's sister, but what gave her the right, Aislinn wondered, to ridicule those who had been dishonoured? With rigid control, she crossed to the hearth where the old man still slept. For a time she stood gazing down at him, letting compassion for this aged Saxon knight wash away the bite of Gwyneth's words. As Ham came into the hall and approached her, she turned. "Mistress, the food is waiting to be served. What must we do?" Aislinn smiled. "Poor Ham, you are not used to these hours the Normans keep. The promptness of my father spoiled you." Gwyneth spoke firmly as she joined them. "These Normans should be taught something of promptness. Let them have a taste of cold food, but I prefer mine hot. Serve me a platter now." Aislinn moved her gaze until it rested upon Gwyneth, and she spoke with a calmness she did not necessarily feel. "'Tis the custom of this hall, Lady Gwyneth, to wait upon the Lord when he has not told us otherwise. I would not discredit my lord with my haste." Gwyneth made as if to reply, but Ham turned and left them, not questioning Aislinn's authority. Gwyneth frowned and lifted a brow at the younger girl. "These serfs should be taught respect." "They have always served well," Aislinn replied in Ham's defence. The sound of horses approaching broke the stillness of the evening, and Aislinn went to draw open the door. She waited as Wulfgar pulled his stallion to a halt before the steps and swung down. He came to her as his men led the horses away, and for a moment he paused beside her, letting his gaze range the length of her slender frame. With a soft glow in his eyes, he murmured, "You do me honour, chérie. I had not thought your beauty could be enhanced, but I see that perfection can indeed be improved upon." Aislinn blushed lightly at his compliment, knowing that Gwyneth listened and observed them carefully. Wulfgar bent to kiss her mouth, his lips parted and eager. But in some confusion, Aislinn withdrew and held out a hand toward the other woman. "Your sister is famished, my lord," she said quickly. "Will your men be long?" He lifted a brow sharply. "My lord, what is this that you've forgotten so soon, Aislinn?" She threw him a pleading look, her cheeks growing warmer now. "You were so long," she replied, trying to distract him. "We were wondering if we must dine alone." Wulfgar grunted, giving her a scowl, and went to warm himself before the hearth, stepping carefully when he saw that the old man slept on. He stood with his back to the heat, his legs spread, his arms folded behind him, and his sombre stare followed Aislinn as she crossed to the door of the small cooking chamber just off the hall and gave instructions for the meal to be served. She returned, no less observed, and felt tacit disapproval in his gaze. As Wulfgar stirred, Aislinn went to kneel beside him and pressed her hand against his furrowed brow. He was warm to the touch, yet not overly much, she decided. She gave him water, and then, with a satisfied sigh, he lay back upon the pelts again. He glanced around him, first seeing his daughter, who had come forward, and then Wulfgar, who stood silently watching them all. The younger man presented his back to them, and touched the toe of his shoe to a slow-burning log in the hearth. He drew in a slow breath and looked up to some distant spot.
"You have not told me of my mother, sire. What of her? Is she well?"
The old man seemed to take his time in answering.
"A year ago, this December, she died."
"I had not heard," Wulfgar murmured. He remembered her as she appeared when last he saw her, looking much like Gwyneth. He had no trouble recognizing his sister, for that memory was etched upon his mind as if he had just seen her hours before, staring silently after him as he rode away with Svein.
"We sent word of her death to Robert in Normandy,"
Wulfgar said.
"I have not seen her brother these past 10 years,
Wulfgar returned quietly, thrusting those haunting memories of his mother aside.
"Robert always considered me an unwanted burden. He was paid well to care for you. He should have welcomed that."
Wulfgar snorted derisively.
"Yea, it bought him plenty of ale, so he could spread the news wide that his sister had cuckolded a Saxon, and that his nephew was in truth nothing more than a bastard. It seemed to amuse him that no man claimed me as son. You were brought up as a proper-born son. You gained your knighthood,"
the old man pointed out. Wulfgar sighed.
"Yea, Robert made me his page and saw me schooled, but only after Svein reminded him of his obligations with no less than a threat."
The old man nodded slowly.
"Robert was a frivolous man. I could not have hoped for more, I suppose. 'Tis good I sent Svein with you."
Wulfgar's features were strained and drawn.
"Did you so hate me that you could not bear the sight of me?"
Aislinn lifted her gaze, and her heart went out to Wulfgar, for she had never seen him look so miserable. As she glanced at Wulfgar, she saw his eyes were brightened with tears, but none came, and the noble face was unreadable as he stared into the fire.
"For a time, I hated you after learning the truth,"
Wulfgar sought to explain.
"It was a great soreness not to have sired a son like you. I thought you my firstborn, and I had a father's pride in you. For you, I neglected my other son. You rode swifter and raced harder than anyone ever, and seemed to have the very secret of life in your veins. I could not take much comfort in the weak, frail boy who came after you. You were my very life's blood, and I loved you more than myself. Until my mother told you I belonged not to you but some Norman she refused to name,"
Wulfgar murmured bitterly.
"She thought to set right a wrong. I took more delight in some man's bastard son than my own children, and she could not bear to see them slighted. She was willing to take the shame upon herself to set things aright for them. I could not condemn her for that. Nay, 'twas my own gall that rose and made me set you from me. You, who were the wind at my side, my shadow, my joy, but no son of my loins. I turned my heart to my own son, and he grew strong and quick, then in his prime died. Would that I could have died in his place. But I am left to care for a railing maid whose tongue rivals her mother's."
The old Saxon grew silent and pensive once more, and returned his stare to the flickering flames that warmed them. Aislinn saw the injustice of it all, and felt sympathy for the boy who had been rejected first by the mother and then by the father he had known too well. She wanted to reach out and touch the man now and soothe his hurt. He seemed the more vulnerable, for she had known him only otherwise, always strong, like the unscalable fortress, and she wondered if his heart could ever be reached. Thoughtfully she rose and went to sit in the great chair before the fire to better consider him.
"We sent you away to your mother's country, little knowing you would return in this manner."
Wulfgar's voice was husky, as if he struggled for control.
"Did you know your brother died upon the hill of Senlac?"
Wulfgar's head snapped up, and he looked hard into the old face. Gwyneth whirled and stepped to them, her eyes flashing. "Yea, the Norman thieves killed him. They killed my brother." Wulfgar turned his attention to her, raising a brow.
"Norman thieves? You mean me, of course."
She lifted her chin. "The thought does seem to fit you, Wulfgar." He smiled almost gently.
"Be careful, sister. The manners of the defeated must always please the victor. You would do well, woman, to take some hints from my Aislinn."
He came to stand beside the latter's chair and gazed down at her, as she in turn watched him passively.
"She plays the vanquished one so well,"
his fingers toyed with a heavy, coppery braid,
"that I sometimes wonder if I've really won it all."
With his words, laughter tugged at the corner of Aislinn's lips and played around the edges of her eyes, but she gave no other sign, and only Wulfgar took note. Idly, he brushed a finger across her cheek.
"Yea, sister, you would do well to let the maid give you tutoring."
Gwyneth trembled with rage as she took a step toward him. Wulfgar turned to face her, lifting a tawny brow in mockery as he watched her lips tighten and her eyes narrow.
"You wish to say something more, Gwyneth?"
he inquired. Her bosom heaved with the wrath she felt. "Yea," she hissed. "And I say, brother, I wish it had been you who died instead of Falsworth." She spat the words at him, ignoring Wulfgar's plea for silence. "How I loathe you, and despise the fact we must seek your charity to survive these wretched times." Gwyneth turned upon Aislinn, who sat amazed by the hatred she saw in the woman's face. "You see fit to hold this wench before us as an example, but look how grand she clothes herself. Not exactly what the tragic women of England are wearing, is it?"
"Be thankful that I still live, sister,"
Wulfgar said tersely.
"For indeed you would be cast out to make your bed upon a cold earth without me here to give you these few comforts." "What is this?"
a voice interrupted, and Ragnar approached from the door as men drifted in behind him to settle themselves at the tables.
"A family quarrel so soon? Tisk, tisk."
Ragnar feasted his eyes momentarily upon Aislinn, admiring the sleekness of her figure in the yellow gold of her gown, before he quickly took Gwyneth's hands in his and drew them to his breast.
"Ah, sweet Gwyneth, has the fierce Wulfgar shown his fangs? Pray pardon his manners, my lady, or give me leave, and I will take him to task for you, for I cannot bear any insult to your grace and beauty."
Gwyneth smiled stiffly. "'Tis natural that a brother finds quicker fault with his sister than would a stranger scarce known."
"Even if I were a lover full known,"
Ragnar murmured huskily with warmth, bending over her hand,
"I could never find fault with you."
Gwyneth pulled away with heightened colour. "You take too much upon yourself, Sir Knight, to imagine that we could ever be lovers." Straightening, Ragnar smiled slowly.
"Dare I to hope, damoiselle?"
Nervously, Gwyneth looked to Wulfgar, who watched them quietly. Taking Aislinn's hand and pulling her to her feet, he indicated the head table to his sister.
"Let us sup on friendlier terms, Gwyneth. We might as well, since we will be seeing much of one another henceforward."
Gwyneth whirled abruptly away, and allowed Ragnar to take her hand once more and lead her to her chair. As she settled into it, He bent toward her. His eyes lightly caressed her.
You stir my heart and set me aflame. What must I do to gain your kindness? I will be forever your slave.
Sir de Mart, you speak boldly, Gwyneth stammered, her cheeks taking on a rosy hue. You forget that my true brother was killed by Normans, and I have little love for them myself. Ragnar slid into the chair beside hers.
But, mademoiselle, surely you do not blame all Normans for your brother's death? We were bound by oath to do as William commanded. If you must hate anyone, then hate the Duke. But not me, mademoiselle, I pray.
My mother was Norman, Gwyneth murmured softly. I did not hate her.
And you must not hate me, Ragnar pleaded.
I do not, she breathed. A grin spread across Ragnar's face, showing flashing white teeth as he caught her hand.
My lady, you have made me very happy.
In her confusion, Gwyneth turned her attention away and watched Wulfgar assist Aislinn into the chair beside his own. Her eyes grew cold once more, and she stared hard at the younger woman, feeling the web of hate twine about her. A bland smile curved her lips. You did not tell us you married, brother? Wulfgar shook his head.
Married? Nay. Why so?
Gwyneth's attention shifted to Aislinn, and her pale eyes glittered. Then this Aislinn is no actual kin. I had thought her some prized and valued bride the way you honour her. Ragnar snickered and appeared thoroughly amused. He toasted Aislinn casually when she bent a frigid glance upon him. Then he leaned close to whisper some amusing anecdote to Gwyneth, which prompted her to burst gaily into laughter. Aislinn folded her hands tightly in her lap, bristling at the sound of their amusement. She lost all appetite and longed to be any place but where she was. The meat Wulfgar placed upon her plate went untouched, and her wine remained untasted. Wulfgar considered her for some time, then casually remarked,
The roast boar tastes pleasantly well, Aislinn. Will you not even try it?
I do not yearn for food, she murmured.
You will grow thin if you do not eat,
he scolded lightly, sampling his own meat.
And I find bony women lack much of the comfort of rounded ones. You are pleasantly soft, though you are not as sturdy as you need be. Eat. It will do you good.
I am strong enough, Aislinn replied, not making any effort to obey him. A tawny brow arched.
Indeed. I would not have guessed it by that weak play you gave me some hours ago.
He rubbed his chest and grinned roguishly.
By damned, I think I would have the vixen back rather than that limp-kneed twit I had beneath me then. Tell me, chérie, is there not another woman that resides in your comely frame who would come betwixt the two, with not so much the shrew, but certainly more lively than the other?
Aislinn's cheeks flamed. My lord, your sister, she will hear, and already she wonders at us. Would it not be best to treat me with less familiarity?
What? And have you slipped into my chambers when darkness is dense and no one can see?
He laughed, and his look consumed her.
I could not be that patient for you to come.
You jest when I am serious, she rebuked him sternly. Your kin suspect we are lovers. Would you have them know I am your mistress? He grinned slowly.
Shall I announce it now, or mayhap later?
Oh, you are impossible, Aislinn said in a huff, and in a somewhat louder tone that drew Gwyneth's attention from Ragnar. When the woman turned back again to speak with the knight, Aislinn leaned closer to Wulfgar. Do you not care what they think? She questioned. They are your family.
Wulfgar grunted. Family? In truth, I have none. You have heard my sister speak of her hatred for me. I did not expect more, nor do I owe her an explanation for the way I live my life. I will not be bound by her frowns or thoughts. You are mine, and I will not put you aside because kin have arrived.
And neither will you marry me,
Aislinn added softly. Wulfgar shrugged.
'Tis my way. I own you. That is enough.
He glanced away, but half braced himself for her reaction. After a long moment of silence, when none came, he turned again to face her, and found himself staring into wide violet pools which hid the thoughts behind them. The hint of a smile rested lightly upon her lips, then deepened. Her beauty held his attention like strong cords upon his mind, until she laughed lightly, breaking the leashes with a musical sound.
"Yea, Wulfgar, I am your slave," she half whispered. "And if that is enough for you, then it is enough for me."
Wulfgar sat back, puzzling at her reply, but Gwyneth interrupted his thoughts.
"Wulfgar, surely you do not intend feeding all these Normans through the winter?"
She swept her hand to indicate the hall.
"We will certainly end that season by starving if you try."
Wulfgar glanced around at the 20-odd men who feasted hungrily upon Darkenwald's precious store of food before considering his sister.
There are more, but they ride guard. They keep the hall safe from raiders and thieves. They protect my people. And you. Do not question their food again.
Gwyneth drew up in a huff, eyeing him distastefully. Another stubborn man to deal with like her father. Was there not one with wits enough to look after their own? A short time later, Aislinn rose, begging pardon from Wulfgar, and went to see to the comfort of Bolsgar. She dampened down the cloths upon his leg once more, then instructed Kerwick to keep the fire stirred up during the cold hours, that the old man would not suffer a chill, and to watch him during the night. If he turned for the worse, she was to be called without delay. Kerwick studied her.
"Shall I awaken Maida to fetch you?"
Aislinn returned his gaze, and sighed.
"It seems that I am without secrets. Even the crudest harlot can have some hidden sin. But
she laughed low,
I must have my deeds announced from the highest hill. What does it matter if you come yourself?"
"Did you expect privacy when your lover rules men?"
he asked sharply. His eyes dropped to the floor, and the muscles in his cheeks flexed with the tension he felt.
"Must I honor this thing between you two as a marriage? What is expected of me?"
Aislinn shook her head and spread her hands wide.
"Kerwick, you and I can never go back to where we were before the Normans came. The door has closed between us. Forget that I was once your betrothed."
"There is no door that stands between us, Aislinn,"
he said bitterly.
"Only a man."
She shrugged.
"Then a man, but still he will not let me go."
"'Tis your charm that holds him,"
Kerwick charged. He lifted a hand to indicate her gown.
"And now you dress to entice him. If you do not wash your face or rub sweet scents upon your body, then he will turn some other's way. But you are too vain to let it happen."
Despite her efforts not to, Aislinn burst into amused laughter. Kerwick's lean face reddened as she continued unceasingly. He glanced nervously toward Wulfgar, and found the Norman scowling blackly at them over his horn of ale.
"Aislinn!"
Kerwick gritted between his teeth.
"Cease this madness. Would you have me flogged again?"
She tried to choke back her laughter, but fell to giggling.
"I am sorry, Kerwick," she gasped. "I am bedeviled."
"You laugh at me,"
he growled, folding his arms across his chest.
"'Tis my wretched garments you abhor and ridicule. You would have me like him, your Norman lover, so proud of his frame he must strut about like a cock at dawn. My clothes have been stripped from me. What would you have me wear in their stead?"
Aislinn sobered and laid her hand upon his arm.
"'Tis not these simple clothes that do you ill, dear Kerwick, but lack of washing."
Kerwick set her hand from him with some regret.
Your lover watches, and I have no desire to feel the sharp teeth of the hounds upon me this night, nor the sting of the whip. You'd best join him to ease his mind."
She nodded, and went to kneel beside Wulfgar, drawing a fur rug over him. The old man closely watched her as she bent over him, and when she drew back, he gave her a tired smile.
"You are over-kind to me in my aging years, Lady Aislinn. Your fairness and gentle touch have brightened my day."
"Your fever weakens your mind, I fear, Sir Knight."
Still, she smiled at his words. He lightly brushed the back of her hand with his lips and lay back with a sigh, closing his eyes. Aislinn rose, and without another glance to Kerwick, crossed the hall to where Wulfgar sat. The Norman's gaze followed her as she approached, never wavering until she moved behind him to stand at his chair. There, Aislinn could consider him without being observed in return. He was relaxed now, after the meal, and paid his half-sister the barest courtesy as she plied him with questions about his holdings and his status with William. She complained that his manner of dealing with his serfs was much too lenient, for they were a crude lot and needed a firm hand to keep them in check. As she offered this last advice, Wulfgar slowly shifted his glance to Ragnar, who lounged back in his chair, seemingly content with himself and Gwyneth's conversation.
"I'm glad you have the ability to make judgments so swiftly, Gwyneth,"
Wulfgar returned, and his sarcasm passed her by.
"You will soon learn that I am very perceptive, brother,"
she said, a knowing smile curving her lips as she raised her eyes to Aislinn. Wulfgar shrugged, reaching behind him to take the girl's hand and draw her closer.
"I have nothing to hide. 'Tis common knowledge the way I live and manage my holdings."
To Gwyneth's irritation, he began to toy absently with Aislinn's slender fingers and caress her arm. At his continued fondling, Aislinn grew uncomfortably warm and flushed. The smile of contentment stiffened upon Ragnar's face, and he turned to fill his drinking horn to the brim. Gwyneth's own words slowed to a halting, stumbling speech as anger weighted down her tongue, and Aislinn could not help wonder if this was another game he played with them all. Wulfgar rose with a half-smile, and dropping an arm over Aislinn's shoulder, spoke in jest to the young knight Gawain, who had boasted quite heavily of his own swordplay that afternoon.
"'Tis not your talent that keeps you astride, lad," Wulfgar grinned, "but your winsome face. At its sight, every man thinks he has found himself some sweet wench, and dares do no harm to the fair damsel."
Laughter shook the hall as Gawain reddened, but smiled in good humour. Wulfgar rubbed his knuckles softly against Aislinn's arm as he continued to banter jovially with his men, and in her confusion she failed to see Gwyneth glaring at her. Had her look been of steel, it would have severed Aislinn's heart in twain. The look became even more piercing a few moments later, when Wulfgar retired up the stairs with the girl, his hand riding upon her narrow waist.
"What does he see in that slut?"
Gwyneth demanded, flinging herself back in her chair to pout like some spoiled child who had been ignored. Ragnar averted his gaze from the slender figure mounting the stairs and finished his ale with an angry gulp. When he bent near Gwyneth's cheek, he quite artfully managed a charming smile.
"I would not know, my lady, for my eyes hold only you within their sight. Ah, would that I could feel you beside me, your body hungrily pressed to mine. I would know the joys of paradise."
Gwyneth laughed low.
"Sir de Mart, you give me cause to fear for my virtue. I have never been courted so boldly."
"I have not much time," Ragnar admitted roguishly. "I must leave on the morrow to join William."
At her obvious disappointment, he grinned.
"But never fear, sweet damsel. I shall return, even if it is on my deathbed."
"Your deathbed?"
Gwyneth cried in dismay.
But where do you go? Must I fear for your safety?
Indeed, there is danger. We Normans are not popular with the English. They would throw aside William's claim and choose another. We must persuade them that he is the best choice.
You boldly fight for your duke, while my brother amuses himself with that trollop. He is truly without honour.
Ragnar shrugged. She only sends him away happily.
Wulfgar goes with you?
Gwyneth questioned in surprise. Nay, but soon. Alas, my fate may come more swiftly, and no one cares.
I care,
Gwyneth confessed. Ragnar caught her hand against his breast. Oh, love, those words are sweet to my ears. Feel my heart pound against these confines of my chest, and know how I yearn for you. Come into the meadow with me, and let me spread my mantle upon the ground for us. I swear I will not touch you. Only let me hold you for a time before I go.
Gwyneth blushed hotly. You are very persuasive, Sir Knight.
His hand tightened upon hers. Demoiselle, you are too beautiful for me to resist. Say you'll come. Send me away with a small token of your kindness.
I shouldn't, Gwyneth argued weakly.
No one will ever know. Your father sleeps. Your brother amuses himself. Say you'll come, love.
She made a small, consenting nod.
You will not regret your generosity, Ragnar murmured huskily. I will go first and prepare a place, then come to meet you. Do not delay, I beg.
He pressed his lips passionately against her hand, sending wild waves of excitement flooding through her body, then rose and hurried from her. Wulfgar leaned in fatigue upon the door as he closed it behind him, noting with gratitude the steaming bath that awaited him.
You manage this household as if you were born with the talents of seeing to the comforts of many,
he commented, watching Aislinn cross the room as he began to disrobe. She smiled over her shoulder at him, and there was a hint of mischief in her eyes. My mother early taught that responsibility.
Wulfgar grunted. 'Tis well. You will make a good slave.
Aislinn's laughter rang with a note of wry mirth. Will I, my lord? My father once said I had a most untamed nature.
And in that matter I believe he was right,
Wulfgar replied, lowering himself into the wooden tub. He leaned back with a sigh.
Still, I like the matter as it stands.
Ah, she returned. Then you are content to produce bastard sons?
You have not proved capable of bearing any man a bastard as yet, chérie.
The test of time has not yet ripened, my lord. She chuckled low as she removed her gunner, standing with her back to him. Do not pin your hopes on fantasies. Most women are known to be quite fertile. You have just been fortunate in your adventures, that is all.
Not fortunate. Careful, he corrected. I have made it a habit of inquiring upon the lady's status before indulging.
You did not ask me, she pointed out. He shrugged his broad shoulders.
I assumed you did not know, which you don't. 'Tis the disadvantage of young virgins.
Aislinn blushed hotly. Then you have never had a virtuous maid, monseigneur?
'Twas by choice.
Do you boast that should you have desired one, you could have had such a maid? Aislinn questioned with care.
Women are not very discriminating. I could have had many.
Oh, Aislinn choked. How confident you are, and I am only one among many of your harlots. He peered at her obliquely as he idly rubbed a sponge across his chest.
Let us say, chérie, that you have proved the most interesting thus far.
Perhaps it is because I am not so old as your other women, she snapped. Whirling, she angrily strode to the tub, where she postured saucily for him, touching her breasts, her waist and hips as she pointed out her assets. Perhaps my bosom does not hang so low, or my legs bow so wide. I have a slim waist yet, and my chin does not disappear into folds. Surely something must have tempted you to take me without first your usual precautions."
Grey eyes bright with amusement, Wulfgar reached out an arm and with a quick movement pulled her into his bath. Aislinn shrieked and fought to remove herself from his lap.
"My kirtle,"
she sobbed, tears coming quickly as she held the dampened cloth from her skin.
"'Twas my finest, and you've ruined it."
Wulfgar only laughed the more. He pressed his face near to hers and smiled into her flashing eyes. "Your head would be swollen with conceit if I yielded that you are by far the fairest, or that you would bedevil any man into forgetting his convictions. Indeed, you would grow cocky and vain if I hinted that you are more beautiful than any woman I've ever seen." He tightened his grip as she strangled with unreasoning fury and struggled against him. "You might even become overconfident and think that I would never turn to another woman because I thought you more desirable than any other. Therefore, I do none of this, and I do you a kindness. Your heart might soften toward me, and you would cry and cling to me when I choose another to replace you. I want no strings that are difficult to break." And he added, as if giving her warning, "Do not fall in love with me, Aislinn, or you will be hurt." Aislinn's eyes brightened with turbulent tears as she glared at him.
"Do not distress yourself. You are the last person in all of Christendom that I would fall in love with."
Wulfgar smiled. "'Tis well."
"If you despise women as you claim, why do you warn me? Do you caution all the women you have affairs with?"
Wulfgar loosed his grip and settled back against the tub. "Nay, you are the first, but you are younger than the rest, and more tender." Aislinn smiled thoughtfully as she propped her arms upon his chest, laying her chin on her hands, and gazed into his eyes.
"But still, I am a woman, Monseigneur. Why are you kind to me when you have not been with others? You must feel something more for me than you did for them."
A grin deepened wickedly as she traced a slim finger along the scar marking his cheek.
"Beware, my lord. Do not fall in love with me."
He caught her under the knees and behind the shoulders and set her dripping wet from the tub. "I love no woman, nor shall I ever," he stated flatly. "For the moment I find you entertaining. That is all."
"And after me, my lord? Who then?"
Wulfgar shrugged. "Whoever meets my fancy." Aislinn fled across the room to a darkened corner behind him, where she crushed her hands over her ears. She trembled with frustrated anger, and was sure he would never intentionally allow her to gain advantage. It was a game he played with her because of his contempt for women, never allowing her the smallest measure of confidence in her relationship with him, never allowing her to draw close to the man inside the shell. He ridiculed and taunted womankind while he watched their reactions in calm amusement, teasing with deliberate patience until the time when they would break or flee from his abuse. But he had not fully found her depth, Aislinn thought, nor drawn the bounds of her mettle. It was truly a battle that raged between them. While he casually cautioned her not to fall in love with him, she sought out every softness in his professed armor of hatred. Shivering in the wet kirtle, she doffed it and quickly slid into his bed, drawing the pelts up high under her chin. When he joined her there a few moments later, she feigned sleep, resting on her side with her back to him. Though she could not see him, she felt his attention on her, and smiled secretly to herself, wondering his next move. It was not long before she learned. His hand upon her shoulder pressed her down upon her back, and she found herself staring into warm grey eyes as he bent over her. "Demoiselle, you are not asleep," he mocked her.
"Would it matter?"
she inquired, with a hint of sarcasm. He shook his head as he lowered his mouth to hers. "Nay." Gwyneth stepped into the moonlit clearing and caught her breath sharply as a hand closed upon her shoulder. She swung round with a start, remembering the large, rugged men who had crammed the hall at the feasting hour, and knew an instant prickle of fear. At sight of Ragnar's smiling face, however, she laughed softly in relief.
"You came,"
he grinned.
"Indeed, Sir Knight, I am here."
Ragnar bent, sweeping her into his arms, and quickly carried her a short distance into the woods. Gwyneth's heart beat fiercely at the swiftness of his actions. She giggled nervously, looping her arms about his neck, feeling herself small and helpless in his strong embrace.
"You make me forget my sanity,"
she whispered against his ear.
"It is hard to realize we met only this morn."
Ragnar halted in his stride and pulled his hand from under her knees, letting her limbs slide against his until her toes reached the ground.
"Was it only today we met?"
he asked hoarsely, tightening his arms about her until he could feel every curve of her thin body pressed to his.
"I thought centuries had passed since I left you in the hall."
Gwyneth's head reeled giddily.
"Oh, it was only years, my darling."
His mouth crushed down upon hers feverishly as they strained against each other in their passion. With great skill, Ragnar loosened her gunner and kirtle, letting them fall to her feet, and pushed her gently down upon his mantle, spread out upon the ground. His eyes, for a moment, travelled the length of her body, glowing silvery in the moonlight. He caressed her small breasts, while his thoughts played idly upon a rounder, fuller bosom, remembering the soft, creamy skin and curling coppery tresses twining wantonly about a beautiful body. In his imagination, he saw Wulfgar's hands taking possession of its perfection. Ragnar jerked sharply with his irritation, making Gwyneth cry out in fright.
"What is it? Does someone come?"
she asked, frantically grabbing for his mantle to cover herself. His hands stayed her movement.
"Nay, there is nothing. The moon plays tricks with me, that is all. I thought there was something moving there, but I was mistaken."
Relaxing back into his arms, Gwyneth slipped her hand beneath his tunic and slid it over the hard muscles of his chest.
"You have me sorely at a disadvantage, Sir Knight," she breathed. "I am very inquisitive."
Ragnar smiled and began to remove his garments.
"That is better,"
Gwyneth murmured in approval when they lay discarded.
"How handsome you are, my dearest. You are dark like the warm earth and strong like yon oaks. I had not thought men could be beautiful, but I was mistaken."
Her hands moved over him boldly, stirring the hot flames of passion.
"Be gentle with me,"
she whispered against his throat, and lay back upon his mantle. Her pale eyes were like stars in the night, glittering and distant, until Ragnar bent over her, covering her narrow frame with his, and then they slowly closed. A wolf howled in the distance when Ragnar finally sat up, wrapping his arms about his knees as he gazed through the darkness toward the dim light coming from the Lord's chamber window. As he watched, a figure of a man shadowed the square, and then moved out of sight to reappear again shortly. The dark silhouette flexed its arm, and Ragnar grinned, hoping the practice of arms that day had affected Wulfgar's pleasure, and knew otherwise as he thought of it, for his own tired limbs had little hampered his. The black shape turned in profile toward what Ragnar knew was the bed. He could almost see the bright hair spread across the pillows, and the small oval face soft and perfect in sleep, as if he were the man at the window. How intensely he desired revenge! At times he could almost feel it within his grasp, yet it was elusive, and much like that damsel who slept in the Lord's bed, irresistible and untouchable, ever taunting. His body stirred quickly at the memory of the wench in his arms. The thought gave him no rest, plaguing him day and night, until he knew that he would not be satisfied until she belonged to him. He smiled knowing that he would have revenge upon Wulfgar by taking her. Even if Wulfgar harboured no affection for the girl, there would still be his pride to suffer.
"What are you thinking of?"
Gwyneth murmured softly, reaching out to caress his lean and muscular ribs. Ragnar turned and took her in his arms again. "I was just thinking how happy you have made me. Now I may go to William with your sweet memory riding atop the highest peak of my imagination." He pulled her chilled body closer against his. "Do you shiver with the cold, ma chérie, or the fierceness of our love?" Gwyneth wrapped her thin arms about his neck, pressing her body to his.
"Both, my dear love's heart, both."
9. The first rays of the sun struck the frosted trees, making them sparkle as if spread with rare jewels, and the doves stirred in the cote. Ragnar gave a quick thump upon the door of the Lord's chamber and pushed it open on the sleeping couple. With a warrior's instinct for danger, Wulfgar rolled from Aislinn's side and snatched up his sword lying on the stone floor. Before the door ceased its swing, he stood ready to meet a foe. For a man who but a moment before slumbered peacefully at the side of a maid, he now seemed fully alert and quite capable of meeting any attack directed toward the occupants of that room.
"Oh, 'tis you,"
Wulfgar grunted, sitting back upon the bed. Aislinn roused much more slowly, raising up to stare at Wulfgar in sleepy confusion, and failed to notice Ragnar standing near the door in the dimness of the room. The small pelt she clutched more revealed than covered her breasts, and it was toward this view that Ragnar stared. Following his gaze, Wulfgar saw the reason for his great attention and lifted his sword toward the intruding knight.
"We have an early morning visitor, chérie,"
he said, and watched calmly as she started in surprise and hurriedly covered herself.
"Why came you here to my chamber at this hour, Ragnar?"
he inquired as he rose to sheathe his sword. Ragnar swept his hand before him and bowed in mockery before the spectacular form of the naked man.
"Your pardon, my lord. I did but want to take my leave of Darkenwald, and desired to know if you wished anything further of me before I turn my horse upon the road. Mayhap you desire me to carry a message to the Duke?"
"Nay, there is nothing," Wulfgar replied. Ragnar nodded and turned to go, then paused, facing them again. A slow smile grew upon his lips.
"You should be careful of the woods at night. Wolves range the groves wide. I heard them close in the late hours."
Wulfgar raised a questioning brow, wondering who might have entertained the roving knight this time.
"The way you make your rounds, Ragnar, 'tis certain you'll shortly replenish the populace of Darkenwald."
Ragnar chuckled.
"And who should give birth first but my fair Lady Aislinn?"
Before he sensed the wrath his words had wrought, a small vessel grazed his ear and crashed against the door behind him. Ragnar looked at Aislinn, kneeling in the middle of the bed, with clenched fists holding a pelt close about her. He rubbed his ear and grinned, admiring the beauty her rage stirred forth.
"My dove, I'm overwhelmed by your passionate nature. Are you so tormented because of my love of last night? I assure you I did not think of your jealousy."
"Ah!"
Aislinn shrieked, glancing around for some other object to throw. Finding nothing in reach, she flung herself from the bed. She crossed to where Wulfgar watched in silent amusement and snatched at his sword, only to find it too heavy for her to lift.
"Why do you stand and laugh at his jibes?"
she demanded of Wulfgar. She stamped her foot in rage.
"Make him show respect to your authority."
Wulfgar shrugged and returned a smile for her glare.
"He plays at games like a child. When he plays in earnest, I will kill him."
The grin faded from Ragnar's face.
"I am at your call, Wulfgar."
He smiled stiffly.
"At any hour."
He left the chamber without further ado, and for a long moment Aislinn stared in deep thought at the closed door before finally commenting,
Monseigneur, I believe he sees you a threat.
Do not let your fancies lead you astray, chérie, Wulfgar bade her shortly. He is from one of the richest families in Normandy. He hates me, true, but it is because he thinks only blooded men should bear titles. He laughed. And of course, he wants you.
Aislinn whirled to face him.
Ragnar wants me only because I belong to you.
Wulfgar chuckled as he drew her to him. He raised her chin until he could gaze into her eyes.
Somehow, I cannot imagine his wrath if I had taken Lynn from him.
His arms swept under her, lifting her up against his chest.
Lord,
Aislinn protested, struggling in his embrace.
'Tis morn. You must be about your duties.
Later,
he said huskily, and silenced further argument by a fiery kiss that left Aislinn weak and tingling and unable to find any logic in resistance. He was stronger, and she would only prolong the misery by fighting him. Gwyneth swept down the stone stairs, feeling gay, and thoroughly in love with the world this early morning hour. She had watched Ragnar ride off only a moment before, and knew that her heart went with him. In the hall, the men sat at the trestle tables, taking bread and meats. They paid her little heed, for they bantered among themselves, and their laughter rose heartily at their own quips. Before the hearth, Wulfgar still slept, and glancing about for a familiar face, Gwyneth found only Ham and the young man Aislinn had spoken and laughed with the night before. They served Wulfgar's men, and did not seem to take notice of her. Yet when she strode to the lord's table and took her place, Ham shortly approached with food.
"Where is my brother?" she demanded. "These men here seem to be at their leisure. Does he not give them tasks to perform?"
"Aye, my lady. They only wait for him. He has not come from his chambers yet."
"His laziness spreads like a plague," she said in derisive tones.
"'Tis his usual custom to rise early. I would not know what keeps him."
Gwyneth leaned back in her chair.
"The Saxon wench, no doubt."
Ham's face reddened with anger, and he opened his mouth to make a reply, then snapped it shut again before uttering one. Spinning on his heels, he strode to the cooking chamber without a backward glance. Gwyneth picked at her food absently, half listening to the men, half musing on the night before. When Sir Gawain entered with the knight Beaufort, the Normans called a greeting and beckoned them over.
"Were you not to ride to Cregan this morn?"
Gawain inquired, turning to Milborne, the eldest knight.
"Yea, lad, but Wulfgar seems wont to stay in his chamber instead,"
Milborne replied with a chortle. He rolled his eyes and smacked his fingers in a gesture that was not lost upon his comrades, who guffawed their delight at his silent wit. Gawain grinned.
"Mayhaps we should see to his welfare, to be sure he does not lie abed with his throat slit. The way Ragnar slammed about and cursed him before he took to road, 'tis most likely they had another row."
The elder knight shrugged.
"'Tis over that girl again, no doubt. Ragnar has had his blood up ever since he bedded her."
Gwyneth started in surprise, all senses stunned and reeling in confusion. Her breath came hard, as if someone had struck a blow against her chest, and she thought she could not bear the pain.
"Aye,"
Gawain smiled,
"and 'tis no small matter taking the wench from Wulfgar either, if he is bound to keep her. But she is a prize I'd gladly fight for, were I Ragnar." "Ah, lad, she's a hot-blooded one," the elder laughed. "'Tis best you leave her for a man with experience."
Their conversation ceased abruptly as a door banged closed on the upper level. Wulfgar came into view and strode down the stairs, buckling on his sword. He saluted his sister, who eyed him coldly.
"I trust you rested well, Gwyneth."
He turned, without waiting for a reply, and went to his men.
"So, you think you can dally because I do? Well, we shall see what better men you are for it."
He broke off a piece of bread, picked up a piece of meat and went to the door, where he turned again and considered them. He smiled leisurely. "Why do you delay? I am for Cregan. What of you?" They scrambled after him as he strode out, knowing they were bound for a rigorous day, and they stumbled over themselves as they hastened to catch up. Wulfgar was already in his saddle, chewing on the bread and meat as they scrambled to mount. When they regained some order about them, he swung his large steed about, tossing the remaining bread to Svein, who stood watching with amusement, and set the spurs to the Hun's flanks to send him thundering off in the direction of Cregan. Gwyneth slowly rose from the table, feeling sick inside, and walked carefully to the stairs and mounted them. In front of the Lord's chamber door she paused, her hand trembling violently as she reached out for the latch. Then she drew back sharply, clutching the clenched fist to her breast, as if she had just touched fire. Her ashen face looked sharp and hardened in the shadows, and her pale eyes seemed to pierce the very wood that separated her from the peacefully sleeping form on the other side. She knew a hatred now that exceeded the contempt she felt for Wulfgar, and she vowed quietly in her misery that the Saxon wench would feel her wrath. With measured care, as if she were afraid some slight noise would awaken the other to the malice she felt, Gwyneth backed away from the door, then slowly moved on down the hall to her own small chamber. When Aislinn woke a short time later, she dressed and went down to the hall to learn that Wulfgar had gone to Cregan. Svein had been left in command of the hall, and was at the moment trying to mediate a petty squabble between two young women over an ivory comb given to one of them by a Norman soldier. Aislinn strolled outside to stand on the steps and listen in amusement at Svein's attempts to placate the two. One swore she had found it, the other claimed her companion stole it. Very capable of dealing with men, the Viking found himself completely at a loss to settle this argument. Aislinn smiled, raising a brow in mockery. "Why, Svein, you can always cut their hair in the Norman fashion, and they would have little use for the comb." The women turned to her with a start, their eyes wide, their mouths hanging open. The sudden grin upon Svein's face quickly decided one to give up the comb and remove herself forthwith to some place distant from him, while the other quickly retreated in the opposite direction. Aislinn could not keep the tide of merriment from sweeping her away into mirthful laughter. "Oh, Svein, you are human after all," she smiled brightly. "I would not have believed it. To be confounded by mere women. Tisk, tisk." "Blasted wenches," he grumbled, and shaking his head, stalked into the hall. Bolsgar's health was improved from the day before, when his colour had held to a waxen grey tone. Now his complexion once more glowed a leathery bronze, and at midday he did away with a hearty meal. Aislinn changed the poultice on his leg, gently cracking away the dried mud, and drawing with it long gouts of the poisoned matter. She saw that the wound was already beginning to knit, and that the flesh around it had taken on a healthier, ruddy hue. It was toward late afternoon that Gwyneth came downstairs and approached Aislinn. "Do you have a mount? I wish to see this land Wulfgar has gained." Aislinn nodded. "A swift and mighty Barbary mare, but she is uncommonly spirited." "I would not advise. If you can ride her, I suspect I will have little trouble," Gwyneth replied coldly. Aislinn struggled with words. "I am sure you are well acquainted with a saddle, Gwyneth, yet I fear Cleom—" She was silenced abruptly by the woman's murderous look. Aislinn folded her hands and quietly stepped aside before the hatred she saw. Gwyneth turned and ordered the horse to be saddled, and escorts provided for the ride. When the mare was brought forward, Aislinn tried once more to caution the woman and instruct her to hold the reins firmly, but again she met that glowering look that chilled any words to silence. Aislinn winced as Gwyneth laid her whip heavily against Cleom's flanks and sent the mare leaping ahead of her mounted escort. In dismay, Aislinn watched them ride away, and did not feel comforted with the direction they took, which would lead them to Cregan. It was not the destination that worried Aislinn, but the countryside along the way. The paths were clearly laid, but if one wandered from them, there were many vales and gullies to snare the careless rider. With apprehension sitting heavily upon her shoulders, Aislinn sought to occupy her time with matters dealing with the hall. But as it turned out, she spent most of the afternoon hearing complaints from Maida about Gwyneth's manners and lack of courtesy. Aislinn listened as long as she could, then retired in frustration to the bedchamber. She could not approach Wulfgar about his kinswoman, for he hated women enough without added assurance that they were worthy of his contempt. He might consider her too critical of Gwyneth, and be unwilling to lend a fair ear. Still, in a morning's time, his sister had made herself felt. She had spent the morning pawing through Maida's coffer, seeking gowns for herself, then grew petulant and sharp, for all of Maida's garments were too small. Though she was thin, Gwyneth was as tall as Aislinn, and not of the tiny frame of the older woman. Shortly after she had commanded her meal to be brought to her chamber, Gwyneth had slapped Lynn and caused the girl to cry over no matter worthwhile. She excused her action by saying Lynn was too slow to obey her orders, and now Gwyneth roamed the countryside on Aislinn's favoured steed. Roamed the countryside indeed, for Gwyneth knew not where she went. It was simply a race. Her temper was high, and her spirits were low. The very sight of that young Saxon wench enjoying the hospitality of her brother was enough to set her nerves on edge. But the crude revelation that her lover first had the woman ended any small chance of friendship they might have had between them. And if that was not enough, Wulfgar openly flaunted the slut, as if she was some worthy maiden, when in fact she was Wulfgar's whore, at his beck and call, a captured slave. The bitch had the nerve to claim this mare as hers. What right did a serf have to own a horse, least of all a slave? She had nothing herself, not even a suitable gown to wear upon Ragnar's return. All her possessions had been taken by the Normans, but Aislinn had fine clothes which Wulfgar allowed her to keep. That jewelled dagger she wore was worth a goodly sum. Gwyneth laid the whip again across Cleome's side and whipped her into a frenzied gallop. The two escorts followed at a distance, sparing their animals the headlong pace. Accustomed to the firm and knowledgeable grip of her mistress, the mare could find no authority in the loose reins. She chose her own way over the solid path, and gave her rider's commands only the briefest attention. The effect was simply to send Gwyneth's rage to a higher level, and in absolute fury she jerked the reins, and the horse fled from the path into the dense woods. Now Gwyneth whipped the steed soundly, until finally it threw out its head and began to run with long, swift strides, crashing through the brush. Some fear rose, as Gwyneth realized what she had begun, for branches whipped and vines tore at her, yet the mare plunged heedlessly onward, up the hills and through the dales. Gwyneth could hear voices calling from behind, bidding her halt, but the mare had the bit in her teeth and gave no mind when the reins were tugged. The maddened beast pressed onward, harder, faster. Gwyneth felt panic bite deep now. A narrow gorge lay ahead, yet the horse thrashed on in agony, as if some raging monster tagged close behind her heels. She gave no pause, but leaped into the gorge. Gwyneth screamed and threw herself from the saddle as the mare hurled downward through branches and brush to fall with a sickening crash to the rocky bed of the ravine. The two escorts came crashing through the woods and drew their horses to a stop. Gwyneth rose, her rage far from satisfied. She forgot her fear and her own foolishness and spit words out with venom. "You brainless beast!" she railed. "You low-born nag! On open path you prance along, but take to the woods and you flee like the hunted stag." She brushed leaves and the matted forest turf from her gunner, and sought to rake some from her tangled hair. She glared at the horse, wheezing in pain at the bottom of the gully, and made no effort to ease its agony. One of the escorts dismounted and went to stand close to the edge. He turned, with a sickly smile upon his face.
"My lady, I fear your mount is broken badly."
But Gwyneth flung her head and spun about.
"Ah, that stupid nag! Couldn't see a hole as big as that! Good riddance that she should be broken!"
A new sound came, and heavy thundering and a crashing in the brush drew near. From the dark shadows of the wood, Wulfgar rode into view, followed by his men. He pulled his great red warhorse to a halt beside Gwyneth and her escorts, and his scowl raked them.
"What goes here?"
he demanded.
"Why are you here? We heard a scream."
The mounted escort gestured to the gorge, and Wulfgar approached closer. He scowled heavily as he recognized Aislinn's mare lying at the bottom. Many times he had stopped to stroke the fine beast and feed her a handful of oats. He whirled to face Gwyneth.
"You, dear sister, riding a horse, and one I gave you no word for?"
Gwyneth flicked a dried leaf from her skirt and shrugged.
"A slave's horse. What would it matter? Aislinn will have little use for it now. Her duties lie in your chamber."
Wulfgar's face grew rigid, and it was with a great effort of will that he spoke below a shout.
"'Twas a good nag you slaughtered by your wretched carelessness. Your utter disregard for another's property, Gwyneth, has wasted a valuable steed."
"The mare was ill-tempered,"
Gwyneth replied evenly.
"I could have been killed."
Wulfgar bit off a sharp reply.
"Who gave you permission to take the horse?"
"I need not have permission from a slave," she retorted haughtily. "'Twas Aislinn's horse. Thereby it was available for my use at my discretion."
Wulfgar's hands clenched into tight fists.
"If Aislinn is a slave, then what she owns is mine,"
he rumbled low.
"For I am lord of all this, and everything here is mine. You will not abuse my horses nor my slaves."
"'Twas I who was abused,"
Gwyneth flung back in high rage.
"Look at me. I could have been killed riding that beast, and no one warned me that I would be taking my life in my hands. Aislinn could have stopped me, yet I think she would have me dead. Not a word of warning did she utter."
Wulfgar's frown became ominous.
"Really, Wulfgar, what do you see in that drivelling wench?"
Gwyneth inquired.
"I would think you spoiled for lesser creatures after being accustomed to the ladies of William's court. She's a scheming, conniving little bitch, and she will have your head as well as mine in the end."
Wulfgar whirled abruptly, jerking the great steed about to face his men. Lifting an arm, he gestured for them to set off.
"Wulfgar!"
Gwyneth cried, stamping her foot.
"The least you can do is dismount one of your knights and give me a horse for the return."
He turned his head to stare at her stonily for a long moment, then, glancing about him, spoke to her mounted escort.
"Take her up behind you, guard. Let her ride the rump of your horse back to Darkenwald. Perhaps she will learn the value of a worthy steed on the return."
He moved his gaze back to Gwyneth, who eyed him coldly.
"Nay, dear sister, the least I can do is to finish the work that was so carelessly begun."
He bit the words off, as if they were distasteful to him, and swung down from the hun. He tied the reins to a nearby bush and made his way down the steep side of the gully until he stood near Cleome's head. Reaching down, he took the mare in a firm grip by the lower jaw, stretched her head upward until he looked into her great soft eyes. Cleome struggled gallantly to rise, but with 2 quick thrusts of his dagger, Wulfgar cut the pulsing veins in each side of her throat, and then gently lowered the head again. In great vexation, he returned to his own mount. Slowly, the sounds from the gully quieted, until only silence hung heavily in the forest. Wulfgar whirled the hun about with a jerk at the reins, and urged the huge steed forward until he had rejoined the party. It was in a sharp tone of voice that he bade Gwyneth's other escort to return and collect the trappings from Cleome. The group continued on in silence against the darkening day until they reached Darkenwald, where a shout from the lookout heralded their approach. Wulfgar saw the blue of Aislinn's gunner as she left the door to wait upon them, and Gwyneth's words fell heavily upon his thoughts. What web of contentment had the Saxon wench woven about him that he could feel at ease with his back turned to her? Was he some day to have that small dagger he had let her keep thrust between his ribs? She had stated herself that she was safer with him alive, and this was true. But what of later? Would circumstances in the future warrant his death? And would she be the one to carry out the execution? Lord, he could not trust any woman. His jaw tightened as he considered how greatly he enjoyed her company. She would be difficult to replace, for she pleasured him well. He'd be a fool if he let his sister's accusation goad him into putting her aside. A more winsome bedmate a man could not find. As long as he held his trust from her, he could gratify himself with her and suffer no consequences. He almost smiled again. Yet he remembered the mare, and knew he would have to be the one to tell Aislinn of her loss. Sourly, his thoughts turned back to Gwyneth, another woman whose idiocy he must contend with. But this one gave him no pleasure. Aislinn stood silent as they neared. Svein had come from the hall and waited beside her. She blushed lightly as Wulfgar met her gaze, unable to forget his passionate caresses of that morning. But he scowled and glanced away, barking an order over his shoulder at his men. In mean temper, he drew the Hun to a halt and dismounted, throwing the reins to Gawain. Ignoring Aislinn, he brushed past her into the hall, flinging the door wide with a bang. Aislinn knew only confusion, and she looked from one to another of the men as they led their horses away, but each avoided her gaze, and no one spoke. Aislinn turned, wondering at their manner, and spied Gwyneth mounted behind one of her former escorts. Aislinn glanced around in further bewilderment, seeking some sight of the small mare among the huge Norman steeds, but try as she might, she could not see Cleome. She faced Gwyneth again, and watched her dismount and brush at her skirts. In sudden apprehension, Aislinn stared at the streaks of dirt marring the other's gown. Gwyneth raised cold eyes to hers, seeming to dare her to ask. Swallowing a cry of dismay, Aislinn whirled and followed Wulfgar with a rush. She found him seated at a table, staring at its top with a horn of ale in his hand. He lifted his gaze to hers as she came to stand before him. "You left Cleome at Cregan?" she asked softly, almost knowing better. He sighed heavily. "Nay. The mare broke her forelegs, and I had to ease her pain. She is dead, Aislinn."
"Cleome?"
Aislinn half laughed, half sobbed.
"But how? She knew the paths well."
A sharp, cutting voice came from behind her.
"Ha! That stupid nag could not find her way through the simplest of paths. Yet she did find her way into a hole, and threw me in the course of it. Why, she could have killed me. You did not warn me of her meanness, Aislinn." "Meanness?" Aislinn repeated in confusion. "Cleome was not mean. She was a fine beast. There was no horse swifter than she."
"Ha! You can ask my escorts of her temper. They saw her themselves and can vow to my truth. What would you gain with my death?" Aislinn shook her head, completely baffled. She felt Wulfgar's steadfast gaze upon her. It was as if he, by his silence, questioned her too. She attempted to laugh.
"You jest with cruelty, Gwyneth. It was my horse you killed."
"Your horse?" Gwyneth scoffed. "You claim a horse? A mere slave?" She smiled into Aislinn's wide-eyed gaze. "You mean my brother's horse, don't you?"
"Nay,"
Aislinn cried.
"Cleome was mine. My father gave her to me."
She glared at sister and brother and choked.
She was all I—"
The rest was torn in sobs. Wulfgar rose and laid a hand upon her arm as if he would comfort her, but she jerked angrily away and fled from them to seek what little comfort privacy could afford her. She had mounted the stairs when Gwyneth's voice rang out.
"Hold! You do not leave before you're bidden."
Even Wulfgar was taken aback, and he peered questioningly at his sister. She turned to him.
"I am your sister, while that simpering bitch is but a slave, a captured slave," she stormed. "I thump about in bare feet and rags, while you take this English whore to bed and dress her in the finest gowns. Does it seem fair that kin should suffer so, while slaves enjoy the privileges of your hospitality? You hold her up before my father and myself as if she was some badge of courage that you've won, and we must eat the scraps from your table, while you place the bitch by your side where you can fondle her at your leisure."
Gwyneth missed the lowering of Wulfgar's brows. Aislinn had frozen at her command and had turned, and even with the rage burning inside of her, noticed the gathering storm on his face. Wulfgar struggled up on an elbow.
"Gwyneth! Gwyneth, listen to me," he commanded. "You will not speak to Wulfgar in this manner. He is a knight of William, and they have conquered this land. Though I have not been defeated in battle, I am stripped of my lands. We did come here begging, and are here on his mercy. If I am your father, you will not abuse his kindness."
"My father, indeed!"
Gwyneth poised herself before him and gestured to his blank shield with her whip.
"Were you my father when you sent my brother to his death? Were you my father when my mother died? Were you my father when you took me from my home and led me across half of England to this filthy hovel, because we heard the Normans speak of this bastard Wulfgar here? 'Twas I who was injured today. My life almost forfeited. Do you take a slave's side against that of your daughter? Or will you for once be my father?"
She opened her mouth to continue her attack, but Wulfgar's voice preceded hers, and in thundering tones silenced her.
"Cease your prattle, woman!"
Gwyneth whirled to face him, and met his hard, piercing eyes.
"Mind your manners here,"
he commanded, in a low, angry tone, taking a step forward.
"Mind them well, my sister. You have called me bastard. So I am, but 'twas not of my choosing. And you complain that your fair mother died. 'Tis true, but of what? 'Tis my thought she died much of her own will. My brother, gallant knight for Harold, died upon a battlefield. No man sent him. 'Twas his oath, his honour that took him there. He died a man for the cause he chose. But what of my cause, sister? Where was my choice? You, your brother, my mother, your father, you all cast me to these ends. You sent me far across the seas, so that I would not blemish your good name and bring embarrassment to you. I was young, and knew no fault of blood, a mere lad, and knew no other father but one." He turned to Wulfgar. "And you say, my lord, that my mother sought to set a wrong aright?" He laughed coldly. "I say she sought the vengeance of a shrewish wife, for who was harmed by her words? She? But little. My sister?" He bowed, gesturing to that one. "None at all, for she was the fairest in my mother's sight. My brother? Never, for he became the favoured one. You? Deeply, I wouldst think, for you and I were truly father and son. But you, in honour to her, cast me out, sent me far away to that foppish sot, who took the coins you sent, and gave me for my care but the meanest share." The steel-grey eyes settled coldly upon Gwyneth again. "Do not lecture me on what I owe my family again. You take what is willingly given without complaints, for I feel no deep obligation here. You criticize my pleasures freely. He swept his arm toward Aislinn. "That, too, is my affair and none of yours. For I will have her whether you say yea or nay. Be careful when you speak of whore and bastard, for I am not opposed to striking a woman. Many times have I been tempted, and may one day yield to that urge. So be warned. Now the mare you took without my word is dead, and I am one to feel a fondness for a good steed, and she was a fine piece of horse. As to your claim that she was ill-tempered, I say she was but a trifle shy, since Aislinn has not been allowed to ride her these weeks since my coming. I would rather think it was this reason that caused her loss, and nearly yours. We will leave it at that, and I will hear no more accusations without proof. Further, I would suggest you try to console yourself with a lesser wardrobe than you may have been accustomed to. I have neither the patience nor the inclination to hear your naggings about such things. If you feel yourself abused, speak with the women of England, and learn of their losses and what they've suffered." He ignored Gwyneth's furious expression and strode away to the centre of the hall, where he faced her again. "I must leave to do the Duke's bidding on the morrow," he said, drawing Aislinn's startled gaze upon him. "The journey is of a length I cannot know, but when I return, I hope you have been reconciled to the fact that I am master here, and will run this manor and my life as I see fit. Svein will be here in my absence, and you will give him due respect. I will leave coins to see to your needs, not because you demand them, but by reason that it was my intention. Now, I tire easily of women's prattle, and I bid you to test my patience no further. You are dismissed, dear sister, and if you question that, it means you are free to retire to your chamber." He waited until she whirled in silence and fled up the stairs, passing Aislinn without meeting her gaze, and slammed the door of her chamber behind her. Aislinn lifted tearful eyes to his, and in their violet depths Wulfgar recognized the anguish there. For a long moment their eyes held, and then he watched her turn, observing the square set of her shoulders and the gentle swing of her hips. While holding herself proudly erect, she slowly mounted the stairs. Wulfgar became aware of his stepfather's gaze and turned to face the older knight, half expecting some reproof. Instead, there was the slightest trace of a smile on Bolskar's lips. He nodded his head ever so slightly, and then leaned back, rolling his head upon the pelts to stare into the fire. Wulfgar's gaze swept on to Svein, who stood just inside the door. The Norseman's face was void of expression, yet the two old friends knew each other's thoughts. After a moment, Svein turned and left the hall. Picking up his helmet and shield, Wulfgar mounted the stairs. His tread was heavy, as if he almost forced his feet to take the steps. He knew Aislinn sorely felt the loss of her horse. He thought himself capable of dealing with her rages, but what of her sorrows? Superior strength and force would not alleviate the pain of this needless waste of the barb. He blamed himself mostly for what had happened. He could have prevented it all by a simple word, yet his mind had been on other matters, his duties and these estates that would need guarding in his absence. He entered his chamber and closed the door softly behind him. Aislinn stood near the window with her head resting against the inside shutter. Tears made wet paths down her cheeks and fell unheeded to her bosom. He watched for a time, and then, with his usual care, removed and put away the trappings of his profession, his hauberk, his helm, his sword, his shield, each to its place. In his own mind he was unattached, and needed no woman to clutter his thoughts. He had lived his life hard and vigorously. There was no place in it for a spouse, nor had any wench ever made him yearn for a mate. Now he felt hampered by the lack of gentleness in his life. He didn't know in what manner to approach a grieving maid and express his regret. There had never been an occasion when he had to, or even wanted to.
His affairs with women had been brief and without depth, rarely going beyond a night or two with the same one. He took women to appease a basic desire. When he became bored with them, he simply left them without explanation. Their affections or feelings mattered naught, yet he sympathized with Aislinn's loss and felt compassion, for he had experienced some sadness himself at losing a favoured steed. As if some inner knowledge guided him, he went to her and took her in his arms, hushing her tearful sobs against his strong and hardened chest. Tenderly, he brushed dampened hair from her cheek and kissed each tear from her face, until she lifted her mouth to his. Her response surprised him pleasantly, yet a fleeting moment of confusion at her moods swept him. Since first taking her, she had tolerated his advances as any slave would her master, seeming anxious to place the moment behind her. But his kisses she fought, turning her face away when she could, straining against him as if she were afraid of yielding some victory to him. Now, in her woe, she met his kiss almost eagerly, her soft lips parting warm and moist beneath his mounting ardour. Hot blood surged through his veins, beating fierce and turbulent, like a storm at sea. He dismissed the wonder of her reaction as he raised her in his arms and bore her now soft and willing to his bed. A thin, silvery beam of moonlight crept effortlessly between the closed shutters, invading the chamber where Aislinn lay asleep, curled warm and secure, protected in the arms of her knight. Yet in wakeful repose, Wulfgar stared at the shaft of light, reflecting upon the moments past, unable to pick any logic from his own confused mind. Aislinn woke as the first grey hues of dawn were seeking their way through the shutters and lighting the room. She lay, savouring the warmth of Wulfgar's body and the feel of his muscled shoulder beneath her head. "Ah, my fine lord," she thought, running the tip of her finger along his lean ribs. "You are mine, and 'tis only a matter of time, I think, before you know it also." She smiled, half dreaming of the night past, yet basking in the soft, still moments of the present. She rose up on an elbow to further study her lord, marvelling at the handsomeness of his features, and found suddenly his arms locked around her, pulling her to him. Surprised by his feigned slumber, she gave a gasp and struggled in his embrace. His eyes came open and smiled into hers. "Ma chérie, are you so eager for me that you must wake me from a sound sleep?" Her face flaming, Aislinn sought to pull away, but his grip was firm and unbreakable. "You are conceited," she accused. "Am I, Aislinn?" he questioned, the corner of his mouth lifting as his grey eyes sparkled. "Or is it your greed for me? I think you must carry some warmth in your heart for me, my little vixen." His mockery burned her. "'Tis a lie," she returned sharply. "Would a Saxon seek out a Norman?" "Ah," he sighed, ignoring her protests. "I will be hard-pressed to find a wench so entertaining upon the road, and one that bears some affection for me, never." "Oh, you swollen-headed buffoon!" she cried, straining against him. His arms tightened about her, crushing her naked breasts to his chest, and his smile deepened at that pleasure. "Would that I could take you with me, Aislinn. I would not find boredom. But alas, I fear so soft a one could not bear the battle march, and I would not risk so fine a treasure in a foolish game." His hand moved behind her head, forcing her lips down to meet his. He kissed her long and passionately, his mouth searing and bruising with its insistence. Again, Aislinn felt her will to resist weaken. Wulfgar rolled over with her until his weight held her down, but there was now no need for force. Her hand slipping behind his neck attested to her frailty. The building fires that ran like molten lead through her veins and throbbed with pulsating agony in the depth of her belly only made her seek more heartily his appeasement. That same intense yearning began to sweep her, as it had only a few hours ago, when her young body had responded eagerly to his, almost with a will of its own, meeting his with each deep thrust. Yet when he had moved away, she had still ached for his caresses, and known a strange hungering frustration she could not explain. Shame at her earlier behaviour, and the thought of his mockery, now cooled her passion. He used her, then taunted her for feeling some warmth for him. Was there no softness within him? How could she feel cold and distant with him, when even his kisses drove her beyond the brink of sanity? Could it be that she was indeed falling in love with him? The thought sobered her like a pail of icy water. She jumped, making him lose his grip on her, and she twisted away, half dragging him with her as she scrambled to the edge of the bed.
"What the devil?"
he cried, and reached out to draw her back. Another moment there would have been no need for battles. Now he was eager and ready and perturbed with her.
"Come here, wench."
"Nay!" Aislinn shrieked and threw herself from the bed. She stood braced for action, her bosom heaving, her coppery hair cascading wildly around her naked body. "You laugh at me, and then seek your pleasure. Well, find it on some whoremonger's crone."
"Aislinn!"
he barked, and flung himself after her. She screeched and leapt out of his way, putting the bed between them. "You go to fight my people, and you expect me to send you off with my good tidings? Heaven help me!" She made a very fetching sight, standing in the shaft of light, her slim body glowing golden in the early rays. He paused in rounding the end of the bed, and leaned against a massive post, regarding her with amusement. She glared back at him defiantly, aware of his nakedness, his passion, his strength, yet determined to salvage this small bit of pride. He smiled slowly.
"Ah, chérie, you make it hard to think of leaving, but I must. I am a knight of William."
He approached her with measured tread, and she eyed him with suspicion, ready to fling herself across the bed again if he made a move to take her.
"Would you have me neglect my duty?"
"Your duty has taken too many English lives. When will it end?" He shrugged and replied easily.
"When England has bowed before William."
With a quick movement, he reached out and grabbed her arm, taking her off guard, and snatched her against him. She struggled furiously, but to no avail, for his arms were clamped securely about her. He chuckled at her efforts, thoroughly enjoying them, and with a frustrated groan, Aislinn halted her movements and stood stock-still against him, aware that doing otherwise only aroused his passions further.
"You see, Aislinn, it is what the lord of the manor dictates, not what his slave wishes."
Aislinn made a strangling, enraged sound beneath his kiss, and would not relent to the beckoning excitement of his searing lips. Instead, she held herself cold and rigid against him. After a long moment he drew away, and met the mockery in her gaze. "For once, Wulfgar, my Norman knight," she breathed, her violet eyes glowing with the warmth he did not find in her lips. "'Tis what the slave wills." She danced away as his hands fell from her and curtsied prettily for him. Her eyes swept him from toe to head, and knew his desires had not cooled. "Mind you dress, lord. These days would chill even the stoutest of men." Grabbing up a pelt, she pulled it close about her, and gave him an impishly wicked look as she grinned. Turning on her heels with a low laugh, she went to the hearth, there to lay small logs upon the still warm coals. She blew upon them, but drew back in haste as the ashes flew up, and sat back upon her heels, rubbing her reddened eyes, while Wulfgar's amused chuckles filled the room. She made a face at his mirth, and swung the kettle of water on its hook over the building heat as he crossed to the warmth of the fire beside her and began to dress. The water steamed, and she went to where his sword and belt hung, and there found his scabbard knife and returning with it, began to wet it on the stone of the fireplace. He raised his brow in wonder at her actions.
"My flesh is much more tender than yours, Wulfgar," she explained, "and if you would go about bare-faced, you should keep it so. The burr upon your chin does sorely chasten me, and since I've seen this shaving done so well upon my people, I would think it not unseemly that you would allow me the single honour to return the favour."
Wulfgar glanced at her small dagger lying atop her gunner, remembering his thoughts of the day before. Was his death warranted now when he must go and fight her people? Should he tell her he was not one to waste lives needlessly? By heavens, he would know the truth now. He nodded. "Perhaps your hand is gentler than most, Aislinn," he replied. He took up a linen and dipped it into the kettle. Wringing it out, he shook the piece free to cool the steam, and leaning back in a chair, laid its several folds across his face.
"Ah, Wulfgar, what a tempting pose you make," Aislinn quipped, considering him. "Would that it had been a moon ago that a Norman throat be laid bare before me."
She rose and stood over him, fingering the blade. Wulfgar removed the towel, and their eyes met as he lifted a brow. Her mouth curved, and she grinned devilishly, tossing her long hair with a shake of her head. Her tone became quite casual.
"Ah, but were I not so afraid of my next master, the temptation might be far greater."
The benefit of her humour was the solid whack of his large hand upon her buttock, bringing from her a small shriek and a more eager manner. She slowly plied the well-honed blade along his cheeks until the same had lost their bristles and were again smooth. When she was done, he rubbed a hand across his face, marvelling at the fact she had not cut him once. "A better manservant a knight could never have." He reached beneath the pelt and pulled her down onto his lap. His gaze burned deeply into hers as he murmured hoarsely, "Remember that you are mine, Aislinn, and I will not share you."
"Do you treasure me after all, my lord?"
she murmured softly, tracing her finger lightly over the scar on his cheek. He did not answer her inquiry, but said, "Remember." It was with a definite hunger he pulled her against him and kissed her. This time, tasting the warmth and passion he knew her capable of. 10. The morning was cold and wet, with a brisk wind sweeping the rain across the hills and in through every crack that plagued the manor. Small wisps of the chill breeze crept beneath the outer doors, bringing with them trickles of water and stirring the frosty air within the hall. Aislinn huddled deeper into the woolen shawl, and with cold, numbed fingers picked a small crust of bread to nibble, as she crossed to the hearth where Svein and Wulfgar sat. The newly kindled fire was just beginning to drive the chill from the hall, and she took a seat on a small stool beside Wulfgar's chair. In the days following Wulfgar's departure, her fondness for the old knight had grown, for he reminded her much of her own father. He was a cushion that softened Gwyneth's harsh raillery and made life bearable when that woman was about. He was kind and understanding when his daughter was not. Aislinn often sought his counsel over matters concerning the hall or serfs, and knew the wisdom of his advice had come by his own experience through the years. Svein often came seeking his opinion as well, and more than not stayed to enjoy a horn of ale and reminisce upon the days when Wulfgar was still looked upon as a true son. When these moods struck the men, Aislinn sat quietly and listened in rapt attention as they spoke of the young lad with fondness and praised his feats. Their manner was proud, enough to make a person wonder if each had not had a part in siring the boy. There were times when Svein would spin tales of his adventures with Wulfgar and their life as mercenaries. Wulfgar listened with an eagerness easily discernible. At an early age, Wulfgar left the house of Dusvard and he and Svein found their sustenance by hiring out as soldiers of war. Their reputation grew until their services commanded the highest prices, and the demand for them was constant. It was in this time the Duke heard of Wulfgar's prowess with a sword and lance, and called the pair out of France to join him. The friendship between knight and nobleman began at the first moment of their meeting, when Wulfgar declared without ado that he was bastard and that only coin brought his allegiance. Taken with the other's frankness, William pressed him to join forces and swear fealty to him. It was a matter quickly done, for the Duke was a persuasive man, and Wulfgar found in William a man he could respect. At his present age of 33, Wulfgar had been with the Duke for several years, and was well set in his loyalty. Aislinn now looked at the Norseman and the old knight where they sat, and knew that if Gwyneth had been present, she would have berated them severely for wasting time. As she chewed her crust, Aislinn mused on Wulfgar's sister. How different she was from either her brother or her father. Wulfgar had no more than ridden over the hill when Gwyneth began to reign as mistress of the hall. She treated the serfs as low, contemptuous beings, there to serve only her. She gave no pause to interrupting their labours and setting them about on some petty errand. It seemed to completely infuriate the woman for the peasants to go to Aislinn or Svein for approval before doing much of what she bade them do. The woman had taken charge of the larder as well, and doled out food as if it were she who had paid dearly for each grain of wheat. She measured the meat in portions, and scolded loudly if some was left on the bone. She made no accounting of the poor serfs who came and waited hungrily for scraps to be cast from the table. It became a game for Bolskar and Svein to cheat her meagre ration and fling large meaty joints to the watchful peasants. When she noted this, Gwyneth seemed to take their treachery to heart, and ranted long on their wasteful ways. The serenity of the morning was suddenly shattered as a piercing shriek rent the quiet of the hall. Aislinn rose to her feet with a start as her mother came flying down the stairs, waving her arms in outraged passion, calling for all the demons of hell to come forth and plague this daughter of Satan. Aislinn stared at Maida in astonishment, half convinced that she had passed the border of reason and fled into the depths of madness. Gwyneth strode to the head of the stairs, and with a smug smile on her lips, gazed down upon them as Maida scuttled behind her daughter's skirts. Aislinn faced Gwyneth as she leisurely descended and came to them. "I caught your mother stealing from me," Gwyneth charged. "Not only must we abide in the same hall with serfs, but with thieves as well. Wulfgar will hear of this. Mark my words well." "Lies! 'Tis lies!" Maida shrilled. She held up her hands in appeal to Aislinn. "My spider eggs, my leeches, they were mine. I bought them from the Jews. Now they are all gone." She cast an evil look at Gwyneth. "I but ventured into her chamber to find them." "Lies?" Gwyneth gasped indignantly. "I find her rummaging in my room, and I am named the thief? She is mad." "My mother suffered greatly at the hands of Ragnar and his men," Aislinn explained. "The things were of use in ministering to the hurts of all. She valued them highly." "I threw them out." Gwyneth drew herself up in righteous pride. "Yea, I threw them out. Let her keep her playthings from this hall. I will have none of them crawling about my chamber."
"Gwyneth," Bolskar snapped, sorely vexed, "you have no right to act thus. You are a guest here, and must abide in Wulfgar's way."
"No right?"
Gwyneth railed in a fit of temper.
"I am the only one here of kin to the lord of this hall. Who denies my rights?"
Her pale blue eyes flashed and dared them all to answer.
"I will see to the welfare of Wulfgar's possessions while he is gone."
Bolskar gave a derisive snort.
"As you see to mine? You lay out food as if it were yours to give. Wulfgar leaves us moneys, and you toss out a few coppers and hoard the rest. You have never seen to anyone else's welfare that I know of."
"I only keep it safe from your free hand," his daughter retorted sharply. "You would squander it as you threw away our gold. Arms, men, horses, what good did it do you? Had you held a few coins back, we would not have had to beg for a crust and lodgings."
The old man grumbled into the fire. "Had I not been bestowed with 2 nagging females who demanded the best of everything, I might have been able to send more men with your brother, and we would not be here now."
"I blame poor mother and myself. We had to beg you for even a few coppers to buy a gown. Look at my gunner and see how well you kept us."
Gwyneth berated him harshly.
"But I am here now, and the only kinsman of Wulfgar. I claim the rights of blood, and I shall see these Saxons do not abuse his generous nature."
"There are no rights of blood." Svein was so bold as to enter the fray. "When he was cast out, your mother did not claim him as her son either. Then she denied his kinship also."
"Keep your tongue still, you lick-spittle lackey," Gwyneth snarled at the Viking. "You polish Wulfgar's armour and guard his door when he sleeps. You have no say here. My words will stand. That woman will keep her vermin from this hall."
"I," Maida wailed. "I cannot have my chamber safe from thieves, even here in my own hall."
"Your hall,"
Gwyneth scoffed. She laughed jeeringly.
"By William's hand you are set away from these walls."
Aislinn's temper flared.
"By Wulfgar's command, we are held here and given these abodes."
Gwyneth's wrath would not be stayed.
"You are serfs here, the lowest kind. You can hold no possessions."
She thrust a finger toward Maida.
You snivelling old crone, prance about this hall as if you were still the lady of it, when in truth you are no more than slave. I will not have it. Nay, she is here at Wulfgar's will,"
Aislinn cried, her ire raised at this senseless attack upon her mother.
"Your brother even stayed Ragnar's hand when that knave would have set her out."
The other woman's lips curled in contempt.
"Do not call a true-blooded Norman knight by your Saxon names."
She whirled on Maida again.
"By what right do you claim a place in this hall? Because your daughter beds the lord?"
She chuckled scornfully.
"You think that gives you Norman rights, old hag? What say you when the lord returns with wife and throws your precious kin to his men? What rights then will you sport? A mother of a whore? 'Twould do you ill to even stay upon these lands. Yea, begone from here, out of my sight. Find some hovel where you can take your bony frame, but get thee gone. Clear your chamber of those vile pests and get out of this hall. Get out!" "Nay,"
Aislinn cried.
"'twill not be so. Wulfgar himself set her in that room. Do you challenge his command?" "I challenge naught," Gwyneth spat. "I see only to his good."
"Aislinn." The whisper came softly, and the girl looked down as her mother tugged at her gunner.
"I will go. I will get my things. They are few enough now."
There were tears in Maida's eyes as she spoke, and a chaotic flow of emotions flickered across her face. As Aislinn opened her mouth to speak, the old woman shook her head negatively and crossed to the stairs and slowly mounted them, her thin shoulders sagging with defeat. Aislinn glared her voiceless rage at Gwyneth, standing with clenched fist as the other smiled tauntingly. "There are times, Gwyneth," Wulfgar slowly ground out, "when you sicken my gut." His daughter glowed in her triumph.
"I cannot see why you bemoan her leaving, father. The crone has marred this hall long enough with her rags and twisted face."
He turned his great shoulders away
to stare stonily into the roaring blaze on the hearth. Svein did likewise for a space, then heaved his bulk up and left the hall. Aislinn glowered on until Gwyneth strode away and, seating herself in Wulfgar's chair, began to daintily pick at a trencher of mutton Lynn had placed there. Maida descended the stairs with a ragged pelt covering her back and a small bundle in her arms. She paused in the doorway, turning a pleading glance to her daughter. Aislinn gathered the shawl tightly against the cold and wet outside and followed her mother. They shivered together as the north wind caressed their meagerly clad bodies and a frosty mist dampened their hair.
"Where am I to go now, Aislinn?"
Maida wept, wringing her hands as they crossed the courtyard.
"Should we not go before Wulfgar returns and seek a place far from here?"
"Nay." Aislinn shook her head. It was difficult to speak calmly when she wanted to tear at Gwyneth's hair and vent her rage upon the other.
"Nay, mother mine. If we leave, the people will suffer and would have no one to ease their hurts. I cannot betray them to Gwyneth's shallow mercy. In any cause, there is war upon the land. 'Tis no time for two women to wander about. Wulfgar will cast us out if he returns with a bride," Maida insisted, "and we will be no better off than if we were to go now."
Aislinn lifted her gaze to the distant horizon as she thought of the last night spent in Wulfgar's arms. She could almost feel his hands upon her again, caressing, touching, arousing, until it seemed each single nerve cried out for him. Her eyes grew soft and dreamy. The mere memory of their play now set her breasts and thighs aflame, and a hunger grew within her. But what of him? Had he truly been hers then, or was she to find herself put aside for another woman upon his return? A brief vision of Wulfgar, holding some wench within his passionate embrace, loomed upward before her, and the delicious excitement that had swept her youthful body was crushed in a wave of anger. Of all the men who had desired her hand and begged her father to consider them worthy of her, she must now be the paramour of one who loathed women and did not trust them. She almost laughed aloud. What irony to have been so proud to those who pined for her, and to find herself a slave to that strange Norman who declared that he could forget her as easily as some glove. Yet there had been a proven need for the gauntlet. Aislinn calmed now, thinking of that. A small smile touched her lips, and a new confidence took root. Even if he did return with some trollop to fill his bed, would he forget her so easily? Did she haunt his memory as he did hers? He had enjoyed her well that last night together. Even in her inexperience, she knew this, so she must lay upon his visions of her as a woman to bring him back unfettered. She turned down the lane that led to an empty cottage, made vacant by the deaths of a father and son who had fought with Aislinn against Ragnar and lost life in that battle. But Maida cringed away as Aislinn took her arm to lead her into the hut. "Ghosts! I am afraid of ghosts!" she cried. "What will they do to me? Alone and with no one to stand fast for me. They will take me away and harm me, I know it." "Nay," Aislinn soothed her mother's fears. "There were none but friends who lived here. They would not return to do Erlend's widow ill." "You think not?" Maida whined. With a sudden childlike trust, she followed Aislinn nearer the cottage. The dismal dwelling stood separate from the rest of the town, near a small, scraggly copse of which, in turn, bordered on the marsh. Aislinn pushed the rickety door ajar and half choked on the dusty, fetid smell of the place. "See, mother," she gestured within. "'Tis of sturdy frame, and needs only a clever hand to set it aright and make it a good home." The interior was gloomy, and Aislinn sought hard to quell her own doubts and keep her manner light and cheerful. The two small windows had thin, oiled skins stretched over them, which let in much less light than cold wintry wind, and every footfall brought dust from the dry dirt floor, thinly scattered with rushes. A crude hearth commanded one wall, and a sturdy oaken bed-frame covered with a limp, rotting mattress was against the other. A single rough-hewn chair stood beside a slab table near the fireplace, and here Maida sank in dejected despair and began a low, moaning song as she rocked back and forth on that simple seat. Aislinn felt the same anxiety she knew her mother harboured. Wearily, she moved to stand by the door and leaned her shoulder against the frame as she stared out into the dreary day. She knew what a battle it would be to confront Gwyneth and demand that her mother be reinstated in the chamber Wulfgar had allowed her. It was as if Gwyneth were possessed by some demon that spurred her on with sharp rowels of vanity and jealousy, and would not let her rest or find pleasure in simple kindness. Aislinn heaved a sigh, and shaking her head, pushed back her long sleeves, seeing that she must do the work of making this filthy hovel a fit place to dwell. She found a flint and steel on a narrow shelf above the fireplace, and soon had flickering flames to chase the gloom and chill from the room. She snatched filthy linens from wooden pegs where they had last been thrown by the unfortunate men, and fed rotting shreds of old wool and leather garments to the greedily dancing fire, where they were rapidly consumed, along, no doubt, with a multitude of vermin. She wrinkled her nose in distaste at the foul odour of the mattress as she tore it from the wood-framed cot. In the span of weeks, food had dried to a rock-hard consistency in the bottom of wooden bowls, where it had been left when the warning of the Normans' approach was sounded from the tower. As Aislinn scraped the leavings, she thought of Gerford and his son. When most families ate their meat from boats of stale bread, these two had been talented enough to fashion themselves utensils from hard wood. The absence of their handiwork would be sorely felt at Darkenwald, for they had lent their ingenuity to making tools, tableware, and other useful objects. Now her mother would enjoy this small luxury, even if she didn't have the other comforts she was accustomed to. All the while Aislinn laboured, Maida sat crooning her wordless song and rocking gently to and fro. She seemed oblivious to everything around her. Even when the door swung open, giving Aislinn a start, she did not move from her chair. Kerwick and Ham filled the portal, their arms burdened with blankets and furs.
"We thought she might find use for these," Kerwick said. "We took them from her chamber when Gwyneth bade us clean the place for her own use. If your mother is to be called thief, so must we."
Aislinn beckoned them in and closed the door.
"Aye, we will all be called thieves, for I will not see her cold and hungry."
Kerwick glanced around at the humble interior.
"Thomas makes tents and pallets for the Normans now. I'll see if he has some mats to spare."
"Would you ask him to come and put new hinges upon this door, too?" Aislinn asked. "I fear that panel would not keep out the humblest of beasts."
Kerwick peered at her.
"Would you make your bed here with your mother?"
Worry set upon his mind.
"'Twould not be wise, Aislinn. There is more to fear from lowly characters like Ragnar and those other Normans than any dumb beast. The men would do no harm to your mother, for they fear her mad. But you—"
Aislinn turned to watch Ham spread fresh rushes upon the dirt floor.
"Doubtless you do not know Svein makes his pallet before my door at night. Like his lord, he has little trust for women. He would not let me come here."
Kerwick sighed in relief.
"'Tis well. I could not rest knowing you here, and Wulfgar would hang me from the highest tree as a warning to other men if I tried to give you protection, for he would surely think the worst."
"Yea,"
Aislinn murmured.
"He expects betrayal from women."
Kerwick's blue eyes held her for a moment. Then he gave a wretched sigh.
"I must go before word spreads to the Viking that I am here. I would not have Wulfgar unduly distressed at this simple meeting.
The two left again, and Aislinn once more laboured to create some homeliness in the hut that might dispel her mother's fears. It was mid-afternoon when Thomas came laughing into the cottage to deposit before her a neat mattress of heavy linen. She took it up to place it where the old one had lain, and raised her eyebrows at the first scent of dried clover and meadow grass.
"Aye, milady," the former vassal chuckled. "I stopped by the barn for the filling, and some Norman nag will go hungry tonight."
Aislinn giggled in delight, and together they placed the pallet on the bed, where she covered it with furs and blankets until a snug, warm bed was made for her mother. Thomas stayed long enough to repair the door, replacing the large patches of oiled leather that served as hinges, and taking care that it closed snugly on its frame and could be well barred from within. Darkness was swiftly closing on the land when Aislinn gave her approval to the now comfortable appointments of the cottage. Her mother had eaten and was asleep on the bed when Aislinn left her and returned to the hall to seek food for herself. Her hunger was great, for her only nourishment that day had been the bread she had nibbled at morning. Ham was cleaning partridges Svein had killed that afternoon, and as she entered, the boy jumped up from his chore. Gwyneth sat leisurely before the hearth with her needlework, and Wulfgar idly whittled on a short branch. "Milady," the boy smiled, "I saved you food. I'll get it." Gwyneth glanced up from her tapestry. "Late-comers must bide their hunger to the next meal." Her imperious voice rang clear as she set another stitch. "Promptness is a rewarding virtue, Aislinn. You would do well to learn it." Aislinn turned her back and spoke directly to Ham, disregarding Gwyneth. "My hunger bites me deep, Ham, and I would dine. Bring the food." With a nod and a smile, Ham scurried to do her will, and Aislinn strode to her usual place at the Lord's table and met Gwyneth's eyes with calm repose. Gwyneth's mouth curled into a sneer. "You are not my brother's wife. Though you may have gained some confidence in being his whore, you are no more than slave here, so give yourself no airs that you are anything more." Ham nudged Aislinn's arm before she could make a reply, and she turned her attention to him. He placed before her food enough to satisfy 2 appetites. Aislinn did not question his loyalty to her, knowing his act might well bring Gwyneth's malicious attention upon him. She smiled her gratitude and accepted the food. "Strange that so many Saxon women fell prey to the Normans, while you did not, Gwyneth," Aislinn said, as if half musing, and her eyes slowly swept the other's thin frame from top to toe, and then back again. "But then again, perhaps not so strange." Aislinn turned her full attention to the food, dismissing offhandedly the now enraged woman. A chuckle rose from Wulfgar's chair, and Gwyneth flew to her feet. Seething with rage, she spat the words at her father's back. "Of course you'd side with these Saxon swine against your own kin. The Duke William should throw you all in the gutters where you belong." In frustrated fury, she fled up the stairs and loudly slammed the door to her newly acquired quarters, the comfortable chamber that Maida had vacated that morning. The nights grew long, and what day remained dawned cold and wintry. Naked trees thrust aching branches into the cold air and sighed in painful agony when the north wind swept the moor. When the winds died, fog climbed from the marsh to engulf the town, while thin ice ringed the pools. Misty rains turned more and more to tiny wet flakes of snow, which settled on the ground and changed the village paths into ankle-deep mires of freezing mud. Furs of bear, wolf, and fox covered the unchanging woolen garments of the people. The hall reeked of freshly slain game, and the tannery cast its stench to the winds as more pelts were demanded. Aislinn assured herself that Maida was comfortable in the small hut. She had sent extra furs, and Kerwick fetched wood daily for the hearth. It became part of the everyday ritual for Aislinn to visit her mother and see to her welfare, and on her return through the town tend the ills of her people. In spite of her daughter's attention, Maida became more withdrawn and remote, and her appearance degenerated into that of a crone. Aislinn began to hear stories of how Maida's sing-song voice could be heard late at night, chanting to the spirits, sometimes talking as if long-dead companions of her youth answered her, or even as if her husband were with her and shared the cottage. Gwyneth abetted every story she heard, and when she saw Maida, and thought Aislinn out of hearing, dropped sly hints about the haunting of the place. She passed every tale to Maida, but twisted the words to make it seem as if the townspeople were malicious and hated the old woman. Maida sank even deeper into depression, and Aislinn found her mother less and less capable of coping with reality. The old woman turned her confused interests to making mysterious potions she declared would drive the Normans from English soil. Aislinn found it useless to argue with her or try to make her see the futility of her efforts. It was a cold, blustery day, with churning grey clouds spitting alternate sheets of freezing rain and soggy snow into a fitful wind that set it rattling against the shutters or with stinging force against the face. Ham covered his reddened cheeks and turned his back to the blinding gusts, thankful for the good hunting season and the warm pelts it brought. These same were now wrapped snugly about his arms and legs with pliant thongs of deer hide, and a large wolfskin sewn to a rough tunic held the meagre warmth close to his body. Under the pelt, Ham clutched the medicinal herb for which Aislinn had sent him to her mother's. Having made his way in haste, he paused now to catch his breath in the shelter of a cottage. "Oh, you there? Ham?" He turned at the sound of his name and saw Gwyneth, wrapped in a long mantle, standing in the door of the hall. "Come here. Quickly!" She gestured imperiously to him, and immediately he made his way to her. "Fetch me more wood for my chamber," she commanded, when he stood at the foot of the steps before her. "The fire grows low, and this hellish rock pile has an unearthly chill about it." "I beg pardon, my lady," Ham bobbed politely, "but I am set upon a task of some urgency by my mistress, and must see it through. When it is done, I will fetch wood for the night for you." Gwyneth's eyes grew cold, for she could see only insolence in his manner. "You surly clod," she sneered. "You prattle of some brainless errand while I am freezing. You will go now for it." "But my Lady Aislinn has bade me—" "But your Lady Aislinn," Gwyneth snapped in growing anger, "is nothing more than Lord Wulfgar's whore. As his sister, I am mistress of this hall, and I command you fetch wood now." Ham's brow drew into a worried frown, but he still had no doubt as to where his duty lay. "My Lady Aislinn waits," he returned stubbornly. "I will fetch you wood shortly." "You sorry beggar." Gwyneth's voice came low and sneering, with hate twisting each word. "I'll see your hide stripped from you inch by inch." Two of Wulfgar's men had drawn near, and Gwyneth sought to turn them to her purpose. "Seize this whining oaf and strap him to the rack. I want him whipped till the bones show in his back." Ham paled considerably at her words, and the men seemed doubtful whether they should obey or not. They knew this woman as Wulfgar's sister, yet they were highly sceptical their lord would approve of such savage punishment for such a minor offence. They had served Wulfgar loyally, never denying his authority. They knew him a sensible and just man. Were they now expected to respect his sister's demands and do her bidding without question as they did his? Their hesitation lent fury to Gwyneth's already soaring rage. Her thin arm and forefinger stabbed out to point at the distressed servant. "In Wulfgar's name,
and as I am his only kin, you will obey me. Seize this one and fetch the heaviest whip."
The men were both well aware that Wulfgar usually reserved judgment for himself in matters involving the Saxons. He had no real title to the lands as yet, and was, in fact, a caretaker, a warlord. Thus the military route of accession would apply, leaving Svein in authority in his absence. But as a Viking was not present, neither of them could find the courage to gainsay Gwyneth or refuse her commands. Thus it was with great reluctance they came forward to obey her and took the lad in their grasp. Aislinn lifted the small girl onto her lap and held the child upright against her own warmth. The tiny one's laboured breath wheezed in and out in a deep rattling wail as she rested between fits of coughing. The camphor leaves, Ham sought, would brew into a thick pungent steam, and placed beside the bed would ease the child's distress and bring her comfort. But where was Ham? Time had passed slowly, and Aislinn could not help but wonder at his delay. She retraced the path in her mind, and knew he had more than ample time to have gone the way and back. He had always been a good lad, and quick to obey, and now she grew worried at his continued absence. If he were dawdling needlessly somewhere when this babe struggled for every breath she took, Aislinn vowed silently she would personally drag him back by his ears. The child's breathing eased somewhat, and Aislinn gave the frail form to the infant's mother and wrapped herself warmly for the journey without to see where Ham dallied. She closed the door behind her and braced herself against the chilling gusts, then raised her eyes to see the two Normans dragging a protesting Ham towards the whipping rack. It was only a moment later when the men found their way blocked by a small form with legs braced wide and arms akimbo. Long tresses were freed by the wind and flew like a fiery pennant from her head. Violet eyes blazed as the French words tumbled from her lips.
"What is the meaning of this?"
Aislinn demanded.
"What foolery have you Normans wrought that you must take this lad, bent upon my errand, and seek to scourge him upon yonder posts in the heart of this winter's gale?"
The foremost one made a weak answer. "The Lady Gwyneth gave the command, as he would not do her bidding." Aislinn's slim, booted foot stamped the freezing mud as she fought her rage.
"Set him free, you nitwit!" she cried. "Set him free this moment, or by Lord Wulfgar's steel, I'll see you all in graves before this moon is out."
"Hold!" Gwyneth's screech cut through the air.
"You have no voice here, Aislinn."
The girl turned to face the approaching woman and waited until she halted before her.
"So, Gwyneth,"
Aislinn's tone rang clear in the railing winds,
"you have taken upon yourself the authority of Wulfgar, and do you seek to deprive him of one more useful serf?"
"Useful?" Gwyneth spat.
"This sluggard deliberately disobeyed me."
"Strange," Aislinn returned.
"I have no such problems with him. Mayhaps it be your manner that confuses him. He is unaccustomed to the chittering of a jackdaw."
Gwyneth choked in unrestrained fury.
"Jackdaw? You bastard's whore! You flippant Saxon slut! How dare you question my manor? In Wulfgar's absence, I am lady of this manor, and no one shall question it." "No one doubts what you would be, dear Gwyneth. Whether you are or not must be asked of Wulfgar." "There is no need for asking."
The retort was ground out.
"I am his sister, and you are no kin of his."
Aislinn lifted her chin proudly.
"Aye, no kin of his, yet I know his reasonings beyond your ken. He brings justice swift and sure, not madness as you preach, for he knows the worth of treating his serfs kindly and with heart."
Gwyneth gave a derisive snort.
I find it indeed difficult to understand how in your rush to his bed you took time to know his very thoughts."
Her eyes narrowed until they were but pale slits outlined with tawny lashes.
"Or is it more that you feel you can bend his mind to your will?" "If I could," Aislinn retorted, "then that man would deserve no better than to be so bent. But I doubt Wulfgar's mind so easily won."
"Bah! A harlot's sport, to castrate a man to any but her own way, and tie his gaze to her swinging hips that he should never know he is being led." Gwyneth fairly trembled with ire as her gaze swept Aislinn in rude appraisal. Her mind could not press down the memory of Wulfgar fondling this Saxon wench outside his bedchamber the morning he left, or the tortured thought that Ragnar might have done the same. Men, they will forever chase that plump harlot form that jiggles with each movement, and ignore the trim and proper lady who feels it ill to display her sex so bluntly.
"Oh, what trim form do you boast?"
Aislinn chuckled, raising a winsome brow.
"Why, a budding willow switch has that which you could envy."
"Harlot," the other woman croaked. "'Tis said that a woman's shape grows full and plump under a man's touch, and I see that you must have known many."
Aislinn shrugged. "If that were so, then you, dear Gwyneth, have known no other's touch since your mother's."
Gwyneth reddened profusely and could make no reply. "Enough! I grow tired of your endless bickering, and I care not to dally in the cold." She turned to the two Normans, who dared show no humour. "Take the serf hence, and strip his back a while. We'll see if he doesn't mind a lady's words more meekly in the future."
"Nay,"
Aislinn cried. She whirled to the Normans, and in a cajoling manner pleaded,
"A young child lies yonder seized in ague, and herbs are needed to ease her suffering."
She turned a hand to Ham.
"He bears no mark for sin, for he carries there the very leaves I bade him seek. Let the two of us see to this sick child first, and when Wulfgar returns, I shall place the matter before him and seek his justice whatever he will name."
Gwyneth saw the uncertainty in the men's faces and felt her issue failing. "Nay, 'twould serve no end. Let his punishment be done now, that he remembers and will serve the better for it." Aislinn turned in frustration to the woman and flung her hands wide.
"Would you place this matter above the life of a child? Will you see the child dead that this punishment be carried out?"
"I care no whit for a Saxon brat," Gwyneth sneered. "Let the serf's insolent tongue be served its due, and stay my will no further, slut. Yea, I bid you stay and watch his hiding, that you would no more challenge my commands."
"You have no right to command here,"
Aislinn cried. Gwyneth turned livid with unshackled fury. "You deny my rights, harlot, but as Wulfgar's only kin, I am the one who must speak in his absence, and you are naught but serf here, his slave, who has no choice but must bear his weight in bed at his whim. You say I have no say here? Well, 'tis you who are without rights, and should taste the way of one who disobeys her betters." Her pale eyes glimmered with the thought of Aislinn's soft flesh stripped by scars from the whip. "Aye, you should also learn obedience." She thrust her arm toward the younger girl. "Seize her! Put her beside the stubborn chit." The French words were not lost upon the boy, who had learned much of the Normans' ways since their coming. Ham struggled with the men violently. "Nay, leave her be!" The men could only gape in mute astonishment at the infuriated woman. The whipping of a Saxon wench was nothing in itself, but when that wench belonged to Wulfgar, that made all the difference in the world. There would be severe repercussions over this deed, and they themselves would not suffer lightly. Perhaps Wulfgar's sister was foolhardy, but they were of a different mood. "Take Take her! Gwyneth shrieked, unable to further tolerate their delay. Ham broke from the men and fled, as one Norman stepped forward, intending more to escort the girl from danger than to do her harm. The men laid a hand upon her shoulder, but Aislinn, mistaking his move, whirled from him in outrage, leaving her mantle in his grasp. "Be careful of the garments, you dolt!" Gwyneth snapped, showing her greed. "And take the gunner from her. I have need of it." "So you have need of it?" Aislinn choked. With trembling fingers, she snatched the gown from her body, and before Gwyneth could stop her, she flung it down in the mud at her feet and trampled upon it. She faced the woman, wearing nothing more than a thin kirtle in the biting wind, yet she hardly noticed its icy chill with the furious storm raging within her. "Then, Gwyneth, you must take it as it is." The woman's strident voice cut like a blade through the cold wind. "Begin the whipping, and do not cease until 50 lashes have fallen upon her back." Then she sneered at Aislinn. "My brother will find precious little to entice him when he views your frame again." But Gwyneth's bidding was not to be carried out by the men. The one dropped the whip and backed away, shaking his head, as his companion followed him.
"Nay, we will not do it. The Lady Aislinn has nursed our wounds and ills, and we are not wont to repay that kindness in this manner."
"You spineless curs!" Gwyneth railed. She snatched up the whip herself. "I'll show you how to mete out well-earned discipline." With all the fury bent of hatred burning deep within her, Gwyneth raised her arm, and the whip hissed like a serpent's tongue to bite through Aislinn's simple garment and taste the tender flesh of her hip. Aislinn writhed in silent agony and pulled away, tears of pain sparkling in her eyes.
"Cease!"
They turned abruptly, and men and woman faced a raging Svein. Ham stood beside him, and there was no doubt in any mind that he had fetched the huge Viking. But the heady knowledge of her power drove Gwyneth beyond caution, and she whirled to Aislinn again, drawing the whip back for another blow. But as she brought it forward, the butt was snatched from her hand. Gwyneth spun about in frustrated fury, to find Svein's foot planted firmly upon the end of the whip and his brawny arms set akimbo to his large frame.
"I said cease,"
he bellowed. "Nay," Gwyneth half sobbed, half shrieked. "The bitch needs to be chastened here and now." The Viking approached the thin woman until he stood tall above her and bent his head that he could meet her flashing pale eyes.
"Hear me well, Lady Gwyneth, for I fear your life may depend upon the care you give my words. My lord Wulfgar gave this girl over to me to guard against harm in his absence, and that means from woman as well as man. She belongs to him by his word, and he will not tolerate your whipping of her. Unless he speaks otherwise, the girl will have my protection, and thus far I have heard no order from him releasing me of my vow to keep her from danger. Wulfgar would not be above breaking you if he returned to find the wench maimed because of you. Therefore I am removing her to safety for your sake as well as hers. Peace be with you, Lady Gwyneth, but I must satisfy my lord's wishes before considering another's."
With that he brushed past her, giving her no further opportunity to speak, and went to Aislinn. Snatching her mantle from one of the Normans, he spread it about her shivering body. Aislinn's eyes were brimming with tears as she raised her gaze to his in mute gratitude. She put her hand upon his arm, and the great Viking made rumbling noises deep in his throat, embarrassed by this display of softness from a woman. Aislinn spoke no word, but moved past him to take Ham's arm and steered the lad safely away from Gwyneth's glare, back to the hut where the small girl still gasped for breath. Aislinn huddled nearer the blazing fire on the hearth, drawing away from the chilled darkness of the hall. She thought upon the day as a hellish nightmare that she was at last waking from. She was thankful for the tiny girl's improvement. The fever had broken, and in a few days the babe would be back to normal. But in those terrifying moments, after the first cruel blow of the whip had struck, her mind had not lent itself to any thought other than that of Wulfgar meting out punishment on Kerwick's helpless form. Then her mind had whirled in a vision, and she had seen herself lashed to the beams, waiting for Wulfgar to deal out his worst, his strong arm raised against her in hatred. A shiver passed through her now as she remembered that frightening apparition. She forced her attention to the task Ham and Kerwick were performing, braiding strips of hide into a bridle for one of the Normans. But she could not forget her own need, her own desire to be comforted and reassured in Wulfgar's strong arms. Never before in his absence had she longed so deeply to feel the touch of his hands, or to have his lips upon hers, and to know that she was something more than some wench she had toyed with for a time. If she closed her eyes now, she could almost see him before her, his lips curved in a slow smile, his eyes soft and warm in the moments after their love-making. Oh, Lord, she was letting her feelings play havoc with her reason. There was no guarantee he would come back of the same mind as when he left. As Gwyneth had said, he might indeed return to Darkenwald with a wife, and where would she be cast? To his men. Aislinn shuddered as the icy tendrils of fear crept around her heart. He had declared his hatred of women in simple language. Would he seek to revenge himself upon her because she was of that same unpredictable gender? He might not care how much he hurt her. And what if she were with child? His hatred of her would only grow the more, for he could never know whether it was his own or Ragnar's. Disparaging thoughts thrust upward to rob her of confidence, to steal away the deliciousness of that soft moment when they had clung together, just before his departure, and he had kissed her tenderly. She had been assured then that he cared, if only slightly. But had she been telling herself another lie? Were they all lies? His kisses, his fierce embraces, lies to rob her of her sanity. She rose from her needlework with a ragged, pensive sigh, and stepped away, twisting her hands in mute frustration. What must she do? Should she go away, that she might salvage what little pride she had left? Kerwick glanced up from his labour and studied the slender figure now turned from him. Her fingers strummed across the strings of a crwth which had lain untouched since the Norman's coming. The strange chords of music broke the silence in the hall and echoed in a large room. The scene seemed a reenactment of another that he had been witness to many months ago when her father had announced his consent for their marriage. Kerwick had been overjoyed, more so than she, he knew. For when she grew troubled, her father had once told him, she always plucked idly upon the crwth, as she had done that night long ago, making an odd melody that sounded eerie in the great hall. She had never learned to play the instrument, preferring instead to be played and sung to by some knight or troubadour. With a clear, lilting voice, she could catch the gaiety of their song and enchant all those who listened. Yet it was a weird sound that came to his ears now, as if her soul was crying out for ease. He rose to his feet, and coming to stand at her side, reached his hand out to take hers in gentle understanding. Aislinn looked up through gathering tears into his compassionate gaze, her lips trembling slightly to show the uncertainty she felt, and she heaved a sigh. "Oh, Kerwick, I am so weary of this battle that rages between Gwyneth and me. What must I do? Relinquish my place as harlot to the Lord, and let Gwyneth have her way? If I were to leave, mayhap she would soften and show kindness toward the serfs."
"She would but do her worst, having a free hand and with no one to call her game," he replied. You are the only one, in Wulfgar's absence, who can lessen the tide of hate that flows from her. Her father sees little of her cruelty. Svein is too busy with the affairs of this hall and Wulfgar's men to notice the way she truly is. And I, he laughed, I am but serf now.
But what can I do to curb her? Aislinn insisted. I have no status. I am merely a plaything for a Norman.
Kerwick bent to her. Wulfgar has given you his protection. She can do no harm to you. Wulfgar's men will know that after today, and Gwyneth knows it too. You're safe from her hatred. Svein is proof of that. Would you leave the serfs to suffer from her whims when you are the only one who can help them?
You will not let me run from my obligations, will you, Kerwick?
She asked wryly. Nay, no more than you would me.
Aislinn laughed suddenly, her mood lightening. Oh, Kerwick, how vengeful you are. He smiled and spoke in sincerity, though his tone was light.
Yea, to be a betrothed scorned does not make for a generous man.
Aislinn peered at him askance. Your wounds have healed quickly, eh, Kerwick? I see no scars.
What wounds do you speak of, my lady? Those of my heart? Nay, I conceal them well, 'tis all, for they yet throb and pain me.
He stared down into the violet depths of her eyes.
You are still beautiful, Aislinn, though you belong to another man.
Aislinn made to draw away, nervous at his words, but he tightened his grip on her hand.
Nay, be not frightened, Aislinn. I meant no injury. 'Tis only that I seek to make amends.
Amends, she repeated.
Aye. 'Twas well known I was bent upon my own selfish desires, for I wanted you badly, and was not wont to give you up. For my outrageous demands upon you, I can only beg in humble apology that you forgive me.
Aislinn rose up and pressed a kiss upon his cheek. We are forever friends, dear Kerwick.
A short, satirical laugh broke them apart, and they whirled to see Gwyneth leisurely descending the stairs, a smile playing about her lips. From her crouched position in a darkened corner, Maida rose and scurried out of the hall to brave the snowy winds, seeking the safety of her humble cottage, well away from this half-Norman shrew. Gwyneth paused at the foot of the stairs, her arms akimbo. A soft chuckle escaped her as she considered the two before her.
My brother will be interested in hearing that his mistress amuses herself with other men in his absence.
Her pale eyes brightened.
And he will surely hear of it, I swear.
Kerwick stood with clenched fists, and for the first time in his life was greatly tempted to strike a woman.
Aislinn smiled with a serenity she was far from feeling. I have no doubt you will tell him, Gwyneth, with your usual care for detail.
With that, Aislinn passed the now silent Gwyneth and mounted the stairs to seek what comfort she could find in the bedchamber, knowing that she was not completely safe from Gwyneth's spiteful ways. 11. Wulfgar shifted in his saddle as his sharp eyes slowly scanned the countryside. Sharp, chill winds pressed the woolen mantle more closely against his sturdy frame, and his cheeks tingled with its icy bite. Dreary skies lent no colour to the wintry browns and greys of the forests and fields. Behind him, the knights Gawain, Milborne, and Beaufont waited with the others under his command, 16 men-at-arms, ever ready with longbows, lances, and short swords. In the protection of the trees, the covered cart Gwyneth and Bolsgar had arrived with strained up the hill, loaded with food for his men, and grain to supplement the forage obtained along the route. An old but sturdy Saxon, Bowain, who had returned from service to Harold to find his home burned and fields ravaged, had welcomed an offer of a new home for his allegiance, and now swore at the horses in colourful language that was foreign, but not totally unfamiliar to many of the Normans riding alongside.
Wulfgar's foresight provided a strong yet mobile band. He had long studied the ways of an army, and chose to mount all his men when it was the wont of most knights and noblemen to mount only themselves, while the men-at-arms wielded bows and lighter swords and spears, and acted as the footmen of the army. He had seen no future for his men to walk their feet raw on the stony soil of England. Those he took with him he set upon horses, and they accompanied him so. They dismounted, and acted as men-of-arms when battles raged. In the span of weeks Wulfgar had been at Darkenwald, William had had to bide his time, waiting for the strength of his men to return. They had been unable to march for nearly a month, due to a malady not unknown in armies, which in this case had spared not even William himself. It made them prone to stay in camp, and near a deep trench. Since Wulfgar's band had not suffered this, he had been flung upon a wide patrol, to see no Saxon armies gathered in the south or west. It had usually fallen his lot to ride far from the main body of the army to secure the smaller hamlets, villages, and towns that might gather against the Normans. He did this well, and ranging far from the main body, his men fared better. Their food was of a higher quality, and their horses foraged on sweeter turf. His position now was well west of London, in the heavily wooded hills near the turning point of his sweep. For the most part, they had travelled unseen, and made their presence as little felt as possible. All seemed quiet about them, but as Wulfgar continued to scan the countryside, a group of 3 knights appeared, riding across the hills. Turning, Wulfgar gestured to Milborne and Gawain, and bade the other men to wait, yet keep their swords and longbows handy, for he knew not what small force might lie and wait in the copse of trees. With these 2 knights he rode down from the hill toward the 3 in the vale. A shout brought their attention, and as they turned and saw his group, the 3 couched their lances and displayed their shields, which named them English, and thus foes of William. They ranged themselves wide to meet him. When Wulfgar was close enough that the others began to worry, he stopped and waited for a moment, giving them ample time to view his shields and arms. "I am Wulfgar of William's men," he said in a commanding voice. "By your colours, I see you are men of Rockwell. I must bid you yield, for we are set against him, as he has not taken an oath for William." The eldest knight of the 3 faced him squarely, and met his challenge with words in kind. "I am Forsgel, and I do not abide this Norman duke. I have sworn my lance and blade to a loyal Saxon lord, and with God's help we will send invaders from our land. We will have no king but that which we abide." "Then it is battle you have set us to," Wulfgar replied. He gestured toward his men waiting above. "They will take no part, for you are knights, and sworn by the honour of the cross you wear." With his words, he whirled the Hun and rode back some paces. Now all gripped their lances tightly, and with a shout spurred their horses forward, 3 against 3. The Hun charged, his huge hooves thundering in the turf, and his muscles pulsing with his effort. He knew the feel of battle as well as his master. Wulfgar grasped the heaving sides with his knees and leaned into the lance. The elder knight took him full on, and the 2 met with a thundering crash. The first pass was harmless, and the horses whirled and set toward each other again, as if of one mind. This time, the greater weight of Wulfgar made itself felt, for his lance took the shield of the knight and smashed it against his shoulder before his own could touch the Norman. The Saxon's lance was hurled aside, and his shield was swept from him, but he held his place in the saddle. His left arm was numb, but the horse still answered to his knees. Wulfgar stood away and gave him pause. The man gallantly drew the heavy sword with his good right hand and spurred his horse forward again. Throwing his own lance and shield aside, Wulfgar drew the long, bright blade that had so often held his honour, and without touching the Hun, the horse leapt forward. The blades met and rang, and now the difference told, for the steed upon which he sat held Wulfgar always face on to the other, never being turned, always thrusting forward, pressing his powerful chest against the lesser horse until it stumbled and clawed to keep its footing. Wulfgar's sword rang upon the other knight's armour and blade. A blow to the head, and now blood trickled slowly from beneath the helm of the Saxon, and his arm grew heavy and weary. He shook his head and tried to lift his other arm, but it still hung numb against his side. Now it was all he could do to present his blade to Wulfgar, and still the great steed pressed, and the shining blade sang ever harder, ever heavier against his defence. Wulfgar seized his sword in both hands, and with his war cry ringing loud, he brought it down from above in full force. It shattered the other's blade, and sank into his shoulder. The man could no longer lift either arm, and could only sit helplessly. Wulfgar drew the Hun back, and the man said no word, but simply nodded his head. He yielded the day, and Wulfgar's battle was won. He turned to the other forays, and they too were quickly solved. Now 3 knights were taken, stripped of their arms and shields, no longer bound of oath, but prisoners to be sent back to William, for whatever disposal he might seek of them. Thus it was that William was able to march unhindered, and without word of his advance preceding him. Many castles and strongholds awoke on a morning to find that without warning they had been surrounded. The sight of this vast army covering the hills around them, and waiting the signal to attack, rapidly brought out bargainers to seek the most favourable terms. Wulfgar continued to ride. The skies turned grey and heavy, and soon the clouds were obscured by a drizzle that sent icy runnels down his neck and chausses. The saddles became wet, and it took constant attention to remain well seated. Still, if it brought discomfort, the rain also served them in their efforts, for it dampened the high spirits, and did not urge his men to sing, or shout, or even speak. They rode in silence, and were doubly alert, for they knew they could be easily surprised from the murk that surrounded them. Wulfgar stopped and raised his hand. Ahead of them came the sound of angry cursing. At his signal, the men-at-arms dismounted, and giving their horses to the pages, quietly strung their bows with hardened willow shafts. The bows, strings, and arrows were well oiled and protected by quiver caps of oiled leather, for Wulfgar was well aware of the dampness that comes with winter on these islands. His knights couched lances and moved slowly forward ahead of their supporting footmen. A small stream crossed the path at a low spot, and would normally have given no more than a wetting of hooves to travellers, but now it made a mire several yards across, and in its middle sat a 4-wheeled wagon, bearing 4 children and 2 women. 2 men and a strapping youth strained at the muddy wheels, while the elder of the women urged a pair of tired punches to greater effort. A man, with his left arm gone, pulled back and cursed, until his eyes fell on the 4 knights with their lances pointing at him. His sudden silence drew the attention of the others, and gasps of surprise reached Wulfgar's ears. He urged the Hun forward, and considered the situation for a moment, before signalling for his men to relax. There was no threat in these sodden serfs. Wulfgar came forward, until his lance almost touched the chest of the older man.
"I bid you yield, for the day is miserable, and not fit for dying."
He spoke casually, but the tone of his voice carried more menace than his words. The one-armed man gaped and nodded, though his eyes never left the point of the lance. There was a scurry of sound from the wagon, and the well-trained destrier turned of his own to meet this possible threat. A small boy struggled to lift a huge broadsword as long as he was tall.
"I'll fight you, Norman,"
the lad sobbed as he struggled. His dark eyes brimmed with tears.
"I'll fight you."
"Miles!" gasped the younger woman as she jumped down from the cart. She caught the boy and sought to quiet him, but he pulled away and stood bravely facing Wulfgar in the pouring rain.
"You killed my father,"
he boldly stated.
"But I'm not afraid to fight you."
The tall knight looked into the boy's eyes, finding some of the fiery courage of his own youth there. Wulfgar swept his lance to the vertical, spreading its banner with his coat of arms upon it, and smiled tolerantly.
"I have no doubt you would, lad. England and William will have good need of spirit such as yours. But at the moment I am heavily engaged on the Duke's business, so I'm not free to duel."
The woman who held the boy seemed to relax, and her gaze bespoke gratitude as she stared up at the Norman knight. Wulfgar turned to the men and demanded,
"Who are you and where are you bound?"
The elder one stepped forward.
"I am Gavin, the smith. I was an archer and went to fight with Harold in the north against the Norwegians, and there lost my arm."
He turned and gestured to the woman in the cart.
"That one is my wife, Middard, and this other is my widowed sister, Aislinn."
He dropped his hand upon the shoulder of the youth beside her.
"This one who spoke to you is Aylinn's son, Miles. The other children are mine, and the man is my brother Sandhurst. We are bound to find a new home for ourselves, since the Normans have taken ours."
As the man spoke, Wulfgar noticed the pallor of his face and a reddish tinge where the empty sleeve was knotted. His gaze shifted to the younger man, who was short of stature but brawny of frame.
"The town of Darkenwald," Wulfgar said, considering the two. "Do you know of it?"
"The name is familiar, my lord," the younger man replied cautiously.
"Yea, 'tis known," Gavin interrupted. "The old lord who lives there once passed through our borough. Contrary he was. He would have me shoe a horse he purchased for his daughter, and would not brook delay since he wished to present it to her on the same day, to celebrate Michaelmas. He boasted that she could ride as well as any man, and she would have had to, my lord, for the barb he purchased was a spirited one."
Wulfgar's brow lowered as the memory of Gwyneth's accusations echoed the man's words.
"Aye, the mare was spirited, as is the wench, but 'tis no matter now. If you are of a mind, you may make your home at Darkenwald. There is need of a smith."
Gavin peered up at him as the misty rain fell against his face.
"You sent me to a Saxon shire?"
"The old man is no more," Wulfgar answered.
"I hold the town for William. Until that time England is his. Then the fief shall be mine."
He gestured to Sandhurst.
"He will go with me, and his duty will be to guard my back. If he does that well, I will return to see your family settled."
The Saxons exchanged questioning glances among themselves before Gavin stepped forward.
"Begging pardon, my lord, but we are not looking to serve Normans. We would find a place yet where we can know our own."
Wulfgar shifted in his saddle and peered at them.
"Do you think you will go far when Normans range the countryside?"
He looked into the faces of each and saw the uncertainty in them.
"I will give you my banner. None of William's men will harm you if they are shown this."
He gestured to Gavin's arm.
"There is also one at Darkenwald who will see to your wound. She is the old lord's daughter, and wise in the ways of healing. It remains your choice, whether you go or try to find your way to some other town that is still English-held. Yet I warn you, every town will be taken, for William is rightful heir to the throne and is determined to have it."
Gavin stepped back to Sandhurst, and they spoke quietly between them for several moments, before the younger nodded and approached Wulfgar. He halted before the huge steed and squinted upward as the rain trickled down his face.
"They will go to Darkenwald, my lord, and I with you."
"'Tis well," Wulfgar replied. He wheeled the hun about to where Bowain waited in the cart, just behind the archers. With a quick word to the old Saxon, he received a rope from beneath the seat. This he carried back to the wagon, where he looped the strand double about a ring set in front, bringing the other end around to the high back of his saddle. Urging the hun forward to the limit of the rope, he gestured to the woman who sat holding the reins. She shouted and slapped them, and the smaller horses strained once more against their harnesses. Wulfgar's stallion seemed to know what was required, and casting a wary eye backward, took up the slack and leaned his bulk, plus several 100 pounds of armour and rider, against the cable. His monstrous hooves churned mud and appeared to sink low, but then surged forward in a series of short, powerful lunges. The wagon creaked, and with a sucking sound the wheels began to turn, slowly at first, but picking up speed until the vehicle fairly raced up the farther bank. The men of the family slogged through the mud and gave Wulfgar their thanks, while the rest of his force joined him. Bowain waited until all were clear, then charged into the muck full apace, and with a large destrier pulling, the lighter cart came through without a pause. The delay brought evening upon them, and Bowain spoke of a heavy woods nearby that lay in the bend of the river. Wulfgar led his men to that place, bringing his new charges with him, and camp was soon made. Darkness fell, and the rain pattered ceaselessly on. Cold winds moaned through the tops of the trees, sending the last few stubborn leaves swirling down through the barren branches. Wulfgar saw misery in the shivering of the children huddled about the fire, and hunger in their thin, pinched faces as they gnawed the soggy crusts of bread the older woman carefully measured out. He remembered his own distress as a child, on being sent from home, and the confusion he felt, sitting across a campfire from Svein, realizing he could never again return to that place of happy memories where he had known the love of a father who was suddenly not his father at all. Turning, he bade Bowain bring out a large leg of boar and slice it for the Saxon family, and to give them bread more palatable than what they had. Wulfgar knew a warmth in his breast as he watched the bright eyes of the children when they dined on what must have been for them the richest meal in weeks. Thoughtfully, he strolled away from them, crossing to the campfire, and took a seat beneath a tree. He ignored the coldness of the damp earth, and leaning his head back against the trunk, closed his eyes. In his mind, there slowly bloomed a face in the midst of curling red-gold tresses, the violet eyes dark in passion and half-closed, the soft, warm lips parted and reaching for his own. His eyes flew open, and he stared for a long time into the glowing embers of the fire, reluctant to close them again. Wulfgar lifted his gaze from the flames and watched Aislinn as she approached. Feeling his eyes on her, the woman smiled uncertainly in return and clutched her mantle more tightly about her shoulders against the chill of the evening. Casually, Wulfgar wondered how it would be to lead this wench into the density of the forest and spread his cloak for her. She was comely, with dark curling hair and eyes as black as soot. He might then be able to strike Aislinn from his mind, but much to his own surprise, he found the prospect only mildly interesting. He grew perturbed, for that copper-headed vixen he had left at Darkenwald roused him more in her absence than did this woman here before him, or, for that matter, any other he had come across in his wanderings. If she were here, he thought he might be tempted to set her back upon her heels with a rage he felt at the moment. He wanted to make her cry, to suffer for the torment she caused him. Ah, women! They knew well how to torture a man, and she was no different, except she knew better than most how to make a man want her. That last night together was branded upon his memory with a sharpness and clarity that made him, at times, almost think he could feel her against him and smell the soft fragrance of her hair. She had yielded to him with a purpose, and now, when he was away from her, he could see what end she had been about. He wanted to curse her, to call her the bitch she was. Yet at the same time, he longed to have her beside him, that he might reach out and touch her when he cared to. Oh, Lord! He hated women, and her he thought most of all, because she had cast a spell upon him, and now shadowed his every thought.
"You know the English tongue well, my lord,"
Aislinn ventured softly at his continued silence. "Had I not seen your banner, I would have thought you one of us." Wulfgar grunted in reply and gazed into the fire. For a moment, all was still around the camp. Wulfgar's men sought their rest upon soggy pallets and damp grass, and now and then a mumbled curse was heard in the darkness. The children had settled on the rough floor of their wagon, and among the pelts and threadbare blankets now rested peacefully. Aislinn cleared her throat and tried again to break into Wulfgar's moodish musing. "I wish to thank you for your kindness to my son. Miles is as headstrong as his father was."
"A brave lad," Wulfgar returned absently. "As your husband must have been."
"Warring was a game to my husband," Aislinn murmured. Wulfgar looked at her sharply and wondered if he had detected a note of bitterness in her tone. Aislinn met his gaze. "May I sit, my lord?" she asked. At his nod, she took a place closer to the fire. "I knew this time would come for me, and I would be widowed," she said quietly. "I loved my husband, even though he was the choice of my father, and I had no say in our marriage. Yet he lived too fiercely and was careless with his life. If not the Normans, someone else would have dealt the blow. Now I am left to fare upon my own, or upon my family." Her glance drew Wulfgar's. "I am not angry with his memory, my lord, only reconciled to his passing." Wulfgar sat silent in reply, and she smiled, turning her head to the side that she could study him more closely. "Strange, but you do not act like a Norman either, my lord." Wulfgar raised a brow at her.
"And how do you visualize Normans, madame?"
"I certainly did not expect kindness from them," she explained. He laughed shortly in response.
"I assure you, madame, I have no forked tail, and horns have not yet grown upon my head. Indeed, if you will look closely, you will see that we resemble normal men, although some tales about would have us more hellish than good reality abides."
Aislinn blushed and stuttered in apologetic tones. "I meant no slander, my lord. Indeed, we owe you thanks for your assistance, and the good provender was most welcomed. 'Tis many months since I last tasted good meat and knew a full belly. Even a fire we have been reluctant to set, afraid it would draw raiders." She stretched her hands toward the heat, taking comfort in its warmth. Wulfgar watched this movement and thought of Aislinn's slender fingers against his chest, and the excitement they stirred by their simple touch. Angry with himself for letting his thoughts revert to her, he wondered why his mind should dwell on that vixen when this comely wench here might not object too strenuously to warming his palate. When he chose to be charming and persuasive, some of the haughtiest and most reluctant damsels had come into his arms, sighing and submitting, and this Aislinn did not seem overly arrogant. Indeed, the way she kept watching him, she might welcome his advances. Being a young widow, and, as she said, reconciled to her husband's passing. Her words had almost held an invitation for him to take her. Yet as he gazed at her ample bosom and generous hips, he realized his fancy was toward a trimmer figure. It rather amazed him that he should find Aislinn lacking, when several months ago he would have thought her worth his most zealous attention. Had Aislinn's uncommon beauty spoiled his desire for other women? At the thought he nearly cursed aloud. He'd be damned before he would play the game of some besotted bridegroom, cleaving only to his wife. He'd lay any wench of his choosing. With that he rose abruptly, startling Aislinn, and caught her hand, dragging her to her feet. Her dark eyes were wide as they stared at him in stunned surprise, but he inclined his head toward the woods, answering her silently. She resisted his pull with some doubt in her mind, knowing, yet not knowing, what he intended. But upon entering the darkness of the forest, she threw aside her reservations and fled at his side with an abandon that matched his. They found a vine-shrouded oak, where the hanging stems formed an arched haven, and dry leaves beckoned. He spread his cloak, and turning, pulled her in his arms to kiss her once, twice, thrice. He held her tightly against him, his arms crushing her, while his hands roamed her back. His fierce ardour warmed her, and she began to respond with like passion, slipping her arms about his neck and rising on her toes to mould her body against his. They sank together until they rested side by side on the mantel. Aislinn was no stranger to the thrusts of a man's body, and knew his mood. Throwing aside her own cloak, she tightened her thighs against his, and slid her fingers beneath his chains to caress the hard-muscled chest. With eager fingers, Wulfgar loosened the string that held her peasant blouse at the top, freeing her breasts. Aillinn's breath caught in her throat as he buried his face between the soft mounds, and she clasped him fiercely to her, arching her back against him. But in the heat of the moment, Wulfgar forgot himself. "Aislinn, Aislinn," he muttered hoarsely. There was a sudden stiffening in the body beneath him, and Aislinn drew back. "What did you say?" Wulfgar stared down at her, realizing the words he had spoken, and against her thigh Aislinn felt his desire ebb. His eagerness fled, and he rolled off her groaning, with the heels of his hands pressed against his eyes. "Oh, bitch," he moaned. "You haunt me even on another's loins." "What say you?" Aislinn snapped, sitting up. "Bitch? Bitch am I? Well and good. Then let your prithee Aislinn ease your manhood. Bitch is it? Oh!" She rose in a fury, and straightening her clothes, left him to whatever thoughts stirred in his addled brain. Wulfgar heard her footsteps stamping back to the camp, and in the darkness blushed at his own inadequacy. He felt like some untouched lad after failing with his first woman. He drew his knee up and rested an arm upon it, staring unseeing into the night. For a long time he sat in his brideless bower and mused on the follies of love-smitten men. Yet he made no admissions even to himself, and finally rationalized his reaction as being due to the easy, tranquil life of Darkenwald. "I've grown soft," he muttered, as he snatched up his cloak and brushed the leaves from it. Still, as he slowly made his way back to the fire, reddish-gold hair seemed to brush the back of his mind, and the smell of it came from the forest around him. As he lay beneath the cart and pulled his mantle over him, he curled his arm, as if a head rested on his shoulder, and lay half on his side, as if a soft, warm body leaned against him. He closed his eyes, and against his will, his last waking thought was of violet eyes staring into his. Beneath their wagon, Aislinn stirred fitfully upon the pallet she shared with Midard, casting a glance toward the motionless black form under the other cart. "What ails you, Aislinn?" Midard demanded. "Are there lumps beneath the pallet that you must toss upon it like that? Be still, or you will waken the men." "Oh, men!" Aislinn groaned. "They all sleep soundly, every last one." "What are you talking about? Of course they do. Gavin and Sandhurst have been so for hours. Truly it must be the middle of the night. What plagues you?" "Midard," Aislinn began, then could not find appropriate words to pose a question. She sighed in frustration, and finally spoke after a long pause. "Why are men like they are? Are they never content with one woman?" Midard rolled on her back and stared up in the dim light of the campfire toward the bottom of their cart. "Some men are content when they can find the right woman. Others go on ever searching for the thrill of the moment." "Which manner of man do you think Wulfgar?" Aislinn asked softly. Midard shrugged her shoulders. "A Norman like any other.
but one we must be loyal to, lest we find ourselves at the mercy of some wayward rogue."
"Do you think him handsome?"
"Aislinn, are you daft? We are but peasants, and he our lord."
"Which is he, knave or good knight?"
Middard sighed. "How can you expect me to know a man's mind?"
"You are wise, Middard. Would he likely beat a peasant if that one angered him?"
"Why, have you done so?" The younger woman swallowed hard.
"I hope not."
She turned on her side, dismissing Middard's questioning gaze, and after a long time she finally found the sleep she sought. The first light of dawn touched upon teardrops of rain, still clinging to bare branches, setting them a-sparkle like precious stones in the morning mist, and reflected off the wetness of moss-covered rocks. Wulfgar roused from sleep to the hearty aroma of boar's meat and brewis. Glancing about the camp, he found the women already astir, and in the process of preparing a meal for them. He rose from beneath the cart and stretched, taking pleasure in the quietness of the morning hour. Aislinn had been eyeing him uncertainly as he slept, wondering how she might fare when he woke, but he seemed generally to have dismissed her from his mind, as he stripped down to his chausses and began to wash. As she bent over the warming meat, she eyed him obliquely. She could not help but admire his tall, broad-shouldered physique, and remembered with clarity the firmness of his rugged body against her own. Wulfgar had donned his garments and mail, hauberk, and coif when he came forward with Gawain and Milborne to sample the food. As she served him, Helen's fingers trembled, and her cheeks reddened at the thought of their lusty embrace of the night before. But he spoke with Milborne, and chuckled at a jest of Sir Gawain's, and seemed indeed to have forgotten their tryst in the woods. It was a few moments later when the eldest knight came around to take another piece of meat, and Aislinn posed a question to him.
"Sir Norman, who is Aislinn?"
Milborne started in surprise, and glanced hurriedly toward Wulfgar, then stuttered. "Why, she is Lady of Darkenwald." He quickly left her, as Aislinn stood silent, venturing no more inquiries. She was lost in contemplation when Sir Gawain interrupted her thoughts and smiled warmly at her. "Madame, soldiers oft miss the many comforts of a woman. 'Tis a pleasure to break the fast on these delicious tidbits and gaze at you over them."
Helen's brows drew together in painful thought. "Sir Knight, who is Wulfgar? What is he to Darkenwald?"
Gawain's enthusiasm receded rapidly at her obvious dismissal of his words. "Wulfgar, madam, is Lord of Darkenwald."
"That's what I feared,"
she breathed in a strained whisper. Gawain peered at her in some confusion, but without further word he strode away, feeling sorely set aback by her interest in another man. The third night, Beaufort approached her, having just risen, and waited patiently before she finally noticed him and dished up some of the brewis. She looked at him and gingerly queried,
"Sir Knight, we do go to Darkenwald, don't we?"
"Aye, madam, to Darkenwald." Aislinn swallowed hard, and wondered how she could face Wulfgar's lady, and what her chastisement would be if the Lady Aislinn caught wind of her and her husband's escapade in the woods. For the rest of the time until they decamped, Aislinn stayed well away from Wulfgar, not knowing if she feared him or his lady more. If he were her own husband, she would be mightily angry if she learned he had rolled in the grass with some wench, no matter what the outcome. Before they left, Wulfgar sought out Middard, and rather stolidly handed her a bundle carefully wrapped in a tanned skin. "Give this to my lady." He cleared his throat sharply. "Give this to Aislinn of Darkenwald when you find a private moment with her. Tell her it was honestly purchased." "Aye, my lord," Middard replied.
I shall see that no harm comes to it." He nodded, yet made no move to leave. Instead, he seemed quite at a loss. "Is there something more you wish, my lord?" she ventured, bemused at this tall Norman's hesitation.
"Aye," he sighed. "Say also—"
He paused, finding the words difficult.
"Say also that I bid her well, and that I hope she is trusting Svein to see to her needs."
"I will guard the words well, my lord," she said. He whirled, and with a quick command to his men, swung into the saddle and guided his horse from the glade, trailing out his band behind him. Sitting on the seat of the cart, Aislinn watched Midard as she tucked the bundle away in the back. "What have you there?" she asked. "Did he give you some reward?" "Nay, I only carry this to Darkenwald for him." Did he say aught of me?" Midard shook her head slowly as she considered the younger woman. "Nay, why should he?" I thought he might. He seemed ill-disposed when I left him." "He was not so now." Midard stared up at her sister-in-law, and her brows drew together. "Why are you beset about him?" "Beset?" Aislinn laughed weakly. "There is no cause." "What happened last eventide when all of us were abed and you were not? Did he make love to you?" Aislinn jumped and cried indignantly. "Indeed he did not. 'Tis truth, nothing happened." Midard studied her flushed face suspiciously, then shrugged. "'Tis your life. Lead it as you must. You have never heeded my advice, nor do I foresee you doing so. But I would guess by my lord's manner that his interest lies elsewhere." "As you said, Midard, 'tis my life," Aislinn replied testily, and turned to help the children into the cart.
12. The approach of Normans on horseback was heralded from the uppermost perch of Darkenwald's tower as the last cock's crow died. Aislinn hurried to dress, hoping that a messenger had finally come from Wulfgar. Her hopes vanished quickly when she descended the stairs and found Ragnar de Mart warming himself before the hearth. Vashel and 2 other Normans stood with him, but at a word from Ragnar, made haste to remove themselves from the hall. Ragnar had flung aside his red woolen mantle and the heavy mail, and stood now in a soft leather tunic and woolen chausses, but he had strapped the broadsword again to his side. He turned to gaze at Aislinn, and a slow smile widened his lips, making her aware of her loose, flowing hair, forgotten in the rush, and her bare feet, now shrinking from the cold stone of the stair. She crossed to the hearth, driven there by the aching chill that possessed the place. The dogs strained at their leashes, and whined and yelped to be free. She came closer, and before she glanced Ragnar's way, released each one and let them out of the hall. Finally, she took a seat before the fire and faced the Norman, more than alive to the fact that they were alone in the hall. Svein and Wulfgar had gone hunting, and Gwyneth had not risen as yet. Even the serfs had found duties more pressing elsewhere, remembering too well the slaughter of their families and friends by this Norman's hand. Aislinn spoke softly. "Are there no wars to fight, Sir Ragnar? Or is that why you return? I suppose this place is a safer haven than William's camp. I assume the Duke is well recovered from the malady that beset him." Ragnar's dark eyes swept her boldly, before coming to rest on the small, slender, bare feet, almost concealed by the edge of her gunner. He smiled and knelt before her, taking one icy foot in his hands and rubbed it briskly. In distress, Aislinn sought to pull away from him, but he was most intent on performing this service for her.
"Your tongue grows sharp, my dove. Has Wulfgar made you hate all men?"
"Ah, you shrinking knave," she retorted. "What do you know of men?"
His fingers encircled her ankle and tightened a small degree, and Aislinn remembered the pain she had suffered at his hands.
"'Tis plain to see, my lady, that you know nothing of them. To choose the bastard over me, 'twas folly most rare for any damsel."
She kicked his hand away, unable to bear his touch for a moment longer, and jumped to her feet. "I have not seen the folly of it yet, Sir Ragnar, nor do I trust I ever will. Wulfgar is lord of this hall, and I am his. It seems that I chose rightly, for what do you have but the horse that bears you away from battle?" He rose to his full height and reached out to run his fingers through her bright hair.
"Would that I could stay and show you how you erred, Aislinn."
He shrugged and stepped away.
"But I stop only for a few hours to rest. I'm on my way to William's ship, with letters bound for the home country."
"It must be urgent for you to dally so," Aislinn sniped.
"'Tis urgent enough that I must hurry once a horse, but I was wont to see this fair hall again."
He grinned at her.
"And you, my dove?"
"And now you have. Do I delay you? Some food, mayhap, to eat along the way? What would hasten you upon your way?"
"Nothing, my dove."
He laid his hand over his heart.
"For I would court death itself to tarry at your side."
A door slammed, and Ragnar moved away from Aislinn as the sound of Gwyneth's footfalls came from above. It was as if he played a game and dared Aislinn to betray him. But as long as it took his attention away from herself, she was more than happy to allow his infidelity. Gwyneth came to the top of the stairs, and Aislinn bit her bottom lip. The gown the other wore was the tawny gold one, Aislinn's favourite, and the last of any worth that remained in her coffer. Gwyneth made free with her clothes, and only returned them when they were singed, torn, or stained. Then Aislinn would find them on her bed, discarded. But as the woman came down the stairs, Aislinn had to suppress a smile. Gwyneth's small bosom seemed almost childishly flat in the garment, and the bones of her narrow hips stuck out unflatteringly beneath the soft fabric. She eyed them suspiciously, before turning her gaze upon Ragnar. "I had begun to despair of seeing you again, Sir Knight," she said.
"Ah, damoiselle, your slim grace is ever poised at the edge of my thoughts," Ragnar assured her. "I would have you know I cannot pass a day without some memory of your fairness marking it."
"Your words melt in my heart like snowflakes upon the hearth. But I fear you lead me on," Gwyneth answered. "Is it not the way with men?"
"Nay, nay, sweet Gwyneth, I would not do so, though to say truth, 'tis more the bend of a soldier to forget the beauty at home for the one in his arms."
"How fickle men are!" A shallow smile curved her lips as she rested her eyes upon the young girl. "They forget their mistresses with such ease as to leave the damsel breathless. 'Tis ever found that the loyal wait is fruitless, and 'tis far better to fly and save the pain of being cast aside for another." Aislinn straightened. "Your measure of men is by the shortest rod, Gwyneth. I prefer to use a longer one, that I may know their fullest worth. Thus I pay little heed to the braggart's boast, and more to what the true knight lays in deed." Without further word or backward glance, Aislinn strode from them and mounted the stairs. Gwyneth watched her go and sneered at her back. "If she thinks my brother will mend his ways and come flying back to her arms, she is a fool. Why should he sample only the first fallen fruit, when the whole tree of England lies at his feet?" Ragnar hid a smile and shrugged.
"'Tis not my way to understand women, only to love them."
He caught Gwyneth's arm and spun her about into his embrace.
"Come, wench, and let me feel your softness against me."
Angrily, she pummeled his chest with her fists. "Let me go!" Immediately, he did as she commanded, and so abrupt was his release of her that she stumbled back in surprise and almost fell.
"You didn't tell me you bedded that Saxon whore,"
she cried, nearly choking on the tears that threatened to come.
"You laid with that trollop and played me false."
Ragnar smiled confidently and took a seat before her. "I had no cause to think it any concern of yours." Gwyneth flew to him and knelt before his chair, catching his brown hand between both of hers. She searched his eyes, her own showing despair.
"No concern of mine? You surely jest. We are lovers. Thereby we must share each other and what we do."
Her nails dug into his arm in her desperation.
"I will not follow second to that slut."
Ragnar thrust her hand away unkindly.
"Unfortunately, my dearest, you already have."
Fear cut like a sword through her heart, and she clung to his knees as she felt her panic rise.
"Oh, my love, you wound me deeply."
"I will not be dictated to," he stated coldly. "I will not be led about like an ox with a yoke upon my neck. If you love me, you will not try to harness me in such a manner. I cannot breathe with you stifling me."
In her misery, Gwyneth began to weep.
"I hate her,"
she moaned, rocking back and forth.
"I hate her almost as much as I love you."
A smile twisted Ragnar's lips, and he cupped her chin in his palm, lifting her face to his as he bent to kiss her.
"'Twas merely a thing born from the heat of battle,"
he murmured huskily against her lips.
"It was not an act of love as ours was."
His mouth pressed upon hers, gently at first. Then, as he felt her response, he became more demanding, pulling her up against him until she lay across his lap. His free hand moved to cup her breast, and as he touched the smoothness of her gunner, he remembered where he had first seen it. Aislinn had worn it the night before he left, when she had entertained Wulfgar with such zealous attention, and he her.
"Come to my chamber,"
Gwyneth pleaded.
"I will be waiting for you."
She slid from his lap and hastened across the hall to the stairs, glancing back at him with a beckoning smile. When she moved out of sight, Ragnar finally rose and leisurely poured himself a horn of ale. Thoughtfully, he gazed upward toward the Lord's chamber and began to mount the stairs slowly. For a long moment he stood before the heavy door to that room, the only barrier between him and the woman he truly desired. Without even testing it, he knew it was barred against him. She was careful that way, careful that she would not lose her precarious perch as Wulfgar's favourite. And it was precarious because no one ever knew what Wulfgar thought or felt in his bastard heart. She was enticing and beguiling, yet distant as the very moon. He remembered too well the sight of her in Wulfgar's bed, soft, warm, free in her manner with the bastard. But Wulfgar had Darkenwald, or soon would have it, and she had told him herself that was all she wanted. Whatever man possessed this hall and town would possess her. He bowed before the door.
"Soon, my dove. Be patient."
His tread fell noiselessly against the floor as he made his way to Gwyneth's chamber. When he pushed open the door, he found her reclining on the bed, her pale body looking sleek and graceful without the hindrance of clothing. Her small bosom was pushed upward by her arms as she hugged herself tightly, making her breasts appear fuller and more tempting. Ragnar smiled and closed the door carefully behind him. He discarded his garments and crossed to her, taking her in his arms as he laid down beside her. Her hands upon him were insistent, and low moans crept from her throat as he caressed her. Her mouth closed hungrily upon his as her passion mounted, and her arms tightened with a quick urgency that drew him down to her. The wind whistled through the barren trees and rattled the shutters, setting them astir. Gwyneth huddled deeper beneath the pelts, silently watching Ragnar as he once again donned his clothes. She raised on an arm as he reached to open the door. "My love!" He paused at the sound of her voice and turned to gaze at her. "The hour is still early," she murmured. "Stay a while and take your rest with me."
"Rest?"
he questioned in mockery, and he laughed softly.
"Another time, Gwyneth. Now I must be about the Duke's business."
Without another word he left her, pulling the door closed softly behind him. He glanced towards the Lord's chamber door and found it open. When he drew closer, he saw the room empty, and going to the top of the stairs, he found the hall likewise. Mild disappointment stirred that he would not have an opportunity to see Aislinn again before he left. He descended the stairs and crossed to the great door, swinging it wide. The day was bright and sunny, with a cool, crisp breeze blowing. As he stepped from the portal into the sunlight, he stretched, spreading his arms wide, basking in the warmth. A movement from the corner of his eye caught his attention, and he turned to see a quick flash of reddish-gold hair as a ray of light penetrated the forest. Vashel and his other men dozed beside the horses, so his departure could easily bear a slight delay. He smiled ruefully as he remembered another day before this portal and the night that followed. He had, of course, imbibed to no small degree, and could easily understand that he had done nothing to impress Aislinn favourably. He had been rough with her. He had shown tenderness. She might now come to him willingly. He set out after her, but admitted to himself a moment of puzzlement why he should even make the effort. Although he had not matched Wulfgar's conquest here, he had never found the companionship of a woman difficult to obtain. Aislinn's loyalty to Wulfgar was difficult to understand. Surely she must know that he would soon leave her, as he had much higher ladies of the Norman court. All he need do himself was wait, and Aislinn would be his. So why was he following her now when he had more pressing duties? But her face loomed upward in his imagination, and he knew the reason, and hastened his step. He entered the woods, and found a narrow trail whereon could be distinguished the light print of a small foot, and hence he had no difficulty in marking her passage. Aislinn had fled the hall, feeling Ragnar's presence, and not wishing to meet him again. Pain from Gwyneth's sharp tongue penetrated deep, and Ragnar only abetted that one's wit. Her only memories of him were associated with loss and agony. She well remembered the night with the rope around her neck and his drunken pawing. Worse yet, the memory of her father lying cold and still was torn afresh each time she faced Ragnar. Pausing by the brook, Aislinn stared pensively into its dark, chuckling waters as she leaned against an ancient oak that grew on the bank. Lost in her thoughts, she bent and picked up a small stone, turning it over and over in her hand. She tossed it at a persistent spot of light, then watched the ripples spread until they touched the bank at her feet.
"Would you frighten the fish from a meagre winter's meal, my dove?"
The words brought Aislinn around with a shriek. Ragnar smiled and moved to stand a pace before her. To ease her trembling knees, Aislinn leaned back against the tree and watched him cautiously.
"I was strolling in the woods, enjoying the quiet, and I saw you pass this way. 'Tis not wise to be alone and out of sight of the hall. There are those who would—"
He paused and saw her uncertainty, and leaned against the tree himself, grinning down at her.
"Ah, but of course, my dove, I've frightened you. Forgive me, fair one. I was only bent to your welfare and meant you no harm."
Aislinn lifted her chin proudly and stilled the quivering that possessed her. "I fear no man, Sir Knight," she said, and wondered if she lied. Ragnar laughed.
"Ha, dove! Wulfgar has not tamed you yet. I was afraid he might cool that hot blood."
He straightened and stepped past her to the edge of the bank, squatting down as if to ponder some great unspoken cause. He peered at her over his shoulder. "I know that in your eyes I've played the knave, and have done you pain, and oft laboured hardship to your door. But in the one, Aislinn, I was a soldier and laid my sword where duty called, and in the other—" He sent a pebble to follow hers. "Call me a moonstruck lad. Say that I am caught up or enchanted with your beauty, the better of which I've never seen." He rose and turned to face her. "Must I bare my very soul, Aislinn, to be the knight to win your favour? Have I not the smallest chance?"
Aislinn shook her head in confusion. "Ragnar, you bemuse me much. Have I ever given cause to you to seek my hand? And why should you desire it? Little have I to offer you, save that I am Wulfgar's. He is my lord and master, and as his mistress, I have sworn to him my loyalty. Is this what you seek, truly, that I should betray him?" His hand reached out and lifted a coppery tress from her breast.
"Can I not desire you for yourself, Aislinn? Are you so distrusting that you will not believe a simple truth? You are more beautiful than words allow, and I want you. I wanted you when you were mine, and now that you are not, I wish you back."
"I am Wulfgar's," she said low.
"You say nothing of your heart, Aislinn, where it lies. Honour is good, and I applaud it, but your affection is what I seek."
His dark eyes held hers.
"Aislinn, would that I could draw back the sword that slew your father, and let him rejoice in life again as we. I would give my family's fortune to bring it thus for you."
He shrugged his broad shoulders.
"But alas, my fair Aislinn, 'tis done, and naught can bring it back. Yet I appeal to your kindness to forgive me. Give me your love, and ease the pain in my heart."
"I cannot,"
she breathed. She glanced down at his lean brown hand near her breast and closed her eyes tightly. "Whenever I look at you, I remember the misery you brought, not only to myself but to others. No cleansing can wash the blood I see upon your hands."
"'Tis a soldier's way, and Wulfgar is no less guilty. Have you thought of the Saxons he has slain? Fate was unkind. To let it be your father my sword felled."
His gaze tasted the beauty of her delicate features, the fragile eyelids lowered now and fringed thickly with black. Her fair skin shone of vibrant youth, with the slight blush of pink at her cheeks and the full bloom of that hue upon her soft lips. His chest ached with the turmoil she awoke in him. If she could only realize how she tortured him, she'd allow him to ease his sufferings. Aislinn raised her eyes to his and murmured low, "Who knows my heart in truth, save God, Sir Ragnar? Yet I would say it cannot soften here, lest some great miracle transpired to win it anew. Wulfgar has claimed me, and I am his. My affections would sooner fall to him." Ragnar's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth.
"You speak that whelp's name. What is he that I am not? A bastard, nameless, wandering about battlefields hither and yon, fighting another's war for a clutch of gold, nothing more. I am this while he is not, a knight of a well-born family often privy to the Duke. I could take you to court and lead you there upon my hand."
Ragnar raised his hand as if offering it to her, but Aislinn shook her head and stepped away, presenting her back to him. "I cannot. If Wulfgar cared for me naught but a whit, I am his chattel and must do his bidding. He would never let me fly." Turning back, she relaxed against the tree again and smiled as she reached out a finger to gently touch his outstretched hand. "But take heart, Ragnar. The Lady Gwyneth finds you most handsome, and would no doubt gladly do thy will should you but speak the word."
"You mock me,"
Ragnar groaned.
"A scrawny hen beside the whitest dove. Surely you mock me."
He seized her hand before she could withdraw, and the mere touch of her sent the blood pounding in his head.
"Aislinn, have mercy. Do not let me faint so for want of you. Do not torment me so."
He remembered the soft white swell of her breasts, and his gaze grew warm as he yearned to view them again.
"Give me one soft word, Aislinn. Let me know that I can hope."
"Nay, I cannot,"
she gasped, twisting her hand to draw it from his grasp and failing. Panic began to rise in her. She saw his eyes and where they wandered, and needed no seer to guess his intent. He began to draw her closer to him, and though she fought his strength, she came ever nearer.
"Nay, I beg of you, do not."
His hand grasped her elbow, and he sought to place a kiss upon her neck as his free arm slid behind her narrow waist.
"My dove, don't fight me. I am mad for you,"
he murmured against her ear.
"Nay."
She twisted away. Her hand found the hilt of the small dagger and snatched it from its sheath and held it threateningly before her.
"Nay, not again, Ragnar. Never."
Ragnar laughed.
"Ha! The wench has spirit yet."
His long fingers reached out quickly, seizing her hand and squeezed it cruelly until she cried out and the blade dropped. He caught his hand in her hair and, twisting her arm behind her, drew her to him until he could feel her soft breasts against his chest and her thighs pressed hard to his.
"I'll sample this bird again,"
he chuckled, and kissed her, bruising her lips in his fierce passion. With a strength born of desperation, Aislinn flung herself away, falling back against the oak. She faced him, her bosom heaving with her fear and anger, and he stepped toward her with an easy laugh. There was a whisper of sound, and with a solid thunk, a great war-axe seemed to sprout from the trunk less than a hand's breadth from Ragnar's face. He turned with a jerk, and a coldness gripped his belly as he saw Svein standing some 10 paces from them. The Viking stood with bow unstrung and slung across his back, and at his feet a quarry of doves and a brace of hair lay. Aislinn darted towards Svein and the safety he offered, but for the first time Ragnar saw that the Viking now stood unarmed, his bow useless for the moment, and the axe embedded in the tree. His sword flashed from its scabbard as he leapt to halt Aislinn's flight. She gave a shriek as he came at her and stepped away from his outstretched hand. She spun behind the huge Norseman, and in the flash of a moment Svein had retrieved the axe by the leather thong tied about its handle and braced himself for attack. The great war-axe was balanced and ready on his shoulder, its spike and finely honed edge gleaming dully as it caught the light of the sun. It seemed to be a mute harbinger of death. Ragnar skidded to a halt several paces from Svein, his face contorted with rage at being so thwarted at his game. He meant to strike with his broadsword and hew the man down where he stood. So violent was his anger and frustration. But something in the Viking's pose brought a memory to mind of a day when the soldiers were in the thick of battle and an enemy threatened Wulfgar's back. The sickening sight of that axe burying itself deep in that foe's head remained ever with him as a warning. Anger fled from him, and he knew full well the cold, close breath of death upon him. He calmed himself, and sheathing his sword, carefully spread his hands from his sides, that the Viking should not mistake his moves. They stood so, facing each other for a long moment. A rumble rose in the Norseman's chest, and a slow smile twisted his lips and brightened his blue eyes.
"Take heed, Norman," he said softly. "My lord Wulfgar bade me guard this woman, and I guard well. Should I split a Frenchy pate or two in the course, 'twould not grieve me greatly."
Ragnar chose his words, but spoke with venom in each syllable.
"Heed yourself, you white-haired heathen. This matter will be finished some day hence. and fate willing, I will yet bloody my sword between your maiden fair locks. I, Ragnar." The Viking's grin spread wider. "My back lies fair to thy will, but this friend," he hefted the axe lightly, "sees quite well to my other sides, and loves to kiss those who would test their steel upon my skull. Would you care to meet her?" he asked, presenting the edge of the huge blade. "Mademoiselle Death." Aislinn stepped from behind Svein and laid her hand upon his mighty arm as she looked coldly at the Norman.
"Seek your pleasures from some other source, Ragnar. Be gone with you, and let the matter rest."
"I go, but I'll be back," Ragnar warned. With that, he turned on his heels and left them. When Aislinn returned to the hall a few moments later, she found Gwyneth nervously pacing the hall. One look at the woman's face told her that something displeased her. She turned on Aislinn with a feral gleam in her pale eyes.
"What happened with you and Ragnar?" she demanded. "I would know now, you Saxon slut."
Anger brightened Aislinn's violet eyes, but she only shrugged and replied,
"Nothing that would interest you, Gwyneth." "He came from the woods where you were. Did you throw yourself upon him again?"
"Again," Aislinn said, raising a brow at the woman.
"You are surely daft if you think I would ever make the slightest advance toward that knave." "He made love to you before," Gwyneth choked, rage and jealousy cutting into her as if they were rough cords lashed about her. "You are not content to have my brother hanging to your skirt. You must have every man you meet panting after you."
Aislinn spoke slowly, in barely controlled wrath.
"Ragnar never made love to me in the way you seem to think he did. He raped me brutally, and there is a difference. He murdered my father and reduced my mother to what she is now. In all of your imagination, Gwyneth, how can you think that I could ever desire him?" "He has more to offer than my brother. He is gentle-born and has a family of importance."
Aislinn laughed disdainfully.
"I care for neither. Your brother is more a man than Ragnar could ever hope to be. If it is in your heart to have him, however, seek him with my good blessings. You deserve each other."
With that, Aislinn swept around, leaving Gwyneth raging furiously, and mounted the stairs to her chamber. Although he had spared his cousin, Ragnar had mercilessly booted the archers awake, and now the group thundered across the low, rolling hills toward the coast road that led to Hastings. Ragnar took the lead as the pace slowed, and even Vashel lagged back with the men to avoid his obviously sour temper. Questioning glances were exchanged, and answered with empty shrugs, as none could name the cause of his ire. As the miles were worn away, his mood grew blacker, and occasional curses drifted back to the men behind. Ragnar's lack of sleep did nothing to soften his failure to win over Aislinn, and his thoughts raged on. Wulfgar must have rewarded her handsomely for her favour, for of a surety that base-born knight had no social graces. He had never partaken of the refined banter that took place during lighter moments at the genteel court. If it was true what Vashel said of Wulfgar, he had found the most high-born ladies worth but a brief play, discarding them when they had filled his temporary need. Yet he must have chosen well, for Ragnar knew of none that sought to avenge her rejection. Bah! What hold the bastard had upon his women! Ragnar snarled at the thought. If Wulfgar would only fail in a foray, and Aislinn be brought to see her folly, he might still salvage an estate from this war. Schemes flew through his head, and were rejected apace as he could foresee their failure. Vashel heard sighs of relief when the fortifications of Hastings came into view, and the masts of the ships could be seen in the harbour beyond. A good night's sleep was on the minds of all, and once the letters were delivered,
A bellyful of meat and a good draught of ale would hasten it to hand. Ragnar turned to face the man who hailed him from afar, and recognized the awkward gait of his uncle, Cedric de Mart, as the man crossed the sandy beach toward him.
"Oh, Ragnar! Finally I have caught you! What are you, in a daze? Did you not hear me calling before?"
Cedric's reddened face and his puffing breath bespoke his exertion.
"I have matters on my mind,"
Ragnar replied.
"So Vashel has said,"
Cedric said.
"But he would not speak of what?"
"They are of a private nature," Ragnar retorted.
"Private?"
Cedric's dark eyes pierced his nephew's skull.
"What is so private that it keeps you from gaining lands from William?"
Ragnar sneered.
"So Vashel told you that, too." "He was reluctant to spill the news, but he managed finally to be truthful. He is too loyal to you, Ragnar. You will lead him astray."
Ragnar laughed, but without humour.
"He has wits of his own. He can leave my side whenever he desires. He chooses not, but it does not make it right the paths where you lead him. His welfare is mine since his father died." "What plagues you, uncle? Is it the women he beds or the bastards he collects?"
Cedric raised a greyed brow.
"Your father is hardly delighted with your scatterings of seed,"
Ragnar grunted.
"They grow more numerous in his head. You young lads have much to learn of honour,"
Cedric said.
"In my youth, if I dared touch a maiden's hand, I was sorely chastened. Now you think nothing of crawling between their thighs. What is it? A woman that besets you?"
Ragnar turned away sharply.
"When have I ever worried over a woman? That time comes in every man's life."
"It has yet to come in mine," Ragnar gritted.
"What of this girl Vashel speaks of? This Aislinn?"
The younger man's eyes burned with wrath as he bent his gaze upon the uncle.
"She is nothing. A Saxon wench, that is all."
His temper soaring also, Cedric jabbed his finger against his nephew's chest.
"Now let me warn you, you carefree swain. You are not here to add more wenches to your conquests, but to gain lands and reward to extend the family's holdings. Forget the bitch and concentrate on what we outfitted you for."
Ragnar thrust his hand away.
"Your similarity to my father increases with each day's passing, Cedric," he sneered. "But you needn't fear. I'll yet have all that is due me."
The sun was rising over France as the four urged their mounts up the steep roads away from Hastings. Ragnar rode again in the van, his mood little improved from the day before. His rancour made him kick his steed into a lope, and the animal, being well rested and fed, ground the miles beneath his drumming hooves. This time they took the inland road to avoid the chance that a band of raiders might lurk along the route, awaiting their return. They passed the day in silence, riding hard, and set a meagre camp to meet their needs throughout the night. The weather was mild, and they rested well and were up again at dawn and on their way. The sun had mounted high above and thrust bright fingers through a thickening layer of clouds when they topped a rise and saw far out before them a goodly band of riders. They quickly took to shadow and waited for some hint of the arms this band displayed. They watched as the men before them drew together in conference, then, after a while, divided in three. Now a shaft of sunlight crept across the group, and there before them Ragnar saw the colours he knew were Wulfgar's. The other three beside him would have made themselves known, but Ragnar halted them. A plan took form in his mind. He bade the two archers ride on to William with news of his coming, and of the letters he bore, saying also that he and Vashel had paused to bring word of Wulfgar. When they had gone, Ragnar turned to his cousin and spoke with a smile on his lips. "Let us see if we cannot assure that yonder soldier has a busy afternoon." Vashel returned a puzzled frown to Ragnar's words, and to his relief the knight continued.
There is a Saxon shire just ahead, as yet unbowed and still leaning toward an English king.
He laughed.
I know they will not cherish a Norman knight, for when last I passed the place they chased me far afield.
He paused, pointing toward the men below, where two of the divisions rode off to either side, and the third, headed by Wulfgar's banner, dallied along.
See there,
he bade his cousin.
As I know Wulfgar, he sends the others out in force to block the roads beyond the town, then he will approach and demand its surrender. If the English flee, they will be trapped in the open. If they attack Wulfgar, they will be struck from behind by the others.
Now he grinned at Vashel, like a great grey fox teaching his cub the hunt.
But let us change the plan. If we approach the town within its sight, and seem to dally along, we may draw out some stout-hearted folk eager to gain themselves a bounty of 2 Norman knights. Then we would lead them into Wulfgar's band before he clears the glade.
Ragnar laughed in glee at the thought of Wulfgar's scheme gone awry, but Vashel seemed in doubt.
My hatred of the English overrides the contempt I feel for the bastards,
Vashel returned.
I would not see our own misused by these Saxons. It can do no harm.
Ragnar shrugged.
Wulfgar will surely slay the fools. It will only teach him what it means to be attacked by these Saxon swine, and how easy it is to kill them. Let him meet the scythe and staff, and set his blade to their stubborn skulls. Then he may know that we did but defend ourselves at Darkenwald, and acted in the best manner there.
Vashel finally ceded to the prank, and the two made haste to ride around Wulfgar. As Ragnar planned, when they came close and seemed to watch upon the town, some score came out with spear and staff and bow, and seeing the Normans retreat, pursued them across the open fields. Ragnar and Vashel seemed to wander, as if unsure of the way to flee, leading the townfolk on, until they drew them along the road into the heavy forest beyond the fields. Once there, they rode swiftly ahead, leaving a trail for the pursuit to follow. On rounding a bend, they left the path and posted to a nearby hill to watch what followed. They saw the townfolk round the bend and paused to listen. Hearing Wulfgar's approach, the English took to the brush and trees that grew close beside the way. Ragnar gazed ponderingly toward the road, and spoke as if he now doubted his own wisdom with this game.
It seems this goes astray, Vashel. They set a trap for Wulfgar, but I am torn. I fear for the safety of our own 2 yeomen. Will you ride to them, Vashel, and guard them on their way, while I go to Wulfgar and warn him of the trap?
Vashel shrugged away his reluctance to see a few Normans slain by a Saxon hand, and leaned forward in his saddle, peering toward the bend in the road.
Will you, cousin? That would seem foolish to me.
He turned to face Ragnar, and they both chuckled in mutual glee.
Let me bide here until they have taken Wulfgar from his saddle, then I will leave to do your bidding.
Ragnar nodded, and they moved to a deeper glade to watch the unfolding scene below. Wulfgar's small force rode along the path that wound its way through the trees, drawing them nearer to Kevanshire. Gawain and Beaufont had been sent on ahead to take their positions around the town, and Sir Milborne rode at Wulfgar's flank with the 3 yeomen following. As usual, Sandhurst brought up the rear, keeping his distance from Wulfgar. He seemed to hold the Norman in fearsome awe, and was reluctant to come within a staff's length of him, though he had been supplied with short sword and spear to guard the knight's back. They crossed a small glade and re-entered the deep shade, watchful yet relaxed as they rode. A doe fled their path, and quails leapt from the wayside with a flutter of wings. The Hun seemed to grow nervous, and pranced and worried at his bit. Yet Wulfgar thought the horse only sensed the excitement of the coming fray. Then, approaching a curve in the path, The beast snorted and skidded to a halt. Wulfgar knew the manner and stood in the saddle, clawing for his sword as he shouted a warning to those behind him. In the next instant, the road was filled with shouting Saxons, swinging whatever weapon they could bring to bear. The Hun's hooves lashed out, and Wulfgar struck with his sword, before a blow from behind stretched him out across the neck of his steed. He knew he was falling. His sword slipped from his fingers. The world turned grey, and it seemed with a feather-soft bump he hit the ground. The grey world darkened, until only a single point of light was left. Then it, too, went out. It was some time later when Wulfgar peered upward and realized that the achingly bright ray that pierced his brain was only a patch of blue sky with black pine branches etched garishly across it. Painfully, he raised himself on an elbow and gazed about. His head throbbed, and he saw his helmet laying beside him, and frowned at the dent across the back. As he raised a hand to cautiously feel the lump on his pate, he saw a stout staff of English oak nearby, with the heavier end shattered from its length, and knew the cause of his acute discomfort. About the road lay scattered the bodies of several townspeople, and he spied the leather jerkins of 3 of his men, but of Milborne he could see no sign.
"Have no fear, Wulfgar. I suspect you'll yet live this day out."
The voice came from behind him, and though he recognized it in an instant, he rolled heavily over and rested on his elbows as he fought to steady his reeling head and focus his gaze upon Ragnar, who half reclined on a fallen log, with a bloodied sword thrust into the dirt beside him. He laughed in silent glee at Wulfgar's efforts, and wondered at Aislinn's thoughts, if she could but see the brave bastard now.
"'Tis a poor place to take repose, Wulfgar,"
he grinned, and swept his hand, indicating the littered lane.
"Here in the midst of the road where many would do you ill. Indeed, within the last hour I have set to flight a band of hearty Saxons who'd have taken your ears to prove their fortune at finding a Norman resting so."
Wulfgar shook his head to clear his befuddled brain, and half moaned.
"Of all those I would have named to save my life, Ragnar, I doubted mightily it would be you."
Ragnar shrugged.
"I but lent an extra arm. Milborne was quite sorely pressed, yet when I came the Saxons took flight, thinking I was no doubt one of many coming."
"And Milborne?" Wulfgar questioned.
"He has gone to fetch your men with that peasant you set to guard you. It seemed the Saxon could not reach you in time. At least that is what he said."
Wulfgar rose to one knee, and still smarting from the blow, rested there for the world to right itself. He squinted painfully at the other man, considering this action he had not expected.
"I have brought you shame, yet you won the day and saved my life. Some poor bargain, I trow, Ragnar." "Alas, Wulfgar."
Ragnar waved a hand, brushing off the proffered apology.
"In truth, both Milborne and myself thought you dead, until we dragged the English away and perceived your breath still stirred the dust."
He smiled slowly.
"Can you rise?"
"Yea," Wulfgar muttered, and stood belatedly wiping at the sweaty grime that covered his face. Ragnar laughed again.
"English oak has done for you what well-honed steel could not. Oh, to see you fallen to a peasant's staff was worth the battle."
The dark knight also rose, and taking up his blade, wiped it clean on a peasant's cloak, then pointed to the roadside.
"Your horse stands yonder at the brook."
Ragnar watched the other go, and his face grew dark as he looked at his blade. He had been too hasty to kill the Saxon swine.
"Ah,"
he murmured to himself,
"to ponder on opportunities lost to fate."
He slammed the sword into its scabbard and turned to mount his own steed. Wulfgar came again to the road, leading the Hun, and bent to see that he bore no lasting harm from the pitchfork's welts.
"I bear letters to William from Hastings, and I soon must fly,"
Ragnar said, his voice emotionless and flat.
"Pardon that I do not stay and see you well."
Wulfgar retrieved his helm and swung into the Hun's high saddle. He returned the dark knight's gaze and wondered if Ragnar also thought of another whose healing hands were much more agreeable.
"I too must ride on soon, but for now yonder borough has earned its right to burn. As soon as it warms the evening air, I shall move my men to the next crossroads, and there make camp. I bid you thanks, Ragnar."
He drew his sword and saluted him with it, then leaning over, flipped his lance up to where he could seize it. He shook the dirt from his pennant.
"My men come yonder, and I would join them."
He saluted Ragnar again with the lance, and under the lightest touch of spurs, the Hun spun on his heels and charged away. Ragnar watched Wulfgar's back until it disappeared, then reined his horse about in disgust and went his way. Wulfgar rode to meet his men, and saw that only part of them returned with Milborn. The knight raised his hand and drew up as his captain neared.
"Are you well, Sir Wulfgar?"
he questioned, and at his leader's nod, he continued with his report.
"When the townsmen quit our play, they carried back word of a great Norman force approaching, and set the whole town to its heels. They gathered possessions and fled, but Sir Gawain and his men held the road some furlongs away and have turned them back. If we hasten, we may halt them yet in the field beyond."
Wulfgar gave his curt assent, and then turned to Sandhurst, who lagged back in some shame. He frowned at the young man.
"Since you are no benefit guarding my back, stay and bury the dead. When you are done, join us ahead, and then you may serve as my lackey."
He raised a brow.
"Let us hope you meet more success with that."
Wulfgar raised his arm, and his force set off to do their labours. He led the way, with Milborn keeping pace at his side. The dented helm would no longer fit comfortably upon his bruised head, and as Wulfgar hoped to avoid a pitched battle, he rode with it set before him over the high pommel of his saddle, and shrugged away Milborn's worry. They rode apace through the village square, and as they passed the last cottage, saw before them some 20 and more Saxons of an assorted age, sex, and kin. The townsfolk saw the force before them, and knew of more behind. Then, with fatalistic courage, they formed a tight-knit group straddling the road. Mothers pressed their children to the centre, giving them what protection their own bodies would offer, while the men seized whatever weapon was at hand and set themselves in an outer circle for one last battle. Wulfgar dropped his lance to the ready, but halted short of the people, while his men circled, until they formed a ring, all with points lowered and ready to charge. The cold wind blew, and the doomed Saxons waited. A long moment passed in silence. Then Wulfgar raised his helm to full view, and his voice rang out harshly, as he noted a rustle of amazement at his English words.
"Who plied his staff so strongly against my brow?"
He waited until the sheriff moved to face him.
"He fell beside you in the wood," the man replied, "and for all I know, still abides there." "'Tis a pity," Wulfgar half sighed. "He was a stout soldier, and worth more than a sudden death."
The sheriff shuffled his feet nervously in the dust, but ventured no further comment. Wulfgar raised his lance and set the helm to its place before him, but the other lances stayed down, ever threatening. The Hun pranced, nervous with the tension, and Wulfgar spoke a calming word to him and surveyed the huddled mass on the road with steel-cold eyes. When his voice sounded again, it crackled with authority, and none listening could question it. "You are wards of William, by right of arms King of England, whether you admit it or not. You may waste your blood here in the dust if you like,
or you may spend your strength rebuilding your town."
At these words, the sheriff raised his brow and cast an inquiring glance at the still intact buildings of the shire.
"The choice is simple, and will be quickly levied," Wulfgar continued. "Of that you have my word, but I must urge haste, as my men grow anxious and would see their labour done."
He withdrew a pace and dipped his lance, so the sheriff could almost see the point transfixing his own chest. Slowly, the man let his sword fall to the ground and dropped his belted sax beside it, turning his hands palm upward and open to show his surrender. The other men followed his action and dropped pitchforks, axes, and scythes until they all stood disarmed. Wulfgar nodded to his men, and the lances rose as one. He spoke once more to the townspeople.
"You have chosen the possessions to take with you. I hope you have chosen well, for these are what I leave you with. Sir Gawain,"
he turned to that young knight,
"take your men and move these people to yonder field and hold them there."
He raised his arm.
"The rest of you, follow me."
Reining the Hun about, he set the great horse flying toward the town. There, in the square, he gave further orders to Milborne.
"Search each house, and bring out what gold and silver or other worth you may find there. Place them in the cart. Bring also any ready foodstuffs, and place them on the stoop of yonder church. As each house is done, close the door and mark it. When the village is done, set a torch to every shelter, sparing naught but the church and the granaries."
Wulfgar then turned and rode to a knoll where he could watch both the people and the town. As the sun sank lower and the shadows lengthened, it seemed as if the town with its black, stark windows stared aghast as the soldiers ran like ants upon its face, taking its wealth, gathering its food. A moment of stillness, and the dark eyes reddened as a first flicker of flames began to grow. Then a thick red tongue lapped hungrily up a gabled eave. The churning clouds above took on hues of red and orange from the flames, and as he lifted his eyes, Wulfgar felt the first cold chill of snow upon his cheeks. The townspeople realized the fruit of the Norman labour, and a low moan came to Wulfgar as their voices raised in anguished protest. Now his men withdrew from the town, hauling the creaking cart behind them, and he descended from the hill in a rush of hoofs, his mood blackened by what he had wrought. He came to a skidding halt before the Saxons, and they cowered in fear before his towering rage.
"Watch," he roared, "and know that justice is swift in William's land. But I bid you heed me. I will return again this way to see what you have done. Thus I charge you build again, and know as you labour that you build this time for William."
The snowflakes fell in earnest now, and Wulfgar knew that he must hurry, for there was still some way to go, and a sheltered camp must be laid against the storm. He pointed his lance down the darkening road, and the last of his men withdrew, falling in behind the heavily laden cart. Wulfgar bent his gaze a last time to the roaring flames eating at the village's walls and the growing column of smoke that flayed away as the wind whipped it in a great spiral. He shouted above the noise to the sheriff,
"You have shelter left, and meagre food, and winter draws near."
He laughed.
"I vow, you will have no time for battling other Normans."
He raised his lance in a last salute and kicked the Hun after his departing troops as the villagers watched them go. The people finally turned, their defeat written upon their faces, yet deep within each heart they knew what he had destroyed could be replaced. He had left them with life, and with life they could build again. 13. The fresh coverlet of white crunched coldly beneath her feet as Aislinn made her way from her mother's cottage to the hall. Darkness had settled with an ear-nipping chill, and errant flakes of snow swirled and danced through the few stray beams of light that crossed her path. She lifted her gaze to a featureless black sky that seemed to glower close above the rooftops and press her world to a narrow slice between it and the hard frozen earth. Aislinn paused in her stride and let the stillness of the night ease her troubled spirit. After spending time with her mother, she always felt drained of strength, and somehow a little less capable of facing the plaguing doubts that seemed to belabor what confidence she could muster, until she swore another day would see her broken and begging for mercy. With each day's passing, her mother slipped deeper into delusions that demanded revenge on the Normans. If Maida succeeded in her vengeance, William's justice would seek her swiftly. Aislinn knew of no potion that would help in drawing out the festering hatred that twisted her mother's reasoning. She felt deep frustration that she could be of benefit to others, curing their ailments and healing their wounds, yet could do nothing for her only kin. An icy tingle of snowflakes upon Aislinn's face refreshed her, and with a quicker step she hurried to the hall. As she drew near, she noticed a cart drawn up before the doors. She casually mused on what poor soul was seeking shelter at Darkenwald this cold night, and if he would find compassion in Gwyneth where others could not. That one's evil humour, crudely bent upon the hearty appetites of serf and soldier, was not warranted to stop there, but quite often extended to the embarrassment of visitors and family alike. Gwyneth ridiculed her father and Svein behind their backs because they were prone to indulge themselves with meat and drink now and then, being of sturdy frame, though in truth, Wulfgar and Svein supplied the game that graced the tables and kept hunger well away from the manor's door. Even the kindly Friar Dunley found himself the recipient of malevolent thrusts of Gwyneth's aspish tongue when he came. Thus conditioned to expect the worst from Gwyneth's irate disposition, Aislinn pushed open the door and set it closed again before glancing at the group before the hearth. With deliberate slowness, she doffed her heavy woolen mantle and approached the warmth of the fire, looking first to Wulfgar to determine the temperament of his flaxen-haired daughter. When Gwyneth raged, Wulfgar frowned and grew tight-lipped, but for the moment he seemed relaxed, and feeling some relief, Aislinn turned her attention to the three roughly dressed adults and the children who huddled near the blazing fire. The youngest lad gaped in awe at the brilliant copper tresses that curled around her shoulders. His stare brought a smile to Aislinn's lips, and his dark eyes twinkled back in immediate friendship. She was not met with amity when she faced the younger of the two women, however. Indeed, the other seemed to regard her with great wariness and hung back from the group, eyeing her every move. Aislinn could not mistake the similarity she bore the boy, and assumed that, if not mother and son, they were surely closely related. The man, Aislinn saw, was pale and trembling, and wore his weariness in a tightly drawn face. His wife stood quietly at his side, watching all that transpired. Aislinn sensed here a deep wisdom and calm strength, and returned the slow smile the woman gave. The other youths were older than the dark-eyed boy. There was a large lad, perhaps as old as Ham, a younger girl who barely showed the first bloom of womanhood, and a pair of boys that Aislinn could tell no difference between.
"We had almost given you up for lost, Aislinn."
She turned in wary alertness, for Gwyneth had spoken with a hint of courtesy in her voice, and that alone was enough to put Aislinn's defences in high key. She did not know the game, but waited, outwardly calm and poised as the woman drew the moment out.
"We have guests come from Wulfgar,"
Gwyneth continued, and watched a new spark of interest light the violet eyes. Lifting a hand toward the group, she called them by name, and then added, seeming pleased,
"He has sent them here to live."
"It is so, my lady," Gavin nodded. My brother Sandhurst is with him even now.
And my lord, is he well? Aislinn inquired, her voice warm and friendly.
Yea, the Norman is fit, the man replied. He pulled us from the mire, and we made camp with him on that night. He gave us food and bade us journey here.
Did he say his length of stay? Aislinn questioned. Will he be coming home to Darkenwald soon? Gwyneth sneered. You betray your lust for him, Aislinn. A rosy hue stained Aislinn's cheeks, but Gavin replied kindly, No, my lady, he did not say. Gwyneth's gaze passed from Aislinn to the young widow, who studied the other intensely, her eyes measuring Aislinn's trim frame and the swirling copper hair that fell past her hips. Gwyneth's eyes sharpened and gleamed as she thought of her next words, a small lie, but one that would serve her purpose well. Wulfgar has bade Aislinn and her son in particular to abide here at Darkenwald. Aislinn knew the sharp edge beneath Gwyneth's words as she glanced at the widow, whose eyes had widened considerably. Aislinn now managed a tremulous smile under her regard, but Aislinn could not find it in her to return the gesture. I see, she said. And you have made them welcome, Gwyneth. Wulfgar will be pleased with your kindness. Gwyneth's pale eyes grew cold. Since I am his sister, should I not know that much better than you? A sharp ear could have detected the bitter harshness in her tone. Wulfgar is a most gracious lord. He even treats slaves more kindly than they deserve, and clothes them richly. Aislinn feigned a moment of confusion, knowing well the woman made reference to her. Truly. Forsooth, I had noticed none save you, dearest Gwyneth, more finely garbed than they were before. A smothered chuckle shook Bolskar's great shoulders, and Gwyneth gave him a murderous look. It was well known that she had taken full possession of Aislinn's few remaining gowns, and made no secret of the seizure. Gwyneth now sat in the younger woman's mauve gunner, while Aislinn herself wore the somewhat frayed gown she had always donned when cleaning was to be done. Now it was her best and only one. Gwyneth's voice rose cuttingly. It has always struck me odd how a man can swear faithfulness to a woman, and then, when gone from her side, immediately seeks a more available warmth at hand. It must be doubly dear that Wulfgar would find a form so comely that he should send it to his home to await his return. Aislinn choked and coughed to catch her breath, drawing Aislinn's immediate attention. She frowned slightly at the widow, wondering what had transpired between her and Wulfgar to make her act in such a manner. With quiet dignity, Aislinn spoke. Wulfgar is much of a stranger to all. Not one here can truthfully say they know him well enough to judge what his worth might be, if any. As for myself, I only pray that he is honourable and will not play the knave. Time alone will bring the answer to us, and I will rest my fate upon my trust in him. Aislinn then turned abruptly, cutting off whatever Gwyneth had meant to reply, and left her stuttering with open mouth as she bade Ham fetch her tray of medicines. I perceive this good fellow has need of my ministrations, unless of course one of you have offered to tend him. She looked first to Aislinn, who shook her head and grimaced, and then to Gwyneth, who met her gaze in anger, but shrugged and returned to her needlework. Aislinn smiled wryly. Very well, then I will do it, since none of you seem willing. She bent over Gavin's arm and busied herself, as Middet drew closer to help, bending over her husband's arm with Aislinn as the stump was bared and cleansed. Gwyneth's voice came sharp with malice. 'Tis well known, of course, the ways of soldiers on the field. Does not the very mention of a battle bring kind memories to your heart, dear Aislinn? The Normans, so proud and great, sampling each wench that meets their fancy. I wonder how the vanquished woman finds that brave caress. The words awoke a pain deep within Aislinn, and she felt the anguish rise and seize her bosom until she fought to breathe.
The cruelty it took to stir those memories was stunning to her mind. She inhaled deeply and found Middett's eyes locked to her own. She saw compassion for her own distress mirrored there, and knew a flow of kindness from the woman's kindred heart.
"I would to God that even you, good Gwyneth," she sighed slowly, "should never feel that moment."
Gwyneth sat back in her chair, not feeling particularly victorious, and Helen turned her back to warm her hands before the fire and reflect upon the words that had passed her ears. Aislinn let the torment of Gwyneth's words ebb, and finally rose, finished with her task, and moved to stand by Wulfgar's chair.
"My lord, you have just heard it said of men that they are fickle. How think you on this matter? Are you so, sire? And is Wulfgar, do you think?"
Wulfgar grunted.
"'Tis apparent my daughter knows little of men, never having had one herself."
He took Aislinn's slim fingers into his grasp in consolation.
"Even as a lad, Wulfgar was true to the things he knew. His horse, his hawk, me."
The old eyes grew moist before he averted his gaze.
"Yea, he was steadfast."
"But you know nothing of his women,"
Gwyneth hastily pointed out. Wulfgar shrugged.
"'Tis true he has sworn in the past he holds no great love for them, but Wulfgar is much like the Iron Wolf, who haunts the fields of war and needs no softness of this world, but in his heart there burns a need for love so strong he can do naught else but deny it."
"Beasts of darkness,"
Gwyneth snapped.
"My own father, who has of yesterday lost his home and land, now approves of this match between my bastard brother and this Saxon—"
"Gwyneth!"
Wulfgar bellowed.
"Shut thy mouth, or I will see it shut for you."
"Well, 'tis true,"
Gwyneth cried angrily.
"You would mate this Saxon whore to him with a solemn oath of marriage."
Helen's mouth dropped open, and she stared agog at Aislinn.
"You are not his lady?"
she asked, before a frown from Midded made her bite her tongue.
"Indeed she is not,"
Gwyneth replied indignantly.
"She has bedded one Norman and now seeks to bind my brother to her."
Wulfgar shot up from his chair, and for the first time in her life Gwyneth cringed from him in fear. Aislinn stood with set jaw and clenched hands, not willing to ease her fury, for fear that trembling would possess her. Wulfgar pushed his face close to his daughter's and sneered.
"You mindless nag! How many times must you cut with your blade of jealousy?"
Helen cleared her throat and tried to set aside the wrath of the old man by turning his mind to some other matter.
"My lord Wulfgar wars much. Is he oft injured? The scar—"
Aislinn's head snapped up, and she stared at Helen with wide eyes, for her only thought was of Wulfgar's most recent wound that only she and Svein knew of, and now perhaps this young widow.
"I have only been curious,"
Helen said weakly, as she felt the heated faces turned to her. Even Gwyneth's jaw had slackened, and Wulfgar's brow had darkened considerably as he turned away from his daughter to face her.
"Curious?"
Gwyneth saw Aislinn's surprise and wondered what had drawn it.
"What plagues your thoughts to such extent, Mistress Helen?"